Volume 7, Chapter 309, Monstrosity, Part 1. Ah, the holy sword swallowed hard, a rough voice like the howling of a beast. Yet it was unmistakably the voice of will, an expression of intent. She heard it clearly. Finally, I can actually speak my mind. Damn, took long enough. What? Kettle was startled. The reason was simple. It could talk. I thought it could only howl, so I assumed it couldn't speak. Did you really think I was some mindless beast? An annoyed and angry voice reverberated, stirring the mystery within him. Kettle laughed and responded, well, all you did was howl, so what else was I supposed to think? Something with its own will, with intelligence capable of assessing the situation, was inside him. He had already known that fact. Although he was surprised it had spoken, the existence of its will was no shock, but the holy sword was different. A monster. The holy sword knew Kettle harbored something strange inside him, but it had always assumed it was merely an extension of Kettle's own strength, never paying it much attention beyond that. But now there was something massive, alien, and formidable sensed within Kettle. This is. Silence, toy, the beast spoke in irritation. Don't clutter my ears. Ah, the moment it heard that voice, the spirit of the holy sword trembled like a mortal standing before the true form of a god. But the sword endured, reasserting its own will and regaining its shaken composure. This persistence annoyed the beast. For a toy to withstand my will, it truly is broken. So the holy sword can communicate. Does that mean it can speak with people besides me? This toy is yours. It's not strange for it to feel my presence within you. Ah, I see. Kettle nodded as if understanding. So what should I call you? Should I stick with the mystic beast I've been calling you, or do you have a true name? Don't call me a beast. It's insulting to be compared with something so mindless. But then again, using my true name now that I'm bound to someone would be a disgrace to me. Although it's not my favorite, I suppose there's no other choice. The beast thought for a moment before answering. Call me Monstrosity, it's what the young ones used to call me. What resided within him was what Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, had mentioned. A creature that had slain countless gods and demons, one that defiled the world more than any other. The creature, which the combined forces of all beings in the world could barely subdue, was a monstrosity. Kettle didn't seem particularly shocked. He wore an expression that said he had suspected as much ever since Hephaestus had mentioned it. Since when have you been inside me? Ever since you acquired a piece of me. Was it when I got the axe? That's been quite a long time. Kettle had possessed the axe since he was weak, so long ago that he could barely remember. The monstrosity had been within him since then, but he hadn't even realized its existence until he acquired the mysterious power. That meant it had remained surprisingly dormant for a creature of such infamy. Dormant, me? That remark annoyed the monstrosity. That's nonsense. What, you weren't just lying still? I tried everything to tear you apart and devour you, but nothing worked. It was a waste of time. When the monstrosity first entered Kettle's body, it rampaged, intending to devour his flesh and consume his mind, using him as a stepping stone for its rebirth. But no matter what it did, it had no effect on Kettle. It was all in vain, like a human flailing helplessly in the vastness of space. Had nothing changed, Kettle might never have become aware of the monstrosity's existence. But you began to embrace outside forces, the mysterious powers of the world, mystery. Kettle had sought and acquired as much of it as possible, and the monstrosity within him seized that opportunity. Using mystery as nourishment, it gained strength, eventually manifesting a beastly consciousness and finally able to utter words. So that's why you've been cooperating so smoothly. It was because of that. The more mystery Kettle gained, the stronger the monstrosity became. That was likely why it had helped him reclaim the mine. Something was parasitizing him from within. It was a terrifying situation in some ways, yet Kettle spoke casually. You've been watching from inside me this whole time. Guess I could consider you an old friend. Nice to finally meet you. How have you been, bastard? The monstrosity spat in irritation. Stop trying to drag me out, it's incredibly annoying, leave me alone. So that's why you'd have fits whenever I tried to wield mystery. Sorry, but this power is mine. I can't just leave you be. What a nuisance. That's my line, you're the one who tried to take over my body without permission. Kettle chuckled, his relaxed demeanor made the holy sword uneasy. Isn't this dangerous? We should probably talk to the gods right away to do something about it. The monstrosity was indeed a formidable being. Once, even gods and demons had to join forces to deal with it. Even without much information, the holy sword knew this was not a being to be taken lightly, but Kettle seemed unfazed. There won't be a problem. After all, it gained strength only by consuming the mystery I obtained. How was the monstrosity able to speak, to manifest its consciousness, and to grow in strength? All because it had consumed the mystery that Kettle had acquired. In the end, it was his power. While the monstrosity had grown stronger, its nature had aligned more closely with Kettle's. Resistance at this point was impossible. Bastard, the monstrosity merely cursed, making no effort to refute Kettle's words. The holy sword was thoroughly confused. So will anything change in our relationship? No, I still cannot escape from you. All I can do is a little bit of defiance. Go ahead, tear apart or kill whatever enemies stand in your way. I too enjoy seeing the arrogant ones outside crushed. But beyond that I have no interest. With that the monstrosity fell silent. Kettle called out to it a few more times but there was no response. Seems like nothing's really changed. That was enough. Humming, Kettle drew his axe. Some trouble had arisen but his purpose remained the same. He focused his mind and drew out the wavering mystery within him. The monstrosity tried to avoid it in annoyance, but Kettle forced it into manifestation. As a result, the wavering mystery settled onto the axe. It was aura. Oh, it worked, Kettle was thrilled. The manifested mystery was in a stable form, unlike before. Now he could draw out the mystery as he wished without any issues. He was extremely pleased. The mystery consumption isn't as high as I thought. With his supply of mystery, he could maintain it for the entire battle, but there was a problem. While using this, I can't enhance or protect my body properly. The issue wasn't quantity, it was the method. It felt like all his mystery was being drawn into the manifestation. Perhaps with more practice it would improve, but for now it was impossible to use aura while also using mystery on his body. Kettle casually asked, "If you'd help, I think it would work out." "Why not lend a hand? Why should I?" the monstrosity replied indifferently. Kettle hadn't expected much, so he paid no mind and focused on the aura. And then, as it gazed at the aura, the holy sword let out a groan. For the first time, it could watch the aura for an extended period, studying it closely. The holy sword realized something that was dangerous. It was qualitatively different from ordinary aura. An instinctive fear, a terror of death, welled up inside. It felt as though its heart was being aimed at with a bow. The holy sword trembled in fear. Kettle glanced at it and asked, "For a demon or holy sword to react like that, it must be because of you, right?" Hephaestus had spoken about it. The monstrosity's power was something close to death. The monstrosity responded, "Young ones have an instinctive fear of me. It should be that way in truth." The monstrosity's voice carried a hint of pride as it spoke. Kettle toyed with the mystery a bit more. After several dozen minutes, the mystery was nearly depleted. Currently, it lasts about 30 minutes, I'd say, not bad. Satisfied, he returned to the sanctuary, lay on the bed, and took a rest. After a period of silence, the holy sword cautiously asked, "Why you are that monstrosity, aren't you?" In the distant past, the oldest being that had killed countless gods and demons, tainting the world. That entity clearly resided within Kettle. Kettle seemed largely unconcerned, yet it was an incredibly dangerous presence. Despite its fear, the holy sword intended to understand the monstrosity's intentions for Kettle's sake. There was no response. Overcoming its fear, the holy sword asked again, "Excuse me, monstrosity, don't talk to me, toy," the monstrosity replied in irritation. "A pitiful tool. If this one hadn't shown mercy, you'd have been discarded, tossed around by young ones, and eventually faded away. You're of no interest to me." The holy sword felt a surge of anger, for the words struck a nerve. The holy sword knew that it hadn't been of much help to Kettle. It spoke up, as if to defend itself. I still know a lot about Kettle, though, unlike you who can't even speak with him or resist him from within." Its voice was trembling like a shivering tree. "No," the monstrosity sneered. "You think you know this one, you of all things, how laughable, you know nothing." It continued, sounding contemptuous. "Not just you, all of them, the things inside, the things outside, they're the same. None of you know a thing about him." What do you mean? There was something odd in those words. It didn't seem like the monstrosity was merely talking about Kettle's background. "Do you know where he came from?" That barbarian from the White Wasteland. Do you think I'd be bound to a mere creature like that? Of course you know nothing about him." The monstrosity was within Kettle. It knew him better than anyone, understood him more than anyone. An outsider, neither from here nor there. An outsider. "If you don't know, so be it. You wouldn't understand anyway." The monstrosity spoke dismissively. The holy sword stammered, unable to retort. Quietly listening to their conversation, Kettle's eyes darkened. You know about me, don't you?" Chapter 310, Monstrosity, Part 2. "I know many things. When do you think I started residing within you? I'm the only one in this world who knows your true origin." The monstrosity had been within Kettle since not long after he arrived in this world. It had been there even when he was so weak that he couldn't fend off even the smallest threat. "I know about you. If others come to realize who you are, they will beg for mercy and plead to stay away. But I will neither bow nor beg for mercy, nor willingly cooperate. That is my pride." The monstrosity spoke with an oddly proud tone. "Well, suit yourself," Kettle shrugged. After all, the monstrosity was a part of him, embedded so deeply it was practically intertwined with his own essence. It couldn't leave him, nor did it intend to. Now that he had reached the level of a superhuman, he could use aura without the monstrosity's help. He didn't need to force cooperation. "But you know," a warning was always good. Kettle smiled. "That should be something only you know." The air grew cold, literally, not figuratively. The chilling effect reflected the cooled emotions within. The holy sword swallowed its breath. As much as I hate to admit it, I am bound to you. I have no intention of challenging someone who can control me. That's good. I am a resident of this world, and that's enough. Satisfied with the answer, Kettle hummed. The monstrosity sighed softly. A twisted monster, how did I end up stuck with someone like you? Kettle spent his time in the holy sanctuary training his aura. He stayed there for two reasons. To refine his mastery of mystery, which he still found challenging, and to await a resolution concerning the holy sword, a task that required Hephaestus's personal intervention. Kettle suddenly had a question. I have a question. Didn't I already say I have no intention of answering? The monstrosity replied coldly. Don't ask me, I have no intention of giving a straight answer. I wasn't asking you, though. Kettle's question was directed at the holy sword. Realizing this, the monstrosity muttered softly, Shut up. I wasn't talking to you in the first place. Shut up, Kettle chuckled. You talk more than I thought, considering you have no intention of answering. He's been trapped inside you for a long time, hasn't he? Before that, he was stuck in a battle axe embedded in the snowy mountains. He was probably like me in that sense. I suppose he might have missed conversation too. It gives me a sense of kinship when I think about it that way. The monstrosity's emotions wavered slightly, though it stayed silent, knowing anything it said could only be used against it. Kettle chuckled softly, scratching his chin. This is getting slightly annoying. The monstrosity and the holy sword both were tied to him, making it easy to confuse them. It wasn't feasible to use specific names for them in every sentence. Anyway, is it me you wanted to ask something? Yes, what would you want to do if your physical form were restored? The holy sword hesitated before speaking quietly. To be honest, I don't want to be embedded there again. Not ever, it was only natural. If the holy sword were to be returned there, waiting for the right wielder, it would mean the end of the sword's existence. The sword's purpose was to serve as a vessel to bring a god down to the mortal realm. I see, Kettle murmured. Time passed slowly until finally Hephaestus summoned Kettle. Through Grombier's body, a celestial god descended to the mortal plane. Sorry for keeping you waiting. It's all done? The holy sword let out a scream and Hephaestus chuckled. He gazed at Kettle with a curious expression. Hold on, there's something different about you now, something that wasn't there before. Oh, so gods can sense it. Grombier didn't notice. Kettle murmured and looked down at his chest. Don't you want to say something you might have met ages ago? Why should I? The monstrosity replied coldly. At its words, Hephaestus's aura flared up, bang. The divine power of the god of smiths surged, manifesting countless weapons, spears, swords, axes, all the types of weaponry in the world, gleaming with lethal intent. It was instinctive, like a monkey recoiling at the sight of a snake. For the gods, the monstrosity was such a creature, one that evoked primal fear and hostility. The monstrosity sneered. Oh, so you're showing off your toys, put them away. How about calming down? Kettle said calmly. Though surrounded by countless weapons, he showed no fear. After a moment, Hephaestus sighed. So it's true, it's not just power you've absorbed, it's actually inside you. Since when? Since I picked it up, apparently. So it was there even when you were weak and you had no issues. I only recently realized it was inside me. What? Hephaestus's aura wavered. You didn't even notice. Despite having something like the monstrosity inside you, for someone not to notice such a presence, it was unimaginable. If true, it meant one of two things. Either he was an ignorant fool who couldn't understand his own situation, or he was something greater than the monstrosity itself. But that seemed impossible. The monstrosity was once a plague upon this world, defiling it. Nothing could be greater, even if it was just a fragment of its former self. Is that really true? Yes, Kettle nodded thoughtfully. Come to think of it, the quest isn't saying anything. Whenever he dealt with anything related to the Forbidden Lands, the system would usually react, but now it was silent. After a brief pause, Kettle asked Hephaestus, Do you know the monstrosity's power? It kills all things, down to their very core, leaving a wound that cannot heal. A power of death, Kettle narrowed his eyes. It seemed the quest had no connection with the monstrosity. Hephaestus groaned softly, taking a while to calm down. Control is being maintained, right? There will be no issues. I'll trust you, HMPH. I knew you were a bizarre being, but this is beyond that. It's the most alien thing I've ever seen. You're taking it in rather easily. Kettle was slightly surprised, as Hephaestus's reaction was calm. Although he had briefly unleashed his power as if in a seizure and shown hostility, that was all. To be honest, I even expected a full-on fight. You have done many things for the world. Hephaestus spoke calmly. You've helped others, fought against evil, and stood on our side. If you couldn't control the monstrosity, these things wouldn't have been possible. With all you've shown, I have no reason to oppose you. I see. The things Kettle had done on the surface. His actions, his efforts to be a part of the world by controlling himself, they held meaning. A light expression of emotion appeared on Kettle's face. It's quite surprising, though. You could have just quietly perished back there, but you survived like a cockroach. It's disappointing. The monstrosity remained silent as if it didn't care to respond. Hephaestus shook his head, trying to regain his composure. We've strayed from the topic. Let's return to the main point. To get straight to the conclusion, it is possible to restore the Holy Sword. It was possible to return the broken Holy Sword to its original state. But reinserting the Holy Sword is questionable. After all, the Holy Sword has already recognized you as its master. It can't seek a new owner now, and given that it now has a distinct consciousness, it would resist. In the end, the Holy Sword was his. He wasn't particularly surprised, as he had expected as much, and even if it hadn't been so, Kettle had no intention of refusing it. So, I'll ask something else. Do you need the Holy Sword? If you're asking if I need it, it's not that I don't. The information it holds is something I don't have. The Holy Sword's knowledge of gods and demons was certainly valuable to Kettle, but you don't need it as a weapon. I have this. Kettle shook the axe hanging at his side. He had an axe that was part of the monstrosity. So far, it had shown unmatched strength, never faltering. Now that he could also wield aura, the Holy Sword's value as a weapon was limited. I understand enough. Proceeding as planned should be fine. Hand over the Holy Sword to me. Kettle gazed at Hephaestus wordlessly. Hephaestus spoke as if understanding his hesitation. I won't do anything that would harm the Holy Sword. You can trust me, understood. Kettle handed over the broken Holy Sword. The sword shrieked in Hephaestus's hand. Quiet down, you wretched thing. Hephaestus lightly tapped the blade and looked at it with a peculiar gaze. I created you. It wouldn't be wrong to call myself your father, but the reason I brought you into existence was to use you as a vessel. The Holy Sword's purpose was to find someone with high divine affinity, devour their body, and summon a god to the earth. In that process, the consciousness of the Holy Sword would be completely extinguished. It wouldn't be wrong to say I created you to kill you. Honestly, I won't deny that it weighed on my heart. He was a god of smithing. There was no way he wouldn't have affection for his creations. Even more so for a holy relic like the Holy Sword, which required him to pour his soul into its creation. That effort made him deeply attached to it. I simply accepted that it was a sacrifice necessary for a greater cause, but now I no longer need you. Are you planning to dispose of me? I said no. Actually, this is a good opportunity to try something I've wanted to do. The Holy Sword rose into the air. Come forth. Then Hephaestus's power manifested. The force of creation and forging enveloped the Holy Sword. The broken blade began to be restored. No, it went beyond mere restoration. The Holy Sword began to change, morphing before Kettle's widened eyes. As it transformed, it took on a form. 5 fingers took shape, a slender arm appeared, and silver hair began to ripple. Aya, and a voice echoed. Not just the manifestation of will, but a voice that rose through vocal cords. The floating Holy Sword landed on the ground. The Holy Sword's eyes opened wide. What? The Holy Sword wobbled awkwardly. Once it could only move when wielded by someone. Now she stood, moving her body at her own will, taking steps on her own feet. She looked to be in her early teens. A young girl with silver hair and silver eyes. She gazed at her hand in bewilderment. Come to think of it, this isn't all that unusual. Kettle, who had been marveling, muttered, an ego sword that gained its own body. It wasn't an uncommon trope in its own right. Hephaestus, I give you a body, not as a tool for gods or demons, but so you can walk freely with your own will. This is my final gift to you. Having said this, Hephaestus looked at Kettle. I apologize. In a way, I forcibly changed something that was yours. No, it was quite a show, thanks for that. Kettle smiled brightly, and he meant it. Watching an ego sword become human, it was one of the things on his bucket list. Seeing his sincerity, Hephaestus chuckled softly. Indeed, you're unique, but it's a good kind of uniqueness for us. We look forward to being with you for a long time. Yes. Let's see each other for a long time, Hephaestus. With those words, Hephaestus departed. The body he had inhabited, Grombeer, staggered and collapsed. So we've finished our talk. Grombeer stopped mid-sentence. Because before him stood a girl he had never seen before. The Holy Sword waved her hand awkwardly. Grombeer wore the same bewildered expression as the Holy Sword. Chapter 311, Monstrosity. Part 3. What exactly does that mean? Kettle explained what Hephaestus had done, but even with the explanation, Grombeer looked bewildered. How is that even? A weapon had taken on human form. Not just an imitation like a simple doll, but a real human. Grombeer himself was also a blacksmith, and not just any blacksmith, but one of the hero class. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the greatest blacksmith in the world, but even he couldn't comprehend how this could have happened. May I touch your arm? Ah, yes. The Holy Sword obediently offered her arm. Grombeer took hold of it and let out a small sigh. The arm was incredibly soft. It was hard to believe that this was the body of a Holy Sword. Grombeer focused his mind and invoked his mystical powers, examining the Holy Sword's physical form. As a result, he understood. The Holy Sword's body was not ordinary. The minerals that made up the holy sword had been transformed by divine power into a form resembling organic matter. It appeared like ordinary skin, but the tissues were made up of metal refined to its utmost limit. The girl before him was indeed a holy sword that had taken human form. Grombir was astonished. This was an ability far beyond his comprehension. I see, Hephaestus, you've truly done something remarkable. Releasing her arm, Grombir looked at the holy sword with a renewed gaze. The girl was a holy sword in human form. And because of that, she was powerful. Even if Grombir attacked this defenseless girl, he'd have difficulty leaving a scratch on her skin. Her skin was made up of metals that had taken the form of human flesh, so it was only natural. She was a hero class, and one at a level Grombir would have difficulty defeating. He explained this part to Kettle, as expected. Since he had anticipated it, he wasn't surprised. Those who wield the holy sword possess the power of a hero. Naturally, a holy sword that had become human would also possess the strength of a hero, as expected of Hephaestus. Grombir murmured with reverence. Embedding a consciousness into a weapon he'd crafted and enabling it to move with its own will, this was every blacksmith's dream. Hephaestus had gone even further to achieve complete humanization. Until Grombir had checked it himself, he too had assumed she was just an ordinary girl. Calming his initial shock, Grombir spoke up. For now, it seems like you're as surprised as we are. It looks like Hephaestus didn't explain things thoroughly. Yes. The holy sword was still reeling from all that had happened to her. Grombir said, go back, get a sense of the situation, and we'll talk again later. I need to calm my own heart as well. Understood. Kettle led the holy sword outside. As they walked back to their quarters, dwarves they passed stared wide-eyed at the girl they had never seen before. Back at the quarters, the holy sword murmured blankly. I can feel the wind. Couldn't you feel it before? No, the ground feels hard. I can feel the texture of the fabric. I feel the movement of the air. It's truly amazing. Well, congratulations, you've gained your freedom. Kettle spoke calmly. The holy sword, lost in the sensation, snapped out of her reverie. Thank you. So what do you plan to do now? I'm not sure. Hephaestus had granted freedom to the holy sword. After a moment of silence, Kettle spoke again. If you want, you're free to roam the world. Really, is that okay? The holy sword's eyes widened in surprise. After all, she was technically Kettle's possession. She never imagined he would release her so easily. I don't mind. Losing the information she provided was a pity, but it wasn't a significant loss. He had no interest in holding on to a being that had gained its freedom. It was complete freedom, yet because of that the holy sword was bewildered. To live as a human, what does one need to do? The information she had was only about confronting evil. She had no knowledge of earning money, getting along with people, being part of a community, or doing the things necessary for a normal life. Kettle replied, start with what feels right to you. You'll figure it out naturally along the way. What feels right, After a long moment of contemplation, the holy sword made a decision. She looked at Kettle. Would it be all right if I followed you? Kettle tilted his head. I don't mind, but are you sure? I don't know what to do. For now, I'd like to follow you to learn how to live in this world. Her silver, gem-like eyes fixed on him. Besides, I like you as a person. Hephaestus didn't give me any specific instructions about my life, so I think it's fine. Is that okay with you? Do as you like. Kettle replied calmly. He figured he'd be taking her along for a while, but it wasn't particularly troublesome for him. The holy sword's eyes sparkled with joy. Oh, thank you. Honestly, I was nervous you'd refuse because it'd be a bother. I now understand what it means to feel your heart race. It doesn't bother me, I'm used to it. In the snowy white plains, Kettle was the chief. Protecting and leading others was part of his duty. The holy sword appeared as a young girl, but that didn't pose any problem. In the White Plains, there was no one he could have a normal conversation with. With a make-do with what's available mindset, he had once taken promising children and personally trained them one-on-one many times, though all had failed due to inherent mental limitations. But since he'd tried countless times, he was used to having someone in his care. Once permission was granted, the holy sword grinned happily. Afterward, they went to explain the situation to Grombir. So you'll be traveling together for a while. I was going to suggest staying in the sanctuary if you had nowhere else to go, but I suppose that won't be necessary. Grombir looked at them both curiously. A girl who looked around her early teens, and a barbarian 3 times her size. A peculiar combination, but somehow they suited each other. One was a barbarian from the snowy White Plains. The other a holy sword who was never human to begin with. Both were far from ordinary beings. Moreover, the holy sword had silver hair, some called its pale hue ashen. At a glance, they could be mistaken for father and daughter. Though upon closer inspection, one would quickly realize it was a mistake. They returned to their quarters. The holy sword made a deep bow. I look forward to our time together. May I ask one thing? What is it? Could you give me a name? Nothing comes to mind. A name, Now that she had a human form, it was fitting for her to have a name. After a brief moment of thought, Kettle spoke. How about Serena? Serena, I like it. No, I love it. Thank you. The holy sword, now named Serena, cheered happily. Serena rushed out, saying she wanted to explore the world. The delighted expression on her face was like that of a child, and indeed she probably was. Hephaestus wouldn't have created her in the form of a young child without reason. It was likely set to match her mental age. I guess I won't be bored for a while. Kettle remained alone in the quarters, or rather, he wasn't truly alone. There was a monster inside him. Hey, what is it? A weary voice echoed. Kettle picked up his axe and gave it a shake. Your power, it's something close to death, isn't it? You already heard from the kids, so why bother asking? The monstrosity spoke indifferently. His answer confirmed it. I see. The mystery he possessed was fused with the monstrosity. As he summoned it forth, Raphael had shown fear. When Kettle extracted it, Raphael was seized by terror, a fear of death. Kettle could tell which direction the power of the monstrosity leaned, so he asked, Do you know about the quest? I don't. You're probably talking about that thing you occasionally stare at blankly. It's neither visible nor perceivable to me. The monstrosity couldn't sense the quest. Without Kettle's reaction, it would have remained clueless. If anything, I want to ask you, what on earth is that? Even though I'm inside you, I can't grasp it at all. The monstrosity knew nothing about the quest, indicating it had no connection to it. Kettle narrowed his eyes. What could this possibly be? Why was it by his side? What did it want? Time had passed, yet he still couldn't understand. Someday the answer will come. Even the monstrosity within him had come to understand over time. The quest would likely be no different. One day he would find out. After sorting out his thoughts, Kettle asked something else he was curious about. I've heard that some still worship you in this world. You think I remember every single one of those weaklings? The monstrosity replied dismissively, its tone uninterested. But sure, some may still remain. There were many who worshipped me in the distant past. A nostalgic time indeed. It didn't seem to know much. The door burst open as their conversation wound down, and Serena returned with a cheerful expression. I'm back, you've returned, looks like you had a good time. The dwarves offered me so much to eat. I didn't know this world had such delicious food. It was wonderful. That's good to hear. Kettle smiled warmly, listening to her chattering and responding appropriately. By the way, he spoke as if recalling something. They said the demon's latest invasion was a failure. A demon with the rank of a Count Raphael. He was the most powerful being from hell to descend to the earthly realm, and a significant investment had been made to summon him from the depths. However, due to Kettle's presence, he was sent back to hell in vain. Although valuable minerals were sent to hell, they likely didn't cover the cost of the sacrifices needed to bring him down. So how do you think the demons will react now? Hell must have suffered quite a loss as well. Summoning a demon of that level probably required a substantial portion of the tributes they'd plundered from the surface until now. And, at this rate, it's likely impossible for them to conquer the Earth by continuing with these gradual advances. While they may gain locally, they'd lose globally, so the demons will have to make a choice. Serena spoke quietly, a choice that could shift the course of the war. Kettle stroked his chin. Something big is coming. Most likely, yes. Meanwhile, in hell, a council of the 4 demon lords was taking place. The mother of 10,000 demons, Materia, leaned back in her chair and asked, So what are we going to do? It's truly annoying. The sword demon Caliste narrowed his eyes. Really annoying, I want to handle it somehow. It's not easy. Judging from the battle with Raphael, he was even stronger than when facing Materia. His power is enough to definitely kill us. Oh, come on, what exactly is that thing? It injured my true form beyond my avatar, and it can kill a demon summoned to Earth. What even is it? Materia muttered in disbelief. They hadn't witnessed the battle with Raphael firsthand, so they hadn't realized there was the monstrosity within him. But they were certain the situation wasn't in their favor. So what's the plan? At this rate, conquering the Earth seems impossible. Their resources were not limitless. Each time a demon was summoned, Hell's resources were significantly depleted. They had made substantial sacrifices to send Raphael to replenish those resources, hoping he could secure resources by occupying Mantamia's mines long-term. However, Kettle's interference had ruined that plan completely. They had to make a choice. Would they continue this slow attrition, or would they risk everything in a bold attempt? Yet it was a difficult decision, as even that bold attempt could fail, leaving them vulnerable. A heavy silence filled the air. A writhing figure, Necronovix, finally broke the silence. I've made my decision, I will go down myself. You'll send an avatar, it's not a bad idea, but the cost is substantial. No, not an avatar. I'll go personally. What? Materia's eyes widened. Necronovix spoke calmly. If we gather the minerals Raphael brought and the artifacts collected from the world, there should just barely be enough for me to descend. Oh, yes, it's technically possible. With that barbarian from the White Wasteland around, there's no point in sending weaklings. At the very least, an entity capable of confronting him and killing him needed to be sent. However, since Raphael lost to him so easily, it's impossible for other demons. someone who could confront and kill Kettle, a demon lord of hell, the founder of all dark magic Necronovics. I will descend to earth myself and kill him. Chapter 312, Necronovics, the Four Lords of Hell, Part 1, a desolate mountain on the outskirts of the continent abandoned by all. The only life forms were wild animals. It had been untouched by human footsteps for thousands of years, a tranquil place, even isolated from the wars between good and evil on Earth. But now disaster descended upon the mountainside. Crunch, space cracked, through the tier something writhed as it slowly took form on the Earth. The moment it landed, every wild animal collapsed. Pupils dilated, breath ceased, and the vegetation began to decay, trees withered. Just the act of descending was enough to kill fragile life. Its presence started to spread beyond the mountain, reaching out toward the world. Oh dear. This won't do, I can't afford to be detected here, at least not in this place. A dark force stirred, forming a complex spell. The spreading presence was suppressed and controlled by black magic. Even if a holy servant of the sun god were to visit this place, they wouldn't be able to detect that something had descended. Such was the level of perfect control. It's been a long time since I've been on Earth, Necronovics muttered, his voice laced with nostalgia. And indeed, it had been a long time, the first time since the distant Holy Demon War. This time he had descended in his true form, not a mere avatar. Hear me, world. This Earth once belonged to the demons, and Necronovics was one of the four lords of hell. At one point, a quarter of this world was his domain. Your master has returned. His calm voice resounds, though if he had not suppressed his power, it would have literally echoed across the world. There is much to be done. First, I should adopt a proper form. With that, the writhing mass begins to shift, forming into the shape of a dark human. Perfect. Satisfied, Necronovics flicked his fingers, and above him, a spell formed from demonic energy. An intricate, twisted spell, so complex that even other demons would struggle to comprehend it, took shape in the air. Many of my followers remain in this world. I shall bestow my favor upon them. The black magic started to spread across the world. A vast malice began to race toward the earth. At that moment, the sacred grounds of the elves were utterly peaceful. In fact, the atmosphere was bright because Karin had just returned from her tasks. Smiling, she greeted the elves one by one before heading to her room. "Oh, Karin, you're back," she widened her eyes. A woman with red hair was sitting on her sofa, waving. "Ignisia, what are you doing here? Don't you have things to take care of?" Something interfered, so I wrapped things up quickly, thought I'd stop by for some news. The guards didn't tell me you were here. Did you sneak in? Surprise. Karin gave an exasperated look but soon smiled and sat across from Ignisia. Welcome, Ignisia. Karin and Ignisia were old friends. Ignisia glanced around with an amused expression. Where's our commies? Ignisia also knew our commies. To be more precise, she had a one-sidedly friendly attitude toward her. As an elf who rejected spirits, our commies intrigued her, so she often tried to talk to her. She's still finishing some things up. Is that so? Pity, I was hoping to catch up with her. Ignisia clicked her tongue in disappointment. Karin waved her fingers and spirits moved to pour tea in front of Ignisia, who lit up. Elven tea. I haven't had this in a while, so how have you been? With the world like this, how do you think? Busy as ever, came close to dying a few times. Sounds like you've been in quite some danger. It's fine, I had some help. Help. You needing help? Karin raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Ignisia was a mighty dragon, someone who usually helped others rather than needing help herself. Ignisia replied, Kettle. Ah, at the name, Karin understood. Now that you mention it, Parko did say he came here looking for information from the south, so he went to assist you. He was helping himself more than he was helping me, but he helped all the same. We're quite connected, as you know. He's the one who saved our sanctuary, even though he's from the Forbidden Lands. You know him too then, he's an intriguing being. The beings of the Forbidden Lands opposed the world. With the Forbidden Lands spilling over, several clashes had occurred. Everyone knew about Nano's conquest of an entire kingdom. Yet he's helping us, so there's not much to say. Karin, after a moment of hesitation, Ignisia began to speak. She was going to ask about what Kettle had done during his visit to the sanctuary, but that question remained unasked. Rumble. A massive presence pressed down on them, and Ignisia and Karin's expressions hardened in an instant. Karin gasped for breath. Though she was one of the strongest elves alive, the sensation forced her to steady her breathing. Even the mighty dragon Ignisia's face was tense. Wait, it wasn't an attack, it was merely an unmasked presence. Yet even that required these two heroic figures to tense every muscle. Something had arrived, something truly, utterly dreadful. Even the heroes were tense and stricken, so it was no surprise that the elves were even more affected. The elves guarding the sanctuary's barrier were pale-faced. They struggled to breathe, their legs shaking. Some couldn't bear the fear and began to flee. The duty to protect the world tree lost to terror. This is, Parko stammered. It was similar to when Kettle had come to visit. But this time there was a clear malice that couldn't be hidden. Crack! Finally, the barrier protecting the sanctuary twisted and shattered, and the being exuding a formidable presence appeared before the elves. A darkened, humanoid figure. It opened its mouth. Greetings, elves. Ah, at the sound of its voice, the elves dropped like puppets with cut strings, dying just from hearing it. Parco barely survived, but he too couldn't last much longer. He wanted to turn away to avoid looking at this horrific creature, but he couldn't move. His body had frozen solid. In a few more seconds, his soul would flee his body. Just then, a wind blew, WHOSH. The wind struck the enemy, gently gathering the fallen elves and returning them inside. Karin, who had rushed over, shouted loudly, "All elves, stay close to the world tree. Do not come out under any circumstances." Letter 16A to letter 16B4 letter 16B letter 16C1 letter 16CF letter 16CB letter 16CB letter 16AC letter 16C3 letter 16DA. A draconic incantation was activated. A red beam of light surged forward, filling the entire space, wielding a force of annihilation that could erase all things. It clashed with the intruder within the sanctuary. Boom, it was the combined might of two heroes. No being on Earth could survive such an attack unscathed, but both of their expressions were tense and serious. HMPH. As the aftermath settled, the figure of their opponent became visible. Not a single scratch marked its form. Ignitia looked on in shock. Necronovics, damn it, for the first time in centuries, Karin cursed, the four lords who essentially ruled hell, the mother of 10,000 beasts materia. The demon of the sword, Caliste, the first tool of the demon king, Abyss, and the founder of dark magic, Necronovics, they were beings comparable to gods, perhaps even greater. Before the demon king descended, the four of them alone had withstood the attacks of the gods. Now one of them stood right in front of them. This feels like a nightmare. Necronovics tilted his head, seemingly puzzled, disregarding their shock. Raphael, the dragon who fought that child, I thought you'd return to your lair. Why are you here? This messes up the plan. Come forth, Minerva, the wind manifested, forming a figure. The spirit king of the wind, Minerva, was summoned to the ground with a grave expression. Minerva, I'm sorry. It's fine, just do it. Incarnation of the wind, carve your path here. Minerva compressed further and further, forming a shape like an arrow. Then with blinding speed, it shot toward Necronovics. The technique transformed a spirit into a projectile, essentially a suicidal attack. It would ruin the relationship with the spirit, but the power was certain. And this time the projectile was the spirit king of the wind. The power was colossal. Though Karin was among the lower-ranked heroes, this strike alone could reach higher ranks. Letter 16D7, Letter 16CB, Letter 16A8. Letter 16BA, Letter 16B2, Letter 16C7, Letter 16CF, Letter 16A0. Ignitia didn't stand idle either. She compressed her draconic incantations from the start, unleashing them with all her might. Even Raphael, the count who ruled over the mines, had struggled to withstand that level of attack. The full force of two heroes surged toward Necronovics. No one on Earth should have been able to withstand that assault unscathed. So it's not just the Elf Queen, unexpected. Necronovics raised a finger, wearing a troubled expression. On that finger a small circular darkness shimmered. It was a tiny gathering of demonic energy, small enough for a child to hold in one hand. It swelled, rising like a curtain to obscure the world. The darkness met the combined attack of the two heroes. Crack. What? Wait a second. Both of their expressions froze. They could sense it. Their combined power, touching the darkness, was dying. Literally, it wasn't being absorbed or negated. The very concept of their strength itself was perishing. Before long, the power was utterly dead, leaving no aftermath, no residue. In the silence, Necronovics smiled in satisfaction. It's working well. This is the first time using it in real combat. Worth the millennia I spent trapped in hell working on it. That was all he had to say about extinguishing the combined power of two heroes. Necronovics pointed his finger at Ignitia. Piercing bullet. Demonic energy gathered at the spot, then shot forward. Ignitia's face stiffened. She had no time to utter a spell. She gathered her mana to the utmost, forming a desperate shield. Simple yet solid defense. But it was futile. Crack. Ignitia's defense was shattered, pierced as if it were wet paper. The dark bullet drove through her abdomen. Gah, Ignitia, Karin cried out in horror, hastily summoning the wind to stop the bleeding. Grrrr. From the wound, darkness seeped up, trying to consume her body. Ignitia suppressed the pain, activating a healing spell. But all it did was restrain the force trying to kill her. The wound wouldn't heal. Like a magnet, it pulled her closer to death. Cough, cough, this was something else. The difference in power was staggering. Necronovics muttered, annoyed. So there's even an elder dragon. This won't be easy. Better finish it quickly. Demonic energy rose, eclipsing the sun and casting the world into shadow. The rain of darkness has wet my path. Death descended onto the earth. Karin, oh wind. The dark deluge carved a path of destruction as it poured down. Ignitia and Karin frantically raised defenses. Boom, the rain of demonic energy began to destroy the elves' sanctuary. Chapter 313, Necronovics, the Four Lords of Hell, Part 2. In the sacred land of the elves, disaster had descended. Karin and Ignitia summoned all their strength from the depths of their power to resist, while the elves also lent their meager strength. Together they fought for their lives against Necronovics, but it was not the only place to face this catastrophe. At the exact same moment, there stood the great tower of magic, reaching beyond the clouds, a scene as chaotic as hell itself. No, to be precise, it was like hell had come, as one of the lords of hell had arrived there as well. The lord gazed up at the tower, murmuring with interest. A tower built by a young magician, Necronovics remarked, intrigued. It's well made. Worth analyzing, I suppose. A magician on the tower's defense line trembled. His name was Gurason. He had met Kettle when he went to confront Ashishire in the Barkan territory. After a long journey, he had finally arrived at the tower and was now an apprentice studying magic. His eyes were wide with disbelief. No, this can't be real. The tower, prepared for any threat, was on the highest alert. Protective spells crafted by the tower's master and his disciples surrounded it, and many magicians were guarding the perimeter. Even a hero-class enemy would have had no choice but to retreat. Yet now Gurason stood alone, the last one left. All the defense magic, the magician's attacks, all of it had been shattered with a casual wave of Necronovics' hand. The spells broke and magicians fell, coughing blood. Magic on the surface world has progressed quite a bit, Necronovics observed, as if merely assessing the scene. Gurason's survival was not because of his skill but because he had frozen, unable to cast any spell. It was this hesitation alone that saved him. Necronovics, the incomprehensible entity, slowly approached the tower. He placed his hand on its barrier. Bang! With a resounding impact, the barrier shattered, a protective ward that had defended the tower unbroken for hundreds of years. Gurason coughed blood and fainted from the shock. Necronovics reached out to touch the tower itself, only to be repelled. His hand was pushed back by a force. Someone had intervened, and Necronovics' eyes glimmered with intrigue. Oh, what is going on? It was Elian, the disciple of the tower master, who appeared. He had hurriedly flown over after sensing the disturbance. As Elian faced Necronovics, he gasped. Demon, and not just any ordinary demon. This was a demon of such a high rank that even Elian couldn't comprehend its level. It was akin to a god, no, even greater than that. To Elian's knowledge, there were only 4 beings with such a level of power. One of the 4 lords, pierced through. Elian didn't bother with any conversation. He simply unleashed his magic at full power right from the start. It was a command to the world, a spell akin to a word of power. Necronovics' face lit up with interest. You analyzed the language of power and turned it into magic. Impressive. It's similar to my own method. Necronovics, watching the spell fly towards him, quietly opened his mouth. Pierce through, a command was given to the world. Necronovics' magic shattered Elian's spell and surged forward. Elian hurriedly cast a defensive spell to block it. Kaboom, the attack was blocked without any issues. There was no physical impact at all, but the mental shock was different. Elian's face filled with shock. You mimicked my magic. The magic Necronovics had just cast was Elian's. The spell that Elian had developed through a lifetime of research was copied with just one demonstration. Not bad, but it lacks depth. The security system of your magic is flimsy. With those words, Elian coughed up blood as a powerful shock shook his body. He quickly inspected his physical condition and his eyes widened. Demonic energy had somehow infiltrated his body, wrecking his internal magic circuits along the path of mystical energy. When did this happen? From the moment you arrived here, but you haven't died yet, you have potential. If you had lived longer, you could have become stronger. Necronovics flicked his fingers. The demonic energy surged forth, aiming to pierce through Elian's body. Elian squeezed his eyes shut, and at that moment light descended. For the first time, Necronovics' expression changed. He took a step back. Boom. The light struck down and scorched the spot where he had been. The attack had enough power to force even Necronovics to retreat. Necronovics murmured, "The Tower Master has arrived." What kind of nonsense is this? With a wry laugh, a skeletal figure appeared. Elian's eyes widened. Master, weren't you on the other side of the continent handling another matter? I rushed here as soon as I felt the disturbance. You look awful. I'm sorry. It's fine. Given your opponent, it couldn't be helped. Rest for now. With those words, the space expanded. The tower shifted and moved beyond their line of sight. Shifting the tower by stretching space itself, a sensible approach. Simple seals or defenses wouldn't mean much here. Why are you here? How could someone like you descend to this plane? The Tower Master was utterly baffled. The 4 Lords of Hell, the founder of dark magic, Necronovics. A being equivalent to a god of hell was present on this plane. And it wasn't an avatar or a vessel, but the true form itself. It was like having the real god directly manifesting on this world. No, it was even more extraordinary than that. Why? How could the world not detect Necronovics' descent? When Federica opened the celestial pathway before, the shockwave spread across the entire continent. This should have been impossible, and that wasn't the only thing that made no sense. Why are you here as well? Oh, Necronovix's eyes gleamed with curiosity. You managed to discern my position despite being far away. Impressive, how ridiculous, the Tower Master chuckled bitterly. It's not two but three. There are three of you present on this plane simultaneously, and they're not mere avatars. Three Necronovixes were on this plane at once. A disaster incarnate, what kind of method did you use? You are a magician yourself, analyze it with your own power. Necronovix grinned. Demonic energy began to seep out. The Tower Master froze upon seeing it. This was dangerous. It was something that could kill even him, a lick who wouldn't die unless his phylactery was destroyed. What is that? It's the power that once killed the most beings in this world. It is the strength of our old enemy. Necronovix drew out death itself. You wouldn't understand the concept anyway, so there's no need to concern yourself. Now then, the strongest mage on the surface, show me your power. Necronovix unleashed his force. The Tower Master gathered mana and began casting a spell. Meanwhile, at the dwarves' sacred ground, the holy sword Serena approached a dwarven guard with a puzzled expression. Excuse me, do you know where Kettle went? He wasn't in the lodging when I returned from my walk. He has entered the dungeon. It seems he was too busy dealing with greater evils to handle the nearby dungeons properly. Realizing this, he went off to take care of it. Oh, is that so? Well, I have nothing else to do. Should I follow him? Do you know where he went? As you wish, I will show you the location. The dwarf's attitude towards Serena was nothing but respectful. It was only natural. Serena was a holy sword, a divine gift bestowed upon the earth by their god. To the dwarves, she was like an angel created directly by their deity. It was entirely understandable that they treated her with such reverence. As Serena, feeling grateful, was about to head towards Kettle Boom, a tremendous force crushed down upon them. The dwarf's face, which had been speaking, turned pale in an instant. No, it was beyond that level. His mind seemed on the verge of breaking. Serena, startled, emitted a bright light, zitting. Huff, the dwarf protected by the light, managed to gasp for breath. Serena, her face drained of color, stared off into the distance. Wait, a second, something had arrived, something utterly horrifying. Is it here? And there was Necronovix approaching the dwarven sanctuary with a hum. A dwarf flew towards him at high speed. Grombir, the saint of the blacksmith god. Your Necronovix, one of the four lords of the hell, had come to this place. Necronovix gazed at Grombir, and in that moment Grombir's instinct screamed a warning. He quickly raised his defenses. The strongest shield. Protect me, a shield made by a mere earthbound dwarf breaks under my will. Crunch, the shield was crushed in an instant. Grombir desperately tried to strengthen it, but it shattered against the overwhelming force. Crack. His shield shattered and the darkness seized Grombir. Necronovix hummed, I won't kill you, you're useful to us. The darkness widened its maw, about to swallow Grombir whole. In that moment, zing. A golden sword flew in, cutting through the encroaching darkness. Freed, Grombir hastily retreated. Are you all right? Thank you. The holy sword. Necronovix looked at Serena with a puzzled expression. Why are you in human form? This isn't a mere imitation, it's real, organic matter. Is this the power of the blacksmith god? Intrigued, a hint of curiosity appeared on Necronovix's face. Serena swallowed hard. I'll hold him off. Please go call Kettle. Oh, okay. Grombir hurried inside. Necronovix raised his hand with a smile, and the darkness surged forth. The spreading darkness carried the power to engulf the entire world. Serena clenched her fist, zitting. Light wrapped around her entire body as she charged forward, throwing a punch. Boom! The explosion of light obliterated the encroaching darkness. Serena was clearly holding her own against Necronovix's attack. A holy sword is still a holy sword, it seems. The humanized holy sword was a warrior of the hero class. Moreover, her divine power held a natural advantage against evil. Although the world's equilibrium had shifted and the inherent advantage wasn't as strong as before, Serena's level meant there was still a significant edge. She shattered the darkness as she rushed toward Necronovix. He muttered to himself. Someone like Raphael wouldn't find this easy. Which also meant that this was about as far as her strength reached. The shadow that kneels even celestial tools. Shadows formed from trees, stones, and clouds began to rise all at once, aiming to subdue Serena. Serena quickly made a decision. Defense was meaningless, it would break eventually. Escape was also futile. In that case, she decided to advance instead. Covered in light, Serena charged at Necronovix. The intense light burned away the shadows, but even more shadows rose up to restrain her. Finally, several shadows seized Serena, yet she pushed forward without retreating. Using the last of her strength, she swung her fist. But it didn't reach. Her punch stopped just before hitting Necronovix's nose. Shadows had fully restrained her. Damn it! Such divine power is beyond our reach. Necronovix, who had been watching Serena with interest, made a decision. I'll take you too. I want to disassemble you and see how you were made. Fear spread across Serena's face. At that moment someone flew in. Necronovix, who initially looked like he was about to brush the attacker off casually, froze. Instead of blocking, he stepped back. Darkness surged forth to strike the newcomer. Slash. The surging darkness collided with an axe. The overwhelming power that even many of the world's strongest warriors couldn't handle was torn apart like paper. Necronovix's expression turned serious. A piercing bullet. A bullet was fired, an absolute shot that could easily penetrate even Ignija's defenses. It collided with the axe. Boom. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, shaking Mantamia violently. Necronovix took a step back. Eek! Taking advantage of the shockwave, Serena barely managed to free herself and staggered back. She looked up and cried out with teary eyes. Kettle, someone strong has arrived, Kettle remarked, stepping forward. Stand back. Please be careful, Kettle. That thing it's a monster. No, it's beyond that. Serena swallowed hard and spoke. One of the four lords of the hell, it's Necronovix. Serena hoped that Kettle would take this seriously, the four kings of hell. Necronovix, is it? Kettle murmured with a glint in his eye. Chapter 314, Necronovix, the Four Lords of Hell, Part 3. Key Kettle? Serena flinched at the name, but Kettle quickly composed himself and addressed her. Stand back, it's dangerous. Oh, okay, Serena stumbled as she moved behind Kettle, who kept his gaze fixed on Necronovix. Necronovix was simply standing there. He wasn't expanding his aura or displaying any hostile intent, yet a shiver ran through Kettle. The power emanating from Necronovix was palpable. This was perhaps the strongest entity he had ever faced on Earth, one of a very few in the hell who could even be called equals. Necronovix too recognized this. Barbarian. In Necronovix's eyes there was an open wariness and his whole body tensed, ready to respond to any movement Kettle might make. For the first time, Necronovix acknowledged Kettle as a genuine threat. You must know who I am. How could I not? Kettle, the Barbarian of the White Snowfields, and you must be Necronovix, I presume. Would you care to introduce yourself? Not at all difficult. Necronovix spoke with respectful courtesy. I am the founder of black magic, one of the four lords of hell. I am called Necronovix. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kettle's eyes lit up. One of the four lords of hell, a demon ranked just below the demon king. Necronovix spoke softly. I owed a debt to Materia. Ah, that incident. I remember. Materia, the mother of 1,000 demons, had once descended to Earth using the body of Floris. It was then that she had battled Kettle. Kettle chuckled and asked, Are you here for the same reason as Materia? Materia had sought Kettle's offspring, but Necronovix shook his head. Hardly, I'm not so arrogant. My reason for being here is simple. His voice rang out calmly. I came here to kill you. A chill shot through Kettle as Necronovix's murderous intent became unmistakable. The holy sword near them paled, paralyzed by fear. Even though the sword wasn't the target, its bearer trembled uncontrollably. Plants withered, grass lost its vitality. The air itself seemed oppressed by the sheer force of Necronovix's intent. Ha 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 ha! Kettle, who was the target of this killing intent, couldn't hold back his laughter. The four lords of hell, beings akin to gods, and here before him was one of them in his true form, not a mere incarnation. He grinned broadly, his excitement rising, colliding with Necronovix's intent. Serena gasped as she withdrew further, unable to bear the clash of their emotions. The air around them warped from the pressure of their power. You're here to kill me, you say? That sounds interesting. Let's see you try. Darkness crawled up from the ground and grasped my enemy. Bam, the ground shattered, and hands of darkness rose to seize Kettle's ankles. Without a word, Kettle responded to the intent with a smile, gathering his energy. A massive force wrapped around him. With a powerful stomp, Kettle disappeared. The holy sword couldn't keep up with his speed, and the hands of darkness caught only air. Necronovix muttered as Kettle moved faster than sound, somehow completing his sentence before Kettle could reach him, as though compressing time itself. A deep, black shadow allows no one to pass. A dark shadow materialized before Necronovix as Kettle swung his axe. Boom, the impact echoed as nearby trees splintered and the ground trembled. Oh, Kettle grinned. His attack had been blocked. Cracks spread across the shadow, but it remained unbroken. This only thrilled Kettle further as he pressed his feet down harder, refusing to step back. Rumble, Necronovix was forced back by Kettle's relentless push, realizing Kettle's intent. You're trying to drive me back. We're too close here. Let's take this further away. Crack. In an instant their battle took them beyond the mountain range to a place untouched by humans. Necronovix snapped his fingers. A heavy pillar shall descend. The sky opened and a dark pillar plummeted downwards, piercing the surface with force and speed. Kettle flexed his arm and swung. Bang, the pillar shattered, scattering debris across the land, leaving the ground cracked and dented. Kettle laughed with delight. I believe this is Asheshire's power. Demons wield their power as magic, and black magic also draws from that same source. It's hardly difficult. Necronovix casually summoned more black magic. Shadows roared as they churned the earth. A wave of shadows swept across the ground. Kettle leaped, evading the shadowy domain in an instant. Necronovix narrowed his eyes. So you've grown even stronger since fighting materia, becoming far more skilled with mystery than before. Kettle was growing more powerful, something that did not bode well for them. You'll need to die quickly. Necronovix pointed a finger at Kettle, gathering a horrifically powerful energy. Piercing bullet. The bullet shot forward and Kettle tightened his grip on his axe, swinging it to meet the bullet. Clang. The bullet didn't retreat but pressed forward, striving to break through the axe's blade. But Kettle only laughed, pushing back harder. Crack, the bullet shattered, its force dissipating as it fell to the ground. What a peculiar power, Kettle said, cheerfully swinging his axe, unscathed by the encounter. Necronovix clicked his tongue. The piercing bullet was an attack that carried a predetermined outcome. It was meant to have already pierced its target. Defense was theoretically impossible, yet Kettle had blocked it thanks to his axe. The abominable axe, even in its weakened form, it's as vexing as ever. Necronovix narrowed his eyes. I sensed something different. There was something inside Kettle, something terrible, alien, and faintly familiar, though its true nature was obscured. Whatever it was, it felt dangerously troublesome. Kettle took a step, shattering everything around him as he closed in on Necronovix. Necronovix submerged himself in darkness, jumping through space. A dark line spirals as it charges toward its target. The high-speed spinning line of demonic energy rushed at Kettle. He dodged to the side, but at that moment Necronovix spoke again. There it blooms. Crash, the line of energy exploded, sending countless spikes through the air like a sea urchin's needles, filling every available space. It should have been impossible to avoid, not a single scratch. Yet Kettle emerged unscathed. He had observed the gaps within the explosion, dodging with minimal movements to avoid the assault. Crack, breaking through the spikes, Kettle bared his teeth. Very strong, Kettle wasn't responding lightly anymore. He was fully drawing out his strength to kill Necronovix. Frankly, if it were Raphael instead of him, he would have been easily overwhelmed by Kettle at this moment. Above all, Kettle now possessed superhuman-level mystic abilities, and his speed and strength had become much faster and stronger than before. But despite this, he hadn't managed to land any effective hits on Necronovix. It was truly remarkable. You're using an unusual power unlike materia. For the founder of black magic, you look quite close to the sacred scriptures, very threatening, impressive. If you're going to say that, I'd at least appreciate it if you'd let a few scratches land on you. You're the same way, aren't you? Kettle chuckled. Why don't we end this probing? It seems rather meaningless at this point. For an ordinary hero class, just being exposed to this recent clash would make survival impossible. Yet for them, it was simply a probing exchange. Necronovix's eyes darkened. He was now on guard. He was trying to gauge the true power Kettle had shown when he faced materia, even managing to wound his true self beyond his avatar. However, it seemed Kettle was also aware of his probing and wasn't showing his true strength so easily. I suppose I'll have to move first. Necronovix made his decision, gathering his power from elsewhere. Just gathering this strength caused the world itself to seem as if it were about to twist. Now it was the real deal. Kettle grinned, bracing his entire body with power. The world shall become night. This place is my domain. With those words, the world turned black. From a distance, the holy sword, watching with an uneasy expression, swallowed nervously. That. A part of the world had transformed into darkness, as if a black box had swallowed up space, painted over the canvas of reality with a dark brush. Necronovix continued swiftly. My world has now become a prison that traps my foes. The spread of blackness compressed, swiftly capturing Kettle. Kettle's eyes widened as he realized he was imprisoned. Oh, I once looked up to the sky from the ground and thought, if those radiant lights illuminate the world, then surely something as deep and dark must also exist. The incantation flowed. A different, overwhelming power began to gather. This was dangerous, Kettle's senses warned him. He gripped his axe and struck down on the prison, confining him. Boom! But even after taking Kettle's attack, the prison didn't break, save for a minor scratch, holding its place firmly. It's solid, this wouldn't break like this. Just as Kettle was about to summon his mystery, Necronovix finished his incantation. Since I have directly visited that place to witness it, I shall call it the black hole. Crunch, and then Kettle's body was swallowed by the black hole. It devoured air, wind, grass, and sound, everything without exception. This was an otherworldly phenomenon that existed somewhere in the cosmos, manifested here through black magic. It was only an imitation, able to summon but a fraction of the true power's essence, but that alone was enough. Crunch. In an instant, the mountain range itself began to be pulled in, as if someone had taken a bite out of reality itself. Good heavens, Grombir, watching from a distance, gasped. Even a hero like him couldn't comprehend the density of such power. Kettle seemed unlikely to survive such an overwhelming force. He's probably still alive. But Necronovix didn't let his guard down. He didn't believe Kettle would die so easily to this level of power. But he also knew he wouldn't escape easily either. With the power he's shown so far, he can't break free. Kettle would have to draw out his strength. The power he used against materia that could leave scars on the world itself, that was indeed the manifestation of mystery aura. But in Necronovix's assessment, Kettle couldn't use aura freely. Once used, it was expended, closer to a one-time, consumable power. Necronovix intended to strike when Kettle exhausted his aura, escaping the black hole, quickly gathering his own power. SHRRK, darkness gathered. This was entirely different from the power Necronovix had wielded so far. Though formed of demonic energy, it possessed a distinct nature. It was death itself. This was the power he had hidden to lull Kettle into complacency, now drawn out for a decisive blow. Cracks spread across the black hole. Something writhing within defied the all-consuming pull, shattering it, and finally boom. The black hole shattered. Fragments of the earth that had been swallowed by the hole burst out explosively. Kettle's figure appeared amidst the debris. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps he hadn't emerged unscathed. His body bore large and small wounds. Necronovix swung his darkness as if he had been waiting for this. Crack, darkness embodying death itself, shot forward. Not even Kettle could come out unscathed if hit directly by this darkness. Because this darkness was the concept of death itself, capable of killing even the gods, the most terrible power that had once slaughtered them over and over again. It was enough to kill even this barbarian. But when Necronovix saw Kettle charging forward, his eyes shook. Aura was swirling around Kettle's axe. Aura collided with darkness, and darkness literally was consumed. Just as an ocean engulfs a lake, the greater concept swallowed the imitation, erasing Necronovix's death in vain. This is delightful, Kettle laughed joyously as he charged forward. Necronovix reflexively swung his arm, unleashing a powerful defense, but even that defense was sliced through like cheese by the aura. At this rate, he couldn't withstand it. Necronovix quickly layered and overlapped space hundreds of times, creating an absolute defense. Boom! Even that couldn't hold, and Necronovix's body was driven into the ground with a groan. He was unscathed. At most, he felt a slight impact, but that alone was shocking. Ha! Necronovix let out a mirthless laugh. How long had it been since he'd taken any kind of damage? He couldn't even remember. Only a handful of the gods once called powerful had ever struck him meaningfully, but that wasn't the important part. This is absurd. Staggering as he got up, he looked at Kettle. There was indeed aura on Kettle's axe. And within that aura was something that deeply unsettled Necronovix. Why does that aura of yours carry that being's power? As he spoke, Necronovix's eyes fixated on Kettle. After a brief pause, those eyes widened in realization. Abomination, Chapter 315, Necronovix, the Four Lords of Hell, Part 4. Kettle smiled, gripping his shoulder and realigned his dislocated bones. His shoulder had popped out from the sheer force. A black hole, you can create something like that, huh? He muttered with satisfaction, marveling at the collection of intense gravity that even light could not escape, a force so strong it had been recreated with black magic. It was powerful. Very powerful. Escaping from it left him with several wounds on his body. If it had lasted any longer, things could have turned dangerous. Though the wounds were from releasing his aura to escape, sacrificing his bodily defenses, the fact that it even left marks on his body was remarkable. Amazing, you have my admiration, Kettle said, genuinely impressed by Necronovix's strength. But Necronovix was in no position to accept any praise. His eyes were quivering. The energy coming from Kettle's aura, it was warped and twisted, yet he could recognize its essence. Abomination, is it inside you? So if I draw it out with aura, it can be perceived, be it by god or demon. Otherwise, it remains hidden. Kettle murmured as if he had just made a new discovery. His words turned Necronovix's doubt into certainty. Why is that? Inside you, abomination indeed resided within Kettle. It had surfaced into the world, taking the form of aura. As Necronovix silently observed it, he let out a groan. It's under control. This means you weren't devoured by it. Instead, you devoured abomination. The tremble in Necronovix's eyes slowly subsided. You've completely absorbed abomination that used to be sealed within your axe. That's why there was only a shell left in it. Necronovix was shocked at the realization that this monstrous entity now belonged to Kettle. The creature, seemingly insulted by its subjugation, gave an annoyed huff. Tusk. Such irritating scrutiny, this is why I hate coming out. Oh, so that's why you've been so quiet, Kettle chuckled. Despite facing a formidable foe in Necronovix, abomination had been eerily silent. It made sense now. It didn't want to show its current state. Being devoured and controlled would indeed be a blow to its pride. It had no reason to announce such a state to others. I have no interest in conversing with a mere child, but it's intriguing to see you again. It's been a long time, Necronovix, young one of hell. It has been a while. To think I'd hear your voice again. I never thought it would happen twice. Enough chit-chat, young one. That darkness you wielded just now. The darkness Necronovix had used to try and kill Kettle as he escaped the black hole. You're imitating my power, aren't you? It's crude and shallow but passable. Then again, my power would seem remarkable to you young ones. Well, isn't that something? Having analyzed the situation, Necronovix chuckled bitterly. Your mystery is mingled with abomination's essence. That's why you could wound the true self. How on earth? Why in the world was this creature lying dormant inside Kettle? Kettle shrugged his shoulders. I have no reason to answer that. Of course not. But this is troubling. Necronovix narrowed his eyes. Kettle's aura still flickered around his axe. He hadn't been able to control it so steadily when he faced materia. This meant he was growing accustomed to controlling abomination. We'll end the discussion here, Kettle declared, kicking off and advancing with his axe. Necronovix brandished his power. Boom, but all of it was shattered by Kettle's aura. Damn it. Necronovix chuckled bitterly. Abomination had been right. The dark magic he wielded merely mimicked the creature's powers. Necronovix had become captivated by its ability to destroy all things, spending every waking moment since his imprisonment in hell to emulate it finally. It was, without a doubt, an impressive feat. Mastering dark magic to imitate an alien power, this was certainly worthy of the title founder of dark magic. But his opponent was not one he could defeat. A mere imitation could never overcome the real thing. Necronovix had lost his most crucial card. My power is reaching its limits. I may not achieve my goal elsewhere either. This is not good. Truly, Necronovix murmured, observing the dwindling power within him. But I won't go quietly. Darkness surged forward, targeting Kettle's entire body, the Dwarven Sanctum, a distant mountain range on its outskirts. Boom. There, Necronovix was being pushed back relentlessly. Black flames rise, devouring the world. Black flames consumed everything in their path. If they continued, they would advance to burn down the entire world. Kettle charged forward through the burning world. Necronovix barely dodged his swinging axe. Swish, but he didn't avoid it entirely. A deep gash appeared on his arm. Kettle grinned in satisfaction. Finally, I landed a blow. Necronovix silently gazed at his wound, a wound created by aura. It had even cut into his true self. It's certain now. Necronovix collected himself, drawing more power. Demonic energy erupted, engulfing the space. Kettle laughed, gripping his axe. Rumble, neither side could easily bring down the other, and the battle raged on. Hey, Abomination, which had been silent, spoke. I'll cooperate. Kill him? Weren't you refusing to cooperate with me? I told you, I enjoy killing foolish young ones who mistakenly believe themselves strong. That one's worthy enough for me to intervene. The creature's voice was excited, and the mystery within him pulsed as if eager to fight. He dared imitate my power. It's crude and clumsy but impressive, and so very pitiful. I'd like to crush him with my own hands to show him the difference in our abilities. With the aid of the Abomination, defeating Necronovix wouldn't be too difficult. However, Kettle shook his head. No, I won't do that. What? The Abomination's voice betrayed its shock as though it hadn't expected rejection. Why not? After a brief moment of surprise, the Abomination reached a conclusion. Wait a second, don't tell me you think it's a waste to kill that thing here. The Abomination had been inside Kettle for a long time. It understood his longing for fantastical battles better than anyone. Kettle, it suspected, might believe it would be a shame to kill a demon of such immense power. That's why he wasn't using the Abomination's strength, but Kettle shook his head again. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not that crazy. You're crazy just in a different way. I said I'm not, Kettle smirked. Is this really Necronovix's full power? The Abomination fell silent. Kettle narrowed his eyes. It seems too weak. One of the four lords of hell, a demon said to surpass even the gods. Could something of that caliber really only muster this level of power? Even with Kettle holding a natural advantage, it didn't make sense. More than that, it seems like it's stalling, dragging out the fight, almost as if it wants to observe more of my abilities. Necronovix wasn't fighting as though its life depended on it. Rather, it seemed intent on analyzing Kettle's strength. If that was the case, there was no reason for Kettle to reveal his full hand either. It was a logical conclusion, but the Abomination remained skeptical. Is that really your only reason? It's not that you're reluctant to kill it. It's not, Kettle replied firmly. Despite Kettle's insistence, the Abomination didn't seem convinced. Kettle pulled a wry face. Unbelievable. I'm doing my best to protect the surface world, you know. Normally, people would accept such statements from Kettle without question, but the Abomination had been with him too long. It understood his innermost thoughts better than anyone. And in doing so, you're also fulfilling your own desires, aren't you? Kettle couldn't deny it. It wasn't wrong after all. You know me too well, it's something to consider. He sighed and leapt forward, deciding to keep his strength concealed. His aura-coated axe pressed Necronovix harder. It turned out to be the right call. When Kettle didn't show more power beyond imbuing his axe with aura, Necronovix's eyes narrowed. Nothing out of the ordinary. Is he holding back, or is this truly all he has? Necronovix wanted to gauge more but was nearing its limits. It clicked its tongue in frustration. An oversight. The fight against Kettle had drained it too much, leaving other tasks unfinished. For now, this will have to do, let's end it. Darkness erupted from Necronovix, surging toward Kettle like a feral beast. A stronger attack than anything before. That meant it would leave an opening if Kettle could break through. Kettle steadied himself and charged, swinging his axe to cleave through the darkness. Without stopping, he lunged straight at Necronovix. And then slash! Necronovix's head was severed, Kettle's eyes widened. The decapitated body crumpled to the ground, then dissolved into shadowy mist shortly after. And with that, it was over. Necronovix's presence vanished completely. Did I kill it? No. No, I didn't. Before Kettle had even struck the final blow, Necronovix's presence had already begun to fade. It felt as though the puppet's strings had been cut. What's going on? Kettle frowned. Meanwhile, at the elven sanctuary, Eek, Gah, the air echoed with cries of anguish. Countless elves and spirits charged at their foe, sacrificing their lives in vain. No, the high elf queen, Karin, screamed and unleashed her power. Gales of wind hurtled toward their enemy. But with a simple flick of the fingers, the wind was utterly erased. Ignitia wasn't idle either. She gathered all her strength and invoked draconic incantations, but to no avail. The spells fizzled out against Necronovix without leaving a scratch. Despite the elves' desperate attempts, even their most powerful assaults barely slowed Necronovix down. Their energy was depleting rapidly, as were the lives of the elves. Karin looked skyward in despair. "Oh, Spirit Lord, please aid us." The sacred ground of the elves, home to the World Tree, was under siege by a great evil. Surely the Spirit Lord would intervene, but there was no response. The divine connection was eerily silent, as though forcibly severed. With no hope of divine intervention, despair crept onto their faces. Ignitia stepped forward decisively. "Karin, stand back." Ignitia bared her teeth as her dragon heart surged with immense power. Karin's eyes widened in horror. Wait, Ignitia, she realized what Ignitia intended. The dragon heart was being primed for a self-destructive explosion to take Necronovix down with it. It's a long shot, but better to go out fighting than surrender. Just as Ignitia braced herself to charge, Necronovix stopped moving. Startled, Ignitia hesitated. What? They've pushed me too far over there, this is my limit. I wanted to burn the World Tree, but Necronovix clicked its tongue. No matter, I'll return another time. With those words, Necronovix's form began to dissipate as though melting under sunlight. Did we win? In the midst of the destruction, the elves stared blankly at the spot where Necronovix had vanished. Chapter 316, Necronovix, the Four Lords of Hell, Part 5, a little while ago. In the Magic Tower, a fierce battle raged between the Tower Master and Necronovix. Boom, darkness exploded and the Tower Master emerged from the blast. His condition was far from good. The robe covering his entire body had long since been torn to shreds, and the bones making up his form were cracked and broken in several places. Yet he did not fall. Necronovix was impressed. Even an ancient dragon would die 10 times over from that attack. Truly, you possess power worthy of being called the strongest magician on the surface. Then it would be great if you could just leave. I can't do that. Piercing bullet, Necronovix fired a bullet. The Tower Master quickly cast a spell, Space Severance. The space in front of the Tower Master was sliced apart. The bullet flew into the severed space. Space connection. He then linked the severed space to a different location, positioning it directly behind Necronovix. The piercing bullet struck Necronovix in the back, yet nothing happened. Necronovix spoke calmly. A near-perfect countermeasure, but ultimately it is still my power, you can't harm me with it. The Tower Master simply waved his skeletal fingers. Explosion. Suddenly, Necronovix's body shook as if a bomb had gone off inside him, his eyes widening. You hit a spell within the bullet, I didn't notice it at all. And yet you don't have a scratch on you. The Tower Master clicked his tongue. What he had done was essentially plant a bomb inside Necronovix by hiding a spell in the enemy's own attack and detonating it once it was inside his body. Yet it had no effect on Necronovix, it was almost absurd. This is tough. It was hard to endure. Each of Necronovix's dark magic attacks carried the power of death itself. Normal defenses or counterattacks were ineffective, and it felt like his mind was about to shatter. What kind of terrifying power is this? A bizarre force that nullified everything it touched, returning it to nothingness. The Tower Master was dumbfounded. It was too destructive to be called mere dark magic. You are strong. Necronovix was genuinely impressed by the Tower Master's strength. Despite wielding such deadly power, the Tower Master was still alive, countering his attacks and even retaliating. It was nothing short of astonishing. Necronovix soon realized why. You're using circle magic, an outdated technique suitable for an old man like me. That's not the point. You're casting multiple spells simultaneously. Severing space, expanding severed space, maintaining the integrity of connected space, and moving the severed space behind his opponent, all these spells at once. By Necronovics's count, the Tower Master was casting a total of 17 spells simultaneously. This was why he could endure against Necronovics's death-infused attacks. That's impossible, but it was something unimaginable. It was not about capability but the very nature of magic. Casting multiple spells at once would cause the mind to overload and shatter. It was beyond what any normal magician could endure. Necronovics, realizing this, was surprised. You've modified your own mind. One of the benefits of becoming a Lich is not being constrained by physical limits. The Tower Master had partitioned his mind, assigning separate personalities to handle different spell incantations. All for the sake of magic. It was a unique magic he had developed for himself. What do you think? It's madness. Necronovics was astounded. Partitioning one's own mind just to cast multiple spells simultaneously was something even demons wouldn't dare to do. You're insane. If this were in my prime, you'd be known as the most feared dark magician in history. I appreciate the flattery. Now it's my turn. I thought I was going to die holding out. By splitting his personality, the Tower Master could prepare spells requiring lengthy incantations even while fighting. Now the spell he had been preparing since the start of the battle was finally ready. Necronovics gasped. Take this. With those words, the sky opened up and a pillar of light filled the space engulfing Necronovics. Despite being magic, the attack was imbued with a divine aura, causing onlookers to exclaim in awe. Oh, the light was blindingly holy. Even a powerful demon couldn't remain unscathed against such an attack. Elian approached the Tower Master. Master, did we win? Don't come any closer, you fool. The Tower Master immediately pushed him away. I knew it wouldn't work, but this is still a bit humiliating. You mimic divine power with magic. Impressive. As the light faded, Necronovics reappeared unharmed. Elian's eyes widened. Not a single scratch. Oh, don't say such disappointing things. It was a formidable attack. Look at this. Necronovics lifted his hand, showing a slight burn on his fingertip, like it had been pressed against a dying candle. That was it. The Tower Master's trump card had merely singed the tip of Necronovics's finger. The previously jubilant faces of the spectators turned to despair. The Tower Master clicked his tongue. You can even kill the holy. This is insane. I'm the one impressed. To think you could pierce through death, your power lives up to your reputation. I think I need to finish you off quickly. Necronovics reached out his hand and the Tower Master braced himself for another clash, but that was all he could do. I don't even have the strength left to lift my power. I've exhausted too much elsewhere. The Tower Master's pupils trembled. Necronovics's form began to fade. It was enjoyable, Tower Master, until we meet again. With those words, Necronovics started to disappear. Do you think I'll just let you go? The Tower Master swiftly moved, attempting to capture some remnants of Necronovics. His intervention, nearly at his full capacity, caught a part of Necronovics off guard. Oh, I didn't expect you to intervene this far. Truly impressive. Necronovics laughed. I've decided you must die. And with that, Necronovics vanished completely. The Tower Master, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Damn it. At my age, going through this. Is it over? Yes, my disciple. This is the first time in 100 years I've used this much power. Help me up. Why, yes. Elian hesitantly supported the Tower Master, confusion evident on his face. Did we win? As if that would be the case, you foolish disciple. He just failed to control the power he drew from another location. What? Necronovics isn't only here. The Tower Master clicked his tongue. There are 3 of them on the surface. One is in the Elven Sanctuary, another is here, and the last one is in the Dwarven Sanctuary. What does that mean? Look there. The Tower Master pointed to where Necronovics had disappeared. Elian's eyes widened. There lay a human corpse. What is that? It's the reason why there could be 3 of him appearing at once. It's a true catastrophe, a formidable monster, a being that even the Tower Master could not defeat. Such a thing had descended upon this world. The biggest problem was that they couldn't even grasp the enemy's abilities. For the first time in a long while, the Tower Master felt a wall he couldn't overcome. I suppose there's no choice then. The Tower Master, after some deliberation, made a decision. He couldn't solve this problem alone. He needed help from others. As much as I'd like to leave it alone, given the situation, I can't. I'll have to ask for assistance. Elian, keep the corpse stored away. I'll analyze it later. Yes, understood. With those words, the Tower Master vanished, leaving Elian standing there with a bewildered expression. The battle between Kettle and Necronovics had ended. The overwhelming presence that had been crushing the world was now gone. However, even so, Grombir and Serena couldn't approach. Just remembering it made it hard to take a step forward. And soon Kettle arrived. What happened? We won, for now at least. What? My God, really? Grombir and Serena were stunned. It was a natural reaction. Did we really drive Necronovics out of this world? One of the 4 great lords of hell had been defeated. It was hard not to think so, given the situation, yet Kettle's face looked uncertain. I'm not sure. It was because Necronovics had accepted Kettle's final attack too easily. as if he had already fallen before the strike even landed. Was it a clone? No, it wasn't a clone. What he faced was definitely the true body of Necronovix, but there was something off. Did I really defeat Necronovix? What do you mean by that? Grombeer couldn't understand what Kettle was saying. Kettle had said he defeated the true body, but now he was questioning if he really had. It was hard for Grombeer, who hadn't seen the actual battle, to comprehend this. We need to verify this. Can we summon Hephaestus again? Lord Hephaestus? No, wait, I'll offer a prayer. Please wait a moment. Grombeer left for the temple to call upon Hephaestus. Meanwhile, back in their quarters, Kettle spoke to the monstrosity. Do you know what happened? Do you think I remember the strength of every weakling I meet? The creature answered dismissively. So you don't know? It's not that I don't know, I just don't care. Isn't that the same thing? You, Serena, do you have any idea? Ignoring the creature's response, Kettle turned to Serena. She shook her head with a firm expression. And no, I have no idea either. Even the Holy Sword had almost no information about the 4 great lords of hell. The little they knew was minimal. We'll have to wait for Hephaestus then. An hour later, Grombeer called for Kettle. With a stiff expression, Grombeer spoke. Connection is impossible. No matter how much I pray, my prayers aren't reaching the heavens. Has something happened to Hephaestus? No, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like the connection itself has been cut off. Did the demons do something? That seems to be the case. Though they didn't know how, it appeared the demons had severed the connection between the heavens and the mortal world. They won't be able to block it for long, but we may not be able to rely on heavenly help for a while. That's troublesome. In the end, they couldn't obtain any information about Necronovix, yet Grombeer remained calm. Regardless, you fought Necronovix and won. It wasn't a clone or an avatar, correct? Yes, that's right. It had definitely been the true body of Necronovix. Grombeer's face was filled with awe. This is incredible. Necronovix, one of the great lords of hell, a being practically akin to a god, had been fought and defeated by Kettle. Though they knew his strength, this was beyond their expectations. Even if Necronovix managed to escape, the amount of power he expended means he won't be able to intervene in this world easily again. At least for now, it's not an immediate concern. That was definitely true. Yet something bothered Kettle. It felt like he had a thorn stuck in his throat. You seem tired from fighting such a powerful foe. That's why you're overthinking things. For now, you should rest. But you won't have that luxury, dwarven leader. His hunch is probably correct. Who's there? Startled by the sudden voice, Grombeer instinctively drew his weapon, Krrrak. At the same time, the space around them began to tear open. Grombeer's face filled with shock. How is this possible? This was Mantamia, the sacred land of the dwarves. It was a place heavily guarded by barriers and divine wards, making it impossible for an external entity to breach it. Even Raphael had been unable to infiltrate and had to force his way in from the front. But now, the space within this sacred land was being torn apart. It meant that whoever was entering was far stronger than Raphael. Grombeer quickly braced himself. I am the one who has come, foolish leader of the dwarves. Have you already forgotten my voice? Through the rift, a figure began to emerge. It was a being made of bones. Grombeer's eyes widened. The Tower Master? Oh, it's been a while. Kettle greeted with a happy expression. Tower Master looked at Kettle and spoke. The situation calls for cooperation. Can you lend me your aid? Of course, no problem. Kettle nodded cheerfully. Chapter 317, Necronovix, the Four Lords of Hell, Part 6. The Dwarven King, realizing belatedly that the newcomer was the master of the magic tower, flusteredly greeted him. Oh, it's been a while. Yes, I almost felt slighted thinking you had forgotten me. That would never happen. The mighty hero Grombeer, the strongest among the dwarves, found himself floundering in the presence of the master of the magic tower. It was an unavoidable reaction, given who the master was. A legendary figure who had made a name for himself across the continent long before Grombeer was even born. He was the lord of all mages, a monstrous existence beyond the concept of mere mortals. Although Grombeer was the king of the dwarves and held a high status, he had been indebted to the master of the magic tower a few times in his youth, making it difficult for him to act assertively. So what do you mean by that? Grombeer, eager to change the tense atmosphere, quickly shifted the topic. Are you saying the Necronovix that Kettle fought was just a clone? Kettle doubted whether he had truly defeated Necronovix. The master of the magic tower had called his doubts justified, leading Kettle to interpret it as the enemy being a mere clone. However, the master of the magic tower denied this. No, it was definitely the real one. Let me explain. If you want to listen, feel free. With a wave of his finger, the master of the magic tower conjured a chair made of mana and sat down. His gaze then turned towards Serena. But who are you? Greetings, master of the magic tower, Serena replied softly. I have heard of your famed name, a being on earth who has touched the gates of heaven. I am Serena, once known as the Holy Sword. At her words, a glint in the master of the magic tower's eyes flickered momentarily. A change in nature, is it? The powers of the gods truly can achieve the most peculiar things. The master marveled but showed only mild surprise as if it was within his expectations. No issues then, I have questions for you as well. After organizing his thoughts, the master of the magic tower began. First, Necronovics must have come here, correct? He did, Kettle replied. The master of the magic tower asked, what happened then? I won. Ha, you actually defeated that monster. The master of the magic tower chuckled, even he had barely managed to graze Necronovics. The entity was so formidable that only a god descending directly could have opposed him, yet Kettle had emerged victorious against such a being, an astonishing display of strength. Well, it's not bad for us. But to get straight to the point, you didn't actually defeat Necronovics. Then are you saying it was a clone? I told you it wasn't a clone, it was indeed Necronovics himself. My god, the four lords of hell. One of them had descended directly onto the earth. Grombeer felt dizzy at the thought, while Kettle wore an expression that seemed to say, I figured as much. The entity had been far too strong to be a mere clone, far surpassing the level of materia who had borrowed Floris' body to descend. Though I can't fathom how he escaped at the end, Kettle thought. As a being akin to a god, Necronovics must have had a way. Grombeer muttered, amazed, did you come to gather information about Necronovics? You sure detected him fast. Not entirely incorrect, but there's a misunderstanding. Let me clarify, Necronovics didn't come only here. What? While you were facing Necronovics, I was also fighting him. Not just me, the elves as well. Their sacred land was attacked by Necronovics. What? It wasn't just them who were attacked. Grombeer was shocked at the revelation. Are the elves all right? Kettle asked quickly, knowing that Karin and Arkamis were there. He also thought Ignitia might have arrived there, making him naturally worried about those he knew. They seem to have barely managed to fend him off, though there were significant casualties. The ones you're familiar with are injured but alive, so you don't need to worry. That's a relief. Are you saying Necronovics attacked one place after another? No, he appeared simultaneously. How? Grombeer looked completely baffled. The master of the magic tower clicked his tongue and explained. Let's start with the phenomenon. Necronovics appeared in 3 places simultaneously. The sacred land of the elves, the magic tower, and the dwarven stronghold. Necronovics attacked these 3 locations simultaneously. These weren't clones or shadows, each one was the true Necronovics. 3 of him existed on Earth simultaneously. Are you saying there are 3 Necronovicses in total? Unbelievable, Grombeer swallowed hard. To have 3 godlike beings present on Earth simultaneously was terrifying. However, the master of the magic tower denied that possibility. No, it seemed more like a separation of himself. Dark magic, most likely. The 3 share their power and consciousness. There's a time limit, and he can't fully pay attention to the others if he focuses on one side. Still, there are few who can withstand even that. The master of the magic tower knew this. Necronovics had been so focused on Kettle that he couldn't properly distribute his power and consciousness elsewhere. The only ones who can buy time against a split Necronovics are me and, perhaps, the sun god Saintess. Even the so-called heroes couldn't stand against Necronovics. The master of the magic tower looked at Kettle. You might be the only one who can truly defeat him. Grombeer's face turned pale. In conclusion, Necronovics could exist simultaneously in 3 places on Earth. However, only the sun god Saintess, the master of the magic tower, and Kettle could contend with him. If Necronovics returned after Kettle left, their lands would face inevitable destruction. Can you contact the gods? Impossible. My prayers don't reach them. They must have used a trick from hell. Of course, they would use every method available to summon one of the 4 lords. The master of the magic tower clicked his tongue. They couldn't rely on the gods. They had to respond using only the power available on Earth. My power alone isn't enough to handle Necronovics, so will you help me? Would Kettle join him in fighting against Necronovics? Kettle nodded without hesitation. I'll cooperate. Thank you truly. If you visit the magic tower later, I'll reward you generously. Don't worry about it. It's only natural to cooperate when the world is in peril, Kettle replied. He could feel the sinister presence laughing inside him, but he ignored it. So how should we deal with this? Are we supposed to handle all 3 at once? Like the Hydra, which could only be killed by severing all its 7 heads simultaneously, they might have to deal with the 3 separated Necronovicses all at once. At this, the magic tower master let out a groan. To be honest, I haven't figured it out yet. It's such an advanced form of dark magic that I can't immediately grasp its exact nature. Serena, do you know anything? No. I have information about Necronovics, but I've never heard of such abilities. It's probably a power they gained after the Divine Demon War. Fortunately, we've managed to capture one of its tails. We can analyze it and figure out how to counter it. So, we have to hold out until we find an answer. It's like a continent-wide defense game, Kettle murmured before asking, how do you plan to block them? You don't know how the Necronovixes will descend, right? To stop the Necronovixes' attacks, they needed to predict their movements in advance. However, they could only respond a step behind without receiving any divine revelations. The Magic Tower Master answered, "That won't be a problem, my magic is encompassing the entire continent." "What? I've cast a 10-class spell I created, Omniscient Observer Perspective. The spell is active. It blankets the continent like the air in sync with my scattered puppets. No matter where they appear, we'll know immediately." "Hold on." Kettle's expression was one of surprise. The Magic Tower Master was saying he had deployed a spell covering the entire continent. Kettle let out a dry laugh. "You monster. It sounds like you're teasing me when you say that." The Magic Tower Master remarked with an exasperated tone. "In any case, we can detect their arrival immediately. We'll need to leap using spatial magic to respond swiftly. So we just have to wait for now. Since we can't act until they show themselves, that's correct. When do you think their next attack will be?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure of the method, but judging by standard approaches, it shouldn't happen too soon. It will probably take at least a week before the next attack follows. We should be safe for the time being." "Probably so, rest for now. I'll call for you when the time comes." "Understood," Kettle replied and continued training his aura alone. 2 days later, the Magic Tower Master rushed over to Kettle. "This is insane." His eyes were filled with shock. His voice carried a tone of denial. "It's only been 3 days. It seems they've already arrived." "Damn it. I'm counting on you," Kettle nodded. In the eastern continent, multiple fronts existed where the forces of the surface and the forces of evil were engaged in intense battles, vying for control. Among them, the largest front line existed, connecting to all regions of the eastern continent. The demons had identified its strategic importance and were relentlessly attacking it. The surface forces were barely holding their ground, pouring in all their strength. It was a living hell. The black wave engulfs the surface. It was not a wave but a tsunami, a massive dark tidal wave that blocked out the sun as it crashed over the front line. "Ah, save us!" The defenders were swept away without resistance. Among them were individuals of remarkable talent, top-tier superhumans who were once deemed future heroes. Yet they all disappeared meaninglessly before the overwhelming force. Desperate screams filled the air. The front line was crumbling. In just 5 more minutes, the entire area would fall. There was nothing they could do. Hopelessness loomed. And at that moment, someone flew in from the distance. "You've arrived." Necronovix cast a defensive spell, clashing with an axe, and a thunderous roar echoed. "We meet again, monster." Kettle swung his axe, blocking Necronovix's path. He squinted as he examined Necronovix. It's exactly the same as the one I faced before. Its aura, energy, everything was identical. It felt like it was copied and pasted. Kettle let out a faint smile and asked, "What are you really?" "There's no reason for me to tell you. The surface will burn. You can remain alone amidst the scorched land." Darkness swirled. Kettle summoned his aura. Power clashed with power. Kettle succeeded in halting Necronovix. Although the front line was partially destroyed, they managed to hold it. The Magic Tower Master, too, with half of his body's bones shattered, managed to fend off Necronovix's assault. However, there were 3 Necronovixes in action. They stopped 2, but the third was left unchecked. The legendary village of Pyseraphia, a sanctuary of fairies that had existed on this earth for thousands of years, where all the world's mysteries were said to reside, was now burning. The Fairy Queen, a formidable hero, was slain. The mystical spring, whose single sip could cure all diseases and rejuvenate one's youth, evaporated and vanished from the surface. The surface was ablaze, crumbling and trembling. And at that moment, the White Snowfield, the eastern sea, connected to it. "Wahahaha, we've finally arrived." Their beings that were not of the surface had landed on the earth. Chapter 318. Necronovix, the 4 Lords of Hell. Part 7. Kettle charged forward, infusing his axe with aura and channeling immense power into it, the very force capable of killing all things. Necronovix gathered demonic energy to defend, but his shield shattered under the impact, sending his body crashing into the earth. Necronovix groaned softly. As he tried to recover, Kettle's axe struck down toward his head. However, before the blow landed, Necronovix's body dissolved into darkness and teleported away, narrowly escaping. "You're strong as I expected," Necronovix said with a faint smile, "but I didn't think you would possess that monstrous power. My plans have been thrown off quite a bit." "Tisk," Kettle clicked his tongue in annoyance. Though he overwhelmed Necronovix, his expression showed no joy, only irritation. "You said you came to kill me," Kettle growled. "If that's the case, I'd appreciate it if you'd take this fight seriously." "I'd like to," Necronovix replied with a wry smile. "But even if I fight you seriously, it won't be easy to win." Necronovix's grin deepened. "That's why I've decided you'll be dealt with later. For now, I have duties as a Lord of Hell to attend to. Corrupting the earth and staining it with evil, that was another of Necronovix's reasons for descending. I'll kill you afterwards. Until then, take a breather." Kettle stomped the ground, his body accelerating instantly to close the gap between him and Necronovix. Necronovix smirked, slash. Kettle's axe sliced through Necronovix's neck. But it was meaningless. Necronovix had already escaped before the blade could sever him. Kettle frowned in frustration. The battle was momentarily over. From afar, onlookers who had been hesitantly observing now cautiously approach. Are you? Kettle surveyed the ruined battlefield where Necronovix had wreaked havoc, noting the survivors who had witnessed their battle. You're not by any chance Kettle, are you? One of them stammered. Word has spread this far, I see. Yes, that's me. Oh, the strongest barbarian born of the surface. A genius who appeared like a comet. Cheers erupted from the crowd, who rushed forward to question Kettle. Though he would have preferred to converse leisurely, there wasn't time. Sorry, I have a lot to do. We'll talk if the chance arises later. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened. Kettle stepped through, arriving at a location where the Tower Master and Serena awaited. You've arrived. So you're back without a scratch as usual. Unlike you, Kettle remarked, observing the Tower Master's battered state. His body was riddled with fractures, injuries severe enough to render an ordinary person immobile. Serena wasn't in great shape either. Though her wounds had been healed with holy energy, her strength had greatly diminished. That bastard's already ridiculously strong, and he keeps appearing every 3 days. I've barely had time to rest. If Serena hadn't helped, things could have been fatal. Serena had been aiding the Tower Master in fending off Necronovix. Though her power alone was insufficient, her holy energy as a holy sword was a tremendous asset. Without her, the Tower Master's condition would have been even worse. Not that it changes the situation. Despite their desperate efforts, the situation was dire. They could only defend 2 locations at most. Necronovix had 3 avatars attacking simultaneously, making it impossible to protect all fronts. The sacred grounds of the fairies, the Southern Dragon Council, various Western religious churches. Numerous battlefields had already fallen to Necronovix's onslaught. Despite their earlier gains after Kettle defeated Raphael, the surface forces were now being pushed back rapidly. Without the aid of the gods, there's no way to defend that third front. Can't we get the sun god Saintess to help? She could manage, but the demons are throwing everything they've got into this battle. Necronovix's direct descent has spurred them to use all their resources, and they're doing everything to hinder her movements. She doesn't have the capacity to stop him. That's not good. Even if they defended 2 fronts, the third would always fall. It was an unwinnable situation. Still, they weren't entirely passive. While holding back Necronovix's forces, they had been searching for a countermeasure. Have you figured anything out? We have. To an extent, the Tower Master replied, opening a portal and pulling out a corpse. Kettle tilted his head curiously. What is this? It's the body left behind when Necronovix used up all its energy and withdrew. Normally, no trace would remain, but I intervened to leave this remnant. The Tower Master began explaining. This was a dark magician. Upon investigation, it turned out to be roughly at a superhuman level of power. 3 avatars attacking the surface simultaneously. A dark magician's corpse left behind. The conclusion was obvious. A possession, more like using a body as a puppet. It's not uncommon. Even the celestial beings like Materia had descended by borrowing Floris's body, and Federica had possessed the body of a saint. Such methods were common for higher beings. However, Necronovix's distinction lay in his ability to control 3 such puppets simultaneously, with each being as powerful as his main body. How can such a thing even be possible with dark magic? It's incomprehensible, but that's not the issue. What matters is finding a way to counter it. Despite suspecting this method from the beginning, they had spent a week analyzing ways to combat it. So what's the solution? It's simple. Necronovix is controlling these puppets through dark magicians. Eliminate all dark magicians in this world and he'll lose his puppets. Kettle frowned. That sounds impossible. Exactly, the Tower Master agreed bitterly. Eliminating all the dark magicians in the world was an unattainable task. If it were possible, the forces of evil wouldn't have been able to threaten the surface continually. Are there any restrictions on his possession? There are. He can only possess magicians at a superhuman level or higher. That seems to be the minimum threshold. Then we just need to eliminate the superhuman level dark magicians. That's correct. But even that isn't easy. Since Necronovix's descent, all dark magicians had gone into hiding. Even for the Tower Master, tracking them all down was nearly impossible, and there wasn't enough time. Of course, there aren't that many superhuman-level dark magicians, but if Necronovix wanted to, he could create more. Dark magicians gain power by receiving it from demons. While twisted and unstable, this bestowed strength was sufficient for Necronovix's purposes. It's not a viable plan. It's not, but it's the only option we've found. Necronovix could freely move between his puppets, rendering them nearly impossible to capture or defeat. Eliminating his support system was the only conceivable solution. If we had even one more strong fighter capable of holding their own against him, it might change things, the Tower Master lamented. But until then, their predicament remained unchanged. A single freely moving puppet provided the lacking power needed to contend with the Tower Master and Kettle. This made it impossible to trace the puppet's true body. In other words, if they could capture just one more puppet, Necronovix would lose his edge. This would also allow the Tower Master to trace the puppet's true body's location. Well, even if we find it, the best we can do is reverse summon it. That's frustrating. Killing a demon was impossible without divine aid. The power of the Holy Sword was insufficient, but Kettle answered simply. You don't need to worry about that. Once the true body is found, I can kill it for sure. What do you mean by that? It seems I've never shown this to you before. Kettle gripped his axe. The Tower Master watched closely as something unfolded. Then aura appeared on the axe. Vree, the moment the aura came into view, the Tower Master instinctively cast dozens of layers of magic to shield himself. Even then, as though still uneasy, he immediately widened the distance between them. Even seeing it again, it's unsettling, muttered Serena as she hesitantly moved further away, her expression one of discomfort. The Tower Master groaned. What is that? It was his first time seeing it, but he could tell immediately. That power could kill him. It could destroy a lick like himself without needing to find his life vessel. The abomination grumbled. Don't make a spectacle of me like this. This should be power enough to satisfy even you. But you won't kill me, right? That would be meaningless. You're such a fussy guy. Hearing Kettle's words, the Tower Master murmured. There's something inside you, isn't there? An annoying tenant. Either way, killing won't be an issue. Necronovix always fled when fighting Kettle. The reason was simple: to avoid being struck by the abomination. This meant the abomination could kill Necronovix. The Tower Master let out a hollow laugh. Truly extraordinary. Still, that power you just showed, it seems similar to what Necronovix wields. He claimed to have mimicked my power. But it's just that, a mimicry. It's no problem for me. The Tower Master was taken aback. That one of the four great lords of hell, Necronovix, would stoop to imitating the techniques of a mere barbarian. And yet, having witnessed it himself, he couldn't argue. The aura Kettle displayed was deeper and more distinct than the darkness Necronovix had ever wielded. This makes no sense. It's an affront to my pride as a Tower Master. Regardless, the problem of killing has been resolved. Now all that remains is finding a way to capture that last puppet, a way to capture Necronovix's puppet. With such a card, they could counter him. But such a card did not exist in this world. What a headache. I'll have to track down and crush every black magician one by one to figure it out. The Tower Master clicked his tongue at the same time. On the far eastern edge of a continent surrounded by a deep, vast ocean, it was typically a bustling resort area, but now it was completely deserted. From the sea, something emerged onto the continent. Splosh. The seawater split and a thick hand pressed against the ground. The figure revealed itself on the surface. Ha 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 ha, laughter burst out and light flickered in ash-gray eyes. Finally, I've arrived, feeble world outside. I have come here, be quiet, said a figure next to it, grimacing. Another figure ignored their conversation entirely and curiously handled the sand. What's this? It's so soft. After a moment, the figure clenched a handful of sand and shoved it into its mouth. Chewing thoughtfully, it nodded. Not bad, the outside world is overflowing with food. Really? The king said sand isn't edible. That's just the king's taste. His cooking is quite delicious after all. True. I miss the king's cooking. Why not ask him to feed you again? The three beings fully revealed themselves on the land. They had humanoid shapes with bulging muscles. Their ash-gray hair swayed in the wind and their gray eyes gazed at the world. One had short hair and a rough, intimidating face. Another had a more intellectual look by comparison. The last was a woman. Though slender compared to the men, one could immediately sense dormant strength beneath her frame. The woman muttered in fascination. It's warm, feels like being inside a hut. Ha ha ha, king, we've arrived. We've followed you here to this world. I want to see the things the king spoke of. A massive village, was it? The two excitedly murmured while the intellectual barbarian calmed them. Don't get too excited. Have you forgotten the words of the elders? Our purpose here is to find the king. Well, that's true. But how do we find the king? At this question, silence lingered. It seemed none of them had given much thought to how they would locate their king. No need to overthink it, said the rough barbarian, still chewing sand. We'll just walk wherever our feet take us. Eventually we'll find the king. Ooh, as expected of the brain our king personally taught, so clever. Despite the crude method, the other two marveled as though the idea was ingenious. But what if the things of this world block our way? Even if the king appears, he might beg us not to cause havoc. Well, that's simple. The intellectual barbarian grinned, revealing his teeth. We'll just kill them all. Is that okay? The king warned us, remember? He wasn't joking, he'd smash our heads in. It's fine, he once explained something called self-defense to me. If something blocks us, we can kill it without issue. Ooh, that's brilliant, indeed, Brain. It's good we brought you along. Now then, the three revealed their teeth in feral grins, their emotions surging violently. The sand trembled and the water rippled. Let's go find the king. Ha ha ha, king, we've arrived. You'll be overjoyed to see us, won't you? Of course you'll praise us happily, maybe even hug us. Definitely, let's go, the barbarians of the White Snowfields. The three began their march across the continent. Chapter 319, The Ashen Barbarians of the White Snowfield, Part 1. The barbarians advanced with great enthusiasm, their light steps trampling the ground beneath them. Ahead of them loomed a massive outpost. What's this? The barbarians tilted their heads in confusion. Unbeknownst to them, the shoreline they had reached was near the front lines. Following the path, they had stumbled upon a demonic outpost. Located at a crucial passage to another continent, demons fiercely defended the outpost. Powerful demons with names and even hierarchical demons were stationed there. Who's there? A demon standing guard rushed out, his expression stiffening as he saw the barbarians. What? These guys are blocking our path. Would this count as self-defense? At their questions, a grizzled barbarian nodded. It's self-defense. Ooh, nice self-defense. With laughter they raised their axes. In an instant, murderous intent enveloped the demon. Why you? The demon couldn't finish his sentence. An axe already airborne severed his head before he could react. HMPH. Inside the fortress a man grimaced. He was a swordmaster of the hero class, a legendary swordsman of the western continent. Leading soldiers, he had come to the eastern continent as reinforcements. The swordmaster roamed the fortress. The morale of the resting soldiers was low. Under normal circumstances, he would have bellowed commands and kicked them into shape, but there was no room for such measures now. The situation was dire. Necronovics. One of the four lords of hell had descended upon the world. The continent was collapsing under his presence. Though the Tower Master and a peculiar barbarian known as Kettle were holding the line, key locations across the continent continued to fall. With Necronovics' arrival at this outpost uncertain, morale remained low. The swordmaster narrowed his eyes. The front lines had to be secured quickly, even if sacrifices were necessary. With a grim face, he readied his troops and marched toward the demonic outpost. A master swordsman of unparalleled strength, he ranked among the mightiest in the land. Yet even he could not guarantee victory against the hierarchical demon, Maris, the demon of hatred, stationed there. This will require my life on the line. Resolute, he approached the outpost. Before long, its silhouette came into view. The swordmaster's face showed confusion. The outpost was in ruins, not just damaged, reduced to rubble. What's going on? The soldiers were equally bewildered. They hesitated as they approached, but there was no sign of an attack, no demons, no monsters in sight. What is this? Baffled, they ventured into the demolished outpost. The state of the interior was even more astonishing. The ground had been ripped apart, the solid fortress structures annihilated to their very roots. A tremendous battle had taken place here. A colossal, intense battle. As the swordmaster advanced cautiously, his eyes fell on something. Corpses. Demonic corpses were strewn about. Their wounds were brutal, as if they had been forcibly torn apart, but that wasn't the issue. Why are there corpses here? When severely injured, demons are recalled to hell, leaving no trace of their bodies on the mortal plane. Yet here were the remains of demons, plainly visible. Inspecting a demon's face, the swordmaster realized something. Every single one of them bore an expression of pure terror. The swordmaster's face hardened. They delved deeper into the outpost, finally reaching its center. And there they found the ones responsible for this destruction. Ashen barbarians. At first, the swordmaster thought it might be Kettle, the infamous barbarian of legend, but he quickly realized that wasn't the case. There were 3 barbarians, 2 men and 1 woman. Swordmaster, sir, what should we do? A soldier, his voice trembling, swallowed nervously. The swordmaster narrowed his eyes. These barbarians exuded an unsettling aura. Despite their tattered, battle-worn clothing, their bodies were unscathed. His heroic instincts screamed a warning. These beings were more dangerous than any demon, yet the swordmaster ignored the warning. It was a logical decision. The world was under siege by evil. Even the barbarians of the north were cooperating with the other continents. In such dire times, there was no need to distrust barbarians who had destroyed a demonic outpost. It was a perfectly rational judgment. Lowering his sword, the swordmaster approached the barbarians. Greetings, I am Arcane, the swordmaster of the Boltoran kingdom. Who are you? Before he could complete his introduction, Arcane froze. The barbarians were toying with a round object. At first, he thought it was a simple ball, but as he drew nearer, its true nature became clear. It was a demon's head, the head of Maris, the hierarchical demon of hatred. They were playing with it. What are you? The intelligent-looking barbarian scowled. This is our land, get lost. Leave, what do you mean? Arcane, taken aback, tried to reason, but the barbarian paid him no heed. Staring at him intently, his eyes glimmered with excitement. You're strong. This one was fun, but you'll be even more entertaining. The barbarian flung the demon's head aside, picked up his axe, and bared his teeth. Let's kill and be killed, he charged forward. The ground shattered and the air cracked. Arcane hastily drew his sword. Clang, the collision reverberated, splitting the earth. Staggering back, Arcane shouted urgently. Everyone fall back. Get out of here now. Why yes, sir. The soldiers scrambled out in a panic. Arcane steadied himself and tried to reason with the barbarian. We are not your enemies. Our common enemy is the demons. We're on the same side. The same side? The barbarian burst into derisive laughter. Us with you lot, don't make me laugh. Boom, the axe swung again, forcing Arcane to block. His face was now etched with shock. Why was he being attacked? It made no sense, but there was no time for logic. They were enemies now. Arcane quickly assessed the situation. The barbarian wasn't alone. There were three of them, and judging by their aura, their strength was roughly equal. The only solace was that the other two showed no signs of joining the fight. Ah, missed my chance. Is this also self-defense? He came to us. That makes it self-defense. Ooh, that's how it works. You're so smart. Self-defense, my foot, Arcane cursed inwardly. Whatever they are, for now he would subdue them. If he could take one as a hostage and attempt to converse, they'd have no choice but to listen. Mystery coursed through Arcane's body, enhancing his strength for a brute force approach. Ha ha ha, you're strong, but the opponent was no different. The barbarian laughed heartily. You can come at me even harder. The axe and sword clashed. A deafening roar erupted as Arcane was shoved backward, coughing up blood. Wait, shock flickered in his eyes. He'd been utterly overpowered in raw strength, but there was no time to dwell on the impact. The barbarian lunged again, and Arcane swiftly adjusted his stance. Kaboom! Ugh! As he was pushed back, Arcane assessed his opponent calmly. He was a hero-class swordmaster. For someone to be putting this kind of pressure on him meant the opponent was also hero-class. Without even using mystery how, it was common knowledge on the continent that those without mystery could not defeat those who wielded it. But as Arcane examined his opponent, he realized something. Something was enveloping the barbarian's body. It was strange, beyond anything he could understand. It was as if a twisted creature were imitating the barbarian. Where did these guys suddenly come from? As this thought crossed his mind, Arcane's eyes locked onto the barbarian's. Gray hair and gray eyes blowing in the wind, his pupils widened. No way, boom. His thoughts were cut off as another powerful impact tore through Arcane's body. The barbarian charged again. Arcane's eyes turned cold. He didn't have the luxury of taking hostages and playing around. He'd have to go all out, even if it meant killing his opponent. Clang, using the opponent's strength to gain distance, Arcane plunged his sword into the ground. He was a swordmaster, one who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. And his swordsmanship was the embodiment of sword aura. Unleash it. Crash, the manifested sword aura slashed through space like blades. The barbarian's eyes widened as he approached. Oh ho, slash. The barbarian swung his axe to shield himself, but he couldn't withstand the force of the sword aura, and his body was flung into the air. Arcane immediately poured aura into his sword, launching himself towards the airborne barbarian. Thunk, Arcane's sword pierced the barbarian's chest. At least one was taken care of. Arcane quickly tried to withdraw his sword to respond to the next attack. But the sword wouldn't budge. It felt as though someone were holding it tightly, resisting his pull. And then, ooh-oh, the barbarian with the sword lodged in his chest exclaimed. You're strong, is that the strange power from outside? Fascinating, what? He had definitely pierced his chest. He was certain he'd skewered the heart, so why was he still alive? Why was he perfectly intact, still speaking? Arcane could feel the faint pulse throbbing through his sword, sending chills down his spine. This is fun, show me more. With the sword still embedded in his chest, the barbarian raised his axe. The swordmaster hurriedly let go of the sword and backed away. There's strange news. Strange news. At the words of the tower master, Kettle tilted his head in curiosity. They were currently resting after successfully repelling an attack from Necronovics. There's been trouble on the front lines along the eastern continent's corridor. Has Necronovics descended there? No, that's not it. Rather, all the demons that descended there were wiped out. Then isn't that good news? It is, but immediately after, even the forces stationed there were attacked. Kettle looked puzzled. Currently, the surface was a battleground between demons and earthly beings. If the demons were defeated, there shouldn't have been any reason for the earthly forces to be attacked. That is indeed strange. What's more, stationed there is a hero-class swordmaster. For something like this to reach my ears, it means even he couldn't prevent it. Kettle began to respond, but then shut his mouth. Why do you stop? No reason. Kettle shook his head, looking into the empty space with a curious gaze. Quest number 790, investigate the anomaly in the east. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kettle spoke. It's worth going to check it out. You intend to go? It feels like it could be valuable. It seems you have some inkling of what it might be. Very well. I'll prepare to join you. The tower master began preparing for spatial travel. Kettle folded his arms. What's popped up now? Since no warnings had been issued, he assumed it wasn't anything too powerful. Judging by the location, it was likely something in the White Snowfield. Maybe it's something like that white one appearing. With weakened defenses, such creatures could surface. That was as much as Kettle thought about it, at least for the moment. Chapter 320, The Ashen Barbarians of the White Snowfield. Part 2. The Tower Master opened a portal, traveling to the front lanes where the disturbance occurred. Those resting there widened their eyes upon seeing the two figures. Oh, Tower Master. Oh, it's Kettle, the soldiers, astonished, inched closer with reverence. Kettle muttered as if surprised by their reaction. Most of them know me. There's no fool who wouldn't in times like these. Kettle had mobilized the entire continent to block Necronovix's onslaught, and word of his deeds had spread even to remote villages. However, this isn't just reverence or awe. There's another kind of light in their eyes, fear and dread. But it wasn't directed at Kettle. It was as if they were reminded of something upon seeing him. The Tower Master also caught on to this emotion. Even I can't quite place it. Perhaps it's a learned fear of barbarians. It seems like more than just that. Kettle tilted his head as he stepped forward. They inquired with the soldiers about the whereabouts of the Swordmaster, Arcane, and headed to the largest tent. Inside, Arcane was lying down, recuperating. Upon seeing the Tower Master's face, his eyes widened. Tower Master, you can stay lying down. Ah yes, Arcane nodded, then his gaze turned to Kettle and his eyes grew even wider. Reflexively, he reached for a weapon, but when Kettle made no move, he hesitated and stopped. Kettle, is it? Indeed. Ah, I see. Arcane let out a sigh of relief and lay back down. Kettle tilted his head at the strange reaction. May I examine your condition? Yes. The Tower Master used mana to inspect Arcane's body. Not good, internal injuries, but not caused by magic. The damage was purely physical, a twisted state of his organs, something practically unheard of for a hero-class warrior. This was beyond the Tower Master's ability to heal. He signaled with his eyes. I leave this to you, Holy Sword. Sure, but I have a name, it's Serena, you know. Muttering, Serena unleashed her holy power. Arcane's body was enveloped in golden light and his internal injuries healed instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief. Without prayer, wielding divine power like this, that girl is a marvelous tool of the gods. Is your body better now? Yes. Then can you explain what happened? Arcane adjusted his posture and began to speak slowly. This place is a crossroads where the eastern continent exchanges supplies with other lands. Because of that, the demons have been pouring significant resources into breaking through. Not just named demons, but even higher-ranked ones had appeared. To stop them, Arcane led soldiers to fortify and defend the area. However, as you well know, Tower Master, the continent's current state is dire, all thanks to that cursed Necronovix. Indeed. We never know when this place might be in jeopardy, so I decided it was better to risk it and clear out the demonic foothold. With resolve we set out, but Arcane swallowed hard. The demonic foothold was already destroyed. Destroyed? Yes, the demons were dead. The Tower Master's eyes gleamed with intrigue. In this world, killing demons was nearly impossible. Without overwhelming divine power from hero-class believers, banishment was the best one could achieve. Yet Arcane claimed they were dead. What did you find there? Glancing at Kettle, Arcane answered hesitantly. Ashen barbarians. At those words, Kettle's face contorted in a flash of unrestrained emotion. Soldiers resting outside went pale, sensing his wrath, and even Arcane froze in place. Hey, calm down. My apologies. Kettle barely managed to collect himself. It was rare for him to lose control of his emotions so openly, especially outside the battlefield, and for good reason. The Tower Master stroked his chin thoughtfully. You have an idea of what's going on? Regrettably, yes. Ashen barbarians, are they the ones who made you who you are? When the Tower Master asked, Arcane nodded. At first, I thought they were on our side. Northern barbarians cooperate with the other continents, and above all, there's Kettle, a barbarian, but I was wrong. The Ashen barbarians attacked Arcane, trying to kill him. There were 3 of them. However, the other 2 didn't interfere, only one attacked me. Swallowing hard, Arcane continued. Luckily, when I tried to escape, they didn't pursue me. One of them stopped the other, saying it wasn't justified self-defense. Kettle's expression twisted further at those words, and he clicked his tongue, muttering softly. They've emerged. After hearing the situation, they moved to the demonic foothold. As Arcane had described, it was utterly destroyed. Serena, examining the ruins curiously, remarked, This destruction feels familiar. It reminds me of what happens in your battles. Naturally, Kettle clicked his tongue, clearly in a foul mood. Serena fell silent. Finally, they encountered the culprits. Ashen barbarians, I see. 3 of them lounged in the ruins, yawning. Seeing their faces, Kettle's expression contorted even more. The Tower Master noted his reaction and spoke. You know them, don't you? Unfortunately, yes. It didn't require an answer. The Ashen barbarians looked almost identical to Kettle, as if they were kin. Should we step back? Please do. Be careful, the tower master and Serena withdrew. Kettle sighed deeply as he approached. Who's next this time? The Ashen barbarians turned, annoyed at first, but their faces stiffened upon seeing Kettle. Huh, what? Wait, is that? Thomas, Greta, Anna. What are you doing here? Quest number 790 completed. Kettle spoke with an exasperated look. The barbarians stuttered briefly, then broke into joyous smiles. Oh, our king! The king is here! They ran toward him, faces filled with emotion like a long-separated family reuniting at last, but their actions betrayed their expressions. The charging barbarians swiftly drew their axes. Die this time for sure. Their killing intent was so palpable that the onlooking tower master and Serena recoiled in shock. But Kettle, as if accustomed to it, moved his hand with a bored expression. He grabbed the wrist wielding the downward-swinging axe and snapped it. Then he struck the barbarian's chest. The barbarian's chest caved in and blood spurted from his mouth. Effortlessly evading the attacks of the remaining two, Kettle twisted their necks. With a sickening crack, the two collapsed lifelessly. Huh. Wait, what? The two observers were aghast. Kettle had actually killed the attacking barbarians. But upon closer inspection, they realized that wasn't the case. Crack crunch, the barbarian's crushed chest began to rise again. His twisted neck creaked back into its original shape. Regeneration? No, it wasn't that. It went beyond mere regeneration, it was closer to reversal. The revived barbarians sparkled their eyes as they approached Kettle. We've trained hard, yet you beat us so easily. Truly, you're our king. Ah, chief. We missed you so much. Quiet. Kettle responded with annoyance. It was no wonder. They were none other than the tribesmen he once led in the White Snowfield. Why are you here now? Greta, explain yourself. Kettle turned to a fierce-looking barbarian, Greta. Greta answered boldly. We came to find you, my king. I mean, why did you come? Did you finish the task I gave you? Yes. We completed it, Greta replied confidently. We dealt with one of the three elders. What? Kettle's eyes widened at the response. You actually did it. When Kettle left the tribe, his followers insisted on accompanying him. No matter how much he beat or broke them, they wouldn't listen. Frustrated, Kettle gave them one order: don't follow me. If they insisted on following him, they were first to complete a mission: kill one of the three elders. It was essentially a command meant to dissuade them. The elders were incredibly powerful, foes even Kettle struggled against. And now they claimed to have killed one. Kettle looked suspiciously at Greta, then shifted his gaze to a scholarly-looking barbarian, Thomas. Is it true? Why, yes, Thomas replied immediately. Kettle stared at him quietly. Thomas's eyes darted nervously. Kettle smirked. You still can't lie worth a damn, tell the truth. Actually, we only managed half of it, Greta admitted, her voice shrinking. But we almost succeeded. We drove him to the brink of death. So you didn't kill him? Well, yes, and yet you came here. I'm sorry, we just missed you so much. The barbarians bowed deeply in apology. Kettle sighed. Fine, it's not unexpected. He'd anticipated that they'd stubbornly follow him even if they failed the mission. Seeing them in person, though, gave him a headache. You're here now, so there's no helping it. Follow me for now. Yes. Oh. Our king is so merciful. Cheering loudly, the barbarians followed Kettle as he led them to the waiting tower master and Serena. Let me introduce them. These are my former tribesmen from the White Snowfield, Greta, Thomas, and Anna. And this here is Serena, who's traveling with me. Nice to meet you, Serena stammered, trembling as she tried to hide behind Kettle. The barbarians showed little interest in her. Our king always loved taking care of little ones. It's no surprise he's doing the same here, as expected of him. Shut up. And this is the tower master. I know what you're thinking, but don't be hostile toward him. He's an ally. Greetings, gray barbarians of the White Snowfield. The barbarians remained indifferent to Serena but not to the tower master. Thomas scowled. A skeleton won't even out here. Thomas drew his axe, gripping it tightly as he swung at the tower master. The tower master quickly chanted a defensive spell. Bang, a violent impact shattered the magical barrier. Wait, the tower master tried to intervene, but Thomas wouldn't stop, fully intent on killing him. It was then that Kettle spoke, his voice low. Thomas. The air grew heavy, the barbarians froze. I told you to stand down, didn't I? Oh, sorry. Thomas laughed awkwardly and lowered his axe immediately. The barbarian, who had been on the verge of killing, withdrew at Kettle's single command. Kettle offered an apology. Sorry about that, Tower Master. These guys don't listen well. There's someone inside who looks similar to you, which probably explains the hostility. No matter. The Tower Master was less concerned about Thomas's actions and more stunned by Kettle's demeanor. The commanding aura Kettle had exuded just now was unlike anything he had shown before. With a single word of authority, Kettle had quelled a raging barbarian. The Tower Master muttered in amazement. So it's true, Kettle was indeed the king of the gray barbarians of the White Snowfield. He had known that fact but never truly grasped its weight. After all, until now, Kettle had been the only barbarian outside the Snowfield. But now 3 hero-class barbarians stood here, unwaveringly loyal to Kettle. They would likely drive axes into their chests without hesitation at his command. The Tower Master finally understood what it meant to be the king of the White Snowfield's gray barbarians. And he realized one more thing: even those inside don't fully obey Kettle. A disaster had come to the outside world, a true catastrophe. The Tower Master groaned. Chapter 321. The Ashen Barbarians of the White Snowfield. Part 3. Bringing the barbarians to the fortress was sure to cause trouble. Even if Kettle controlled them, they were incapable of managing their emotions. If given the chance, they'd swing their axes without hesitation. For this reason, Kettle told them to wait in the nearby forest. When they returned to the fortress, they told Arcane that the barbarians had been dealt with. Arcane looked at them with awe in his eyes. Afterward, they entered a hut that Arcane guided them to. The Tower Master cast a soundproofing spell just in case and finally spoke. So those are the barbarians of the White Snowfield. The most dangerous being said to exist in the White Snowfield, known in legend. The Tower Master let out a small laugh. They're strong. To be honest, the Tower Master hadn't expected much. He had thought of the Ashen Barbarians as nothing more than a group relying on the strength of an individual like Kettle, but seeing them in person was different. Each of the three barbarians was as strong as a hero-class warrior. And they seem blindly loyal to you. They only listen to me, though that's exactly what I hate about it, Kettle muttered with an expression of exasperation. Serena, finally recovering from her shock, murmured, they really are strong. To be honest, I'm not sure we could win even if we fought. Are they the strongest barbarians under your command? No, not quite, but they're not weak either. They're at least high-ranking warrior class. However, they hadn't yet reached the level of the absolute elite. They lack both the strength and the experience. I'm still wondering why these particular ones showed up. So they aren't even the strongest of the barbarians. The Tower Master chuckled in disbelief. Having experience with the beings of the Forbidden Lands, he had thought of them in that context, but that had been a complete miscalculation. The White Snowfield. In the truest sense, that place was a realm beyond human comprehension. So what will you do? Are you going to send them back? I probably will. If the barbarians had come out for legitimate reasons, Kettle would have had no grounds to refuse them, but they hadn't. They had forced their way out just to see him. I'm not planning to send them away immediately, but I'm certainly not letting them roam free. Don't worry about that. Do you think they'll obey? They will, Kettle said flatly. If I ordered them, they'd throw themselves off a cliff with a smile. Yet they ignored your orders and attacked me. That's the annoying thing about them, Kettle said with a grimace. Kettle had explicitly ordered the barbarians not to attack the Tower Master. Being blindly loyal, they should have followed the command. But they hadn't. Seeing the Tower Master had stirred their emotions to the point that they forgot his orders. They had stopped the moment he gave the command again, but given another opportunity, they would attack without hesitation. Even if Kettle issued a direct order, they might rationalize their actions or simply forget. That was the nature of the Ashen Barbarians. Utterly irrational. Neither logic, conversation, nor commands could fully reach them. That was the nature of the barbarians of the White Snowfield. Compared to them, the barbarians outside who at least obeyed orders were far more reasonable. The Tower Master looked at Kettle with newfound understanding. You were surprisingly reasonable after all. You must have suffered immensely among them. They're infuriating, Kettle said, clicking his tongue. He had thought he was finally free of them, only for them to follow him like this. At least they follow your words somewhat, so sending them back shouldn't be an issue. That's a relief, I suppose. True, Kettle stroked his chin, lost in thought before speaking again. Tower Master, you mentioned before that one of Necronovix's puppets could be dealt with if we had just one decisive card. That one card would be enough. That's true, but finding a card of that caliber is no easy task. Even the Saint of the Sun God can't help with this. The Tower Master paused, then turned to Kettle. You're not thinking, this works out well, we should use what we can, Kettle murmured. Kettle went to see the barbarians waiting for him. They greeted him with sparkling eyes. Ooh, our king has arrived. We were bored and thinking of coming to find you. I told you not to come, Kettle sighed. They had already been on the verge of disobeying him again. With a sigh, Kettle opened his mouth to speak. I have a question. Ooh, our king is asking us a question. Ask us anything, they exclaimed loudly, their faces brimming with the willingness to die for him if he so commanded. Kettle looked at them with a mixture of weariness and frustration. This is exactly what I hate. Their almost fanatical faith and reverence were suffocating. It didn't feel like dealing with fellow humans, but that wasn't the issue at hand. Composing himself, Kettle asked, so how many of you died? According to their own words, they had left one of the elders in critical condition. The barbarians themselves couldn't have escaped unscathed. Greta responded, about half of us. It seems about half have died. Half, Kettle clicked his tongue. Among them were surely many familiar faces. No, all of them would be familiar, he was their king after all. Though death was a familiar concept for barbarians, it didn't sit well with him. Maybe I should have given different orders. But no alternative came to mind. If he had issued a weaker command, they would have quickly carried it out and followed him anyway. What stood out most was that the barbarians showed no sadness. It was a glorious sacrifice. I wish I could have died like that. That's exactly what I hate, Kettle said. Never mind, why were you the ones who came? There must have been others eager to come here. While these barbarians were strong, they weren't the strongest. The idea that the elite had willingly given up the chance to meet him didn't sit right. Greta answered, they're all severely injured. They're on the brink of death, that's why we who are relatively unscathed came instead. They hadn't come because they were mortally wounded. It was a plausible explanation. However, Kettle's expression was one of suspicion. Just for that reason, these were people who clung to life even when their bones were crushed to powder. There was no way they'd back down just because they were on the brink of death. Greta flinched at Kettle's words. Actually, they tried to come out, but the outer perimeter was blocked, so they couldn't make it. Is the barrier still intact? The rat had told him. The barrier was not completely destroyed yet. Considerable effort would be required to break through. It seemed they couldn't manage it in their current, critically injured state. Greta spoke proudly. We held duels to decide who would come out. The three of us won and made it outside. We proved our strength, and how many died in the process? About 20. Greta's eyes sparkled as she said it, as if asking to be praised for defeating them and emerging victorious. Kettle let out a sigh. Greta. When you were younger, you seemed a bit smarter than the rest, so I tried hard to educate you into someone I could reason with. And now you're a barbarian with a tiny bit of knowledge in your head. Thank you for the compliment. That wasn't a compliment, you fool. Kettle clicked his tongue. Well, I understand the situation now. Ooh, what shall we do now? Just give the order, we'll do anything. Let's conquer this land and make it ours. Their eyes gleamed as they shouted, as if they were ready to charge into the fortress and start beheading people right away. Kettle, looking as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing, responded, Do what? Go back. What? Why are you so surprised? You ultimately failed to carry out the orders I gave. The order he had given was to kill the old one. But they hadn't done that. They had merely forced their way out to see Kettle. There was no reason for him to accept this. This can't be. Though his words were obvious, the barbarians looked as though their world had collapsed. Watching them for a moment, Kettle asked, Do you want to stay by my side? Yes, we want to fight by the king's side. We want to burn this land. Then I'll give you one condition. A condition? Yes, Kettle smiled faintly. The barbarian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The next day, as always, Necronovics began moving 3 of his puppets to burn the continent. They spread across the land, starting their assault. Before long, Kettle appeared. He grabbed one puppet and began to fight it. While Kettle handled one puppet, the Tower Master and the Holy Sword dealt with another. This left Necronovics free to move the 3rd puppet and wreak havoc across the continent. It was a pattern that had remained unchanged until now. Necronovics assumed this time would be no different, but an unexpected variable arose. Necronovics, controlling one of the puppets, hesitated. What is this? Standing before him was Serena. She trembled violently but didn't retreat. A fierce light began to emanate from her. Necronovics scowled, shattering the light. Where is the Tower Master? Until now, the Tower Master had always moved with the Holy Sword, but this time the one blocking the puppet was the Holy Sword alone. After a brief pause, Necronovics realized the situation. They planned to hold off all 3 of us. One by Kettle, one by the Holy Sword, and the last by the Tower Master. This way the damage to the continent could be minimized. It was a rational plan if the Holy Sword could hold out. You a mere tool dare to stand in my way, arrogant. Serena gagged but didn't back down. Clenching her trembling fists, she shouted, I was a Holy Sword too. No matter who you are, you won't defeat me so easily. Serena charged at Necronovics. This fight was unlike any other before. Serena's thorough preparations made it difficult for even Necronovics to subdue her easily. But that's as far as you'll go. At best, she might endure a single confrontation. Beyond that, it was impossible. In the end, nothing would change. Necronovics moved his remaining puppet. Then this must be the Tower Master's location. What kind of preparation awaits me this time? As Necronovics leisurely waited for the Tower Master to appear, no one came. Just as puzzlement crept onto Necronovics' face, voices echoed. What's this? It's him, so we just have to kill that guy and the king will let us follow him, right? That sounds good. Voices rang out and Necronovics' expression hardened. You lot, 3 ashen barbarians emerged, grinning and brandishing their weapons. Necronovics instantly realized they weren't ordinary barbarians. Their appearance was deceptive. Don't know who you are, but it doesn't matter. Die for the king, and for us too, the barbarian warriors of the White Snowfield roared as they charged at Necronovics. Chapter 322. The Ashen Barbarians of the White Snowfield, Part 4. Ha 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 ha, I'll kill you. 3 axes simultaneously aimed for Necronovics' entire body as if competing with each other. Necronovics swiftly moved his hand. Darkness becomes my wall. A pitch-black wall sliced through the space. It was a defensive maneuver to grasp the situation. The wall collided with the axes. Clang, a sharp noise echoed as cracks spread across the wall. The barbarians grimaced fiercely. Coward, stop hiding and come out, they swung their axes repeatedly. Cracks spread across the wall like a spider's web. Something that even heroes would struggle to break was shattering rapidly. What are you? They were strong, but it was hard to gauge the extent of their power. Necronovics couldn't sense any mystical aura from them. These weren't ordinary barbarians. No, they weren't ordinary beings at all. Yet they were breaking through his wall. The energy emanating from them was unmistakably foreign to this world. Anomaly, Necronovics murmured. At that moment the wall could no longer hold and shattered. Axes swung sharply toward Necronovics' body. He cloaked himself in darkness to create distance. Don't run away, the barbarians roared, chasing after him. As Necronovics dodged their attacks, he quickly assessed the situation. You're the barbarians of the White Snowfield. He recognized them. They were the barbarians of legend, whispered in tales of the distant emperor. Necronovics, who had existed before the creation of the Forbidden Lands, was familiar with them. The seal of the Forbidden Lands, imposed by gods and demons, had weakened. Its inhabitants were beginning to crawl out. The northern front had already been lost to vermin, so he was well aware. So they've followed their king out. How troublesome! They were attacking him under the command of Kettle. Necronovics quickly grasped the situation, and because he understood it, he realized this was an entirely unwelcome variable for him. What kind of power are they using? Necronovics analyzed their power. It wasn't mystical, that much was clear. There was not a trace of mysticism in them. Instead, they possessed something bizarre, something foreign. Even Necronovics struggled to identify it. Having never ventured outside the White Snowfield since its creation, these barbarians were shrouded in mystery. Surely, they're not all wielding the power of abomination, are they? Since their king Kettle wielded the power of abomination, he couldn't help but suspect it. I need to seal off their power of death for now. Having made his decision, Necronovics gathered his magical energy. As the wave rises, a tide of darkness surged forth, consuming the space and rushing forward. A wave of such force that even heroes would struggle to survive if engulfed barehanded. Faced with this power, the barbarians had two choices: evade or smash through the wave to advance. Necronovics had already devised countermeasures for both scenarios, but they did neither. The barbarians charged straight into the tide of darkness. The wave swallowed their bodies. Necronovics' eyes wavered. What? Ha 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 ha, boom. The barbarians emerged through the wave. Their bodies were in a wretched state, torn apart with flesh ripped away to reveal bone. What is this? Necronovics couldn't help but be taken aback. Charging headlong into a deterrent spell, leaving them on the brink of death, it was incomprehensible. But then he saw it. The broken bodies of the barbarians regenerating instantly. Crash, darkness and axes clashed violently. Necronovics retreated, conjuring another wall. The barbarians swung their axes with brute force, shattering it into fragments. The debris scattered into the air. Necronovics snapped his fingers. Fragments become blades. The scattered debris turned into sharp blades, flying toward the barbarians. It wasn't a particularly fast attack. Given their strength and speed, they could have easily dodged or blocked it. But the barbarians did neither. As if they couldn't be bothered, they continued their charge. The blades pierced their bodies. Once again, Necronovics widened the distance. Stop running away, coward. I am a magician. There's no reason for me to fight brute force head-on. Necronovics ignored their taunts and observed them. What is this? The barbarians' bodies, pierced by the blades, were a grotesque sight, wounds that would kill most within minutes. But those wounds were healing. The darkness-infused blades lodged in their bodies were expelled as their flesh regenerated, restoring them to their original form. Regeneration? No, that wasn't quite right. This was more than that. This is closer to a reversal, an effort to maintain their original form. This wasn't a power humans could possess. These barbarians were no longer human. Something had fused with them. They've already become half of the oldest ones. I never thought humans could mix in such a way. How had ordinary barbarians survived the White Snowfield? They had adapted to it. In that alien land, they became alien themselves. Yet they must still feel pain. How foolish! Despite his words, Necronovics' eyes gleamed with intrigue. How did they become fused like this? The essence of the Forbidden Lands and the surface had intertwined, a seemingly impossible phenomenon. Even Necronovics, a master of black magic, could only mimic the power of abomination, never fully replicate their nature. If he could study these barbarians, he might unlock the secrets of the oldest powers. His fingers itched. The desire to capture and experiment on the barbarians surged within him, driven by his unrelenting thirst for knowledge as a magician. No, I can't. Necronovics forced himself to suppress his desire. He was here now as a lord of hell. He couldn't act out of personal satisfaction. But a little indulgence should be fine. Capturing them alive might be too much, but at least I can take their corpses for analysis. Necronovix made his decision. The analysis was already complete. There was no trace of unholy energy emanating from the barbarians. In that case, there was no reason not to wield death against them. Piercing bullets, dozens of dark bullets shot toward the barbarians. Necronovix murmured softly. Clever creatures, aren't they? The reason these barbarians had taken Necronovix's attack head-on wasn't because they could survive it. It was because they wouldn't die from it. It seemed like simple behavior, but it was backed by precise calculations. You can't survive here by being merely reckless, but this time it won't go the way you think. The bullets carried the power of death. No matter how strong the barbarians were, if the bullets struck their vital points, they would have no choice but to die. Their only options were to evade or block them. Necronovix gathered his demonic energy. No matter how they responded, he planned to block their escape and finish them off. Ha 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 ha, but the barbarians were different. With maniacal laughter they charged forward. The bullets pierced their bodies, legs, arms, abdomens. Yet in an instant they arrived in front of Necronovix. Necronovix hadn't expected them to push through the attack with their bare bodies again. He hesitated for a moment, and though he quickly raised a barrier, it wasn't thick enough. The wall cracked under the relentless strikes of axes, and one embedded itself in his arm. Repel. Boom, Necronovix muttered briefly, and the barbarians were blown back as if hurled by a great force. They quickly got up and shouted, "Finally hit you, you coward! We'll kill you now!" Necronovix's eyes wavered. The part of his arm struck by the axe wasn't regenerating easily. The barbarian's alien energy hindered his recovery. But what truly unsettled him wasn't the minor injury. "What are you?" Necronovix had imbued the bullets with the power of death. If they were directly hit, even barbarians would face death. Their bodies were still riddled with holes from the attack, blood flowing and their insides exposed. They couldn't have been unaware of the force contained in the bullets. Warriors of their caliber would have instinctively recognized it. And yet they had charged straight into it. Necronovix couldn't understand. "I can kill you. If the bullets had pierced your hearts or heads, you would have died." "So what?" The barbarians bared their teeth. "What does it matter? The outside isn't so weak after all. This is fun." They attacked Necronovix even more ferociously, more violently. Boom, energy exploded. Relentless assaults targeted Necronovix without mercy. He unleashed his power in an attempt to push them back, the demonic energy bursting forth. But the barbarians ignored it and pressed on, even with their limbs mangled and shredded by the magic. One swung an axe with a tattered arm, grazing Necronovix's leg and leaving a wound. Necronovix groaned. The reason these barbarians had taken his attacks head-on wasn't because they couldn't die. It was because they didn't care if they died. To them, their lives meant nothing. If they died, so be it. If they lived, so be it. It was as simple as that. Necronovix finally understood. "You're mad," the barbarians of the White Wasteland. Their ancestors were humans from the surface who longed for the power of the abyss and willingly entered its prison. Among all beings, surface dwellers, hellspawn, and even the divine, they were the most unhinged. "Ha ha ha ha," Necronovix burst into laughter, his previously conflicted mind suddenly clear. Logic didn't work on them. Reason, intellect, judgment, answers, none of it mattered. They existed purely to kill and be killed. In that case, he would act accordingly. "It's been a while since my head felt this clear." How long had it been since he faced such pure malice? Necronovix felt an odd sense of exhilaration. The most insane beings in existence. "I acknowledge you, so let me make a clear decision as well." He would simply kill them. Power gathered. It brimmed with a singular, lethal intent. The world seemed to warp around him. It was an overwhelming, godlike force. Even the mighty barbarians of the White Wasteland would have to face death against it. But as though thrilled, the barbarians grinned, gripping their axes tightly and charging toward Necronovix. Necronovix unleashed his power. Hell and the Forbidden Land collided violently. Chapter 323, The Ashen Barbarians of the White Snowfield, Part 5. The blades of shadow surged, tearing my enemies apart. The blades of death pierced the earth, consuming the space around them. This was different from before, an attack purely intended to kill the barbarians. For this reason, the barbarians grinned brightly. "That's more like it. Stop hiding like a coward and fight." The barbarians planted their feet firmly and charged. They collided with the blades of shadow. Boom, power erupted and an explosion followed. Shards scattered in all directions, clawing and tearing into the barbarians' bodies. In an instant, their forms began to deteriorate. From the beginning, there had always been a clear disparity in power. While the barbarians were incredibly strong as heroic warriors, Necronovix was one of the four lords of hell, a being who had stood at the forefront of sealing away the oldest entities and played a key role in the war of gods and demons. The fact that the fight even seemed even was merely because Necronovix had been restraining his power, wary of the abilities of the monstrosity. The barbarians had little chance of victory, but the barbarians understood this fully. And that knowledge only made them laugh louder as they charged. Boom, darkness clashed with axes, the ground collapsed and crumbled, scars so deep they would require redrawing the map were etched into the earth. Boom, the darkness exploded. The intelligent barbarian Thomas lost his left wrist. Necronovix's attacks carried the power of death itself, a force that annihilated all it touched. Of course, the barbarians were beings of anomaly. They could resist the power of death. But losing limbs was a different matter entirely. If part of their body was destroyed by that power, it would never recover. It would become a permanent handicap. Even so, Thomas laughed. Boom, darkness erupted and scattered. The barbarians' bodies were ravaged, but they did not fall. They stubbornly inched closer to Necronovix. Surprised by this unexpected sight, Necronovix frowned. They are more resilient than I thought. He had assumed he could kill them easily if he truly tried. But the barbarians twisted their bodies just enough to avoid fatal blows. Wounds that would have killed ordinary humans several times over were mere inconveniences to them. I'll need to exert more effort. Necronovix drew upon even more of his power. The darkness he wielded grew fiercer, yet despite this the barbarians pressed forward. Even as their limbs were severed, they stitched their bodies together with sheer will. Finally, ha clang, breaking through all attacks, Thomas reached Necronovix. He raised his massive axe high. I'm here, die, congratulations, thump. Necronovix grabbed the wrist holding the descending axe. The axe halted with a dull clunk. Thomas's eyes widened. Oh, your strength itself is not particularly threatening. It is the anomaly within it that poses the real threat. Necronovix extended his other hand. A sword of darkness materialized. Stab, the blade of darkness pierced Thomas's heart, but Necronovix did not stop there. Detonate, thud. Thomas's body trembled violently. With the sword still lodged in his heart, Necronovix caused an internal explosion. Even for a barbarian, this was a fatal wound. Yet Thomas grinned, even as the sword remained embedded in his chest. He lunged forward and embraced Necronovix tightly. Greta, Anna now, clank. Having broken through the dark attacks, Greta and Anna charged forward. They gripped their axes with all their might, aiming to sever Necronovix's neck as he was held by Thomas. Necronovix did not bother to block their attack. He simply shifted his position slightly, using Thomas as a shield. To strike Necronovix, the two would have to cut down their own comrade. Even as reckless as they were, their sense of camaraderie would make that unthinkable. That was Necronovix's calculation, and it was a miscalculation. Greta and Anna did not hesitate. Instead, they accelerated. They raised their axes and swung. Their aim was to sever Necronovix's neck along with Thomas. Necronovix's face hardened. Boom, darkness exploded. The air surged violently, toppling trees kilometers away. The earth trembled. Arg, exposed to the explosion without protection, the barbarians were hurled to the ground. They coughed up blood, unable to rise. Necronovix let out a low groan. The two barbarians had tried to kill their own comrade without hesitation. There was not a shred of doubt in their actions. Reflexively, he had expended more power than necessary. To think I would be pushed this far despite the disparity in power, you are truly remarkable. Necronovix stopped mid-sentence. His pupils quivered, the shattered earth. Upon it lay the three barbarians, all gravely injured. Their wounds were horrifying. Any normal human would have died 100 times over. Yet even so, they were not dead. They didn't even lose consciousness. They gripped their broken axes and struggled to stand. Thomas was no exception. He coughed up blood, his vomit laced with bits of internal organs. He was on the verge of death, but he still gripped his axe and crawled toward Necronovix. I can still fight. Thomas dragged himself forward, inching closer to attack. You, the trembling in Necronovix's eyes settled. He spoke solemnly. I offer you my reverence. This was a being who had forsaken the world and sided with the oldest of entities. He possessed the power and conviction befitting such a being. Necronovix gathered his power, determined to kill them for good. Even as death loomed, the barbarian's fighting spirit remained unbroken. Pierce that's enough. Ki-eyeing, with a voice, a magic circle was drawn in the sky. It pressed down on Necronovix's body and his eyes widened. I've been waiting for this moment. Crack, the space shattered, revealing the presence of the Tower Master. Necronovix swung his darkness, shattering the magic circle. Do you think that will be enough? But above the magic circle, dozens of other magic circles appeared simultaneously. Like a barrier, they suppressed Necronovix and drained his strength. Necronovix grimaced. Magic of this caliber couldn't be used without prior preparation. It meant one thing: so you've been watching, quite a good job hiding yourself. So well hidden that even Necronovix hadn't noticed, the Tower Master had perfectly concealed himself, observing their battle. And when the timing was right, he unleashed the prepared magic all at once. Necronovix glanced at the barbarians. Were they used as bait? How pitiful. No, I never intended to use them as bait. The original plan was for the Tower Master to cooperate with the barbarians to fight Necronovix. But the moment he said that, the barbarians erupted in anger. How dare you? You, of all people, dare interfere in our battle. Know your place. They rushed at the Tower Master with such fury that, had Kettle not intervened, they would have had to fight the barbarians to the death before even facing Necronovics. Kettle clicked his tongue and said, "Leave them be. Are you sure Necronovics is strong? Of course the barbarians are strong as well, but it's dangerous, they might die." It was a natural concern, but Kettle indifferently asked, "What do you think would happen if you died in this battle?" What does it matter to us?" The barbarians tilted their heads, confused. The Tower Master was momentarily speechless at their attitude. The northern barbarians also sought glory, unbothered by death. However, this was different. Their response suggested that death itself held no meaning to them. Kettle spoke up, "You see. You don't need to worry about it." "I see." For this very reason, the Tower Master had hidden himself, waiting for the right moment. "You filthy sack of bones, get lost, don't defile our battle. Look at that. Even though I saved them, they're angry." "Indeed," Necronovics let out a chuckle. Though his attitude seemed light, his mind was coldly calculating. "I've been had." He knew the Tower Master's absence meant something was being planned. He had intended to quickly finish things or abandon his puppet, but he momentarily forgot amidst the barbarians' struggle. Key-eating. Dozens of layered magic circles drained Necronovics' strength. Under normal circumstances, he could easily break them, but he had already expended much of his power fighting the barbarians. Maintaining his puppet was becoming difficult. As the puppet collapsed, its body began to disappear. And that was exactly what the Tower Master had been aiming for. "Let's play a game of tag." The Tower Master pursued Necronovics' retreating consciousness. Necronovics fought back, driving him away with strength and setting traps. But the Tower Master countered them all, avoiding bait, smashing traps, and chasing relentlessly. This time, fully prepared, he could track Necronovics, and at last, here you are. The Tower Master set foot on the remote mountain range where Necronovics had manifested his true body. "So this is your true form, how savage." Now within sight, the truth was clear. It was powerful, terrifyingly so. The energy radiating from the puppet had been child's play. The mere presence of the true form seemed capable of annihilating all life. Its mastery over such immense power was chilling. "Tower Master, sorry, but I don't intend to give you time for a conversation." The Tower Master waved his hand, activating his prepared magic. Imperfect explosion. A mushroom cloud erupted, shaking the mountain range violently. The Tower Master unleashed all the magic he had prepared. One spell alone could shake the world. A cascade of 10-class magic was unleashed. It distorted space, the world, and even time itself in an attempt to destroy Necronovics. Yet crash, against overwhelming might, it all shattered and crumbled. The backlash struck the Tower Master, spreading cracks throughout his bones. Groaning, he stepped back, even pouring everything into it. "The best I can manage is to make him twitch a few fingers." Necronovics' power shattered all of the Tower Master's attacks with mere gestures. Victory wasn't just slim, it was non-existent, but that was fine. The Tower Master's goal was to delay Necronovics, preventing his escape. Boom, with incredible speed something landed. The ground rippled under the impact. "You've arrived. Apologies, I rushed over as soon as I got the location, but it was on the other side of the continent. It took a bit of time." "No, it's fine, I'll leave the rest to you." The Tower Master retreated as Necronovics looked at the newcomer with calm eyes. "Barbarian, so this is your true form. The appearance is the same, but the power is entirely different." Kettle grinned and raised his axe. "Well then, this time let's truly fight to the death." And with that, bloodlust exploded. Chapter 324, Necronovics, Part 1, I Will Kill You. A surge of murderous intent rose. The intense will to kill overwhelmed Necronovics. The plants barely clinging to life amidst the destruction withered and died. At that moment, the Tower Master quickly created distance and activated magic. Mirror world. The dimensions split, centering on Kettle and Necronovics. The Tower Master's first role was to prevent Necronovics from escaping until Kettle arrived. The second role was to contain the aftermath of their battle. Whether it works or not, we'll see. With a vague tone, the Tower Master continued casting spells. Space was separated and sealed. Necronovics did not intervene. He seemed utterly indifferent, focusing entirely on Kettle. "You were on the other side of the continent, weren't you?" "I ran hard to get here," Kettle replied lightly, implying that he had traversed from the opposite end of the continent to this spot in mere minutes. Necronovics let out a dry laugh. "Escaping is impossible then." If he tried to flee, Kettle would immediately chase him down, and with the Tower Master present, any escape would surely be tracked. Wasting energy would yield no benefit. "The losses are manageable." Managing the puppets and fending off the Tower Master's attacks had drained some of his power. While not substantial, it was significant against an opponent whose victory could not be guaranteed even in full strength. Necronovics sighed, "No choice, I must kill you." With those words, a murderous aura erupted from Necronovics. Their energies clashed, shaking the mirror world. No further words were necessary. Kettle gritted his teeth and gripped his axe. Ha! The abomination let out a laugh of delight. Simultaneously, Kettle's body vanished. Crack. Even Necronovix momentarily lost track of his movement, but it didn't matter, for Necronovix perception was not vital. The shadow binds those who come for me. Necronovix's words echoed, compressed into an instant despite the lack of time to utter them. SSSHHH shadows surged. Kettle's speed was beyond even Necronovix's comprehension, but the shadows accurately caught his limbs. The meaning behind the words themselves materialized as reality bypassing process. The shadow that holds my enemy has now become a cocoon. The shadows coiled around Kettle's body as though sealing him. Kettle laughed. Ha! He spoke the process aloud, drawing forth the result. It was like scripture. Yet unlike any scripture Kettle had encountered before, Necronovix's words dictated not the past but the present. And that made sense. His opponent was one of the four lords of hell, akin to a god. In essence, every act Necronovix performed here was a miracle inscribed into scripture. Yes, Kettle was now fighting a being equal to a god, one of hell's four lords. Ah! His body trembled. It was not from fear or tension, nor from the strain of battle, it was exhilaration. Kettle's axe shimmered with aura. Crack, the shadows binding him were torn apart in an instant. Freed, Kettle charged forward. Necronovix snapped his fingers. A wall rises before me. A wall of darkness materialized in the world. Kettle swung his axe. Boom, the wall shattered instantly. Necronovix stood his ground, speaking once more. The shattered wall condenses into a sphere. Crunch, the fragments of the wall gathered into a sphere, and pierces the enemy. The sphere shot forth, containing the power to kill even an ancient dragon. Kettle raised his axe, slash. The sphere was cleaved in half. Kettle wielded the authority of the abomination, a force that killed everything it touched. Against such power, the scripture held little sway. Necronovix knew this as well. He snapped his fingers. And then it explodes. Boom, a dark explosion engulfed the space, consuming and burning everything. Kettle couldn't simultaneously use his aura for attack and defend his body. From their previous battles, Necronovix was aware of this weakness and targeted his body with a wide-scale attack. Tayat. But Kettle remained unscathed. Realizing Necronovix's intent, he swiftly retreated just in time. However, this gave Necronovix the opportunity to prepare another spell. The earth and sky have inverted. With those words, the nature of the earth and sky reversed. Oh, Kettle's body fell toward the sky. If this continued, he would fall beyond the heavens into the void of space. You're capable of all sorts of tricks. Kettle laughed cheerfully as he quickly assessed his situation. The spell's power was too vast to cut through with aura alone. In that case, he retracted his aura, reinforced his entire body with mystery, and exerted his strength to disrupt the magic. Boom, his powerful movements broke through the world's manipulation. The Tower Master, who had been containing the clash's effects, groaned. It was no exaggeration, their powers were capable of destroying continents. Without the Tower Master's control, the battlefield alone would have caused the surrounding lands to quake. This is exhausting, my bones might shatter. The Tower Master exhaled, further strengthening the dimensional separation. Kettle landed swiftly on the ground. Retrieving his reinforced mystery, he summoned his aura and propelled himself forward. Boom, darkness exploded and surged, but Kettle evaded every attack and cut through them as he closed in on Necronovix. The distance between them narrowed further and further. Finally, Kettle reached striking range. He swung his axe downward. Necronovix extended his hand. Kaboom, a powerful collision reverberated. Oh, for the first time, Kettle's expression changed. His aura embodied the power of the abomination. It killed all things. A force nearly impossible to defend against. Yet now it could not pierce the pitch-black shroud enveloping Necronovix's body. The axe blade was lodged in the shroud. Finally ready, are you? Click. A low voice was accompanied by the unveiling of a hidden space. A book. My book Lemageddon. I needed to unleash my full power. Necronovix raised a finger, pointing at Kettle. The light of darkness has descended upon the earth. Black light gathered at the tip of his finger. Chills. Kettle felt the hair on his body stand on end. Death. A primal instinct moved him. The axe swung, blocking the light. Kakakakang. The dark light clashed with the axe. In that moment, Kettle's body buckled under the force and was pushed back. His pupils widened. The aura within his axe, it could not kill the dark light. No, it was killing the light. But the amount of light being killed was overwhelmed by even more light attacking in waves. Kakakrack, Kettle succeeded in defending himself, at the cost of being pushed far from Necronovix. His mystery was visibly diminished. Necronovix spoke in a low tone. You are indeed strong. The power of the abomination is incredibly formidable. A force capable of killing all things, it was undeniably extraordinary. Necronovix himself had been captivated by it, analyzing it for countless ages in hell. But I am a being who has fought against your kind. In the past, Necronovix had opposed abomination and ancients. He had fought them to the death and survived to stand here. I know exactly how to counter you. My infinite thorns will rise in chaos and skewer my foes. Kakakakang. Thorns materialized and shot toward Kettle. He swung his axe to cut them down but quickly realized it was impossible. There were too many thorns. They filled the space like a dense net. The aura in his axe wasn't enough to cut through all of them. Ultimately, Kettle dodged by leaping away. Seeing this, Necronovix spoke calmly. In the end, you are doomed to lose. Once the oldest beings ruled the world, but gods and demons united against them and waged war. After a long, grueling conflict, the gods and demons emerged victorious. The oldest beings were defeated and sealed away in the Forbidden Lands. We couldn't kill you then. But this time I'll finish the job. That's more like it, Kettle grinned, gripping his axe tightly. Even in hell, stars existed, but they were far from ordinary. Tiny, dense, and volatile, they unleashed massive explosions upon the slightest impact. The stars of hell descended. They collided with the ground, erupting into violent explosions. Demonic energy filled the space. Amid the blackest world of hell, a single ray of light arose. It began to burn the entirety of hell itself. The primordial hellfire descended, consuming all creation as it roared. This was no longer the earth, it was hell. The barrier cast by the master of the demonic tower cracked in an instant. Though a new barrier was hastily constructed, it couldn't keep pace with the destruction. Amid the onslaught, Kettle remained unscathed. He evaded the raining explosions and flames with miraculous precision. Clearing paths of attacks that blocked his advance, he moved forward with minimal motion. Finally, Kettle managed to reach Necronovix. He swung his axe downward with tremendous force. Crang, but it was blocked by the pitch-black shroud. The blade caused cracks to spread across the barrier, but it still managed to protect its master. Necronovix spoke. The hellfire has melted the foe before me. Flames rose voraciously, attempting to engulf Kettle. He quickly kicked off the ground and leapt back, but he couldn't completely evade. Hellfire clung to his left arm, burning it and spreading toward his entire body. Kettle shook his left arm, dislodging the flames. However, his arm was already burned. You've done well to withstand this. Did I not tell you? I've faced the abomination and survived. Necronovix had been so captivated by the power of the abomination that he even mimicked it. He knew better than anyone how to counter it. No matter what you do, you cannot strike me. Boom. Power clashed and exploded. Kettle was pushed back again. Getting close won't be easy. Every strike contained immense force. Even fragments of it could kill beings hailed as heroes. Even Kettle would sustain damage if hit directly. He had no choice but to dodge, but the sheer volume of attacks filling the space made advancing difficult. And even if he managed to close the gap, Necronovix's pitch-black shroud would prevent him from landing any meaningful blow. He's strong, Kettle was genuinely impressed. To be honest, ever since he gained the ability to wield his aura, he had become bored. The power of the abomination, a force that killed all things, few could stand against him. Even if he were to fight his old adversary, the rat, it would be an easy victory now. His overwhelming power had made combat dull. But this, Necronovix was not only enduring Kettle's aura but surpassing it, pressuring him. This was one of the four great lords, a being among the top 5 strongest in hell. It was awe-inspiring, it was exhilarating. Behold, this is what it means to be a demon, this is the world, this is the power of fantasy. In a fantasy, one must not yield to these monstrous forces. Filled with euphoria, Kettle stomped the ground, the earth quaked. I acknowledge it, you are strong, Kettle admitted Necronovix's strength, baring his teeth in a grin. But I'll be the one to win, thom. He charged straight toward Necronovix. Chapter 325, Necronovix, Part 2, boom. An explosion erupted. Hellfire, dark magic, and meteoric stars of the abyss defiled the ground. The landscape churned and quaked. The mirrored world conjured by the Tower Master trembled as if it would shatter any moment. Cough, cough, the Tower Master coughed. The opponent was Necronovix, a being akin to a god, a being who could perfectly wield their own powers. Naturally, Necronovix's attacks were aimed precisely at Kettle. The impact on his barrier was just a fragment of their strength. But even that was hard to endure. If I were inside, I'd definitely be dead. All those puppets we fought until now were mere child's play. This was the true power of Necronovix. I truly hope you can win. Otherwise, this world will meet its end. The Tower Master murmured with heartfelt sincerity. Rumble, crash, the most terrifying corners of hell unfolded upon the earth, and amidst it all, Kettle advanced. He narrowly created gaps to move through, dodging with miraculous precision, but he couldn't avoid everything. Necronovix twisted and shook the trajectories of their attacks. Shards from an exploding blade grazed Kettle's thigh. Slash. A long gash appeared on his thigh. Kettle pressed forward unfazed. He finally reached the point right before Necronovix. Clang, a pitch-black veil clashed with Kettle's axe, and it was the axe that was deflected. Necronovix spoke quickly. A burst of power before me. An explosion followed. Even Kettle would be in grave danger if hit directly. He swiftly retreated to maintain some distance, clicking his tongue as he examined the veil. It's certainly durable. Even though it had clashed with an ore-infused axe, the veil hadn't shattered. It bore some cracks, but those too were slowly regenerating. Dodging the cascade of power, Kettle muttered to himself. Your authority isn't as absolute as I thought. My power brings death to all things. The power of the abomination, it was death itself, a power that bestowed ordinary death upon everything. But you cannot kill what is already dead. Ah, so that's the nature of your defense. Of course, in my prime, I could even destroy the already dead, but you can't wield my authority properly. Kettle could only draw out the abomination's power as a form of aura. Considering the true essence of that authority, he was barely scratching the surface. As you are now, you cannot breach that defense. Kettle stroked his chin, the abomination murmured. Then let me cooperate. Are you offering to help me? Watching the one who wields me struggle against such a juvenile foe is not to my liking. I'd love to tear that smug expression apart. The mystical force within Kettle stirred, slithering up the nape of his neck. Accept me, the abomination whispered. If Kettle accepted, the creature within him would immediately go berserk, unleashing its power to annihilate everything. The tide would turn in his favor in an instant. There was no real downside to accepting. The abomination was ultimately part of his own power. However, no, I'm good. Kettle smiled faintly and declined. The abomination paused, seemingly surprised by the unexpected answer. You're refusing, is it pride? No, not that. Boom, Kettle dodged the erupting forces, responding as he moved. It's just that wouldn't be much fun. What? It was simple, relying on someone else to solve the problem. How utterly boring, the abomination spoke, incredulous. Even in this situation, you're prioritizing enjoyment, you really are insane. Well, I won't deny that, but I'm not doing this thoughtlessly either. Even Kettle wasn't stubborn enough to insist on his own way to the detriment of everyone else. Losing this fight wasn't just his problem, it was a threat to the entire continent. His dream of a grand fantasy would crumble, and that wasn't something he desired. Yet he refused for one simple reason. He was confident he could win without the abomination's help. I've roughly figured it out. Necronovics, standing within the pitch-black veil, hadn't moved a single step. Likely they couldn't move while maintaining that shield. This was probably Necronovics' ultimate defense. If so, breaking it meant victory. The only problem was how to break it, but Kettle had already solved that puzzle. Your authority doesn't work on that veil. However, physical impact did. Every strike caused cracks to appear, that was evidence enough. The regeneration wasn't particularly fast either. Continuous attacks could break through. He had also discerned weaknesses in Necronovics' onslaught of power. Well then, shall we begin? Kettle withdrew his aura. Mystery coursed through his body, strengthening it. Necronovics narrowed their eyes. A wise decision. Was that the abomination's suggestion? The authority of death couldn't pierce the pitch-black veil. If Kettle was going to wield it as aura, strengthening and protecting his body was the optimal approach. Even so, you cannot defeat me, Necronovics spoke softly. You are not the abomination, a being that had killed more than any other, a name that made gods and demons alike recoil in fear and hatred. Such a monster was Necronovics. You are strong, I'll give you that, but even so you cannot reach me. We'll see, Kettle grinned. Shall we test that? With those words, Kettle charged forward. Necronovics swung his arm, summoning hellfire and meteoric stars to engulf the space. Kettle moved swiftly, though he couldn't avoid everything. Hellfire clung to his skin, leaving burns both large and small. At last, Kettle closed the distance to Necronovics. He swung his axe with all his might. Cracks spread across the veil. As the light of darkness pierces forward, Necronovics countered, unleashing a beam of annihilation from their fingertips, erasing everything in its path. Crunch, Kettle planted his foot and moved again, shifting behind Necronovics. As malice erupts upon the foe at my back, Necronovics instantly responded. Demonic energy exploded behind them, but thud. Kettle leapt, moving once more to Necronovics' front. What? Necronovics' dark magic faltered, misfiring. Kettle raised his arm. Crash, the axe struck the cracks in the veil, spreading them further. Thorns shall rise, piercing every direction. Necronovics retaliated, conjuring a dense wave of thorns to impale the space. But none of them touched Kettle. By the time the words were spoken, he had already moved to Necronovics' back again. Crash, the veil cracked even further. Necronovics' gaze wavered. Kettle's movements had changed. As he zipped around, he murmured, so everything you say defines the outcome, huh? Necronovics' power dictated reality through their spoken word, producing desired results. In other words, the outcomes were predetermined. If one could grasp the meaning behind those words, they could predict the direction of the force. A vortex shook everything around. A storm erupted, pulling everything high into the sky. But it didn't touch Kettle. The moment he heard those words, Kettle had already moved above Necronovics' head. So when you said every direction, you didn't mean above, huh? Crash, doubly once again, the axe came crashing down. Cracks spread across the entire barrier. The enemy targeting me has been flung far away. This time, Kettle quickly widened the distance, deliberately moving farther from Necronovics. You said the enemy targeting me. Then what happens if I retreat? What's the meaning behind that? The situation twisted. Naturally, the intended outcome was nullified. Necronovics' power dissipated into nothingness. The abomination let out a groan. This is you, it was certain. Kettle had perfectly understood the essence of Necronovics' power. This realization sent a chill down Necronovics' spine. To think that after just a few battles this barbarian had discerned a countermeasure, and not just discerned, mastered it almost completely, something about this was unsettling. Necronovics hastily turned his gaze toward Kettle. His eyes glimmered with childlike curiosity. Seeing those eyes, Necronovics finally understood. The one standing before him didn't see him as anything more than a challenge to conquer. Kettle was analyzing, understanding, and systematically dismantling him. This truth made Necronovics shudder. Kettle was no abomination. He wielded the power of death only in a shallow sense. But Kettle had something that abominations lacked. He muttered under his breath, I've never been a monstrous being with overwhelming power. He was originally nothing more than an ordinary barbarian. He had come close to death fighting a mere beast like Whitefang, but he had survived. He analyzed and exploited the weaknesses of powerful, exalted beings wielding overwhelming might, and by defeating them he grew stronger. He only gained true power later. Thud. Kettle pushed off the ground, charging Necronovics in an instant. Necronovics' mind raced. He couldn't rely on an area-based force anymore. He had to target directly. Shred my enemies apart. Letter 16B, letter 16B1, letter 16D2, letter 16CB, letter 16B, letter 16DA, my double. Kettle activated a spell he had been holding in reserve. Before him, a clone of himself materialized. You specified an enemy, so is that me or my summoned clone? The answer became clear immediately. Necronovics' attack tore through the clone, leaving Kettle free to close the distance unimpeded. He tightened his grip on his axe, channeling all his strength. Crash, the cracks on the barrier spread further and now pieces of it began to fall away. Kettle let out a whistle. Sturdy bastard, aren't you? My power shall overturn the land. Necronovics shifted strategies, abandoning precise targets. Instead, he unleashed a broad, indiscriminate wave of destruction. The earth itself rippled and trembled, sweeping across all in its reach. Kettle braced himself, driving his feet into the ground and meeting the force head-on. Unfocused power isn't impossible to withstand. With a toothy grin, Kettle swung his axe. The cracks spread even further, leaving the barrier teetering on the verge of collapse. Necronovics' expression twisted in frustration. Kill him, a pure manifestation of murderous intent enveloped Kettle. He didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his axe to meet it head-on. Boom, an explosion of power erupted. The protective wards cast by the Tower Master could no longer withstand the strain and shattered completely. Boom. The aftermath reverberated, shaking the world. Everything in the vicinity was destroyed. It was fortunate this occurred in a remote mountain range, otherwise the death toll would have been catastrophic. Cough, Kettle spat out blood, staggering as he struggled to stand. The final attack from Necronovics had been immensely powerful. It had ravaged Kettle's body, tearing through his insides. Yet Kettle let out a laugh. It's been ages since I've been hurt this badly, not since that last guy in there. But it wasn't enough to render him unable to fight. Kettle tightened his grip on his axe. As the dust settled, Necronovics came into view. His body swayed unsteadily. The black aura enveloping him was half dispersed. The pitch-black barrier had shattered and vanished. Kettle whistled again. Now that's a more respectable look. You, Necronovics stared at Kettle. What are you? You ask meaningless questions. True, I suppose so. What mattered was that one of them had to kill the other. Necronovics gathered his remaining power. His near-infinite reserves were almost depleted. He activated his final spell. Armor clads me and a sword rests in my hand. Pitch-black armor encased Necronovics and a sword appeared in his grasp. A melee fight, huh? I have no room left for tactics. This will be the end. Kettle grinned, planting his feet before charging forward. The ground cracked beneath him as he rushed at Necronovics. Crash, axe and black sword collided. Necronovics did not retreat. Using his armor as a shield, he absorbed Kettle's blows and aimed for his heart with swift sword strikes. But ultimately, he was still a dark magician. His every move was evaded and his armor steadily fell apart. Necronovics' eyes dulled, despair creeping in. With the last of his strength, he lunged forward, unleashing a desperate strike. Boom, the attack sliced through the air, tearing a hole in the sky, but it missed. Kettle dodged it, grabbing Necronovics by the head and slamming him down. Raising his axe high, he grinned. Well then, it was fun, indeed not bad at all. Boom, the axe smashed through the armor and buried itself in Necronovics' chest. Demonic energy erupted in all directions. Chapter 326, Necronovics, Part 3, Boom, Boom, Boom. As the remnants of power gradually settled, the sight of the ground became clear. There, Necronovix lay embedded in the earth, a massive axe lodged in its chest. All right, Kettle muttered, pulling the axe free. From the cracked chest, a surge of dark energy spilled out. Necronovix stirred, trying desperately to muster its strength. The malevolent energy flickered like a wavering flame, attempting to rise but failing. It dispersed like a candle in the wind, snuffed out. Necronovix let out a bitter laugh. I can't even muster strength anymore, huh? This hasn't happened since the Great War of Gods and Demons. You did well, Kettle replied, pulling the axe over his shoulder. His own appearance was far from intact. Half of his skin was peeled away, revealing a grotesque and raw form underneath. One of his arms was stripped of flesh with patches of exposed bone, but he was standing and Necronovix was not. I've lost, Necronovix admitted defeat at Kettle's hands. I thought I could win. You've never truly mastered the power of the abomination. Without it, you're strong, but not as overwhelming as I expected. Necronovix had relied on the assumption that if he could counteract the power of the abomination, Kettle would lack any extraordinary abilities beyond sheer strength. And yet it was Kettle who prevailed. You didn't even borrow the power of the abomination. The terrifying explosion of the abomination, capable of wounding materia itself, Kettle hadn't unleashed it. Instead, he wielded its power in the form of pure aura, controlled with perfection and secured his victory. Now Necronovix understood. Kettle was strong enough to defeat him even without the abomination. You weren't at your best either, Kettle remarked lightly, sheathing the axe. Necronovix had expended much of his strength controlling his puppets and ensuring the Tower Master couldn't escape. This forced him into close combat with Kettle, a disadvantageous situation for a dark magician like himself. Even so, Necronovix quietly acknowledged, even if I had been at full strength, the outcome wouldn't have changed. The malevolent energy that defined Necronovix's existence began to dissipate, his form slowly unraveling. Death, so this is what it feels like. The power of the abomination, it was a force that killed everything, even concepts themselves. Not even Necronovix, one of the four heavenly kings, could escape its reach. So, this is death, an ancient demon born with the race of demons itself. From the wars of the Ancient Ones to the great war of gods and demons, Necronovix had endured, and now here he was dying. Ha 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 ha. So this is what death feels like. I've ended countless lives, but this is the first time I'm experiencing it myself. Ah, I see, so this is it. Closing his eyes briefly to embrace the sensation of death, Necronovix then opened them and turned his gaze to Kettle. You are our calamity. With those final words, Necronovix's body vanished, his remains scattering into the sky and fading into nothingness. V-Woom, a wave of power swept through the world. In that moment, all the strongest beings on the surface, those deemed heroes, felt it, and it wasn't just them. In the heavens, struggling to reconnect with the mortal world, and in the depths of hell, working to block the heavens' efforts, everyone felt it. A terrible evil had been eradicated, the abomination murmured quietly. You've won. You sound dissatisfied, Kettle noted with a smirk. You never used my power to the end. I wanted to try with my own strength. The abomination clicked its tongue, earning a chuckle from Kettle. What's this? Are you sulking because I didn't rely on you? Shut up, as if, the abomination denied it immediately. My pride took a hit, that's all. Even in my prime, I couldn't easily kill that thing, yet you did without my help. The abomination's pride had been wounded. Well, it's done now, that wretched creature is gone, and that's what matters. Exactly. Kettle laughed lightly, walking away from the site of destruction to where the Tower Master awaited. Cough, cough, the Tower Master was half dead. It was to be expected, maintaining a barrier strong enough to contain the devastating forces unleashed in the battle had taken its toll. Are you all right? No, not at all. I overexerted myself trying to sustain the barrier. My life vessel has cracks, I might die. But his efforts weren't in vain. A battle of Kettle and Necronovix's scale would have shaken the entire continent, perhaps more. Thanks to the Tower Master's control, the destruction was limited to the immediate area. The Tower Master, having barely stabilized his internal injuries, rose to his feet. So, you won. I won. Necronovix is dead. He's dead, Kettle replied calmly. The Tower Master let out a small, incredulous laugh. You actually killed him. The origin of all dark magic. A primordial demon said to have been born alongside the Demon King. Necronovix was dead. I can't believe it. It feels like a dream. Even though it was undeniably good news, it was difficult to process. Shaking his head, the Tower Master steadied himself. This is a tremendous victory, thank you. Because of you, the world isn't doomed. I'm part of this world too, it's only natural, Kettle replied with a faint smile. The Tower Master didn't doubt his words. Let's return. The Tower Master opened a portal, revealing Serena, anxiously waiting on the other side. When she saw Kettle, her eyes widened in shock and she ran to him. Kettle, you're seriously hurt. I can still move, give it 2 days, I'll recover. I felt the surge of energy earlier that. I won, Kettle nodded. Necronovix is dead, Serena gasped. It's true then. You worked hard holding off Necronovix's puppets alone, get some rest. And no, compared to you, Kettle, I didn't do much. Really, you've done so much more. Serena stammered in reply, her eyes still filled with confusion. Realizing she wasn't in a state to hold a proper conversation, Kettle told her to rest. Next, Kettle visited the infirmary where the barbarians lay wounded. Oh, ooh, our king. Upon seeing Kettle, their eyes widened, and despite their injuries, severe enough to be fatal, they struggled to rise and approach him. Kettle clicked his tongue and waved them off. Stay down. Yes. The barbarians reluctantly lay back down. After observing them for a moment, Kettle spoke. Where's Thomas? Present were the gruff barbarian Greta and the female barbarian Anna. Thomas was nowhere to be seen. Greta replied calmly, his injuries were severe, he died. I see. Kettle clicked his tongue. Necronovics was strong, even barbarians could die, he had known that. Still, the barbarians themselves likely wouldn't care about such a fact. Even Thomas, the one who had died, would have been more pleased to have died following Kettle's orders than afraid. Kettle knew that all too well. As if to prove his thoughts, Greta's eyes sparkled as she said, to die following the king's command. What an honor, I wish I could die like that too. Don't die. To barbarians, their lives were worth as little as the snow covering the frozen wastelands. But that wasn't the case for Kettle. Thomas had been a barbarian he had watched grow since childhood. It didn't sit well with him. Sensing Kettle's somber mood, Anna cautiously spoke. My king, what is it? Are you disappointed in us? I'm so sorry, what? Kettle blinked, perplexed by the sudden question, but the barbarians were genuinely nervous, anxiously watching for his reaction. Kettle realized something. The two didn't think Kettle was upset because of Thomas's death. No, they believed it was because they had failed his orders. Kettle had commanded them to capture Necronovics, but they had not succeeded. Assuming this failure was why Kettle's mood had soured, they were fretting. Understanding this, Kettle chuckled, you're truly exasperating creatures. We're sorry, no, it's fine. That's not the reason. Though he reassured them, the barbarians still looked uneasy. With grim determination, Greta asked, then, should we return? Kettle had given them a condition. If they defeated Necronovics, all the barbarians would be allowed to leave their frozen lands and follow him, but they had failed that task. Kettle nodded. Yes, you should. Once your wounds heal, return immediately. Despair washed over their faces as if the world had ended. After watching them for a moment, Kettle spoke again. For now, rest back home. I will come to you, what? Their eyes widened. Kettle's next words left no room for doubt. Once matters outside settle, I will come find you in your lands. Oh, our king. Truly, yes. Leaving the jubilant barbarians behind, Kettle stepped outside. The abominator murmured in disbelief. You're really planning to go back there? You loathe that place. There's no choice. The barbarians had risked their lives to help him. Without them, he'd probably still be struggling to chase down Necronovics. They had done something for him, so he needed to repay that. Kettle sighed. I'm going to end up making a homecoming I never wanted. He figured he could greet them and leave quickly. Even so, it didn't make it any less unpleasant. The next day, Kettle met with the Tower Master. The Tower Master, upon seeing him, muttered with exasperation, You've almost fully recovered. Kettle's injuries were severe beyond words. Half his body had been burned and one arm had been shredded. For an ordinary person, these were lifelong injuries. Yet, within just a single day, fresh skin had grown, and his tattered arm had returned to its original state. Kettle remarked casually, to survive in that place you need at least this level of recovery ability. This doesn't seem like mere recovery, but fine, it doesn't matter now. What mattered was something else entirely. Kettle sat down in a chair. I've killed Necronovics. The demonic overlord of hell had been vanquished forever. What do you think will happen next? Chapter 327, The Tide Turns, Part 1. The damage on the surface is not insignificant. The sanctuary of the fairies has burned. A pure mystical spring has vanished from the earth. 3 heroes of renowned stature have died, along with dozens of superhumans. The casualties below that level are countless. 5 religious churches were wiped out and 3 kingdoms have collapsed. To be honest, the damage is catastrophic. It was impossible to predict how long it would take to recover from the devastation caused by Necronovics. In fact, it might never be possible to fully recover. Such was the magnitude of the damage. Necronovics' rampage lasted only 10 days. In that short time, it inflicted an indelible wound upon the surface. But in the end, Necronovics was slain. One of the 4 lords of hell who had once opposed the gods was defeated. When you think about its significance, the price was cheap, practically free even. It's hard to believe they summoned Necronovics to cause just this much damage. The purpose of summoning Necronovics must have been to devastate the continent. At the very least, they likely intended to destroy half of it, to burn the world tree, collapse Mantamia, and annihilate numerous kingdoms and religious churches. And realistically, it wasn't impossible. Considering the irreparable damage inflicted in just 10 days, with a few months, it truly could have destroyed half the continent. But before that could happen, Kettle killed Necronovics. Summoning Necronovics must have been a trump card for Hell. They must have expended an enormous amount of sacrifices to bring it forth. And on top of that, they must have used considerable resources to prevent Heaven's intervention. It was a gamble of sorts, but that gamble failed. They can't block Heaven's intervention forever. Soon even the gods will be able to aid the surface. What you've done is change the course of this war, the Tower Master continued. Honestly, I dare say the tide has turned in our favor. The flow of the war against Hell had shifted. Now it was time to counterattack. The Tower Master spoke with delight. It's all thanks to you. You did exceptionally well. If I could, I'd even give you a kiss. That's not really, Kettle hesitated to refuse. A kiss from a lick, now that was fantasy. Even he who had seen countless works of fiction had rarely come across a scene of a lick kissing. What would it actually feel like? The thought momentarily intrigued him. Just joking, don't make that face, it's unsettling, the Tower Master replied awkwardly. Anyway, you've done well. I can't give you a kiss, but I should at least reward you properly. I'll make arrangements. That wouldn't be bad, Kettle said with a faint smile. The Tower Master had said that Hell suffered a great blow and that the tide had shifted. And those words were true. Proof of this lay in the somber atmosphere of the Hell Lords' meeting. Necronovics is dead, Materia broke the silence. No response came. She continued in a subdued voice. Dead. Completely. It wasn't a banishment or a seal. The entity itself had ceased to exist. A mighty evil that had existed since the days of demons had met eternal death. The demon of the sword, Caliste, asked quietly. Who killed him? The barbarian of the White Snowfield, Kettle. The abyss, the first tool of the Demon King, answered. Caliste's gaze darkened. Of course it's him. There was no one else who could have killed Necronovics in the first place. As Necronovics invaded the surface, it relayed vast amounts of information to Hell in real time. Through this, they had come to understand Kettle's power, Abomination's authority. How does someone even acquire such a thing? This is insane. This must be a nightmare, Materia muttered, letting out a bitter laugh as she ruffled her hair. It was the first time since the gods and demons' war that she had shown such vulnerability, and the situation justified it. Caliste asked, what's the damage on the surface? It's not small, but it's not large either. Difficult to gauge. Without Necronovics, it's unclear. Necronovics wasn't just a being of raw power. As the master of all dark magicians, it also served as Hell's central source of intelligence, gathering and relaying critical information. Hell's ability to exploit vulnerabilities on the surface relied heavily on Necronovics' insights. But now, with Necronovics dead, Hell was like a human without eyes or ears. Coordinated attacks were no longer feasible. At the very least, the damage doesn't compare to Necronovics' worth, and it's no longer possible to block Heaven's intervention. The gods will soon return to the surface. Do we have a countermeasure? Materia remained silent. Caliste's expression darkened. We don't. Hell's leadership had gone from 4 lords to 3 and they had no answer. Hell fell into silence. Here it is. 2 days later, the Tower Master handed Kettle a core. What's this? It's your reward for what you've done. Kettle examined the core. It glowed blue with something shimmering inside it. He immediately recognized what it was. Arcane energy. It's one of the cores that sustains the tower. With just this, all the tower's magicians could conduct research without worrying about funding for a month. The core radiated an intense mystical energy, surpassing even a dragon's heart. Are you sure it's okay to give me something like this? Considering what you've accomplished, this is cheap. I'd give more if I could, but the tower was also attacked and resources are tight. My apologies. No, this is more than enough. Kettle responded lightly as he accepted the core, but the Tower Master, still regretful, continued. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask. If it's within my power, I'll provide it. Then, Kettle's eyes lit up. Can you teach me magic? Magic, it's not particularly difficult, the Tower Master said, looking slightly puzzled. But you don't really need magic, do you? You have dragon words. Dragons are a magical race. The dragon words they wielded was immensely powerful. Human magic was essentially a diluted version of it. It was hard to understand why someone with dragon words would seek human magic. Kettle answered the question lightly, because I want to learn it. I see that's your purpose, the Tower Master mused. Learning magic itself was Kettle's desire. It was a little perplexing, but knowing how peculiar Kettle was, the Tower Master didn't press further. Very well, but right now it's difficult. There's still much to be done in this war. I'll teach you after it's over. Ooh, thank you, Kettle beamed. After the conversation ended, Kettle headed to the clearing with the core in hand. He already knew exactly how to absorb it. Kettle shattered the core. Crash, the mystical energy within burst forth, surging into Kettle's body. Normally, this method was impossible. A regular body would have been unable to withstand the overwhelming energy and would have exploded. But Kettle was no ordinary being. The abomination within him stirred, ravenously consuming the rebellious energy. As a result, Kettle gained the ability to wield even more mystery. Finally I can use both simultaneously. Now he could strengthen his body with mystery while wielding aura. The duration of his aura usage also increased. Previously, it lasted only a few dozen minutes, but now he could sustain it for over 2 hours. Kettle grinned in satisfaction. The abomination muttered begrudgingly. Come to think of it, getting stronger isn't entirely good for me. The stronger Kettle became, the greater his control over the abomination. For the abomination, being under Kettle's command was far from enjoyable. Kettle replied lightly, "Oh well, we might have to spend our whole lives together, might as well make the best of it." "How dreadful!" The abomination shuddered. Afterward, the situation on the surface rapidly improved. Necronovics's demons, now blind, could no longer exploit weaknesses in their attacks. The same was true for the dark magicians. Many of the dark magician elites had been consumed as puppets by the Necronovics, making it impossible for them to operate effectively on the front lines. With more breathing room, Kettle and the Tower Master began traveling the battlefield, eliminating demons. Boom, power erupted, obliterating the demon strongholds that had tormented humanity. "That's the end of it." From the ruins, Kettle emerged and the people erupted in cheers. "Wah, Kettle, Lord Kettle." Now everyone on the surface knew Kettle's name. He was without a doubt the most famous figure of the time. The Tower Master had spread the word across the continent. Kettle was the one who had slain the Necronovics. People's eyes gleamed with reverence and awe as they gazed upon him. They shouted in unison, "O great hero." "A hero, huh?" Kettle mused. "It's not exactly wrong, is it? I chose you after all. In fact, it's quite accurate. This feels nice." Standing next to him, Serena glowed with excitement, as if the praise was meant for her. Kettle chuckled. Time passed. The surface steadily gained the upper hand. In the once hopeless eyes of the people, hope began to bloom. One day, Shadrens, the saintess of Kaloja, visited Kettle. "It's been a while, Kettle." "Oh, it has," stammered Heis, standing beside her. She seemed unsure of how to address him. "You can treat me the same as before, Heis. You're my friend," Kettle said lightly. "That's easy for you to say, considering what you've become," Heis murmured under her breath, glancing at him with a peculiar expression. When they first met, Kettle had seemed like a strange, terrifying barbarian. Over time, she realized he wasn't as frightening as she initially thought, but as it turned out, he was even more fearsome than she had imagined. Kettle wasn't widely known back then, perhaps only in a small village. But after saving her sanctuary from demons, his fame had spread across the continent, and now he was hailed as a hero. It was an astonishing transformation. "Anyway, it's good to see you again." "What brings you here?" "Ah yes," Shadran said, her face calm as she began to speak. "My lord Kaloja wishes to see you. He has a message for you." "Let's meet him immediately," Kettle said without hesitation. Chapter 328, The Tide Turns, Part 2. Kaloja descended, borrowing Shadran's body. A voice blended with tones of the old, the young girls, boys, and young men reverberated. Eyes like stars came into view. The great god revealed their presence on earth. "Ah, it's been a while. It's good to see you again." A cheerful voice echoed. Kettle chuckled. "You seem to be in a good mood." Kaloja's tone had noticeably risen, making no effort to hide their delight. They spoke with a lively voice. "Of course, Necronovics, that damned fiend, is dead. One of the 4 lords of hell, a primordial demon who had existed since the inception of the infernal realms. Necronovics had been a formidable demon who played a pivotal role in the war of gods and demons. In the past wars, the number of gods slain by that monster would easily be in the double digits. I had my share of clashes with him. Necronovics was an extraordinarily powerful and terrifying being, and now such an entity had met its end. The heavens are abuzz with a celebratory atmosphere. It hasn't been this lively since the victory in the war of gods and demons. That's good to hear. As you may have guessed, our inability to intervene in the mortal realm until now was due to the interference of hell. Hell had blocked the heavens from intervening, ensuring Necronovics could wreak havoc without hindrance. Because of that, we were left watching helplessly as the mortal realm was defiled. To be honest, it was a perilous situation, so much so that some gods seriously considered sacrificing themselves to force open a passageway. "Is that so?" Kettle was surprised. The situation seemed even more dire than he had imagined. "But then, you killed Necronovics. Thanks to you, the issue was resolved without us having to take drastic measures." "No, it's more than resolved. It's an exceptional turn of events." Kaloja continued with excitement in their tone. "Hell had to pay a steep price to block the heavens' intervention for Necronovics. 3 of their lords wielded their power, but even that wasn't enough. They required additional resources. Many ranked demons, those of heroic class, were consumed in the process. Ranked demons are rare in hell, numbering barely a dozen or so. Over half of them were expended to block the heavens. Even if Necronovics hadn't died, hell's recovery from such losses would have been difficult. But with Necronovics dead, it was a devastating blow. Kaloja suddenly paused, looking at Kettle, no, more precisely looking inside him. "It's inside you, isn't it?" "It is." Do not address me, you child. The abomination spoke indifferently. The moment Kaloja heard its voice, they instinctively invoked their authority, as if a squirrel had encountered a snake. Gradually regaining their composure, they withdrew their power and muttered in disbelief. That monstrosity truly resides within you. It's unimaginable, but no matter, it's clear you're in control. Victory is nearly ours. The demons can do little more. Is it over, then? The tide of the war was turning decisively toward victory for the mortal and heavenly realms. Kettle asked with curiosity, what happens next? Hell won't be able to send reinforcements anytime soon. The demons and beasts remaining on the mortal plane need to be dealt with. Once they're eradicated, the barrier must be reestablished. The barrier separating the mortal realm from hell would be restored, stronger than ever, impossible to breach again. They're being expelled then, that's how it will end. It feels a bit unfair. The mortal realm got beaten up and barely retaliated. Kaloja chuckled at Kettle's words. That's just how it is. The mortal realm is a precious place after all. It would be nice if you could think of it that way. It's not that I don't understand. Strategic locations often became battlegrounds for proxy wars between powerful forces. The same thing happened on Earth, albeit on a planetary scale here. What a massive scale. Kettle chuckled, finding it amusing, but Kaloja, perhaps sensing Kettle's frustration, quickly added, it's no fun being on the defensive all the time, is it? That's why we've made a decision. A decision? As I mentioned, Hell expended considerable strength to block our intervention. With Hell's strength significantly reduced, an ironic opportunity had arisen. The gods could now intervene directly in Hell. Soon we will descend into Hell and launch an assault there. Keep this to yourself. Oh wow, descending directly into Hell to attack, such a possibility excited Kettle. You're going to Hell directly? His eyes lit up. Can I come too? What? I've always wanted to see Hell after hearing you talk about it. Kettle's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sensing his innocent desire, Kaloja chuckled dryly. You're as strange as ever. Unfortunately, that might be difficult. Is it impossible? Not impossible, just complicated. It's for a different reason. Kaloja looked at Kettle. If you go to Hell, there will be many who feel uneasy. The gods, huh? Kettle understood what Kaloja was implying. They're worried I might side with Hell. Of course, I trust you. Most gods no longer see you as a threat. Kettle had killed Necronovics. Only a fool among the gods would still regard him as an enemy. But in the end, you are a being born of neither heaven nor hell. They fear I might find Hell appealing and decide to stay, huh? Kettle clicked his tongue. Kaloja, watching him, spoke again. Of course, if you truly wish, I can take you with me on my authority alone. Oh, that's possible. I still hold some sway in heaven, you know. I can pull some strings. Kettle almost immediately asked to be taken, but he paused. That put you in a tough spot. It would, but it's fine. Your happiness is more important. Kettle groaned, suppressing his feelings. I guess it can't be helped. I'll pass. You're surprisingly quick to give up. The Kettle I know would have insisted. If it causes trouble for you, it's not worth it. Kettle smiled faintly, his demeanor calm, leaving Kaloja slightly unsettled. Well, if you say so, I appreciate it. So what's the reason you wanted to meet me? I recall you had something to convey. It's nothing grand, really, Kaloja replied lightly. I wanted to express my gratitude. Gratitude? Kettle asked, puzzled by the unexpected remark. Kaloja, however, spoke earnestly. You saved the surface. You protected my followers, the followers of other gods and humanity itself. Without you, most of them would have been killed by the Necronovics. Kaloja moved, lowering himself as the great deity showed respect to a being of the surface. Thank you, Kettle, for saving my children, the world, and humanity. Gratitude from a god. Kettle was momentarily at a loss for words. It felt as if fantasy itself had recognized him. A profound emotion surged from within. Once all of this is over, I will reward you. If you wish, I can even arrange for a journey to the heavens. Oh, is that really possible? Please do so, Kettle exclaimed eagerly, his eyes sparkling like a child's. Even Kaloja faltered for a moment at his reaction. I expected this, but you're even more delighted than I thought. I'll return once it's all over. I'll be waiting with great anticipation, Kettle said, grinning from ear to ear. Kaloja's form slowly began to fade as he returned to the heavens. Suddenly, he spoke again as if something had just crossed his mind. I was the first god to converse with you. That's true, Kettle acknowledged. Most thought I was mad when I first told the gods about you. They called you a dangerous existence, saying you needed to be dealt with immediately. It even led to a formal council questioning my judgment. Oh ho. You've been through a lot. It wasn't easy, but what are the results now? Kettle had provided immense aid to both the surface and the heavens. Without him, the surface might have collapsed entirely. As a result, not a single god dared to criticize Kaloja now. I was the first to recognize your value. It feels good, Kaloja murmured with satisfaction. Well then, I'll be counting on you for a long time to come. And I'll be counting on you, Kettle replied with a faint smile as Kaloja left the surface. He then turned to Steady Shadrins, who was on the verge of collapse. Ah, thank you. How was your conversation with Kaloja? It was enjoyable, a very fulfilling time. Thank you, Kettle said with a gentle smile. What's this? You've come to me yourself, the Tower Master spoke, surprised. Until now it was always he who sought Kettle, never the other way around. But now Kettle had come to him as if with a purpose at the front line where he was stationed. Where's Serena? She's always trailing after you. I sent her to the elves' sanctuary for now. Karin needed healing and she was necessary for that. More importantly, considering why Kettle had come to the Tower Master, it was better that Serena wasn't around. I've been curious about something, Kettle said, smiling brightly. What's the current situation? It's looking good. Everyone is quietly confident we'll win the war. The gods had begun to appear on the surface again, delivering their commands and leading their followers. Hidden demons and dark magicians were swiftly being dealt with. Hearing this, Kettle's eyes glimmered. So there's room to breathe. I suppose there is. What are you planning? That look in your eyes is dangerous. Nothing too serious, Kettle said nonchalantly. You mentioned you'd give me further rewards, didn't you? The Tower Master had previously said that the core of his tower alone couldn't repay Kettle for everything he'd done, and asked if there was anything else he wanted. At the time, Kettle had merely asked for magic lessons someday, as he didn't have anything particular in mind. I did. What is it? Do you want me to teach you magic now? No, not that, Kettle replied, smiling faintly. Serena mentioned that you've touched the gates of the heavens. Is that true? It happened in the past. I tend to act on my curiosity. I wanted to see if a being from the surface could truly reach the heavens, so I tried. The attempt failed, though. Was it because beings of the surface can't enter? Not exactly. There's a wall, a very solid one. Breaking through it wasn't easy. I retreated, considering my relationship with the gods. So you were able to reach the heavens themselves. Then the reverse should also be possible, Kettle said, his eyes sparkling. The Tower Master froze for a moment. Wait a moment, Kaloja had said he couldn't take Kettle to hell. The other gods were uneasy about it. Of course, if Kettle truly insisted, Kaloja had mentioned he could forcefully bring him there, but that would harm his own standing. He didn't want to trouble someone who had shown him goodwill. In that case, wouldn't it work if I found a way other than through the gods? You madman, the Tower Master muttered, laughing dryly as he realized Kettle's intentions. Can you take me to hell? Kettle asked excitedly. Chapter 329. The Tide Turns, Part 3. Can you take me to hell? In an instant, dozens of possibilities flashed through the Tower Master's mind. From them, he extracted the one that seemed closest to the correct answer. Are you interested in hell? I'm curious about what kind of place it is. What would the scenery there be like? What exists there? How do demons live? And what kind of lives do the monsters lead? He was so curious it was driving him mad. He had to see it for himself. The Tower Master muttered as he saw the greed flicker in Kettle's eyes. A personal desire, is it? You want to travel there? Exactly. It wasn't the worst possibility. The Tower Master was genuinely relieved, though he didn't show it and instead stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's not impossible, but is it difficult? It's not easy, but as I said, it's not impossible. You mean to go to hell directly? Yes. It's not a bad idea. As he pondered further, the Tower Master realized that Kettle's proposal wasn't entirely unappealing. Honestly, it's irritating to just sit back and take it. The gods seem to be eyeing the other side too. Getting a foothold there isn't a bad move. This is a good opportunity, I accept. Just wait a bit, I'll make the preparations. Oh. Thank you, Kettle sincerely expressed his gratitude to the Tower Master, who then moved cheerfully to the sacred grounds of the elves. Ah, you're here. Serena bounded toward him excitedly. Just as you instructed, I've been diligently treating Karin and Ignitia. She looked up at Kettle with sparkling eyes, clearly expecting praise. Kettle stroked her head and Serena giggled happily. She had held her ground admirably against Necronovics on her own. Back then, Kettle had praised her and patted her head, which made her extremely happy. Since then, Serena had begun to seek his approval regularly. It wasn't hard to oblige her, so Kettle would casually praise her when appropriate. After patting Serena's head, he turned his gaze. Karin, Ignitia, you're here, Kettle, you've come. How are you feeling? The two had fought with all their strength against Necronovics' construct. They had sustained numerous injuries and were in poor condition, especially Ignitia, who had attempted a self-destructive move, shaking the power within her body, leaving her with near-fatal wounds. I'm fine. Serena did an excellent job healing me. Ignitia's complexion wasn't as pale as expected. Serena, possessing the holy sword and a hero-class divine power, was unmatched in healing. Kettle was relieved. That's good to hear. If anything had happened to one of my few friends, I would have been deeply saddened. Thank you for saying that, Kettle. Ignitia looked at him with a somber expression. That monster, you defeated it, right? I did, Kettle nodded. Ignitia let out a faint laugh. She had already known, but hearing it directly brought mixed emotions. You really did. Karin and Ignitia, both hero-class warriors, had fought with all their might but could barely hold their ground against the creature. And it wasn't even the creature's true form but a construct, such a monstrous being it was, and yet Kettle had emerged victorious against it. You truly are a monster. It's chilling to think about the time I fought you. Ignitia shivered as she recalled how Kettle had once fought her with the intent to kill. She was acutely aware that, had he been serious, she wouldn't be here now. Then a commotion broke out outside, followed by the door bursting open. Kettle, you're here. The person entering was none other than Arkamis. Kettle greeted her with a delighted expression. Oh, Arkamis, it's been a while. Wow. It really is Kettle. Arkamis ran up to Kettle with a joyful face. Karin laughed as she asked, You're back, Arkamis. Have you resolved your issues? I've handled them perfectly. Arkamis, a superhuman-level warrior, roamed the continent confronting evil. As an alchemist, a rare profession, she hardly had a moment's rest. Only recently had she found some time to return, and to her surprise, Kettle was here in the sacred grounds. She couldn't help but be excited. However, as her sparkling eyes settled on the one behind Kettle, her expression hardened. At the end of her gaze was Serena. Kettle, who's that child? Serena flinched under Arkamis' stare and instinctively hid behind Kettle. Arkamis' eyes wavered wildly. Is she your daughter? I get that misunderstanding a lot. No, she's the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword, Kettle explained Serena's situation. As she listened, Arkamis' confusion gradually faded. She requested my protection, so for now I'm acting as her guardian. Ah, I see. Arkamis let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at Serena for a moment, then, as if deciding something, stepped forward. Serena, was it? Nice to meet you. Why, yes, nice to meet you. Shall we be friends? Want me to show you around the sacred grounds? Oh, okay. Serena nodded hesitantly, and Arkamis began leading her to explore the sacred grounds. Though flustered, Serena obediently followed her. Watching them, Karin murmured, It's peaceful. It was truly peaceful. The war was nearing its end, and that feeling was evident. The atmosphere was bright and hopeful, but this wasn't hell. Boom. An explosion erupted, filled with divine power. From within the explosion, a single hand emerged. It swung roughly, crushing and dispelling the blast. You damned bastards, Materia scowled as she surveyed the scene. A vast lake, a popular resting spot for demons in hell. Now it lay in ruins, reduced to ashes by divine destruction. Materia returned to the shelter after cleaning up the aftermath. Waiting there were the demon of the sword, Caliste, and the demon king's first tool, Abyss. How did it go? We stopped it, but the lake was completely buried under divinity and obliterated. Materia slumped into a chair. The gods are invading hell. Kalosia had warned Kettle that the gods would attack hell, and within days they acted. Descending upon hell in various places, they wreaked havoc. Demons scrambled to defend their home base, leaving no capacity to attack the surface anymore. At least we made them pay dearly, Materia muttered, narrowing her eyes. The gods themselves had descended into hell. That meant they could strike down a god if needed. We managed to ensure one of them couldn't return. Caliste, I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me, Caliste replied calmly. Materia pressed her forehead. The situation isn't good. To be honest, it's the worst. Is this a loss? Materia murmured, but no one refuted her. Silence filled the space. What are we going to do now? I don't know, Caliste murmured. Materia scowled. Ah, how frustrating. Caliste only cared about his sword, and Abyss, being a mere instrument, was difficult to converse with properly. It had been Necronovics who actively gathered and organized everyone's opinions. His absence was sorely felt. Materia sighed. If there was no Necronovics, she had to step in. Are we retreating? If we do, when will the next invasion be? I don't know, Materia clicked her tongue. Necronovics is dead, and many magicians on the surface are gone. The gods will reinforce their barriers even more. Just intervening through black magic could take millennia. A full-fledged invasion might take 10 times that. Even for demons, it was a long time. Abyss spoke. What about the Demon King's descent status? That might take 100 times longer. It could even be impossible. Such was the extent of the damage. Are we really going to retreat like this? Caliste murmured, running his fingers along his sword hilt. I don't want to agree. The atmosphere grew heavier. Materia narrowed her eyes. There are two options. Accept defeat and retreat, or be prepared to abandon everything. Like back then, Caliste replied. In the distant past, during the Divine Demonic War, demons had been pushed to the brink of defeat by the gods. But they hadn't accepted defeat. They had made one final, desperate attempt. This gamble is riskier than back then. This time we'd truly have to abandon everything. A gamble that would risk the entire demon race and hell itself. To be honest, I want to do it. My pride won't let me retreat like this. Materia grinned. What about you? I have no intention of retreating. Besides, I now have a purpose, Caliste said, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Within them burned the will to fight. I want to face the barbarian who killed Necronovics. No retreat. The Demon King's descent must happen. It's decided then. All the remaining lords were in agreement. Materia stretched as if relieved. Then let's do this. And the next day all of hell trembled. How's the preparation coming along? Almost done, it should be ready in 2 more days. I see. In 2 days they could descend into hell. Kettle looked up at the sky with anticipation. It was nighttime. The dark sky was filled with countless bright stars, far more dazzling than those seen on Earth. As he stared blankly, Kettle tilted his head. Tower Master, what is it? The sky seems strange. Hearing this, the Tower Master looked up, and he too saw it, the crack spreading across the lofty sky, confirming location. The Tower Master cast a spell to pinpoint where the rift was forming. Magic surged high into the sky, but no matter how long they waited, no information came. The meaning was clear. The rift was so far away that even his magic couldn't reach it. Is it at the height of the stars? What is this? The Tower Master tried to grasp what it was, but his efforts were rendered meaningless when the cracks in the sky began to expand. Bo! A deafening roar echoed across the world. It was a pure, unenhanced sound, yet it shook the entire realm. Those with sensitive ears had their eardrums torn apart. Kettle grimaced at the unpleasant noise. What is it? Wait, crack, crackle. The cracks in the sky grew larger and larger. Beyond them was a deep, dark void, but it was not a space of this world. The Tower Master swallowed hard. A dimension is breaking apart, and then from beyond the dimension it slowly revealed itself. Rumble, it was a star. A blackened red star broke through the dimension and emerged into this world. The massive planet filled the vast sky. And then, SCREECH, malice radiated from the star, a density so thick it felt almost natural. The Tower Master gasped in shock. That is. Well, Tower Master, it seems your efforts were for nothing, Kettle whistled. The Tower Master had worked tirelessly to descend into hell. The fact that it was now pointless could only mean one thing. The black and dread, malice-filled planet that was hell itself. The enemy has come to us instead, Kettle muttered with amusement. Chapter 330, Hell Part 1. Hell, the Tower Master was aghast, the dwelling of demons. A world of another dimension. Hell, that world had now torn through the dimension and arrived here. It was hard to believe even while seeing it with his own eyes. But the Tower Master had no choice but to accept it. Because hell was slowly approaching them. Wait, hell was not as large as one might think. At most, it was the size of one of the 4 continents. For a world of demons, it was relatively small. But while it was small as a world, the mass itself was unimaginably immense. What would happen if such a mass touched the ground? It wasn't hard to guess. A collision that would lead to the destruction of the world. The Tower Master hastily extended his hands. Magic spread out frantically, forming barriers. Crack, 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 but it was like trying to stop frostbite by urinating on frozen feet. No matter how powerful the Tower Master was, stopping such mass hurtling forward with acceleration was impossible. This is dangerous. Even Kettle became serious at the sight of the approaching planet. He pulled out his axe, filled it with aura, and planted his feet firmly. Just as he was about to charge forward, zzz, another tremendous roar rang out, but this time it was not unpleasant. Despite its enormity, the sound brought an odd sense of calm to those who heard it. And then, divinity enveloped the world. It surrounded the surface of the earth in the form of a solid sphere, protecting it firmly. Before long, hell and the divine barrier collided. Crunch, a horrifying sound reverberated. The barrier began to shatter, unable to withstand the planet's mass, but it wasn't meaningless. The incoming star's speed was slowly decreasing. And finally, rumble, rumble, rumble. Just before it touched the ground, hell came to a stop. The Tower Master barely held himself upright as his body threatened to collapse. Forcing himself to focus, he lifted his head. This is spectacular, Kettle spoke in admiration. The crimson-black planet was now fused with their world. It was a scene one might only see in a painting. Of course, it was only beautiful when seen in art. When such a thing entered reality, it was nothing short of a catastrophe. The Tower Master groaned. These lunatics, they smashed hell into the world. A state of emergency erupted. The relaxed atmosphere born of their previous victory shattered in an instant. The Tower Master sprang into action. Have we received any word from the gods? No, the saints and saintess are praying, but there's no response. Is it taking them time to assess the situation as well? Damn it, the Tower Master shook his head roughly, frustrated. Kettle turned to him and spoke. Is it necessary to seek the gods for information? There is someone here on this earth who knows everything they know. Realizing the meaning behind Kettle's words, the Tower Master moved immediately. He headed straight for the elves' sanctuary. Waja, the elves were screaming and running around like mad. Understandably so, hell had appeared above the southern continent, right over the elves' sanctuary. Amid the chaos, the Tower Master and Kettle found Serena. Her already pale face had turned ghostly white. Kettle, what's happening? This is, Serena was half out of her mind. Kettle observed her for a moment and then released his presence. Calm down, his will pressed down on the sanctuary. The elves' frenzied movements came to an abrupt stop. Panic slowly subsided. Calm began to return to Serena's face. Kettle asked quietly, "What happened? Hell has connected to the ground, crossing the dimension. Is such a thing possible? It's not impossible. Both heaven and hell exist on higher dimensions than the earthly plane. Lowering them into this dimension isn't particularly difficult. But it's madness," Serena cried out in bewilderment. The god-demon's war. It was a war fought over the ownership of the earthly realm, where Earth was the centerpiece. Heaven and hell were excluded from that fight. In other words, regardless of the war's outcome, their own realms would remain unaffected. Until now, even if the gods attacked hell, it was closer to venting their anger. They could not cause significant damage. But now, the demons had dragged hell itself down to the earthly realm. If this happens, the demons can no longer be banished back. Why could demons who manifested on Earth be killed yet still return to hell? Because hell was their home base. Being in another dimension, the damage they suffered here didn't matter much. But now, with hell in the same dimension as Earth, there was no place to be banished to. In other words, if demons received fatal wounds now, they would face true death. And that wasn't all. With hell itself brought into this realm, it now fell within heaven's range of attack. The gods could assault hell unilaterally. Hearing this, the Tower Master groaned. It sounds insane when you put it like that. But if they did it, there must be something to gain, right? Yes, Serena swallowed hard. The gods and demons cannot interfere with Earth because they exist in extremely distant dimensions. But now that hell is here, the demons no longer consume anything to descend. They could now roam Earth freely as if it were their own backyard. Named demons, demons of rank, and even the demon lords themselves, all of them could attack Earth. The Tower Master understood the demon's intent. A gamble, that seems likely. Even at the risk of losing hell itself, the demons had resolved to devour Earth. After a moment of silence, the Tower Master shouted urgently, "Soaring Hawk. Spread this information across the world." Dozens of hawks formed from magic sword into the sky and scattered. The information the Tower Master had discerned spread to the entire world. Hell had descended to Earth. At any moment they could attack. Hearing this, the churches and kingdoms began to move frantically. Powerful beings from all over began to gather near the elves' sanctuary. Great dragons even soared through the skies, preparing their draconic incantations. Time flowed amidst tense silence, and after 2 days nothing happened. What's going on? The Tower Master muttered suspiciously. Why haven't they attacked yet? Dropping hell into the earthly realm had been a highly sudden move. Earth had no time to prepare. If the demons had attacked immediately, they would have dealt immense damage, but even after 2 days, the demons had yet to show themselves. In that time, Earth had been diligently preparing for an attack. The demons needed to act quickly, yet it was still quiet. Something was very wrong. Are they plotting something? That's likely, Kettle muttered, looking at Serena. Serena shook her head vigorously. I don't know either. They must have done this to attack Earth, but why? The Tower Master stroked his chin. After thinking for a moment, he moved to a nearby saint and asked if there had been any response to their prayers. There is no response. Are the connections still active? Yes, the prayers are reaching them. The prayers of the believers were definitely reaching the gods, but no answers were coming back. That meant one of two things. The first was that the gods didn't have the strength to respond. Hell itself had manifested here on Earth, and the gods were likely expending considerable power to suppress its aftermath. It was a very plausible explanation. The other was that the gods themselves had not yet found an answer. This isn't good. The demons were plotting something, but no one could tell what it was. The Tower Master let out a groan. Next to him, Kettle, who had been silent, finally spoke up. You look troubled. The problem is I can't figure out what they're after. They've dragged hell into this world, yet why are they staying silent? Why aren't they targeting the surface? The Tower Master looked deeply worried. Kettle, watching him, opened his mouth again. There is a way to solve that problem, you know. And what might that be? Isn't it simple? Hell is connected to the surface now. They can freely come here, right? Then the reverse should also be possible. You don't tell me. The Tower Master realized what Kettle was suggesting. You're saying we should go to hell directly? Is there a better way? The Tower Master couldn't answer that question. Indeed, at this point, the best way to uncover the demon's plan was to go to hell itself. Kettle spoke softly. To catch a tiger, you need to enter its den. They've come here. Sitting back and watching isn't an option. You sound almost excited. You're mistaken. Kettle answered casually, but his eyes gleamed like those of a child discovering a new toy. The Tower Master let out a dry chuckle. It doesn't seem like a mistake to me. But whether Kettle's intentions were pure or not, his suggestion was on point. In fact, it was the closest thing to a correct answer. They couldn't wait forever for the gods to respond. After much deliberation, the Tower Master made his decision. Fine. Oh ho, then I'll. No, I can't send you alone. There's no information about hell. Even Serena doesn't know anything. Sending you alone would be reckless. Though to be honest, I don't think you'd be in danger, but we still don't know what they're planning. The demons might have anticipated someone like Kettle arriving and prepared for it. They needed to be just as prepared. Then what do you propose? I'll go with you, the Tower Master answered firmly. Not just me, I'm bringing one more person. One more? Kettle's face showed curiosity. A few hours later, Kettle understood as soon as he saw who the Tower Master had brought. So you're going with maximum firepower. We don't know what's there. We could run into a demon lord as soon as we arrive. It's best to be prepared. That won't happen, a calm voice echoed. The demon lords are like gods of hell. If they were to act, the gods wouldn't just stand by. And yet those gods aren't answering, are they? That likely means the demon lords are already interfering in some way. If they're acting to counter us, then it means the gods will soon have some breathing room. So you can rest assured, Kettle. Oh, I see. The speaker was a woman with golden hair and black eyes, Helia, the sun god's saintess. She smiled faintly as she greeted them. It's good to see you again. Likewise. I thought that the next time we met it would be under more peaceful circumstances. This really isn't good, is it? So you're going to hell too? Honestly, it's dangerous. But I think it's the right decision. Helia spoke calmly. Let's take care of each other for the time being. The same goes for me, Kettle grinned. The party to investigate hell had been decided. The sun god Saintess, the Tower Master, and Kettle. Serena was excluded from the team. Her power was clearly lacking compared to the Saintess, so it was only natural. Serena let out a sigh of relief. The preparations were swift. Since no one knew what the demons were planning, they had to move quickly. Within just a few hours, they were ready to head to hell. Well then, shall we go, stepping into hell as a servant of the gods? It's practically blasphemous. Their faces were all tense. Even Helia, who spoke lightly, was full of nervous energy. The land of demons, the sanctuary of the demon lords, the realm of the four monarchs, hell, nothing was known about it. No one knew what creatures lived there, what the environment was like, or what awaited them. It was a place of the unknown. It was only natural for living beings to feel tense, but only Kettle wore an expression of anticipation. What could be in hell? Let's go. Keying, a magic circle formed. Their bodies began to leap through space. With hell connected to the surface, transportation was no longer an issue. The scenery changed. What they saw first was a world of black and red. Thick demonic energy swirled like fog. Rotting, ancient trees stood scattered, and acrid smoke rose from the cracked ground. They were now in hell. Well, that's one more thing crossed off my bucket list. Kettle couldn't stop himself from muttering. Chapter 331, Hell Part 2, the Saintess of the Sun God, the Tower Master, and the Barbarian of the White Snowfield. They had arrived in hell. At the same time, they realized something. The poison in the air was intense. The demonic energy rose. Merely breathing it and felt as though their insides would rot and be destroyed by its potency. Helia lightly waved her fingers and a brilliant light arose, purifying the poisonous air. But breathing, they couldn't breathe. No matter how much air they tried to inhale, they couldn't feel their lungs filling with oxygen. The Tower Master muttered with curiosity, the air's composition here is vastly different from that of the surface. A change in its makeup. Magic was activated. The air's composition shifted to a breathable form for humans. Only then could they inhale and exhale properly. That's possible, thank you. It was suffocating not being able to breathe. You didn't look particularly suffocated to me, but I'll take the thanks regardless. Still, I didn't expect even breathing to be impossible. This was hell. It was clear that this dimension was completely different from the surface. Kettle looked pleased. Well then, they should be coming soon. Helia narrowed her eyes. They were in hell now. The demons must have anticipated that someone would come down for reconnaissance. Surely, they would have prepared for an ambush. To prepare for this, they expanded their senses and gathered their strength. However, nothing happened. What's this? There was no ambush and nothing appeared in their sight. It was literally an open wasteland. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. It doesn't seem like the other side intends to make a move. For now, how about walking a bit? Understood. They began to walk through hell. Meanwhile, Helia and the Tower Master were prepared for any sudden attack, but Kettle's eyes sparkled as he looked around, even wearing a faint smile. Seeing this, Helia's expression turned strange. They advanced slowly for about 30 minutes. In that time, nothing happened. Not only was there no ambush or attack, but they didn't even see a trace of demons or monsters. Kettle stroked his chin. They're leaving us alone. This is unexpected. You're telling me, I was hoping to capture some attacking demons and extract information from them. Our plans gone awry. So what now? Faced with an unexpected situation, the Tower Master and Helia began to strategize. In the midst of the silence, Kettle spoke. Then we'll scout. Since we don't know what lies ahead, we need to understand this place. Hell itself, hell, the home of demons. They had no information about it, what the natural environment was like, how demons lived here, how the monsters survived. Everything about it was a mystery. Instead of staying on guard against unseen demons, it would be more useful to scout out hell and gather information. What do you think? You're right. It was a logical suggestion, so Helia and the Tower Master agreed. A grotesque voice sneered. So you just want to sightsee in hell? Kettle ignored it. Then how about you two move together? I'll go alone. Scouting from multiple directions will be more efficient. You just want to explore without being bothered, don't you? Once again, Kettle ignored the grotesque voice. The Tower Master nodded. Fine, let's meet back here in an hour. Understood. With a joyful smile, Kettle stepped forward. His figure vanished into the distance in an instant. His movement was so swift that the Tower Master chuckled softly. He must have been quite impatient. He looked excited, Helia muttered as she stared in the direction Kettle had disappeared. He seemed truly delighted to be in hell. That's the kind of man he is, the Tower Master replied indifferently. He moves according to his interests. Other reasons are secondary. When he said he wanted to come to hell, it was probably because he wanted to see it for himself. To sightsee hell, Helia murmured in disbelief. Such a thought was incomprehensible for beings from the surface. He's dangerous. You're worried he might take the demon's side. For someone like him, the concept of good and evil probably doesn't matter. If his only desire was to satisfy his curiosity, then there was no reason he wouldn't side with hell. However, the Tower Master quickly dismissed Helia's concerns. You don't need to worry about that. He's the type to value his connections. He wouldn't betray those he's bonded with just to join the demons. If he had started out in hell, it might have been a different story. But he set foot on the surface first. There's no problem. That's a relief. Honestly, I've been quite anxious. I've been constantly worrying he might stab me in the back. Helia made a joke that wasn't entirely a joke. Well then, exploring hell, huh? I never thought I'd see the day. The Tower Master quickly processed the incoming information. Hell was not a world friendly to humans. The poisonous air, if left unpurified, would rot one's insides and skin. Even the air's composition was different, making breathing impossible. And it was scorching hot. They weren't particularly bothered since they were powerful beings, but an ordinary human would suffer dehydration within minutes from the heat. A hellish environment indeed. And what are these? In hell's landscape stood rotting, decayed trees. No matter where they walked, the dead trees were ever present, adding to the eerie scenery. The Tower Master approached one of the trees, planning to take a sample for research. He lightly touched it with his fingers. At that moment, qua-boom, the tree exploded. A fierce wave of heat engulfed the area. The explosion triggered a chain reaction with the surrounding dead trees. Dozens of trees in the vicinity erupted simultaneously. Rumble. The ground shook and the explosions filled the space. Once the chaos finally subsided, the Tower Master and Helia stood unscathed. Neither of them had a single scratch. A thin layer of magic and divine protection shielded their bodies perfectly. Helia frowned. What is that? It reacts to even light contact and explodes. Its power is significant. Even those called superhumans would have trouble defending against it completely. Those ancient trees were scattered throughout the entire hell. They continued to scout hell. Before long, they discovered an area where demonic energy was erupting. Like sulfur from a volcano, the demonic energy was seeping out of the ground. There was no need to approach. Just as they judged it better to turn back, the demonic energy that had been leaking suddenly moved. Like smoke, it surged toward the Tower Master and Helia, filling the space in an instant and trying to grab hold of their bodies. Do not approach me, Helia calmly spoke. With her words, divine power erupted. It burned away the approaching demonic energy and pressed down on the ground, preventing it from leaking any further. Was that an attack? No. It looks more like a natural phenomenon. It consumes anything that approaches and uses it as nourishment. What a bizarre place. The Tower Master chuckled bitterly. Even after that, they continued to encounter strange things. A living spring that emitted a bewitching light to lure life in and drown it. A sudden thunderstorm that rained with explosive force. Centipedes lurking between cracks in rocks, targeting the nape of their necks. Their venom was potent enough to corrode even the Tower Master's defenses slightly. Everything was bizarre and perilous. An hour later, they met Kettle. Kettle's expression was full of life. You look like you're having fun. I enjoyed myself adequately. The Tower Master laughed dryly. They exchanged the information they had gathered, concluding that most of hell was similar to what they had seen. What a horrifying world. It was truly a twisted and grotesque world deserving of the name hell. Survival would be nearly impossible without superhuman abilities. While organizing the information, the Tower Master suddenly asked curiously, Kettle, you lived in the White Snowfield, right? I did. How would you compare that place to this one, the White Snowfield? A forbidden land. It was known to be incredibly dreadful, but no one knew exactly how dreadful it was. There were occasional survivors who entered and returned from its outskirts, but no one had ventured into its core, no one except an emperor from the distant past. What could possibly exist inside? It was a mystery that had intrigued the outside world for ages, but no one knew. The barbarian before them, however, could reveal everything. It said there are powerful monsters there. But what about the environment itself? The Tower Master finally asked the question he had been holding back. Helia also seemed interested, listening quietly to the conversation. How does it compare to this place? Kettle thought for a moment before answering. It's not all that different. What? Not all that different? Both were stunned by the unexpected response. Hell was filled with all manner of horrors, making survival impossible for anyone below a superhuman level. And yet, he said it wasn't that different. There are trees that explode just from being touched. Are there similar things there? At least you can see those with your eyes, you just need to avoid touching them. Some of the icy ground in the snowfield isn't ordinary ice. The moment you step on it, it freezes your entire body. You can't distinguish it by sight, so it's impossible to react. You have to move purely on instinct. Anyone who failed to develop that instinct wouldn't survive. It was the bare minimum for survival there. There are thunderstorms here that strike with immense force. There's hardly any thunder in the snowfield. Instead, hail falls. It's hail that harbors malice toward living beings and aims to kill. Tens of thousands of them fall at once. If you misjudge your response, there won't even be a corpse left. There were centipedes that could corrode my defenses. There are scorpions there. Their venom can kill even heroic-level barbarians. I'm the only one who survived. Afterward, barbarians tried to imitate me, eating the scorpions, and died miserably, which was troublesome. And the demonic energy smoke that consumes life, there are so many things like that I can't even begin to describe. Kettle's expression was genuinely nonchalant. The Tower Master was at a loss for words. How exactly did your people manage to survive? Helia, who had been listening to the conversation, asked with a disturbed expression. Chapter 332 Hell, Part 3. A grotesque and twisted place to the point where even hell might seem kind. How did the barbarians survive in such a space? Kettle answered simply. Barbarians are resilient, they don't die easily from most things. Wounds heal at a rapid rate too. I know about that. The Tower Master was aware of the regenerative powers of the barbarians. Even when their hearts were pierced, their limbs torn to shreds, or their entire bodies impaled, they survived. Not only that, but they regenerated those wounds. No, it wasn't mere regeneration. It wasn't regeneration, but closer to reversal. It wasn't an ordinary power. They've got a lot of strange traits mixed in. They don't die so easily, that's all. But according to what I've heard from the Tower Master, the barbarians of the White Snowfield have a very direct way of thinking. You can just say they're uneducated. Even those tough guys drop like flies in there, though. It was a mystery. Unlike animals, humans take years just to learn to walk and run on their own. To become effective fighters, at least 20 years are needed. Even with their bizarre powers, it seemed impossible for the barbarians to survive in that place. Kettle answered the question simply. There isn't much entertainment in there, the lack of distractions, so what would barbarians do for enjoyment? The answer wasn't hard to guess. They don't understand the necessity of contraception, so they have a lot of children, and the pregnancy period is short. The growth rate is abnormally fast too. They gave birth just 1 month after conceiving. Their children could become significant fighters in about 5 years. This was how the barbarians managed to survive even when Kettle wasn't around. Are they even human? Helia murmured with a groan. A 1-month pregnancy and a 5-year timeline to become combat-ready, it was incomprehensible based on their understanding of biology. Kettle couldn't answer that they were human because, in truth, they weren't. Why did they change like that? As far as I know, the first barbarians who entered the White Snowfield were ordinary humans. I don't know, that's how they were when I met them. Kettle shrugged, though he had his suspicions. As you said, it's a dangerous place. Grotesque and alien, survival is nearly impossible, yet the barbarians survived. Did they evolve to adapt to the environment? Probably. The White Snowfield was a place of extreme cold where humans could not survive. To adapt to such a place, the barbarians evolved to match the environment. The result was that they were no longer something one could call human. The barbarians who came outside are nothing compared to the stronger ones. They possess bizarre things that can't be explained with conventional logic. I see, but there's something I'm curious about. What is it? Do you also have such powers? Do you have something bizarre as well? Kettle fell silent at the question. After a brief pause, his lips opened. I don't not have it. The strange power he possessed, he had used it against the elders and against the enemy in the final quest. But he hadn't used it since coming outside. Do you not use it anymore? Because I am human, Kettle hummed softly. I belong to this world, I won't use such things anymore. At that, both Helia and the Tower Master recognized Kettle's obsession. They quietly changed the subject. So the White Snowfield is such a place so strange that even hell seemed kind by comparison. Neither the surface, the heavens, nor hell a twisted space, that was the forbidden land. Once again they realized this truth. Kettle spoke lightly. It's a sealed place after all. Even if the seal is slowly loosening, we still have time. We need to focus on the present. You're right. If we don't deal with this damned hell, the surface will be destroyed. With that, the conversation ended. Kettle stroked his chin. Talking about the White Snowfield brought back memories of that place. Come to think of it, Kettle had told his tribe that if they wanted to follow him, they needed to kill the elders. The barbarians who made it outside hadn't killed the elders, but they had left them near death. The three elders were locked in a stalemate. That fight had continued from when Kettle entered the White Snowfield to when he left. According to the words of the rat and snake, that fight had supposedly started before creation itself. But the barbarians had managed to leave one of the elders barely alive. There might be some change in their fight, Kettle quietly pondered. After finishing their reconnaissance, they moved together. Hell wasn't that large. It was about the size of one of the 4 continents. Large enough, but small enough that warriors of their caliber could search the entire place in a matter of days. But no matter how far they moved, nothing revealed itself. They needed to make a choice. Do we retreat or do we press deeper and take the risk? After a brief moment of consideration, the answer came immediately. We go deeper. They couldn't back down now. It had already been some time since Hell had begun colliding with the surface. They had to uncover what was being planned. Helia reached out her hand. Bell of Heaven. With a brief command, a golden bell appeared in her hand. Kettle's eyes lit up with interest. A holy relic. I am the saint of the sun god. I can use all of his holy relics. Until now, they hadn't used it for fear of provoking the demons. But with their decision made, there was no longer any reason to hold back. Helia rang the bell. Chime. A soft ringing sound resonated, spreading golden waves through Hell. The range was vast, so vast that it allowed them to perceive a quarter of Hell's territory. As she organized the information the bell revealed, Helia's eyes suddenly widened. What is it? I sense. Divinity? What? Divinity in Hell? It was an unexpected claim. Helia let out a strained sigh. The goddess is here. Oh, Kettle's eyes shone brightly as the tower master looked flustered. The goddess is here, the goddess of wrath. I can feel her divinity, I'm certain. If Kettle's right, the gods were supposed to be attacking Hell. Is she still here fighting alone? No, I don't think so. The goddess is alone. There's no way even a god would come to Hell by themselves. And her divine power is weak, very weak. If a being like a god had descended, Helia should have noticed immediately, but until she used the holy relic, she hadn't realized anything. That meant something was off. Helia's gaze turned cold. It seems she's hiding from the demons. It looks like she needs help. Then we'll go help her immediately. Kettle spoke, his eyes gleaming. His heart was pounding in excitement. A god had come here. That could only mean one thing. I'll be able to see the god's true form. He had seen Federica's true form before, but she was too distant to examine in detail. Moreover, the passage had opened only slightly, so he couldn't see everything. Helia nodded. Let's move. They quickly moved toward the location where the divine energy was emanating. The distance was significant. With an ordinary pace, it would take days, but they were among the strongest on the surface. Even while staying cautious, they covered the distance in an instant. At this rate, they would meet the goddess within minutes, but then a thunderous explosion erupted in the distance. Something massive with an overwhelming speed broke through the sound barrier and hurtled toward them. Kettle quickly turned and thrust his fist forward. Crack. A massive projectile the size of a house collided with his fist. Kettle clenched his hand and swung to the side. The projectile ricocheted and crashed into the ground of Hell. Boom, it's heavy. Kettle shook his fist. The weight was considerable. Helia frowned. Is this finally an attack? Rumble. Explosions echoed again and again. They saw it. The sky was covered in pitch-black projectiles. All of them were aimed at the group. Magic shield, radiance of the angels, buzz. A massive surge of magic and divine power enveloped them. It was the saintess of the sun god and the tower master's shield, an absolute defense that even those hailed as heroes would struggle to scratch. However, boom boom boom, the projectiles pounded relentlessly against the shield. Cracks began to spread with an ear-piercing screech. The projectiles held the power to break their defenses. That meant one of two things: demons of rank, several of them, or a weapon equivalent to hundreds of such demons. The tower master and Helia reinforced the shield, yet the bombardment continued, threatening to erase the space itself. This is getting annoying. They could defend while moving, but they were on their way to the hidden goddess. They couldn't continue while under this assault. That's why Kettle spoke up. I'll take care of this. We leave it to you. Kettle planted his feet. Crunch. The ground of Hell shattered as his body launched toward the direction of the projectiles. Even Helia would have struggled to keep up with his speed. Shortly after, an earth-shaking explosion rang out. Boom, a part of Hell collapsed. Black mountains crumbled as the projectiles were crushed. Helia let out a groan. I've heard stories, but that's monstrous power. They say he defeated Necronovics. He's beyond your and my understanding. At this rate, even the sun god might lose. Is it acceptable for a servant of the sun god to say such things? The sun god isn't that petty. While they exchanged light banter, the bombardment stopped. The attackers were preoccupied dealing with Kettle and could no longer focus on the group. Shadow of light robe. Helia spread her hands. A robe of mingling light and shadow enveloped them. A holy relic. With this robe, demons won't be able to detect us. However, if the surface becomes dirty, the effect will quickly fade. We must move swiftly. They hurried toward the goddess's location. Soon, they reached their destination. It was a cave. The divine power is coming from inside. They entered the cave. After following the path for a short while, they found a small chamber. There, someone in the shape of a woman sat silently, her head bowed. Helia's expression darkened. Messereka, the goddess of wrath, Messereka, it was her. Whom the tower master groaned. Messereka was hiding her power perfectly, yet her divinity was palpable. It was enough to make one instinctively kneel and offer prayers. This was a god's true form. Messereka gave no reaction, as if she were recovering her strength. Helia slowly approached. Lady Messereka, I am here. Her voice was calm as she neared, but even then Messereka showed no response. Helia moved closer, now within arm's reach. Lady Messereka, feeling something was wrong, Helia reached out and gently touched Messereka's shoulder. Thud, Messereka's body collapsed limply, Helia's face hardened. Hold on, W8. As Messereka fell, her hair shifted, revealing her body, and they saw it. The wound slashed across Messereka's chest. Wait, shock reverberated through the chamber. But before they could comprehend the situation, a voice rang out. So you've come, I wasn't sure, but it all went according to plan. A low male voice. Footsteps echoed from deeper within the cave. The figure soon revealed himself. A gaunt man holding a sword. The tower master was aghast. How? Helia quickly expanded her divine senses to scout the area. With the holy relic, she should have detected any demon hiding. It could only have been an extremely weak, nameless demon if something had escaped her search. At that thought, a single existence flashed through the tower master's mind. No way, he quickly raised his hand to cast a spell. But the man had already reached him before he could activate his magic. Without any resistance, the tower master's skull was neatly severed from his body. Chapter 333, The Sword Demon Kaliste, Part 1. The tower master's head flew off. If he were an ordinary human, he would have died immediately. His body, having lost its control tower, would have crumpled to the ground. But the tower master was a lick. The jaw of the severed skull moves. Explosion, resonate heavenly bell. Helia quickly took out a bell and shouted. Within the small cave, forces strong enough to shake the world erupted. Both Helia and the tower master possessed powers that are far beyond ordinary heroes. Both reflexively unleashed the greatest strength they could muster. The cave exploded into nothingness, leaving only scattered debris. What? They both were taken aback. It was because no demonic energy flowed from their opponent. They thought he had taken the force directly without countering it. Crunch, but through the debris the man approached. Not even a single strand of his hair was harmed, let alone his clothing. He raised his sword toward Helia. Helia quickly spread her hand. Shield of Hephaestus, Kying, a shield of steel materialized. It was a shield handcrafted by the blacksmith god Hephaestus himself. During the ancient war of gods and demons, it withstood the attacks of hundreds of demons without a single scratch. Slash, but before the man's sword it was sliced like cheese. The halved shield fell to the ground with a hollow thud. Helia's eyes widened. Tap. The man stepped forward and thrust his sword. It was just before the sword pierced Helia's heart. Teleport, magic activated. Helia and the tower master's bodies were moved away from the man. Helia staggered and fell to her knees. Cold sweat trickled down her cheek. She almost died. If the tower master hadn't teleported them away, she would have been impaled straight through the heart. How unfortunate. I tried to kill you as quickly as possible, but your response was faster than I thought. The man muttered calmly. The tower master's body picked up his severed head and reattached it to his neck. You, a dried-up man, a demon, but not just any demon, a monster at a level that could kill them both in an instant. So it was you who killed Messereka. The man answered with a sly smile. That alone was enough of an answer. Helia groaned. You mean to say you killed a god? That meant he possessed such immense power, a demon of rank. No, even that wouldn't suffice. One of the four lords of hell, yet Helia and the tower master could not be certain. The reason was simple. It doesn't seem like he's concealing his demonic energy like Necronovics, but I can't feel any energy at all. There was no demonic energy coming from the demon before them. No, to be precise, there was, but it was so faint. It was the level of a nameless demon. Without the battle just now, they wouldn't have paid him any attention. The man muttered, ignoring whatever they were thinking. The saintess of the sun god and the tower master, I didn't expect both of you to come. This is incredible. I thought this task would be annoying, but everything went according to plan. With those words, they realized it. The demons had set a trap, and they had fallen into it perfectly. The man smiled. Nice to meet you. I am Kaliste, the sword demon, one of the four lords of hell. Helia groaned, a being akin to a god. The worst-case scenario had come true. Unfortunately, we don't have time for a long chat. Our poor little pawns will die holding back the monster. Rumble, a great roar echoed from far away. It was Kettle fighting against the demons. Before that, I need to fulfill my purpose. They already knew what that purpose was, to kill the Saintess and the Tower Master. Caliste lightly stepped forward. It was such a casual movement as though he were taking a walk. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Tower Master. Blossoming power, the Tower Master reflexively shouted. Dozens of spells simultaneously materialized. Lightning, blades, and magical explosions engulfed Caliste. Each of these spells had enough power to kill a demon with a name. Yet Caliste's sword moved strangely, piercing through and redirecting every spell. The space was erased in an instant. What is this madness? The Tower Master's shock was cut short. The sword moved lightly and his skeletal body was sliced into dozens of pieces. Flames of Kaliros, the god of fire, erupted. These flames burn evil, reducing even hellfire to nothing but ashes. But Caliste's sword moved. With a light wave of his arm, the flames were pushed away. Helia's eyes widened. The flames of Kaliros danced along the tip of the sword as though being controlled. No demonic energy could be felt from the motion. That was pure swordsmanship. After scattering the flames, Caliste approached Helia. Helia hurriedly extended her hand and tried to shout, "By the sun gods, I'd prefer if you didn't bring out holy relics." The tip of the sword pierced Helia's palm. With a strange sound, something broke, and the holy relic she tried to summon was prevented from appearing. "He read me," splat, a slash cut across Helia's arm, leaving a long wound. The sword was thrust straight for her heart. Lightning strike. At that moment, a spell activated. Caliste swiftly raised his sword to the sky. Lightning struck, absorbed through the sword. "Even if I cut off your limbs, you still move. Liches really are annoying. We're not so easily killed." Frozen tempest. Crack, crack, crack. A storm of ice materialized, swallowing Caliste. It was a 9-class spell, magic at the pinnacle of hero-level power, but crack, crack. Caliste emerged through the storm, completely unharmed. How in the world? The Tower Master couldn't comprehend it. It was because Caliste wasn't using any energy at all. The sword he held also didn't look remarkable. It was nothing more than an ordinary sword found anywhere. His movements weren't fast either, rather they were slow, and yet he was blocking and deflecting all their attacks effortlessly. "Heavenly bell, ring forth." Bzzzzzzzzing, the heavenly bell tolled. Waves that purified and obliterated all evil washed over Caliste. Caliste lightly extended his sword. The moment the wave touched the tip of the sword, he moved it, redirecting its trajectory. With just that light response, the sacred relic's attack had no effect at all. The demon of the sword, a being who rose to the throne of lords with nothing but a single sword, starting from a nameless and weak demon, that was Caliste. Tap. Caliste closed the distance. The Tower Master quickly retreated and shouted. The Tower Master had split his personality into multiple fragments, allowing him to chant spells simultaneously. Since the beginning of the fight with Caliste, he had been preparing a 10-class spell. Rejection of all creation. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-chak. Countless blades formed from mana poured forth simultaneously. No, it couldn't be described as pouring. It was closer to overflowing. The space itself became a plain, and the blades looked like walls as they surged toward Caliste. They seemed to rain down chaotically, but each blade was moving with extreme precision. Whether he dodged or blocked, Caliste would ultimately be surrounded. Oh, impressive. Caliste was genuinely impressed, and then he simply stepped forward, moving his sword. The tip of the blade met the incoming torrent of blades. Kagagagagak, the trajectories of the blades twisted and deflected, creating openings as though a path was being carved. The 10-class spell couldn't even stop Caliste's steps. The Tower Master was truly shocked. How is that even? It was nothing more than swinging a sword, something anyone could do, yet it was incomprehensible. Before he knew it, Caliste had approached, grabbed the Tower Master's head and twisted it. The Tower Master, reduced to only his head, tried to cast a spell. "Raining, that's enough." Crunch. Caliste drew a small dagger and pierced through the Lick's jawbone. The jaw rattled uselessly, rendering him unable to speak. "Unfortunately, I left my sword behind to conceal myself, so I can't kill you, but I can subdue you." For a magician, ultimately spells had to be spoken to manifest. Fundamentally, it was through their voice that they brought that power into the world. If their mouth was sealed, they could only use weak magic. This is a demon-sealed dagger. It won't last long, but it's enough to kill the Saintess. Armor of the Sun. "Spear of the Sun into my hands," Helia shouted immediately. Radiant armor covered her body and a spear appeared in her hands. Bzzzzzzzzing, the overwhelming divinity scorched the hellish air. The ground and sky began to purify. Caliste's face showed a flicker of confusion. A human shouldn't be able to wield sacred relics of that level so easily, and pulling out multiple gods' relics at once. "You're not the sun god Saintess, are you?" "Ah," Caliste nodded in understanding. You're of divine blood, a being sent to protect the surface. Occasionally there were ones like you." At those words, Helia's face twisted. "Shut up, well it doesn't matter." Caliste advanced lightly. Helia tightened her grip and thrust the spear toward Caliste's head. The speed was truly blistering. With the sun god's relic, that strike had enough power to ensure even Caliste wouldn't survive if it hit. But that didn't matter, it just had to not hit. Caliste simply tilted his upper body back, but it didn't mean he was retreating. His steps continued to carry him forward toward Helia. The spear's tip halted just a hair's breadth from Caliste's nose. Once a spear is thrust, it must eventually be pulled back. Helia hastily withdrew the spear. Caliste followed the spear's retreat, closing the distance to Helia. He moved the hilt of his sword to press against her wrist, immobilizing her arm and preventing the spear from moving. Then he swung his blade. The sun god's armor covering Helia was no ordinary sacred relic. It was impossible for Caliste to pierce it with brute force, especially without his proper sword, so he didn't try brute force. Kagagagak, the blade scraped along the surface of the armor, creating grooves like sandpaper. The divine power of the sun god's armor was damaged. All armor has its grain. Using the flaws he created, he thrust the sword along the armor's weakened seam. The blade pierced through, stabbing into Helia's abdomen. Helia collapsed. Caliste withdrew the sword and swung it again, this time aiming for her neck. No, clang, the tower master had finally broken the dagger and tried to cast a spell, but stopping the already swung sword was impossible. Helia squeezed her eyes shut. For the first time, Caliste's expression changed. He quickly withdrew his sword and turned, taking a defensive stance. And then ka-ya-ya-yang, a deafening roar resounded. A massive axe had collided with Caliste's sword. Ha ha, Kettle burst into laughter, pressing down with all his might. Caliste's sword groaned under the force, letting out unsettling sounds. The sword wouldn't hold. Realizing this, Caliste relaxed his grip. The sword flew back as the axe embedded itself into the ground. Caliste grabbed the rebounding sword and aimed for Kettle's back. Grab. At that moment, Kettle seized Caliste's wrist and tried to twist it, but Caliste didn't remain idle. He subtly moved his wrist, causing the blade to trace an odd arc toward Kettle's own wrist. Kettle swiftly released his grip and stepped forward, ramming his shoulder into Caliste. Thud, Caliste's body was pushed back, but there was no real impact. He had preemptively moved with the force to minimize the blow. All of this happened in a single second. The Tower Master and Helia barely understood what had just transpired. You returned faster than I thought. It seems my people didn't hold you off properly. To respond purely through movement, how fascinating. And strong, Kettle exclaimed in admiration. With such power you must be one of their lords. Grinning, Kettle gripped his axe. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kettle. I am Caliste, the demon of the sword. Well then, Caliste. Let's get to it. There was no need to ask what he meant. Kettle lunged forward, swinging his axe down. Chapter 334, The Sword Demon Caliste. Part 2, Caliste swiftly raised his sword. The axe blade and sword collided. At that moment, Caliste realized the axe was incredibly heavy and powerful. The sword wouldn't withstand it, it would shatter, so he let it slide, cock. He relaxed his arm and pulled the sword back. The axe blade grazed the sword and sliced through empty air. Caliste swung the sword to target the neck. Hoo-cha! Kettle tilted his head to evade. He lifted the axe that had struck downwards and slashed upward. Caliste did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, twisting his body. Boom! The axe blade futilely carved through the air. In an instant, Caliste dodged and closed the distance, stabbing toward Kettle's heart. Stop. At that moment, the upward slashing axe halted. It shifted at a right angle, the handle targeting Caliste's head. Even if Kettle's heart was pierced, Caliste's skull would be shattered. Thus, Caliste also shifted the trajectory of his thrust. He tilted the sword to defend against the axe handle. Clang, Caliste's body was pushed backwards. He quickly straightened his sword and lowered his stance. Oh ho, Kettle exclaimed in admiration. Your skill is truly exceptional. Caliste's movements did not rely on powers or dark magic. That was pure swordsmanship, a miraculous swordsmanship capable of countering Kettle's attacks. So this is the demon of the sword. Kettle was genuinely surprised, and so was Caliste. Your movements are impressive. Otherwise, you can't survive in there. Kettle smiled faintly. Caliste narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Tower Master and Helia. Can I kill them? Could he dodge Kettle's attacks and still ensure the deaths of those two? The answer came immediately: impossible. With Kettle here, the objective of killing them could not be achieved. Caliste's fighting spirit waned. Kettle spoke without breaking eye contact. Is your body holding up? I've lost limbs, but it's nothing I can't recover from. I'm fine. You are truly strong. Helia groaned softly. She had never witnessed Kettle's strength with her own eyes before. She knew he was strong but had never fully realized it. Now that she had seen his power, she could only be shocked. One of the four lords of hell, he was overpowering Caliste. His strength was on an entirely different level than hers. At this level, could even the sun god reach him? The saint of the gods harbored a seed of doubt. Kettle. One of hell's enemies and the one who killed Necronovics. He was your ally, wasn't he? Do you resent me? Hardly. I'm not foolish enough to resent someone for killing during an invasion. How did he die? I think he died somewhat content. That's a relief then. Calliste's calm eyes focused on Kettle. There's the monstrosity inside you, isn't there? Don't talk to me, child. The abomination muttered irritably. Who are you? You're not in my memory. I was a weak demon during the war with the oldest ones. Of course you wouldn't know me. With that, Calliste suddenly stepped forward. In an instant, he closed the gap and thrust his sword. Kettle smiled, moving his axe. The axe and sword collided, arms and legs restricting each other's movements. Hundreds of exchanges occurred within a single second, and Calliste's body slid backward. Unexpected. I thought you relied on the power of the monstrosity, but you're a remarkable warrior. To the point where he could stand against Kettle, he wanted to fight. A heat kindled in Calliste's eyes. He wanted to clash weapons with Kettle. He wanted to fight to the death. He wanted to prove that the swordsmanship he had honed was the strongest, but Calliste suppressed that desire. Unfortunately, I am a lord of hell. I cannot move according to my own desires. He had to act for the sake of his plan. Calliste snapped his fingers. At the same time, the ground opened up. Oh ho, this is, the tower master hurriedly looked down. A deep, bottomless abyss, a hole with no visible end, had opened. Their bodies began to fall into the abyss. Kettle muttered with interest. A trap, is it? Kraya, Keek, monstrous, grotesque creatures swarmed up from the hole. They were beasts. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts filled the space. Chain lightning. Flames of Kaliros, lightning and flames erupted, incinerating the creatures to dust in an instant. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts were obliterated, but more creatures surged toward them, covering the hole entirely. Is it your goal to smash us into the bottom? That won't happen. Realizing the enemy's intent, Kettle clenched his fist. Mystery gathered within it. Open the way. With a short command, his fist struck downward. Boom, the bottom of the abyss dented deeply. The air compressed into a vacuum under the force of the blow. An explosion of power sent their bodies soaring upward. The Tower Master and Helia quickly swept away the beasts blocking their path. Crash, they emerged from the abyss. But there was no time to catch their breath. Bombardment rained down on them as if it had been waiting. Shield of the Otherworld, Shield of Hephaestus, Rumble, their defenses overlapped, the defenses of two top-tier heroes. Normally nothing could scratch such a defense. But crack, crack, crack spread rapidly across the shield. Helia's expression stiffened. The quality of the attack was extraordinary. No, its quality wasn't the biggest problem, the sheer quantity was. The attacks filled the sky. Are dozens of high-ranked demons attacking simultaneously? Crack, crack, crack. The shield shattered under the pressure. They quickly erected new defenses, but even those began to crack. Bombardment rained down from the sky while beasts and demons swarmed from the ground. Their numbers filled the entire field of vision. Meanwhile, Calliste stood far away. A high-ranked demon approached him, bowing respectfully. You have done well, Lord Calliste. I'm sorry, I should have killed the other two while you held him off, but I failed. No, just holding him off until the trap was ready is enough. Leave the rest to us. I want to fight myself. Please endure. Your strength is needed when the gods begin to intervene. How unfortunate. Very well. Boom, power exploded. Beasts and demons pounded against the defense, breaking it piece by piece. Kea, crunch, the head of a beast charging forward was sliced clean off by Kettle's axe. There are so many. The sky and the earth, every direction within view were filled with beasts and demons. It's a wonder they haven't shown themselves until now. It was a trap from the start. Helia bit her lip. Hell had collided with the surface, and yet the demons did not move, nor did a response come from the heavens. That meant someone from the surface would inevitably come to investigate hell. And since no one knew what awaited them, the strongest of the surface would likely be sent. Kettle was naturally among them. The plan was to let them venture deep enough into hell so far that they could not easily return and lure them with the bait of a god's corpse. Then, while the most troublesome one, Kettle, was held off by demons, Calliste would slay the surface champions. Left alone, Kettle would eventually be overwhelmed by the demons. That was the demons' goal. We've been caught good and proper. Kettle muttered cheerfully. Kuang, ha ha ha, a voice resounded. A demon with twisted horns smashed down violently with a double-edged axe. The Tower Master gritted his teeth. The demon of ferocity, Mevos. Good to see you again, Tower Master. It's been 300 years, crunch. The Tower Master's defense, struck by the double-edged axe, shattered instantly. The demon brought the axe down toward the Tower Master's head. The Tower Master snapped his fingers. Crimson beam, Kiyaing, a beam pierced through the demon. Mevos twisted his body hurriedly, but his shoulder was skewered. GRRK, Mevos groaned as he staggered back. The Tower Master prepared to unleash magic to finish him off. I won't let you do that. Another demon charged at the Tower Master. Annoyed, he leaned back, dodging it. The demon of enchantment, Chevios, Ahahaha, Tower Master. This time I'll make you mine. The Tower Master chanted a spell to repel Chevios, but in that opening yet another demon lunged. The Tower Master shouted irritably. There's no end to this, and it wasn't just the Tower Master. The others faced a similar struggle. Kettle was shredding through anything that came at him, but there was no end in sight. Wait a minute, Helia groaned. The sheer numbers were staggering. Over 10 demons of rank had shown themselves, and there were hundreds of named demons. As for the demonic beasts, there were simply too many to count. It was an army that could fill all of hell itself. You are strong, from afar, Caliste muttered. Even without Kettle, the Tower Master and Helia alone are enough to face anything in hell short of the Lords, but what is targeting you now isn't individual demons. It was hell itself. Every entity that existed in hell was swarming to kill them. Power is finite after all. Kettle was undoubtedly strong, that monstrous strength could even kill the Lords of Hell, but ultimately he was mortal. If he didn't replenish his nutrients, his strength would wane. If he fought for too long, his muscles would fatigue. If he didn't sleep, his mind would slow. There's no need to fight such a beast head-on. Hurting him, exhausting him, that was the answer. As much as I want to fight you at your peak, I can't let my personal desires take precedence. Disappear before hell. Quum, GHH, Helia was pushed back. The individual demons were no match for her, but their numbers were overwhelming. Her divine power, once limitless, was slowly being depleted. The same went for the Tower Master. His mana was nearly infinite. During his fight with Necronovics, he had never once come close to running out. But against enemies of this number, and with so many demons of rank, he truly risked reaching his limit. It was a crisis. The Tower Master and Helia's expressions hardened. Helia glanced hurriedly at Kettle. You, she froze when she saw him because his expression was absurdly relaxed. Why you? What is it? The situation isn't good. Do you have some kind of plan? No, not really, it's a crisis. Then. Then why was he so calm? Her face said it all, and Kettle answered leisurely. We knew there would be a trap from the start. You must have known that too. That's true, but so why panic? Hell had not moved. After smashing itself into the surface, it had remained silent, clearly plotting something. Thus, it wasn't difficult to predict that demons would ambush them here. Kettle had come despite knowing this would happen. The reason was simple, because it didn't matter. No, in fact, it was exactly what he wanted. Though I didn't expect all of hell to come after us, well, no matter. Kettle bared his teeth. In fact, he was enjoying it. That hell was after him. It was exhilarating. When else would he get to experience something like this? An unrestrained wave of emotion burst out, sweeping the surroundings. The demonic beasts that had been charging forward hesitated momentarily. The demons' expressions hardened. Let's have some fun, demons. Kettle burst into roaring laughter and stepped forward. Chapter 335, Encirclement, Part 1, Creak. Kettle tightened his grip on the axe and swung it in a diagonal arc. Crash. The world split apart. A sharp gust of wind rose, slicing through everything within its range. With a single swing of his axe, hundreds of demonic beasts were slain. Kaya, Kayarik, their bodies piled up, but even more demonic beasts surged forward. Kettle crushed a demon's head in his hand and calmly assessed the situation. There are too many. The enemies were overwhelming. They stretched out beyond the horizon, and even with his senses expanded, he couldn't see their end. Counting them was meaningless, and they were strong. Dozens of hero-class demons were present. The number of superhuman demons and demonic beasts easily surpassed the hundreds. Even compared to the forces of the surface world, their strength was evident. Now I understand why it took gods to oppose them. Individually, they weren't much of a threat, but in such numbers, the situation was different. Particularly, the hero-class demons could injure Kettle, making them dangerous. Right now, the full might of hell was focused on him. It was literally the world itself. The Tower Master and Helia were frozen in place, their expressions rigid. Yet Kettle felt nothing. This situation was no different from what he had faced countless times on the White Snowfield. It wasn't particularly special. When I think about fighting swarms of billions of bugs, this is nothing. And in all those situations, he had emerged victorious. That was why he was here. Kettle coolly reanalyzed the situation. There are a lot of them, but they're not all that threatening. In the end, space imposed physical limits. No more than 10 could attack him at once, no matter how many there were. And most importantly, the demon lords were not moving. Even Caliste, who had clashed with him earlier, remained hidden. For some reason, they didn't seem to have the luxury to intervene right now. And the biggest reason of all, now when I kill you, you actually stay dead. Kettle laughed, swinging his arm. 3 named demons had their necks snapped all at once. Goo, arg. Their bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This was hell. There was no space left for reverse summoning. Death here was true and final, even for demons. Kettle stepped forward and infused his step with mystery, crushing the earth beneath him. Kuwang. The ground rippled like waves, sweeping across the battlefield. Ancient trees exploded in reaction, and over 1,000 demonic beasts were buried under the debris, their bodies crushed. A few demons, unable to respond quickly, were also swept away, but the vacant space was quickly filled by more demonic beasts. Killing them all isn't practical. There were simply too many. Of course, it wasn't a problem for him, but it would be for the Tower Master and Helia. There was no advantage in prolonging the fight. What should I do? His mind worked quickly, guided by the instincts and judgment that had helped him survive in the hellish White Snowfield. He reached a conclusion in an instant. He steadied his breathing, relaxing his body and calming his mind. He controlled his mystic energy. He reinforced his body, ensuring no energy was wasted. Even his aura was conserved. Crack, he grabbed a charging demon's head and twisted it, but this time was different. Instead of killing it instantly, he shattered its limbs and struck its heart, rendering it unable to fight. He then hurled the demon's body toward the other demonic beasts. Kuwang, the demon's body collided with the demonic beasts, forcing them to scatter instead of trampling it. Since the demon wasn't dead, the demonic beasts hesitated, creating a temporary gap in the encirclement. Kettle seized the moment to regulate his breathing, slicing off the head of another approaching monster. One patient demon thought it saw an opening and lunged at Kettle. Above his head it spread its hand. Seal, Kiyang, a black void appeared, trapping Kettle. The demon burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I did it. The demon's name was Lubonos, the demon of oppression, a hero-class demon with rank and power. Using his authority, he had imprisoned Kettle, pressing down with all his might to amplify the oppression. I don't expect to hold you forever, but at least I'll make you burn your strength. Creak, creak. The oppression intensified, pressing Kettle down with increasing force. Lubonos believed no matter how powerful Kettle was, he wouldn't escape easily. But crash, a crack appeared in the black void. A hand burst through, grabbing hold of the void and forcefully tearing it apart. Tear. What? Lubonos recoiled in terror. He couldn't comprehend how Kettle had broken free. Using aura, Kettle had created a small fracture in the void, then gripped it and tore it apart with brute strength and minimal mystic power. Seal, crunch, Lubonos tried to imprison him again, but it was too late. Kettle was already in front of him and Lubonos' head was torn off. Kriuu. From above, a flying crocodilian beast charged down toward Kettle. His eyes glinted. Leviathan, a hero-class monster. It was a famous beast that had fought in the distant god-demon war. Leviathan crashed into Kettle with immense force. Kettle laughed joyfully and clenched his fist. Crash. His punch smashed through the Leviathan's body, reducing it to pulp. The ground exploded from the impact, sending demonic beasts and demons flying. Where is he? Find him. The demons scrambled to locate Kettle, expanding their senses to pinpoint his location. He's inside the Leviathan's corpse. He's recovering his strength in there. Kill him. The demons frantically tore at the Leviathan's body, but its hero-class scales were extremely durable. As a result, Kettle gained several precious seconds of rest. The demons soon realized the truth. Kettle was conserving his strength. Don't let him rest. Kill him. The demons abandoned all other targets, focusing entirely on Kettle. Almost all of Hell's forces were now converging on him, giving the Tower Master and Helia unexpected breathing room. Kettle, they tried to gather their power to help him, but at that moment Kettle locked eyes with them. In that gaze they understood. I see. Understanding Kettle's plan, they slowly retreated into hiding. The demons paid no attention, their focus entirely on Kettle. They threw everything they had at him. With minimal effort, Kettle fought back, conserving his strength. Crack, another hero-class demon fell in the process. From a distance, Kalist let out a dry laugh. What a monster! Even as Hell itself attacked him, Kettle did not falter. No, he advanced further, as though intent on slaughtering every last being in Hell. Is this really something you can handle alone? The demon standing next to Kalist couldn't answer. Its face had hardened into a rigid expression. No matter how strong an individual may be, there were limits to their strength. As long as they were a living being, stamina would be consumed and their mystical power would dwindle. Breathing would become ragged and strength would inevitably fade. Therefore, they decided to mobilize Hell itself to surround and dry out Kettle. The plan was perfect. The problem was that Kettle's power exceeded their imagination. I know that he defeated Necronovix. But during that battle, Necronovix was already weakened from controlling his puppets. He wasn't at full strength. Considering the strength Kettle spent in that process, I thought we could kill him. That was a miscalculation. The name of the demon of calculation would weep. Since still he's managing his power, it means he has limits to his stamina if we have enough time. We don't have that luxury. Kalist narrowed his eyes. We don't know when the heavens will move. For now, Abyss is holding them back, but it won't last long. We need to deal with him before that. The demons didn't have much time either. At most, they had about a week. In that time, they had to kill Kettle, but with Kettle's current response, it looked impossible. He's surprisingly clever. Kalist clicked his tongue. He considered taking the Tower Master or the Saintess as hostages, but they were the strongest beings on the surface. No matter how capable he was, if they decided to flee, it would take considerable time to chase them. And in that time, who knew what Kettle might do? After much deliberation, Kalist made a decision. There's no other choice. Step aside, see Kalist, but this is beyond your abilities. If we consider the plan, Hell cannot afford to lose more power. 3 demons of rank have already died. The demon fell silent. Kalist lightly stepped forward and his figure instantly closed the distance to Kettle. The sharp tip of his sword aimed precisely at Kettle's nape. Kettle bared his teeth and moved his axe. Clang, the sound of blades clashing echoed. Kalist quickly regained his stance and stepped forward. His sword collided with Kettle's axe. Kettle grinned and asked, "Weren't you just here to watch?" "Unfortunately, it seems hell alone cannot kill you. I can't afford to hold back." Clang, 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 his sword moved, aiming for every part of Kettle's body. Kettle swung his axe in response, but the blade never reached Kalist. His sword moved in a bizarre pattern, deflecting every trajectory. Rumble, the shockwave spread everywhere. Demonic beasts and demons recoiled in fear. "You're strong," Kettle exclaimed with genuine admiration. "You're strong in a completely different way than Necronovics. Just how much time have you spent on that sword?" "A lifetime," Kalist replied quietly as he lunged forward. Kettle gripped his axe tightly and slammed it down. Boom. The ground shattered into pieces and demonic beasts fell into the cracks, crushed to death. Kalist twisted his body to dodge the attack and closed in on Kettle. Kettle lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Kalist didn't evade. Instead, he moved his other arm to deflect the kick, and then, with a gentle motion, he redirected the force entirely. The power of the kick passed behind Kalist, crushing dozens of demonic beasts. Thunk. Kalist's sword sank deep into Kettle's abdomen. Kalist had succeeded in wounding Kettle's body, but his expression stiffened. The reason was simple. The sword embedded in Kettle's abdomen was trapped by his muscles and wouldn't come free. "Got you?" Kettle bared his teeth and clenched his fist. Mystical energy filled his hand. He swung his fist toward him. While Kalist was undoubtedly strong, his strength came from his swordsmanship. His body was that of a nameless, ordinary demon. If that punch landed, his bones would be obliterated. Kalist let go of his sword. He relaxed his entire body and allowed the gust from Kettle's punch to carry him. His body flew through the air as if launched. He landed safely with a controlled roll. Kettle gave a sincere exclamation of praise. "Perfect, I didn't expect you to dodge without a scratch." But it didn't matter. This was exactly the situation he had been aiming for. Kalist's assault had forced the demons and demonic beasts to back away, and since Kalist had been flung far away to avoid the punch, Kettle now had room to breathe. Tower Master. "Helia, I'm counting on you. Gate of the earth blessed by the divine. Open, dimensional gate." A hum resonated as the Tower Master and Helia, who had been quietly gathering power, activated the gate. Mana and divinity combined, creating a path from hell to the surface. Kalist's expression hardened. "Stop them." Kreia, Kiek, the demonic beasts and demons charged forward. Kettle, of course, wasn't going to let that happen. He gathered his remaining mystical energy and stomped the ground. Crack, crack spread instantly across the earth and then the ground exploded. Yuia, Kaiha, the earth rose and fell like waves, collapsing into destruction. Even demons of hero class couldn't approach easily through the seismic destruction. Kalist grabbed a weapon from a nearby demon and rushed in, trying to stop Kettle, but Kettle didn't sit idly by. He no longer needed to conserve his strength. Aura engulfed his axe. Crash, the beast-like blow shattered Kalist's weapon. Unable to deflect the unstoppable attack, Kalist had to back away. Kettle grinned. That was close. "Not bad. In this power," Kalist's eyes narrowed. "You were acting. As if a fight like this would tire me out." Kettle laughed loudly. His stamina was practically inexhaustible. He had once fought non-stop for half a year in the snow wasteland. A battle like this wouldn't drain him, but those two couldn't say the same. He had intentionally minimized his movements and faked exhaustion to pressure the demons into focusing all their energy on him. This had given the Tower Master and Helia enough time to gather their strength. It had worked perfectly. They had fallen for it. "Seeing you move confirms it worked well. You're cunning." Kalist clicked his tongue. Even he had been completely fooled by Kettle's performance. That was how convincing his act had been. "I thought you were a simple bear, but you're a clever fox." "If I were just a bear, I wouldn't have survived there." Kettle laughed. The White Snow Wasteland, that horrific place, didn't let anyone live unless they clung to life itself. The path to the surface was nearly complete. Demons frantically tried to stop it, but Kettle punched them away each time. Finally, the gate opened. "It's done. Come forth." "Then farewell, Kalist, was it? You're strong. It's a shame we couldn't have a proper fight this time." Kettle bared his teeth. "So next time, let's fight for real. With our lives on the line, I'll be waiting." His eyes glinted with a hint of madness. Kalist felt a chill run down his spine but masked it as he answered quietly. Kettle threw himself through the gate to the surface. The gate closed behind him. What remained was a ruined, desolate hell. Kalist, we've failed, it can't be helped." Kalist shook his head and spoke. "Prepare yourselves. The surface and the gods will soon come to hell." Chapter 336, All-Out War, Part 1, Crash. They plummeted to the ground almost as if collapsing. Their landing site was the elves' sacred ground. Those who had been waiting with tense expressions recoiled in shock and grabbed their weapons. "Who are you?" It's the demons have invaded. I'd appreciate it if you calmed down. The ones who were panicking and shouting soon recognized Kettle's face. Then they started making a fuss for a different reason. They've returned from hell. Are you all right? We are not. Helia's face was pale, devoid of any color. Her hands trembled like a child's, and she seemed unable to even lift herself properly. The Tower Master was no different. His bones were crushed and shattered to the point where they could no longer form the structure of a skeleton. Their condition was dire. The Tower Master's life vessel was on the verge of breaking under immense strain, and Helia had shattered 3 holy relics. They had only survived because Kettle held out. If the power of hell had concentrated on them even a little more, the two would surely have died. Realizing the grave condition of Helia and the Tower Master, the people once again started to panic. Oh my God, the injuries are severe. Take them to the infirmary immediately. Master of the Tower, are you all right? Karin and the worshippers hurried over to support them and guided them to the infirmary. After managing to get them there, Karin looked at Kettle. Kettle, are you okay? I don't need treatment. I'll be fine with a little rest. Is that so? Karin mumbled, still unsettled. She was a mighty hero, one of the strongest in the world, but even she couldn't hold a candle to the Tower Master and Helia. They were the absolute pinnacle of power, yet even they had returned with such critical injuries while Kettle didn't seem harmed at all. Karin muttered in disbelief. Truly, you have monstrous strength. It's a relief you're on our side. If that's how you feel, you should treat our commies better. Her contributions are significant as well. I'll have to pay a high price to buy her the catalyst she wants later. Karin joked, but her face quickly turned serious as she asked, what happened in hell? Kettle explained what had happened in hell. The more she listened, the more Karin's face twisted. By the end, her face had gone beyond pale, turning an ashen blue. You're saying Goddess Messereka was dead, and one of the demon lords, Kalist. And beyond that, hell itself attacked you? Yes, Kettle nodded lightly. Karin nearly fainted from dizziness, staggering as she held her forehead. It's a miracle you made it back alive. It was quite dangerous. Since leaving the outside world, that was the first time I'd faced such a crisis. Kettle laughed heartily, as if amused. Seeing his expression, Karin let out a dry chuckle. She shook her head vigorously to snap herself out of the shock. So hell laid a trap and waited for you, that's why there was no movement. That was the case for now, but it's strange to think it's just that simple. You mean because the other 2 lords didn't act aside from Kalist? Kettle nodded. The mother of all demons, Materia, the first tool of the demon king, Abyss, neither of them had shown themselves. If they had truly intended to kill us, the other 2 lords should have moved as well, but they didn't. Hell was plotting something. I have my suspicions about what it could be, but he wasn't certain. Karin, who had been deep in thought, spoke up. Could it be connected to the silence from the heavens? It's a strong possibility. But we're not certain yet. They would ultimately need to hear directly from the gods. We can't exactly go back to hell again. We'll have to find a way to communicate with the heavens. Kettle narrowed his eyes. The next day, Kettle visited the infirmary to check on the Tower Master and Helia. Serena was treating the 2 of them there. Ah, Kettle, you're here. I've been working hard on their treatment. Good. Well done, Kettle praised Serena, and she smiled brightly. As he patted her head, he asked, how are you feeling? We're better now. Not bad, though not good either. Their condition was much improved compared to when they had just returned from hell. Helia lifted her upper body from the bed and bowed deeply. Thank you. Without you, I would have been tormented by those fiends. I also owe you thanks. In my hundreds of years of life, I never thought I would face death, but it came close. We're comrades, so don't worry about it. Kettle spoke lightly and turned to Helia. By the way, it's unfortunate we couldn't retrieve Messereka's sacred body. There was no helping it. Helia smiled bitterly. Messereka's sacred body, it was buried deep in hell. As a follower of the gods, leaving a divine body in hell was a grave sin, but they had no choice. So what do we do now? For now, we can't go back to hell. The demons had prepared a trap in hell and waited for them. They had managed to escape this time, but there was no telling what would happen if they returned. There was no reason to take such a risk. They had to find another way, and they all knew what that way was. The heavens, if the great gods know what hell is plotting, we must hear it directly from them to decide our next move. But there was a problem. They couldn't establish a connection with the heavens. That was the very reason they had ventured into hell in the first place. Is it still blocked? I've been praying constantly during the treatment, but no answers have come. It's still sealed then. What should we do? Helia muttered in frustration, to which Kettle raised a puzzled eyebrow. What do you mean, what should we do? There's only one option. What? There's a way, you say. The heavens aren't responding. That means there's a problem with the connection. Isn't the solution simple then? The Tower Master realized what Kettle was suggesting. Kettle spoke lightly, we just need to go to the heavens ourselves. A moment of silence. Helia spoke with a shaken expression. It's not impossible. Serena said when she met the Tower Master he had touched the gate of the heavens. Oh, yes. That's true, isn't it? Could you explain that? It's not as impressive as it sounds. It was a magician's personal curiosity. What exists up in the heavens? Can beings of the earth even reach such a place? The Tower Master had been consumed by these questions, and magicians, by nature, are creatures who cannot let their curiosity go unanswered. The Tower Master spent decades locked away, searching for a way to reach the heavens, and eventually succeeded in touching the heavenly gate. But I couldn't enter the heavens. Why not? They didn't allow me in. It seemed to be a matter of qualification. Only those who are worthy can enter. The Tower Master hadn't met those qualifications and had no choice but to give up at the heavenly gate. Serena replied as if it were obvious. The heavens are different from hell. The heavens are where the gods reside. It's not a place anyone can enter. You must truly worship the gods, possessing a high degree of divine affinity or have a status comparable to that of a god. If there's anyone on earth who could reach the heavens, it would probably be you, Helia, though you'd need more training before it's possible. Serena glanced at Helia. Helia didn't seem happy about the idea that she could reach the heavens but didn't argue. Kettle opened his mouth. Then what about me? What, could I enter the heavens? He asked with a sly smile. Serena stuttered for a moment. Your divine affinity isn't very high, it's close to non-existent, but… Kettle's status was undoubtedly high enough to touch the realm of gods. It was almost strange that he was still living as a mortal on earth. After some hesitation, Serena answered. Perhaps it's possible. Well, that simplifies things. Kettle clapped his hands lightly. Tower Master, can you open the heavenly gate once again? It's not impossible, but it will take some time to prepare. Are you truly planning to go? The Tower Master spoke reluctantly. The heavens were not like hell. The gods were the saviors of the earth, revered for countless generations. Even the Tower Master, who had once approached the heavenly gate, hadn't dared to enter. But Kettle was a modern man. He held no reverence for the gods. Kettle nodded casually. I already went to hell, so why wouldn't I be able to go to the heavens? The Tower Master hesitated but had no better answer. After all, they needed to speak to the gods directly. Fine. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll give it a try. Then I'll count on you, Kettle smiled brightly. But unfortunately for Kettle, his wish would not come true, because 1 week after returning from hell, Kaloja appeared on Earth. Kaloja, having descended into Shadran's body, spoke. It's been a while. It has. You don't look pleased, you seem disappointed. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Kettle quickly pulled himself together. Though it was disappointing that he wouldn't be able to visit the heavens, wasn't it fortunate that a god had appeared on Earth once again? He quickly composed his emotions and spoke. It's been a long time since you showed yourself on Earth. What happened? It was because of that cursed interference from hell. Kaloja spoke irritably. The Lord of Hell, the first instrument of Demon's Abyss, that bastard blocked the connection to the heavens. So that's why the others, except Kaliste, couldn't appear. He must have been interfering over there. Kettle muttered as if understanding. Then he asked with a puzzled look, could Abyss alone block access to the heavens? It's not that he interfered with the heavens directly. He tampered with the connection network. Directly attacking the capital of a nation was no simple feat. The city would have defenses and soldiers prepared, requiring considerable force. However, blocking the trade routes for goods required far less effort. It wasn't a direct interference, which made it difficult to track. Even now, it's hard to fully descend onto Earth. Even so, it's hard to believe. The gods were numerous. While their power may fall short compared to the lords of hell, the difference shouldn't be so great. It was difficult to accept that a single lord could block them. Kaloja answered. He's consuming his very status to maintain the interference. Kettle nodded as if he understood. He's betting his life on it. Abyss is breaking apart. Soon his existence will disappear entirely. He was prepared to die to ensure that information from the heavens didn't reach the earth. Kettle asked, what is hell planning? You already have a guess, don't you? It would be a lie to say I don't. Why was hell moving? Why was hell so desperately blocking the heavens, even at the cost of a lord's life? There was only one possibility, Kettle murmured. The Demon King. Correct, Kaloja said. Hell is preparing for the Demon King's descent. Chapter 337, All-Out War, Part 2, The Demon King. The moment Kettle heard that name, his heart trembled. It wasn't out of tension, anxiety, or fear. It was excitement and anticipation. The Lord of Evil, the absolute ruler of hell, master of all demons and adversary of the gods. A being often portrayed as the final villain in fictional works, possessing the power and dignity worthy of such a role. The same appeared to be true in this world. During the great war between gods and demons, the Demon King appeared just as the gods were seizing victory and inflicted catastrophic damage. Only after countless gods had died were they able to seal the Demon King, a being on an entirely different level. The demons were preparing for the Demon King's descent, but there was something strange. Is that even possible for the demons right now? The demons had suffered irreparable damage. Summoning Necronovics alone must have consumed no small amount of sacrifice, and even that Necronovics had been killed. It was hard to believe they had the resources left to summon the Demon King. Kaloja replied, "If they offer enough sacrifices, it's not impossible, and Hell has such sacrifices." The Lords of Hell then, the Abyss was blocking celestial intervention. Caliste was waiting on the ground to kill those who had come, and the mother of all demons, Materia, was preparing for the Demon King's descent. Kettle whistled softly. "They're bleeding themselves dry. Even if half of Hell is consumed to summon the Demon King, they believe that once he descends, the tide of the war will be completely overturned." And that belief was correct. The Demon King possessed that kind of power. The good news is that summoning the Demon King takes considerable time. We must attack Hell immediately. Kaloja spoke in a grave voice. They had to stop it before the Demon King descended. If it descends, the world will be shaken to its core. Due to the Abyss's interference, I can't intervene directly, but I can assist through my followers. I will help as much as possible. The Demon King, huh? Kettle savored the alluring name. At that moment, unease flickered in Caliste's eyes. "Please, I truly beg you, once this is over, I'll take you to the heavens or wherever you wish. Don't worry so much. It's not that I don't have desires, but I have no intention of distorting the world to fulfill them." Kettle shook his head. "Instead, once everything is over, I'd appreciate it if you kept your promise. Don't worry. Even if the Pantheon opposes it, I will not back down." "That's enough for me," Kettle laughed heartily. The news spread quickly. Gods who could now intervene on the surface sent revelations to their saints and saintesses. With pale faces, they stammered as they relayed the message. They had to head to Hell. They had to stop the Demon King's descent. Preparations for all-out war began. The preparations themselves were swift. Most of their forces were already gathered near the Elven Sanctuary to defend against attacks from Hell. According to the Tower Master in Hellia, who had scouted Hell, surviving in Hell was difficult for anyone below first-class strength. Only superhuman-level warriors began to gather. During this process, Kettle noticed some familiar faces. "Oh, Kane, Kettle," it was Swordmaster Kane, Kettle's first encounter with a superhuman-level warrior. Kettle approached him with a pleased smile and greeted him, while Kane, despite his surprise, returned the greeting. "You survived, how have you been? What's there to say? I fought evil as always. He completely changed since I last saw you." Kane looked at Kettle with a newfound expression. The last time he had seen Kettle was when they had set out to reclaim the sanctuary swallowed by demons. Even then, Kettle had been well known. While not widely recognized, those who knew of him. But now, Kettle was on an entirely different level. People walking by glanced at Kettle. Their eyes were full of admiration and reverence. Kettle was now like a hero. There was no one on the surface who didn't know his name. "You've come far. Don't worry, you are still my teacher. Please, for the love of everything, don't say that in front of others." Kane desperately pleaded, but Kettle simply laughed heartily without answering. Afterward, Kettle called Piego for the first time in a long while. "It's been a while. I was really enjoying the peace of not being summoned. I suppose that's over now. Sorry for not calling you. You wouldn't have been much help, though." Considering the level of enemies Kettle had been facing, even a top-level superhuman spirit had been of little use. It had felt wasteful to summon him given the cost. But now, thanks to the cooperation of the spirit god, he could summon spirits without any loss. "In that case, I guess I have no choice. Still, thank you for summoning me now. Attacking Hell, is it? I can't miss such an opportunity." Piego muttered in an excited voice. Kettle grinned. "I'll call on you more often from now on. Sorry about before." "No, there's no need for that," Piego refused vehemently. More and more powerful warriors gathered. Elves, dwarves, dragons, vampires, and even surviving fairies. Every strong being on the surface began to assemble. Kettle watched them with shining eyes, but not everyone had shown up. One group was conspicuously absent. The Tower Master clenched his fists with a grinding sound. "That damn Emperor. Is the Empire still not moving?" "No, they haven't responded to any messages. Even when approached directly, we haven't been able to see the Emperor's face." Despite the enormous crisis of the Demon King's descent, a situation that even the gods were cooperating to stop, the Empire remained silent. No, this wasn't the first time. The Empire had also remained silent during the demon invasion of the surface and the summoning of Necronovics. What on earth are they thinking?" the Tower Master muttered irritably. Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully. "They're not siding with Hell, are they? If that were the case, they would have already moved to attack the surface. No, they are showing no sign of movement at all. It was as if they didn't care whether the surface fell into the hands of evil or not. Whatever they're planning, once this is over, I won't let it slide." The Tower Master muttered in an irritated voice. Soon, all the strongest beings on the surface, except for the Empire, gathered. The number exceeded hundreds. Once sufficient forces had assembled, the devotees began to pray. Their god answered. Keying, divine power rose, creating a path to Hell, but no one stepped forward easily. Even for the sake of the surface, heading into the dreadful Hell was no easy task. The Tower Master and Helia grimaced as they steeled their resolve, but there was one man, someone who wanted to go to hell. Kettle smiled as he stepped forward. Let's go, Waya, led by Kettle they ran. The surface's strongest beings began their march toward hell. The beings of the surface arrived in hell. At that moment, countless attacks poured down on them. Bombardments filled the sky and demons unleashed their powers. Helia raised her hand, shield of Hephaestus. Keying, a shield rose, covering the skies. The onslaught was blocked by the shield. Kettle whistled. This is quite a passionate welcome, unlike last time. The previous time Kettle, the Tower Master, and Helia had come here, no one had appeared. It was a trap to lure them further into hell. But this time the attacks were fierce, as if to say they should never have come. The meaning was simple. This was an all-out war. Helia spoke with a calm yet heavy gaze. Everyone move, Kea. Dragons soared through the skies, unleashing their dragon words. Swordmasters dashed into the demons, swinging their swords. Magicians cast their spells. Kugagugung, hell began to tremble. Amidst the chaos, Kettle stepped forward. Up we go, Kuung, the ground surged like a wave. Hundreds of charging beasts were buried in the waves of earth and perished. Onlookers were stunned. No way, one kick caused that much devastation. I've heard the rumors, but his power is on another level. Though Kettle had traveled the continent fighting the Necronovics, his brief time there meant many hadn't witnessed his true strength. Now the strongest of the continent's heroes watched in awe at Kettle's power. Kettle punched forward, a storm of force swept through the front. 5 named demons were shredded, unable to resist. The Tower Master approached Kettle. Leave the small fry to us, save your strength for later. I'll do that. So what's our next move? We need to find where they're summoning the Demon King and stop them. They wouldn't attempt such a ritual in an ordinary place. It will be protected perfectly, fortified enough to resist any attack from the surface. The Demon King's castle, then. Kettle grinned, baring his teeth. The Tower Master nodded. Finding the Demon King's castle, that's our goal. This information was relayed to everyone. They dispersed, searching for the Demon King's castle. Demons surged to stop them and fierce battles erupted. An hour later. The Demon King's castle has been found. The Tower Master approached Kettle and spoke. Kettle's eyes glimmered. Where is it? Follow me. Kettle immediately followed the Tower Master, racing through hell. The farther they advanced, the stronger the counterattacks became, yet they broke through with sheer strength. At the end of it all, Kettle saw it. A colossal castle, pitch black and ominous. It was the Demon King's castle. Other warriors broke through the opposition and arrived at the castle's front. This is, Helia swallowed hard. Now that they were here, they could sense it, a dreadful, overwhelming presence of demonic energy swirling within. That demonic energy was calling something. It could only be the Demon King. The summoning ritual was underway. There are so many of them, the Tower Master muttered. On the castle walls stood countless weapons and demons. No wonder the resistance was weak. Aside from a few distractions, their forces had been gathering at the Demon King's castle. They needed to break through and open the gates. The Tower Master turned to Kettle. Kettle will open the way. You handle the gatekeeper. Understood. The surface's heroes unleashed their powers. The demons of the castle did not sit idle. War machines and demonic powers erupted. The chaotic explosions created a deadlock of force. Through the raging clash of powers, Kettle began walking. Slowly, he approached the entrance of the castle. There, a demon awaited him. Seated on an old chair, sword planted into the ground to support himself, he rested. The demonic energy around him was minuscule, barely a flicker. One might mistake him for a nameless, weak demon, yet he was the strongest being among all those gathered in hell. We meet again. You returned sooner than I expected. I told you, didn't I? This time we'll truly fight to the death. Kettle spoke gleefully. The demon of the sword, Kalist, one of hell's lords, gripped his sword hilt in silence. Chapter 338, All-Out War, Part 3. Just before Kettle arrived at the Demon King's castle, a mighty hero had already reached the place. His name was Alejandro, a swordmaster of the hero class. He turned to the mage standing behind him and asked, "Have you delivered the message?" "Yes, I've informed the Tower Master. They should arrive soon." "Good, so this is the Demon King's castle." Alejandro gazed up silently. The castle was not particularly large, comparable in size to a regular human fortress, but from within he could feel an overwhelming and terrifying power. Alejandro understood. Inside that castle, demons were waiting for them. "This is ominous. We can't act rashly. Take defensive positions until the others arrive." "Yes, sir." They hastily arranged themselves into formation. The Demon Lord Castle showed no response to their actions. Alejandro frowned. "So they're waiting for us to make the first move. How cautious." "They have no choice," a voice suddenly responded, calm and cold. "Our goal isn't to kill you." Alejandro instinctively drew his sword, infusing it with a flickering aura. Without hesitation, he swung it toward the source of the voice. An attack from a hero-class warrior powerful enough to rend the world itself. Clang, but it was effortlessly deflected. The immense power dissipated completely. Well, it seems I'll have time to deal with the early arrivals, the dry voice remarked lazily. A demon swung their sword nonchalantly. Alejandro felt a sharp, lethal force approaching his chest. His eyes widened. Ack Alejandro, at that moment his allies threw themselves toward the demon in desperation. The demon moved their sword again as if bored, swish, a single swing. With that their heads fell, cleanly severed. Despite their superhuman strength, they couldn't even respond, but their deaths were not in vain. It gave Alejandro just enough time to retreat. You, Alejandro's eyes trembled. The demon had been right next to him, yet he hadn't noticed. The demonic aura was so faint that it made detection nearly impossible, and the display of swordsmanship like a miracle. There was only one being who could wield such skill. The demon of the sword, Caliste, the lord of hell who had nearly killed the tower master and the sun god Saintess. Alejandro chuckled bitterly. Well, this is quite the honor. I guess retreat isn't an option, is it? Crunch. In an instant, Alejandro's body moved forward, closing the distance to Caliste. Logic dictated that he should retreat, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. The reason was simple. How could he miss the chance to fight against the pinnacle of swordsmanship? He was a swordmaster of the hero class, a man consumed by the sword. Alejandro gripped his sword with both hands and struck downward. There was no trace of carelessness in his movements. He was ready to counter any action Caliste might take, but Caliste simply raised his sword. As the descending blade approached, Caliste swung. Alejandro's eyes widened. What? His sword was cut cleanly, like a rotting branch. Caliste's sword didn't stop and continued its path. Alejandro frantically tried to respond, but Caliste took a single step forward. That single step completely neutralized Alejandro's movements. Death loomed. What the? Alejandro's mind raced, desperately trying to figure out how to evade, but swish, his head soared into the air. The hero-class swordmaster who had spread his name far and wide and trained hundreds of disciples died just like that. On my way here I saw corpses, headless bodies with no other visible wounds. One of them was a face I recognized. Alejandro, wasn't it? A swordmaster of the hero class. During a journey across the continent to stop Necronovics, this person had challenged him to a duel. While busy and unable to accept at the time, they had promised to duel if they met again. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. Was it you who killed him? Alejandro, was it? His name didn't leave much of an impression, Caliste muttered indifferently. The attack of a hero-class swordmaster was so insignificant to Caliste that it was barely worth remembering. It doesn't matter. You're what's important. Caliste stood slowly from their chair. The abyss blocks the interference of the gods. Meanwhile, Materia is preparing the Demon King's descent ritual. At present, Caliste was the only Lord of Hell who could act. If you defeat me, the gates of the Demon King's castle will open. Caliste, the final gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle, but if you fall to me, the gates will remain closed. Rumble, power exploded around them. The forces of hell and the surface clashed with their lives on the line. If you defeat me, we lose, but if I kill you, we win. A battle for the fate of the surface in hell, and that fact thrilled Kettle. He was now standing in the climax of a fantasy. His heart raced, and his emotions were clear on his face. Gripping his axe tightly, Kettle exuded a fierce fighting spirit that seemed to envelop the surroundings. Seeing this, Caliste smiled faintly. Well then, let's do this. Boom, Kettle launched himself forward, far faster than Alejandro had been, swinging his axe down with immense force. The power to cleave mountains and split oceans was in that swing, a force too great for Caliste to endure. But Caliste neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he raised their sword toward the descending axe. When the axe and sword collided, Caliste's blade moved in a strange manner, perfectly deflecting the force contained within the axe. Clang! As a result, Caliste held their ground without budging an inch. Kettle quickly recovered and swung his axe upward. Caliste's sword rotated smoothly, flawlessly defending again. Kettle let out an honest exclamation. Your swordsmanship is still miraculous, a tremendous force neutralized with sheer skill. Kettle knew exactly what he was witnessing. Softness overcoming hardness, the epitome of this principle. Kettle had seen it in fictional stories where wooden swords deflected steel blades, but experiencing it in reality was awe-inspiring. Clang, clang, Kettle's axe moved fiercely, but Caliste's graceful sword movements blocked every attack. After a series of clashes, Kettle noticed Caliste's intent. You're focusing on defense. I suppose it makes sense. Your goal is not to kill me, but to guard this entrance. Our goal is the Demon King's descent, Caliste replied calmly. I don't really need to risk my life fighting you. If I could, I'd throw everything aside and go all in, fighting to the death, but I've already failed. I can't afford to be stubborn. That's unfortunate, but I can't move based solely on my personal desires either. Kettle's eyes darkened and aura began to gather around his axe. Caliste frowned. The power of the monstrosity, the power of the abomination. It annihilates all things. Unless one has some exceptional defense like Necronovics's, surviving it is impossible. Kettle took a step forward, accelerating in an instant as he swung his axe, aiming to cleave Caliste into pieces in one blow, defenses and all. But Caliste didn't retreat. As always, he raised his sword. The axe imbued with Kettle's aura collided with Caliste's sword. Crash, Kettle's eyes widened. Despite clashing against the aura-filled axe, Caliste's sword didn't break. With a smooth motion, Caliste diverted the force of the axe and moved to slash at Kettle's stomach. Whoops, Kettle twisted his body, narrowly dodging the attack, then quickly leapt backward. Caliste raised an eyebrow, surprised. You managed to evade even in that situation. Impressive reflexes. ... It didn't break. Caliste's sword, which had clashed with the power of the abomination, didn't have so much as a chip in its blade. So that's your weapon then? My sword. Caliste was the demon of the blade. His power was contained in a single sword. This sword, imbued with the power of severing all things, is as strong as my will. As long as Caliste's will didn't falter, neither would his sword. Even a power that could kill everything couldn't extinguish Caliste's unyielding resolve. Kettle chuckled bitterly. You're still not as useful as I thought. Shut up. If I had my original power, I'd snap that sword like a twig. It's your fault for being lacking. The abomination spat in annoyance. Kettle let out a hearty laugh and withdrew his aura. Well, this isn't going to be that easy, huh? Looks like I'll have to overpower you directly. Come at me. Here I go. Kettle took a step forward. The axe moved relentlessly, carving dozens of trajectories within a single second, aiming to rip his opponent apart. It carried a power beyond monstrous. Even those who prided themselves on being of hero-class strength couldn't endure it. Not even the defensive magic of the Tower Master could withstand it for long. But Caliste didn't retreat. His sword moved smoothly, redirecting and deflecting the axe's strikes, flowing with the torrent of overwhelming power as if untouched. Crackle, Caliste scraped his sword against the axe, dispersing its force, and turned it into a counterattack aimed at Kettle's throat. Kettle swung his axe to parry, but Caliste's sword didn't bounce away. Instead, it clung to the axe blade like a magnet. Kettle's eyes widened further. Oh, he raised his arm to shake off the sword, but it wouldn't budge. Caliste pressed in closer as if he had been waiting for this moment. Scrap. The sword slid down the axe blade, aiming for Kettle's hand. Whoops. Kettle let go of the axe, narrowly avoiding the slash. The blade grazed the axe's shaft as Kettle clenched his fist and swung it at Caliste. Caliste lowered his posture and used the flat of his sword to block the blow. Boom! The sheer force pushed Caliste all the way to the castle's front gate. With a flick of his wrist, he steadied himself. What monstrous strength. Even the god of strength himself might not be able to match you. Thanks for the compliment. Kettle grabbed his falling axe, putting strength into his shoulder. He took a step forward and hurled it with all his might. Thom. The spinning axe flew toward Caliste. At first, Caliste prepared to dodge, but then he realized something. He was standing in front of the Demon King's castle gate. He couldn't dodge, otherwise the gate would be destroyed. Yet blocking it head-on seemed impossible with such overwhelming power, so Caliste extended his sword. Clang. As the spinning axe collided with the tip of the sword, Caliste twisted his body. He slid his blade inside the axe's trajectory and gently redirected its momentum. Kettle's eyes widened further. The axe, spinning violently, changed direction, flying in a new arc. Caliste completed his spin and thrust his sword forward again. The redirected axe flew toward Kettle with the same ferocity as before. Kettle extended his hand and caught the axe handle. Whirr. Unable to fully absorb the force, Kettle was pushed back. He paused, standing still for a moment before letting out a dry laugh. What is this? Caliste had manipulated the flying axe's trajectory, preserving its immense power and sending it back at its original wielder. Even seeing it with his own eyes, it was hard to believe. Attempting to replicate it would have been impossible. Kettle couldn't help but be impressed, and at the same time he realized, I won't be able to break through you with brute strength alone. Sheer force wouldn't overcome that sword. His usual approach wouldn't work. He briefly considered using a spell, but an unfamiliar power against such a skilled opponent seemed unlikely to succeed. After a moment of deliberation, Kettle looked at Caliste with an odd expression. Depending solely on a single sword, mastering technique and skill to stand against overwhelming foes. It reminds me of my old self. Forgotten memories resurfaced. In that case, let's see if I can go back to the basics. Skill against skill. Kettle adjusted his grip, holding his axe closer to the handle. Chapter 339, All-Out War, Part 4. Kettle quietly caressed the handle of his axe. Caliste watched him intently. His purpose was defense, so there was no need to engage aggressively. Kettle, as if finding it curious, asked, You rely solely on swordsmanship, no other powers or abilities? None, Caliste replied calmly. All I have is this sword. A sword with the power to sever all things, unbreakable as long as its wielders will remain unshaken. It was undoubtedly extraordinary, but at the end of the day it was just a sword. It could not overturn the heavens, shake the earth, or split the ground. An average demon wielding it might have been crushed under its power and died a meaningless death. And yet Caliste ascended to the throne of a lord. A nameless demon honed their sword to such perfection that they reached the highest seat of power. Kettle felt genuine admiration. I admit it. Your methods cannot be broken through with my current approach, so I'll go back to the basics for the first time in a while. Kettle gripped the axe differently this time, one hand near the blade and the other around the middle of the handle. Caliste's face showed a flicker of puzzlement. You intend to fight with skill, not strength. Holding the axe short like that reduced the leverage for powerful strikes but allowed for more precise movements. It wasn't an incorrect judgment. Indeed, brute strength alone could never breach the techniques Caliste wielded. Trying another method was the right decision, but there was one condition. You think you can overcome me with skill? With only a single sword, Caliste had climbed to the Lord's position. Could Kettle's skill surpass that? To this question, Kettle responded with a grin. We'll see. Kettle stepped forward, closing the gap between them with quick strides. He gripped his axe in both hands and moved with precision. Caw-caw-caw-cack, holding the axe short reduced its range, but it made close-quarters combat even more advantageous than a sword. Kettle exploited this to apply pressure on Caliste. Caliste narrowed his eyes. He's good with his weapon. To be honest, it was surprising. Such mastery of weaponry was rare even for Caliste. Excluding raw power, Kettle's technique alone could easily overwhelm a typical hero-class opponent. But that was all. It wasn't enough to reach him. Caw-cack, Caliste subtly twisted his wrist, effortlessly parrying and deflecting all of Kettle's axe strikes. The force of the deflection sent Kettle's arm upward. Kettle immediately swung his arm down, aiming the butt of the axe handle at Caliste's head. Caliste met the attack with his sword, slipping the axe handle into the crossguard of his sword to redirect its trajectory. And in that moment, Kettle abruptly pulled the lower grip of the axe backward as if snapping a spring. The blade of the axe suddenly rotated, aiming to cleave Caliste's head. For the first time, Caliste's expression shifted. Swiftly, he reversed his grip on the sword, using the pommel to strike the spinning blade and leveraging the force to retreat backward. Kettle did not relent. He held the axe close to his body and charged forward. Caliste immediately recognized Kettle's intent. He's trying to overpower me physically. At such close proximity, parrying would be difficult. Caliste lowered his stance, deflecting the incoming axe upward and sidestepping. At that moment, Kettle slammed his foot into the ground, halting abruptly and pivoting his entire body toward Caliste in pursuit. Caliste was not one to remain passive. He used his sword to scrape the ground, using the rebound to propel himself sideways. Then Kettle's left elbow aimed straight for Caliste's chest. It was an attack with no preparation, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. Caliste hastily moved his hand. Thud, Caliste was knocked back. He managed to deflect the elbow strike, but not without consequence. His wrist throbbed and his eyes betrayed a hint of shock. You anticipated me. The elbow strike wasn't a reaction to Caliste's movements, it was a prediction of them. Kettle had acted preemptively, knowing what Caliste would do. Kettle grinned with delight. Ah, I finally landed a hit. With a leap, Kettle closed the distance again, refusing to give Caliste any breathing room. Caliste quickly maneuvered his sword and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. The first to gain an advantage was Kettle. Thud, Kettle shoved Caliste with his shoulder. Though the impact wasn't severe, it forced Caliste to retreat slightly. As Kettle charged again, Caliste thrust his sword forward. Kettle twisted his neck to evade and pressed forward even more. Caliste bent his wrist, swinging his sword like a scythe to slash at the back of Kettle's neck. Kettle didn't duck or block. He simply charged forward, aiming to headbutt Caliste. At such force and speed, a headbutt would shatter his skull. Caliste withdrew his sword and stepped back. Kettle seized the moment to swing his axe down. Caliste dodged, only to be met with the butt of the axe handle striking toward his jaw. He blocked with his sword. Kettle closed the gap once more, wielding the axe in rapid, precise motions. Caliste tightened his grip on his sword and moved with determination. Caw-caw-caw-cack. The clash of axe and sword produced a cacophony of sharp sounds. From a distance, the tower master battling the demons observed their duel and let out a groan. What is that? Kettle and Caliste's battle was eerily silent. There were no earth-shattering forces, no world-rending power. Compared to the fight against Necronovics, one might even call it mundane. Yet the tower master was utterly astonished. It was because he could not comprehend their movements at all. Swinging a sword, moving an axe, stepping forward and twisting one's body, motions that even a child could perform. Yet he couldn't understand. Why did they swing their weapons like that? Why did they make those choices? Not a single one made sense. Although a magician, the tower master had taken an interest in weapon techniques, studying enough to possess knowledge on par with a typical hero-class warrior. For even him to be unable to comprehend meant no one in the world could fathom their movements. Caw-caw-cack. Kettle's axe moved with fierce precision. No longer relying on raw strength, he launched a series of consecutive attacks with both the blade and handle. Kalist swiftly wielded his sword, deflecting and redirecting every strike. The axe alone could not break through the sword. Thus, Kettle took a step forward, intent on dominating the space. Naturally, Kalist quickly assessed the situation and moved to respond. But Kettle shifted his body. He didn't just rely on his axe, he used his knees, elbows, shoulders, even his forehead. He utilized his entire body. Kalist attempted to counter by moving, but he was purely outmatched in speed. Inevitably, Kalist's body was sent flying backward. Thud, Kalist regained his footing. Although the damage was minimal, his expression hardened. The battle so far had made one thing clear. In terms of weapon skills, he was superior. It was a decisive difference. However, when it came to the art of fighting, the opponent stood above him. How many battles have you fought exactly? Kettle had experienced countless battles, a number so overwhelming it rendered counting meaningless. Kettle let out a hearty laugh. I am undoubtedly strong. My power is unmatched, even among the fiercest within those walls. For Kettle, most problems could be solved by gripping his axe and swinging it with full force. That was who he was now. But I wasn't born with such monstrous strength. He had once been an ordinary human. His strength was that of an average adult man, and his body was just as ordinary. In harsh winters, his blood froze, and sharp cold winds left cuts all over his body merely from movement. Yet even so, he survived. He triumphed against countless monsters and barbarians who sought to kill him. To be honest, even I've lost track of how many battles I've fought. One thing was certain, the number had surpassed 5 digits. The story of him acquiring his extraordinary strength came long after. Kalist said nothing, and Kettle spoke leisurely. Until now, overwhelming opponents with sheer strength has always been more effective, so I've had no need to use technique. But with someone like you, it's different. Against Kalist, techniques were more effective than raw power, therefore there was no reason not to use them. This is exciting, Kettle laughed heartily. It had been so long since he fought purely with technique, the thrill made his heart race. Let's keep going, Kettle swung his axe. Kalist twisted his sword to deflect it. Axes, swords, and bodies clashed. Kettle's face was full of laughter, and Kalist too wore a faint smile. Clang, 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 Kettle's body fell to the ground. Kalist raised his sword to strike at the back of Kettle's neck. At that moment, Kettle slammed the butt of his axe handle into the ground. Boom, the rebound launched him away. Kalist's sword cut through empty air. Kettle countered by swinging his axe. Clang. Kalist barely managed to block it but couldn't deflect the force. His body slid backward. Kettle swiftly closed the gap and slashed upward. Shhhk, a wound appeared on Kalist's shoulder and blood splattered. Kalist let out a pained grunt. It wasn't a serious injury, barely a scratch on the surface of his skin. But in a battle like this, where he matched Kettle's overwhelming strength with pure technique, even a minor wound could slow his response. Clang, the axe and sword clashed in a deadlock. Kettle reached out with his left hand to grab Kalist's sword. Kalist smoothly moved to pull it away, but Kettle released it first. He had only grabbed it to create an opening. He used that opening to press Kalist further. He kicked at Kalist's thigh. Although Kalist hurriedly pulled back, he couldn't completely avoid it. The impact spread through his thigh, slowing his movements. From then on, Kettle changed his approach. He exploited Kalist's reduced mobility, moving swiftly to attack from all directions. Kalist focused intently to counter, but with one leg impaired, gaps inevitably appeared. Kalist groaned as he retreated. Unlike before, he couldn't advance or change direction and was forced to keep backing away. As a result, his back hit the door. There was nowhere left to retreat. Kalist's gaze turned cold. Even if it means my death, he resolved to take Kettle down with him. Abandoning the thought of mere defense, he decided on mutual destruction. Kettle swung his axe. Kalist met it with his sword, clang. Their weapons clashed, their movements surpassing comprehension. Kalist abandoned defending his body and aimed for Kettle's. Kettle laughed heartily. I never planned to win against someone like you without taking a scratch. I'll gladly give up some flesh, squish. Kalist's sword pierced Kettle's neck, but it barely missed his carotid artery. In exchange, I'm the one who's going to win. Kettle grabbed Kalist's arm, twisted his wrist, and kicked him. Kalist's sword began to fly out of his hand. Gah, but Kalist wasn't going down so easily. He adjusted the angle of his sword as it was about to be flung and caught Kettle's axe blade. Both weapons were sent flying. Now weaponless, Kettle clenched his fist, unfazed. His punch carried monstrous strength enhanced by mystical power. Kalist, refusing to give up, reached out as well. Boom. Kettle's punch shattered Kalist's arm and slammed into his body, sending him crashing into the Demon King's castle gate. The door groaned loudly as it began to break apart. Chapter 340, The Descent of the Demon King. Part 1. Kalist didn't just stand still and take it. Twisting his body as much as possible, he redirected the force contained in Kettle's punch. But with the door pressing against his back, it was impossible to completely deflect the blow. Some of the force rocked his body violently. Cough. Even that alone made him spit blood. The powerful impact churned Calliste's internal organs. As an ordinary demon in terms of physicality, there was no way Calliste could endure even a portion of Kettle's strength. Grinding his teeth, Calliste quickly drew a dagger from his chest and thrust it toward Kettle's neck. Kettle swung an arm. The wrist rotated like a pulley, perfectly deflecting the dagger. He immediately raised his fist again and drove it forward. The fist connected with Calliste's body. Boom! Unable to withstand it, the castle gate finally shattered into countless pieces. Calliste's body was flung and rolled among the debris. Cough cough, lying sprawled on the ground, Calliste spat blood. Kettle extended his arm and a bracelet on his wrist gleamed. A battle axe flew into their hand as if summoned, but he didn't swing it. Or rather, he had no reason to. Calliste was already dying. Though he struggled to rise, his body wouldn't obey. With mangled organs, his physical form was deteriorating rapidly. Strength ebbed from his entire body and his consciousness began to fade. I've lost. Calliste had been defeated, utterly and completely. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. You're stronger than me, stronger than any of us. The lords of hell beings said to rival gods or even surpass them in strength. Even they paled before Kettle. From the start, it had been a hopeless battle. The only one who could stand against you in hell must be them. It was clear who Calliste was referring to, the Demon King. Stronger than the lords, the true ruler of hell. Kettle shook their head. Unfortunately, preventing that being's descent is my mission. We'll see how that turns out, though it's not a matter for me anymore. Calliste slowly forced himself to rise. It was more like he was moving his ruined body with sheer willpower. Kettle silently observed as Calliste staggered to pick up his sword, driving it into the ground. Taking a stance reminiscent of a knight, Calliste gazed at Kettle with unwavering eyes. Victory is yours, Kettle. It was enjoyable. Crack. With those words, the sword shattered, not merely breaking into pieces but disintegrating into dust. Calliste's sword had been an embodiment of their will. Its destruction signified Calliste's death. Calliste's corpse remained standing in place. After a moment of silent observation, Kettle spoke. I enjoyed it as well, truly. It had been a long time since Kettle had fought purely with physical skill. The battle had been a deeply fulfilling experience. Calliste's death sent ripples across all of hell. The demons, realizing their lord had been defeated, let out groans of despair. Ah, Lord Calliste. Lord Calliste, their morale crumbled. In an instant, the once evenly matched battle tipped in favor of the surface forces. As walls were broken, the demons were driven back. We've won. The Tower Master approached Kettle with a calm demeanor. Kettle nodded. Yes, it's a victory. You've truly dealt with two lords. This is remarkable. The barbarian before them had accomplished a feat even the gods couldn't achieve. It was almost unbelievable, even after witnessing it firsthand, but there was no time to marvel at the achievement. Their goal wasn't simply to defeat the lords. Let's move quickly. I'll guide you, let's go. Kettle followed the Tower Master through the shattered gate, advancing rapidly into the Demon King's castle. So this is the Demon King's castle. The place was not extravagant. There were few decorations or chandeliers. Yet it was not unimpressive. It exuded dignity and a strange sense of intimidation. As they ventured inside, they felt it clearly. Something utterly dreadful was happening below. Underground, wait a moment. The Tower Master snapped their finger bones, sending waves of mana to scan the castle's interior. There are many traps, not ordinary ones. These are traps capable of killing even hero-class beings. We must move carefully. There's no need for that. Kettle gripped his axe, an aura of mysticism gathering around it. Then he struck the ground. Boom! The floor of the Demon King's castle collapsed in an instant. Their bodies plummeted rapidly toward the underground. If it's in the way, we'll just break through. I detected that even I couldn't scratch this floor, yet it means nothing to you, the Tower Master muttered in disbelief. Still, it's faster this way. Let's move on. Through the broken floor, they descended to the underground. Traps triggered in a flurry, but the Tower Master's magic and Kettle's strength crushed everything as they pressed onward. Finally, they reached the deepest level, smashing through a door at the end. Crash, the room was filled with various ritual instruments. In the center, Materia lay, emaciated as though she hadn't eaten for days. Weakly, Materia turned her head. You've come, you don't look well. I can't help it, this is straining even for me. Materia smiled faintly, weakly. The Tower Master gasped. It was a horrific ritual. A summoning of such a high order that even the Tower Master couldn't fully comprehend it. There was no need to ask what was being summoned. The Tower Master quickly began gathering magic. Dispel, he tried to forcibly cancel the ritual. Kettle, too, didn't remain idle. He poured mysticism into their axe. As much as I'd like to see it, unfortunately, my job is to stop it. With all his might, Kettle swung his axe at the magic circle of the ritual. Boom, but the magic circle did not break. Instead, Kettle's body was forced backward, a flawless repulsion. Kettle looked at the Tower Master with a bewildered expression. Does this mean it can't be destroyed by ordinary methods? His question implied whether it required magic or divine power to break it. But the expression on the Tower Master's face made it clear that this wasn't the case. Despite being a skeleton, his rigid stance conveyed his shock. No, that's not it. It should have been breakable without issue. The more intricate and delicate a ritual was, the more vulnerable it was to external shocks. Rituals that took a month to complete could be ruined by something as trivial as a servant's sneeze. Yet the ritual before their eyes remained intact, even against Kettle's power. This could only mean one thing. The ritual is complete. What's the situation? Helia, who had arrived late, gasped as she saw the power surging forth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ritual erupted, and an immense force pierced through the roof of the Demon King's castle, shooting skyward. This is insane. The summoning ritual had succeeded. Now that it was complete, there was no stopping it. All they could do was watch as the ritual concluded. Helia widened her eyes and shouted, "This can't be happening. How? How is it already finished?" Her words sounded like a denial of reality, but they carried weight. There's no way the summoning ritual could be completed this quickly. The higher the rank of the being summoned, the more time the ritual required. For an entity like the Demon King, an extraordinary amount of time would have been necessary, and yet it had been completed in just a week. It was an impossibility, one even Materia did not deny. Haha. Even I thought it was a failure, but here we are. I suppose you could call it a miracle. What nonsense are you spouting? Both the Tower Master and Helia were half out of their minds. Only Kettle remained composed, asking in a tone of curiosity, but there shouldn't have been a sacrifice. Hell had consumed countless sacrifices to summon Necronovics. For a being as mighty as the Demon King, there couldn't have been any sufficient sacrifices available. No sacrifices, you say? Aren't you looking at one? Materia chuckled leisurely and pointed her finger outward. This hell itself, crack, 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 the realm of hell where it was tethered to the material plane began to shatter. A third of it was consumed like a sliced piece of cake to fuel the summoning. Every ranked demon, Acha, Wawat, those who were fighting outside faltered as they noticed something strange. The bodies of all ranked demons began to blur. Ooh, at last. The ritual has succeeded. As sacrifices for the ritual, those beings vanished completely, yet even in their obliteration the demons rejoiced. Our king, please reclaim the mortal world for us. Crack, every ranked demon vanished. Onlookers stood bewildered and stunned, and finally one of Hell's lords, Materia pointed to herself. At the same time, something enveloped her, a power that consumed the rank and strength she had accumulated. She collapsed, utterly drained as a sacrifice for the ritual. The fact that she didn't entirely vanish spoke volumes about the scale of her existence, but that was the extent of it. She now stood on the brink, as fragile as a flickering candle. Looks like Abyss will die soon. Necronovics and Caliste are already gone, and I'll follow shortly. Ahahaha, this is the worst. All four lords who had survived even the gods and demons' war were now dead. Hell had for all intents and purposes lost, and yet Materia's expression was not grim. If anything, she seemed exhilarated. It doesn't matter, this is how it was supposed to be from the start. I just clung to pointless pride. Materia spread her arms wide as if welcoming her master with open arms. Now come forth, my king, please, please appear in this world. And then crack, the space shattered. From the fractured rift, a condensed power burst out. Both the Tower Master and Helia immediately realized what was happening. The unsealing unleashed a ripple of power. What surged forth was merely a fragment of the imprisoned entity's might. Even so, it was enough to kill them. No response, no defense could withstand it. It was akin to a human attempting to resist an avalanche. Their thoughts froze in that instant. Only Kettle moved, rushing forward with his axe at the ready. He infused it with his aura. Boo. The erupting power collided with Kettle's strike, exploding in the process. Kettle slid back, his body straining to absorb the impact. Even so, he couldn't block all of it. The remaining force surged toward the Tower Master and the Saintess. Kettle shouted, "Defend yourselves! Shield of Purity, Hephaestus's shield!" Snapping back to their senses, the two poured all their strength into shielding themselves. Crack, 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 their defenses shattered. The Tower Master and Helia were flung into the walls. Grrrk, cough. Helia felt her insides churn, while cracks spread throughout the Tower Master's entire body. Even for a lick, it would take months to recover from such injuries. Even a fragment of that power was unstoppable, a being beyond classification, a being above even the gods, Kettle whistled. It's coming, creak, 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 through the fissure in space an arm emerged. Chapter 341, The Descent of the Demon King, Part 2. The overwhelming presence of the Demon King spilled forth. The Tower Master and Helia felt as though their breaths were stolen away. Had they not instinctively gathered their wits, they might have lost consciousness altogether. Kettle stepped forward, shielding the two from the oppressive force as he spoke. Run. Warn the others outside, make them return to the surface immediately. What about you? If I retreat from here, what do you think will happen? Helia fell silent at his words. The answer wasn't difficult to deduce. Everyone would die. Heroes or superhumans, it wouldn't matter. They would all meet meaningless deaths. Kettle gripped his axe firmly. I will do what I must, you do what you must. Leave it to me. Apologies and thank you. Recognizing their lack of utility in this fight, the Tower Master and Helia quickly make their way out of the fortress. As they exited, they shouted toward those approaching the Demon King's castle. Everyone stay back. Run away. The oppressive sound of cracking space resonated through the air. At that moment, a hand rended the fabric of space, expanding the fissure. The sense of presence grew even stronger. Ah! A voice resounded, a light, shallow sound like that of a person catching their breath atop a mountain. Yet the entire hell quaked in response. Erg! Merely hearing the voice shattered the minds of those present. Those who hadn't reached the upper echelons of superhuman ability found their consciousness disintegrating. Those lacking sufficient strength fell like puppets with their strings cut. These weren't ordinary people, they were renowned warriors, heroes who had carved their names into the annals of the surface world. Curse this, the Tower Master spit curses as he casted a spell, desperately attempting to send as many as possible back to the surface. Crack, crack, the rift in space grew wider, large enough for a person to pass through. Correspondingly, the sense of presence became ever more overwhelming. Kettle let out a dry laugh. More than I imagined. Finally, the space shattered with a thunderous roar. From within the rift emerged a figure, a man with jet black hair and eyes. Dressed lightly, he stepped slowly into the hell, and with just that step the hell reacted. Like beasts welcoming their master, it stirred in fervent upheaval. The demonic energy of the earth itself surged toward the man as if to embrace him. Who? Kettle utters an involuntary exclamation. The hell itself was rejoicing at its master's return. The dying materia let out a moan of ecstasy, her glittering eyes fixed on the man. Demon King, Demon King. The man glanced at her briefly before continuing forward, demonic energy trailing behind him like loyal vassals. Kettle silently observed. Reaching materia, the man placed a hand gently on her head. You've done well. His voice carried the tender warmth of a parent. With a smile of utmost satisfaction, as though her very being was fulfilled, materia passed away. The man looked at her for a moment before speaking again. Thank you for not interfering. I have no interest in disrupting someone's final moments, Kettle replied with a faint smile. Nice to meet you, Demon King. The master of all evil, the Demon King. He stood before them. Kettle's first impression was that the Demon King seemed immense. Though humanoid in form, his physique was extraordinary, muscular, rivaling Kettle's own. Around that powerful body, demonic energy writhed and clung like living shadows. The Demon King straightened, his voice resonating. Kettle, is it? I've been watching you. You could see. My children are my eyes. Even while imprisoned, I observed everything. The Demon King's black eyes focused on Kettle. You especially. Quite the attention, so what's your impression? Kettle responded with a wry grin. You are an existence that should not be in this world. That stings. Is it because of my connection to the Forbidden Lands? For what it's worth, I've been rather accommodating. Kettle, a being of the Forbidden Lands, had always been rejected by the gods. He assumed the Demon King's words carried a similar sentiment, but the Demon King denied it. That may be intolerable, but you are unique even among such beings. You do not belong to this place. His somber eyes bore into Kettle. The gaze alone was enough to strip life from any mortal creature. An anomaly, a foreign substance. A true Demon King, aren't you, to notice it immediately? The abomination muttered as though impressed. In its voice lay a rare note of caution, something even the lords of hell never elicited from it. Kettle, too, felt it. A chill ran through him, his senses screamed in warning. The being before him could kill him. The Demon King raised his head, gazing skyward. The situation is dire. My children sacrificed themselves to summon me. It must have been difficult. The summoning had consumed lords, high-ranking demons, and a third of the hell itself. It was near annihilation, but my task is simple, for he was the Demon King, the one who would drown this world in evil. As the first step, I must rid our land of this foreign entity. The Demon King raised his hand, pointing a finger at Kettle. From the tip of that finger, black light radiated, a chill, death loomed. Kettle instinctively twisted his neck, a brilliant decision. Had he not, the black light would have pierced his throat. Boom. The black light shot through the Demon King's castle, extending skyward. The world split apart in its wake. Those caught in the trajectory perished, unaware of what had struck them. Sizzle. The fine hairs on Kettle's neck singed away. The Demon King swiped his finger through the air, the black light following the motion. Kettle's eyes widened. That level of power isn't just a one-time attack. Crack, crack. The black light carved through the world, racing toward Kettle. Kettle raised his axe, unleashing an aura to intercept the light. Crash, the aura clashed with the black light and Kettle was overwhelmed. Unable to withstand the force, his body was violently pushed back. It felt like trying to stop a charging war chariot with his bare hands, a force of unfathomable density. Boom, Kettle swung his arm wildly, barely managing to deflect the light. Ha, he exhaled sharply. His entire body trembled from the impact, his arm throbbed, strong, and the authority of the abomination could not extinguish the black light. It was pushed back by an overwhelming density. Rumble. A trajectory was drawn as part of hell was carved away. Kettle let out a hollow laugh. Calling yourself the master of hell, yet you're so rough with your own belongings. That's because killing you is more important. The Demon King spoke indifferently. The abomination, it's within you. You could indeed manage it. Killing you won't be easy. To the Demon King, the presence of the abomination was worth no more than that simple observation. The Demon King raised an arm, woo-woo. Above it, demonic energy condensed into a massive sphere. The Demon King flung the gathered energy. Kettle swiftly planted his feet and moved. Boom, the sphere of demonic energy collided with the ground, exploding and creating a massive crater that erased the surrounding area. Kettle barely managed to escape its range, but the shockwave alone crushed part of his body. Crunch. The Demon King stepped forward, arriving before Kettle in a leap and clenching his fist. Kettle raised his axe to shield himself. The fist met the axe. With a thunderous sound, Kettle's body was flung away. He flew at a speed too fast for the naked eye to track, only stopping after slamming his axe into the ground. Shrayak. His momentum left a scar several kilometers long in the earth before finally halting. Just blocking that was enough to cause this, Kettle muttered incredulously. Feels like it's stronger than you. The abomination remained silent as though its pride was wounded but did not deny it. That is the king of demons, born to be such like a mechanism. Among the young it is the strongest being. So strong even the oldest beings would struggle to defeat it. Fine, I'll cooperate. Kill that thing. With those words the abomination stirred. The untamed mystery seeped into Kettle's body of its own accord. Crack. At that moment the approaching Demon King clenched a fist and struck down toward Kettle. There was no way to dodge, but blocking it outright was an unwise approach, so he let it flow. Kettle raised his axe. At the moment the descending fist touched, he let go of the force and redirected it. The Demon King's fist struck the ground. Boom! A massive crater formed in the earth, revealing the mantle below. Kettle used the redirected momentum to swing his axe at the Demon King. The Demon King extended a hand to catch the axe blade, but Kettle adjusted the axe's trajectory to slash at his body. The Demon King moved a leg, sweeping upward. The kick struck the axe with such force that Kettle nearly lost his grip on it. The Demon King threw another punch. Kettle preemptively pulled back, avoiding the blow. Boom, but he couldn't fully escape. The force of the punch alone shook his body. The Demon King raised a finger. Wee-ein, black light tracing a path shot toward Kettle. Kettle raised his axe to defend. Kaboom, the ground shook violently. A chasm dividing the surface and underground was carved out in an instant. Kettle looked at his shoulder. Sizzle. He hadn't completely blocked it. A fragment of the light had grazed his shoulder, burning it. The black light had pierced through the mystical protection and inflicted a wound on his body. Just a small portion had done that much. What monstrous power, Kettle muttered, shaking his head. There was no time to dwell on it. High in the sky, the Demon King clasped his hands together and struck downward. Boom. Demonic energy crushed the ground. Hell was collapsing. Remaining still would have buried him in the depths of the stars. Kettle quickly leapt aside and swung his axe at the Demon King. Clang, the Demon King raised an arm to block. Then he threw a punch. Kettle deflected it with his axe. The punch tore through empty space, creating a gaping hole in its wake. Rumble, as the battle continued, Kettle's thoughts raced. The power is simpler than I thought. It was closer to mindlessly wielding a grotesque density of demonic energy, but overwhelming strength could crush skill. No matter how refined one's technique was, it couldn't deflect the mass of an entire planet. The Demon King's power was equivalent to that, with this much strength, stronger than the Elders. The three Elders dwelling within the White Snowfield. Compared to each, the Demon King was slightly superior. The difference wasn't vast, but enough to matter. If the Demon King fought one of the Elders, it was impossible to predict who would win. Yet the Demon King was still the strongest being Kettle had encountered in this world. A twisted grin spread across Kettle's face. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, Kettle burst out laughing. The Demon King momentarily hesitated as if caught off guard. Why are you laughing? How can I not laugh? Behold, damnable Snowfield, you are not so great after all. You were defeated, were you not? What is truly remarkable lies outside. Those cursed Elders, Kettle recalled the words of one of them. Why do you yearn for such a feeble world? It is worthless, pathetic, and utterly wretched. Your desire will never come to pass. The Elder had mocked him for hoping for the outside, calling it hollow, futile, and weak. He had ridiculed Kettle, saying his desire would never be fulfilled. But look at this. Something stronger than those Elders has appeared. Let's keep going. Kettle gripped his axe tightly. Aura enveloped it, thicker and more intense than ever before. He drew a diagonal slash. Hell split apart. The Demon King wielded demonic energy to block. The aftermath shook the world. Their battle continued, tearing the world asunder. Chapter 342, The Descent of the Demon King, Part 3. The heretic high elf Arkamis was also in hell. It was only natural. She was a transcendent-level alchemist who had regressed multiple times. And now Arkamis was breaking out in a cold sweat. The reason was simple. The ground right in front of her feet had been sliced cleanly apart. If she had taken just one more step forward, or if Serena hadn't shouted for her to stop, her body would have been split in two along with the ground. Thank you, Serena. Arkamis expressed her gratitude to Serena. However, Serena was in no condition to accept those thanks. Serena's face was pale and stiff, her expression frozen. She had collapsed onto her knees, losing strength in her legs, her face drained of all color as if her soul had left her body. Arkamis understood why. She could feel it too, a presence so terrifying that it seemed to suffocate the very air around them. The Demon King, a being from the distant past, from the time of the war of gods and demons, the one who had slain countless gods and burned half the surface of the world, that entity had descended here and now. As a holy sword attuned to malevolence, Serena had sensed it more keenly than anyone else. It was no wonder she looked like her mind had snapped. Clenching her teeth, Arkamis supported Serena and turned her head. Rumble. The earth trembled in the distance. Even beyond her field of vision, she could feel the terrifying ripples of power. The Demon King was fighting someone. There was no need to guess who. Kettle. Her special someone was facing off against the Demon King in that distant location. I want to help, but I'd only get in the way. At the very least, I can pray. Arkamis stopped herself. The Demon King was a god-slaying entity. What meaning would prayer have in a battle against such a being? What Kettle needed right now wasn't prayer, it was belief. Don't die, Kettle. Arkamis quickly carried the dazed Serena and retreated back to the surface. Kettle charged forward. The Demon King raised his arm and swung. Crack, crackle, the axe and the arm clashed, sparks flying as they ground against each other. Gritting his teeth, Kettle pressed forward with all his strength. But the Demon King flexed his muscles, his body bulging with explosive power. Boom! Both Kettle and the Demon King were forced back at the same time, but the distance differed. Kettle was pushed back 10 paces, while the Demon King moved only 5. The Demon King let out a hearty laugh. So you're telling me I've been overpowered? Kettle was surprised, but so was the Demon King. Even the god of strength couldn't push me back, and yet here you are, forcing me back 5 steps with sheer power alone. The Demon King extended his hand, curling his fingers as if grasping an invisible cup. At that moment, the world itself seemed to seize Kettle. Creak, crunch. The pressure threatened to crush him. If he hadn't reflexively resisted with mystery, he would have been reduced to pulp. Gritting his teeth against the oppressive force, Kettle thought quickly. Strength alone wouldn't suffice. The Demon King was monstrously strong. Relying on brute force would only lead to being overpowered. Thus, he decided to focus his power. Leaving only the minimum mystery needed to enhance his body, Kettle poured all remaining energy into his axe. The aura surrounding the weapon began to ripple and compress. SSSHHH, with the gathered aura, he swung his axe. The oppressive force bearing down on him was severed, creating a brief opening. Kettle leaped through the gap, kicking off the air itself. The Demon King raised his arm and swung it toward the approaching Kettle. That won't work anymore. The Demon King's strength was overwhelming, but he wielded his power in a straightforward, almost rudimentary manner. From a technical perspective, he had weaknesses. Kettle's movements turned fluid. No longer a savage barbarian, he moved with the precision of a seasoned swordsman. The Demon King's fist connected with the flat of Kettle's axe, and Kettle deflected the blow with a smooth motion. Swish. Kettle closed the gap, stepping into the Demon King's range. The Demon King raised his other arm to strike. Kettle swung the axe handle upward, deflecting the trajectory of the descending fist. The blow landed slightly off course, smashing into the ground beside him. Boom, a crater formed where the fist landed. Having evaded 2 consecutive attacks, Kettle slashed diagonally. His axe sought to bury itself in the Demon King's chest. Bang, but the Demon King unleashed an explosive burst of power, sending Kettle flying. With most of his mystery focused on his axe, Kettle was left vulnerable and had no choice but to retreat. The Demon King stomped the ground, and the earth surged like waves. The very world seemed to become his weapon, aiming to crush any who opposed him. Kettle judged that standing his ground would only be detrimental and leaped back further. The Demon King raised a hand to the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered and bolts of shadow lightning began raining down. Kettle let out a short breath. Work. With those words, the monstrous power within him stirred and spread across the heavens, shielding him from the descending lightning. So that's how you wield the monstrosity, how peculiar. The Demon King, with a hint of curiosity, lowered his outstretched hand. The dense clouds in the sky descended like mist, colliding with the monstrous power Kettle had unleashed. Rumble. The clash of powers caused the world to tremble. Mystery drained rapidly from Kettle as the struggle continued. What a pain, Kettle muttered in frustration. He quickly assessed the situation. Could he win? The answer came immediately. It would be difficult. Kettle wasn't at full strength, having expended considerable energy battling Caliste. Even at his peak, victory would have been uncertain. I can hold my ground, but Kettle had grown stronger since his battle in the frozen wastelands. Mastering the power of the abomination and gaining new mystical abilities had made him a match for even the Demon King. But the problem was the total energy he possessed. It wasn't enough. At this rate of consumption, it wouldn't be long before he reached his limits. In contrast, the Demon King's power seemed boundless. The disparity in sheer total strength was overwhelming. Though there are some technical weaknesses I can see. What could a skilled swordsman do against a tank? Of course, he had now become a being capable of crushing ordinary tanks with his little finger, but unfortunately his opponent was far from ordinary. A monster indeed. Of course, that is the Demon King. The abomination muttered softly. A being that embodies the concepts of darkness, evil, and malice in this world. Unlike the gods who divided their power among many, that entity absorbed all those concepts alone. The number of gods was immense. In their prime, their numbers had reached 3 digits. In contrast, there was only one being worthy of being called the god of hell, the Demon King. While the demon lords were undeniably strong, there were only 4 of them. The Demon King alone possessed power rivaling the entirety of the celestial realm. To put it bluntly, it embodies nearly all the dark concepts of the world. The other denizens of hell only hold fragments of that power. I get the gist. But even with all that, it's just a bit stronger than the elders. According to the abomination, the Demon King was a conglomeration of darkness, evil, and malice. And yet, it was only marginally stronger than one of the elders. And there were 3 elders. Kettle was genuinely curious. How did you all lose then? We don't get along very well, Boo. Before he could hear an answer, an explosion of power interrupted him. There was no time for leisurely conversation. Kettle quickly dodged and analyzed the situation. Defeating the Demon King seemed unlikely, but it's not impossible, is it? There had never been a time when he could confidently say he had defeated one of the 3 elders. But there had been plenty of times when he hadn't lost. Kettle's eyes hardened. The abomination seemed to recognize his thoughts and hesitated. Come to think of it, you do have that power. A power unique to him, one he hadn't used since stepping out into the world. The same power he'd wielded against the 3 elders and the guardian who had blocked his path out of the wasteland. What do you think will happen? If you use that, you could kill it, but to be honest, I hate the idea. The abomination showed strong resistance, even more so than against the Demon King. It clearly preferred losing to the Demon King over witnessing Kettle use his power. Using that makes me feel as though my very existence is being denied. I'm not a fan of it either. Kettle agreed with the abomination's sentiments. He was human, a being of this world, a part of this fantasy. Everything he did was driven by a near-obsessive fixation on that identity. If he hadn't been, he would have long since become something other than human, a being that ruled the wastelands in an entirely different form. But that wasn't what he wanted. He desired only to be part of the fantasy, and yet his power utterly contradicted that desire. It was a power that seemed to proclaim his existence as something foreign and alien. Because of that, Kettle had used it only a handful of times in his long life. Besides, my opponent is the Demon King, the embodiment of the fantasy I've longed for. Using it is even less appealing. But it's not just my problem anymore. If the Demon King wasn't defeated, the surface world would burn, the fantasy he cherished could crumble. Of course, watching that would be interesting in its own way, but he was part of the surface world now. That wasn't an option. No choice then, Kettle's eyes darkened. At that moment, the Demon King sensed something amiss. Something was changing around Kettle. Ordinarily, it would have judged him to be up to something and moved to stop him, but this was different. The very idea of approaching didn't occur. It was alien, grotesque, and above all terrifying. Fear, the Demon King afraid. What are you trying to do? Something that neither of us will like. Kettle took a deep breath. He was about to unleash what he had to taint the world, but before he could, space shattered. Crack, the skies of hell shattered all at once. Kettle hesitated, halting the power he was about to release. The cracks in the sky quickly expanded, forming a passage. Ha, so you've finally arrived. To think he'd truly descend to the mortal realm, this is dangerous. Then 5 figures emerged. Kettle's eyes widened. This, an overwhelming divine presence. Kettle had felt this kind of aura before when facing Federica, the true gods. They had descended into hell. The Demon King scowled. So Abyss really is dead. It couldn't deliver his message. A shame, Demon King. The gods revealed their power simultaneously, and hell began to burn under the intensity of their divinity. With fierce hostility they charged. They ignored Kettle entirely, aiming for the Demon King. The first to strike was a muscular god launching a powerful punch. The Demon King stood firm and countered. "Boo, the god of strength, Mirios is it? It's been a while. Your damnable face. I never thought I'd see it again." The god of strength rained down punches while the other three gods supported him. Each strike carried the power to devastate the world. The fifth god, meanwhile, quietly landed beside Kettle. "A pleasure to meet you, it's been a long time." A long time, Kettle looked puzzled. He didn't recognize the figure, but as he sensed their aura he soon realized. "The god of swords, Elia, my followers owe you a debt of gratitude. I apologize for the delay. The Demon King's first tool was desperately holding me back, but that's over now. Now the gods could intervene directly in the world. You've done well holding the Demon King at bay. From here it's a matter between us and him. Please leave it to us." "Well, I don't particularly mind." A battle between gods and the Demon King was certainly a spectacle, but Kettle's expression was ambiguous. "You won't win, though." "What?" Crack, a wave of demonic energy radiated outward, shaking everything around. The gods were blown back by the explosive power. The Demon King clenched a fist and struck at the god of strength. The god of strength countered with his own punch. Crunch. The god of strength's fist was crushed. The Demon King's punch landed on his face, sending the mighty god sprawling across the ground in a humiliating tumble. Chapter 343, The Descent of the Demon King, Part 4. The god of strength was flung away, struggling to rise but too shaken to do so quickly. Another god rapidly unleashed their power. A black veil rose, aiming to engulf the Demon King. It was the power of sealing, a force that isolated all things from existence, banishing them into an empty void. The Demon King raised a finger, a black light emanating from its tip. Keying, the light shattered the seal and charged toward the god of sealing, who invoked their power to shield their body. Kettle had succeeded in defending against the black light, but the god did not. The sealing power twisted and shattered in an instant, piercing their chest. The god of sealing staggered, groaning in pain. Rumble, malice erupted and power exploded. As the Demon King pressed upon the earth, everything burst apart, shaking the bodies of the gods. The Demon King stretched out a hand, grabbing one god by the head. "Die." With a cold, detached command, the Demon King tightened their grip, moments away from crushing the god's skull. Crash. A single sword flew through the air, embedding itself in the Demon King's chest, forcing their body to recoil. The god barely escaped the grip and quickly retreated. Clang! The Demon King reached out, grasping the sword embedded in their chest and shattering it. "Sword god Elia." It was Elia, the sword god, who had intervened, rushing in from beside Kettle, who had been observing the battle. "You're as formidable as ever." Elia's eyes, locked onto the Demon King, held a quiet sense of shock. They had misunderstood. Because Kettle alone had been holding back the Demon King, they assumed the Demon King's strength had diminished. It was inconceivable for a single being to face the Demon King at their prime, and this belief clouded their judgment. But they were wrong. The Demon King possessed the same overwhelming power as in the past. The Demon King ignored the flustered gods and fixed their gaze on Kettle. "Why aren't you attacking him?" The sudden question made Elia blink in confusion. "Do you mean Kettle? Why should we attack him? He's on our side and opposes you. So that's the approach you're taking. Foolish, you'll regret this." "That would be our regret, not yours." "Indeed. Your regret will be that only 5 of you came before me." The Demon King clasped their hands together, a horrifying amount of demonic energy condensing within. "Come, I failed to kill you last time. This time I won't make the same mistake." The 5 gods leapt into action simultaneously. They were celestial beings, not avatars or incarnations, but their true forms. Their power was beyond earthly comprehension or acceptance. All 5 attacked the Demon King at once. Logically, the Demon King should have been unable to withstand their assault, but reality was different. Crack! The Demon King, wrapped in demonic energy, moved freely. Elia's sword shattered like a rotting plank. The power of sealing disintegrated into fragments. Even as the 5 gods coordinated their attacks perfectly, they failed to inflict any significant damage. On the contrary, they were being pushed back. Boom! Elia barely blocked the Demon King's attack but was sent flying by the force. Someone caught her mid-flight. "Thank you, no need to mention it." It was Kettle who caught her, speaking lightly. "You don't look well, can you handle this?" "Probably not." Elia admitted it without hesitation. The Demon King was the embodiment of all concepts of darkness and malice. 5 gods alone were not enough to defeat Jim. "Where are the other gods?" "There aren't any. Only those capable of descending came urgently to stop him." "So you didn't come here intending to kill the Demon King." The gods had descended not to defeat the Demon King, but to buy time for the heavens and earth to prepare. "What exactly are you here to do?" "To seal him," Elia answered. "The Demon King's seal, it won't last long, but it will buy time for other gods to descend." "So that's why the god of sealing came along." Kettle nodded in understanding. "Fine, I'll help you. Thank you." "No, I'm the one who should thank you." Kettle smiled faintly. Outwardly calm, his heart trembled with excitement. To fight alongside gods. With stirring words, Kettle tightened his grip on his axe. Rumble. The Demon King unleashed his power violently, shattering the gods' defenses. Finally, crunch. One god's chest was crushed. Though their anatomy differed from humans, it was no trivial injury. The Demon King raised a foot to stomp down and finish them off. HMPH. The Demon King's expression changed as he abruptly swung an arm to deflect a flying axe. Boom, the Demon King was pushed back. Kettle, also forced back, grinned as he adjusted his axe. As expected, you're strong, you aberration, the Demon King frowned. You're siding with the gods to oppose me, that's how it turned out. Why? The Demon King's voice carried genuine bewilderment. It was a valid question. Kettle was an outsider. Logically, he had no reason to align with either side, but Kettle answered casually. There are people I care about, unfortunately none of them are demons. And there was one more important reason. Above all, this side seems like it'll be more fun. At that response, the Demon King's gaze darkened. Mad being, if you're upset, you should have met me first. Kettle laughed boisterously and stepped forward, closing the distance to the Demon King at a speed so great even the gods could not properly react. The Demon King immediately countered, bringing his fist down. Boom, the ground shattered. Hell began to lose its original form. The Demon King and Kettle clashed. The gods cooperated in the fight, lending their power to Kettle. Ooh, in the face of such a grand spectacle, Kettle trembled with exhilaration. He felt a deep sense of fulfillment from within. To think I must fight alongside such immature beings. How insulting! The abomination was visibly displeased but did not resist Kettle's command. Crack, crack, crack. Kettle and the Demon King collided again, and the gods sought opportunities in the gaps. Kettle was initially outmatched by the Demon King, but the difference wasn't overwhelming. With the support of the gods, the balance evened out to some degree. As the battle continued, the god of sealing, who had been lying in wait, finally made their move. Crash! The Demon King's fist pierced the god of sealing's abdomen, yet the god of sealing didn't retreat. Instead, they clung tightly to the Demon King. The Demon King's expression shifted. Let's go together, Demon King. Let's have some fun for the next few days. Rumble. With those words, the space around them distorted. A void, an empty realm where nothing existed, swallowed them both. The Demon King muttered with irritation. A petty trick. Snap. With that final remark, the void sealed shut. The Demon King and the god of sealing vanished from hell. Elia sheathed the sword she had drawn. It is done. Did they sacrifice themselves? Without doing so, it would have been impossible to temporarily trap a being like the Demon King. The god of sealing had sacrificed themselves to imprison the Demon King. Their presence in this world was now gone. Perhaps they had intended this all along, as the other gods showed no particular reaction. Instead, they seemed relieved. To be honest, I thought we would fail. What a relief. We owe you our thanks, Kettle. Without you, we wouldn't have achieved our goal. I enjoyed myself, so that's fine. What do we do now? We must return to the surface. Though the Demon King was sealed, the imprisonment wouldn't last long. At most, it would buy them a week. During that time, preparations had to be made. The gods needed to descend fully to the mortal realm to surround and kill the Demon King. Elia spoke up. Let us return to the surface. Kettle nodded. The gods and Kettle returned to the surface. The mortals who encountered the true forms of the gods held their breath. If the gods had not suppressed their divine presence, most of the mortals would have gone mad on the spot. They wept and bowed their heads in reverence. The gods addressed them. The Demon King had descended upon this world. Though they had temporarily sealed him, the seal would soon break and he would reappear. Preparations had to be made. The surface world was thrown into chaos. The records of the great demons and gods' war still haunted them. The Demon King had single-handedly killed countless gods and burned half of the mortal realm. Those records could very well become reality once more. Mortals began desperate preparations. Worshippers prayed fervently and offered sacrifices. From the heavens, gods began descending one by one. Among them was a god Kettle recognized. It's my first time seeing your true form. So it seems. It's good to see you, Kaloja. Kettle sat face-to-face with Kaloja, the god of deception and lies. Kettle studied Kaloja with a curious expression. So this is your true form. It was impossible to discern whether Kaloja was a child, an adult, an elder, male or female. Their appearance was peculiarly indistinct, a mixture of contradictions. Strange, you're no different. This is the first time I've seen your true form. How bizarre, so alien, Kaloja murmured in fascination. It's truly curious how something like you has taken on the form of a human. Kettle shrugged silently. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke. What do you think will happen next? The gods will continue descending one by one. The mortal realm's power alone wasn't enough to face the Demon King. The gods needed to intervene directly, just as they had during the demons and gods' war. The Demon King's descent has broken the balance, allowing us to descend as well. It will likely take a week for the seal to break. By then, about half of the gods should have descended. Will that be enough? No, Kaloja answered without hesitation. It won't be. During the Demons and Gods War, all the gods had descended to the mortal realm. Even then, they failed to stop the Demon King outright. Only after countless gods had perished and half the world had burned were they able to seal him. The current situation was far worse than back then. Of course, your existence is a difference from the past. Kettle alone could stand against the Demon King. Such a being hadn't existed during the Demons and Gods War. What they had lost in numbers of gods, they had gained in Kettle. Which side held the advantage was difficult to judge. Kettle was a being who defied easy comparison, tipping scales drastically. One thing was certain, however: victory will not come easily. Even if we win, the cost will be immense. The Demon King would fight both Kettle and the gods. In the process, countless gods would die. As in the past, half the mortal realm could burn. Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully. That doesn't sound very appealing. That's why I've been pondering how we might change the outcome. How could they achieve victory? How could they minimize the damage? The other gods are prepared to risk their lives, but if there's a more rational approach, it's better to take that path, and I've come up with one possibility. Oh, what's that? It's a method I can't achieve on my own. Your cooperation is essential. My cooperation? Kettle looked puzzled. Kaloja, their form a swirling enigma, betrayed no clear expression, yet Kettle could sense their smile. Kettle, have you ever considered becoming a hero? Chapter 344, The Descent of the Demon King, Part 5. Hero? Kettle raised an eyebrow at the abrupt statement. Kaloja spoke softly. Indeed a hero, not a fake hero to serve as our avatar, the wielder of the holy sword, but a true hero. It sounds appealing, I suppose, though I'm not entirely sure what you mean. I suppose I should provide some background first. The gods and the demons, heaven and hell, were born at the exact same time. They came into existence at the precise moment the cosmos found its order after creation. Not even a fraction of a second off, a perfectly simultaneous birth. Their powers, too, were entirely equal, neither side holding an advantage over the other, a flawless balance. That was the origin of heaven and hell. But as you likely know, the number of gods is immense. In their prime there were hundreds. Even now there are comfortably more than several dozen. In contrast, hell has far fewer powerful figures. I'm aware of that. Gods were numerous. Kettle alone had connections with nearly a dozen, and if you included the gods he hadn't met, Kaloja's words about dozens seemed accurate. In contrast, hell was extraordinarily simple: 4 lords and the Demon King. Only 5 entities in hell could rival the gods. Among them, Kalist was an aberration, a demon who ascended to a lordship purely through swordsmanship, leaving just 4 true contenders. In sheer numbers, the disparity was vast. Yet the power of the gods and the demons is equal. Neither holds the upper hand. That could only mean one thing: the Demon King's power alone exceeded that of dozens of gods combined. You've seen this firsthand, haven't you? Kettle nodded. The Demon King, that being, faced the true forms of 5 gods simultaneously and was not overpowered. On the contrary, the Demon King overwhelmed and pressured them. A monster that even the elders did not surpass, that was the Demon King. Kaloja spoke as if troubled. That's exactly the problem. The power of heaven is dispersed among many gods. In contrast, hell's power is concentrated in the Demon King alone. A pack of foxes cannot defeat a lion. Even if multiple packs gathered and managed to bring the lion down, more than half the foxes would perish in the process. The cost would be staggering. And even then, there was no guarantee the lion would fall. The foxes are outmatched. To fight a lion, you need another lion. And who was that lion? There was no need to think about it. It was Kettle. Kettle stroked his chin. The theory is sound, but unfortunately the Demon King is stronger than me. There is a way, but it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. You wouldn't be of much help. There is a way. That's even more surprising. Kaloja let out a wry laugh. I already asked, didn't I? So do you want to become a hero? Kettle's eyes changed. You're offering me power. Do you remember the time I granted you power in the past? I remember. When battling the demon at Kaloja's sanctuary, Kettle had been unable to wield divine power. He had been able to overwhelm the demon but could not destroy it. At that time, Kettle had said to Kaloja, "Why don't you stop merely watching and do something?" Kaloja had listened and granted him divinity. Though temporary, the divine authority of a god had indeed imbued Kettle's body. It will be similar, but far greater and more potent this time. Moreover, it won't just be me. The powers of the entire pantheon will converge in you. The god of the swords, the god of deception and lies, the sun god, the earth mother, the god of strength, and many more gods' powers would be channeled into Kettle. So that's why you call it a hero. You're already strong as you are. If you can wield our powers as well, you might just be able to stand against the Demon King. That's my conclusion. Kettle stroked his chin, muttering to himself. This is going to put quite a burden on me. I won't deny that, it's a tremendous burden. This is just my personal decision. I haven't even consulted the other gods yet. If you want to refuse, you're free to do so. A god shirking their duty to protect the mortal realm and passing the responsibility to a mortal, how irresponsible. Kettle would have every right to be furious and strike Kaloja down. Indeed, the abomination mocked Kaloja with scorn. Passing your divine duty to an outsider, failing to fulfill your responsibilities and obligations, how pitiful, I don't even feel like mocking you. Say what you will, but in the end it's his choice. Yet at the same time, Kaloja was certain of one thing. Kettle wouldn't refuse. Refuse, how could I? Kettle immediately accepted. His eyes sparkled like a child's. To receive the powers of all the gods and fight the demon king, what could this be but the stuff of myths, a story worthy of a fairy tale hero? He had no intention of missing such an opportunity. Kaloja chuckled, unsurprised. I knew you'd react that way, thank you. When all of this is over, I'll grant you whatever you desire. I swear on the very concepts of my lies and deceit. That just makes it sound even more like a lie. The god of lies and deceit swearing on his own essence, no matter how you looked at it, it sounded untrustworthy. Kaloja muttered reluctantly, seemingly understanding this irony. I suppose it might seem that way, but it is my truth. Well, I don't care either way. Kettle accepted Kaloja's proposal, however, there was a problem. But didn't you say you haven't asked the other gods yet? Who knows how they'll react? They won't be able to refuse, we all stand to lose far too much otherwise. They'll be reluctant to give you their power, but in the end they'll agree. Well, as long as that's the case, so should I just wait until you return? For now, yes, but before that, there's something I need to confirm. Confirm, indeed, Kaloja's gaze fixed on Kettle. It's about you, to gather all the gods' powers and merge them into a celestial force. It's the most rational way to face the Demon King, but there's a reason why it hasn't been done until now. The reason was simple. When all the gods' powers were combined, there was no one who could withstand it. Even a single divine power could shake the entire world. Containing multiple such powers and remaining intact was impossible. Even the gods couldn't endure it, and mortals were no different. Even the sun god, said to be the mightiest among us, would collapse and break if they took on even one more power. But what about you? Despite containing a monstrous presence within himself, Kettle showed no signs of strain. In fact, it wasn't just a lack of strain, there was no external indication of the presence at all. This meant Kettle had perfect control. You seem capable, but it must be verified. I'll enter your body myself and examine your inner structure. What lay within, what exactly existed inside Kettle, Kaloja would find out firsthand. Kettle agreed without hesitation. Go ahead, it's not like Cain or Archimedes left anything unexamined, it doesn't matter. Then with your permission, I'll proceed. Kaloja slowly extended a hand. Kettle didn't resist. His fingertips touched Kettle's chest. In that instant, Kaloja's consciousness entered Kettle's body. So this is his interior. Kaloja had always been curious. Where had this being Kettle come from? What was he made of? Simply calling him a barbarian of the White Snow Plains felt far too alien. This was the time to resolve that curiosity. Kaloja's consciousness roamed through Kettle's interior. It's vast. Kettle's inner world was extraordinarily vast. Kaloja, a god with immense consciousness, found himself dwarfed by its expansiveness. Even his monumental presence was easily accommodated with room to spare. It seems I can exist here without issue. So this is where the monstrosity resides. Kaloja sought the monstrosity, intending to determine how much space it occupied and whether Kettle could absorb the god's powers. But there was a problem. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find it. The being that had once slaughtered countless entities, even gods, was nowhere to be found within Kettle. What? Kaloja, bewildered, continued his search. At last, he found something. Something existed within Kettle, but it was minuscule. It didn't even occupy enough space to be called significant, like a single painting hanging on the wall of a vast room. What was it? As Kaloja examined it, he froze. He had identified it. The monstrosity. The thing before him was indeed the monstrosity, the very entity that had once killed countless gods and devastated the world. Yet Kaloja hadn't recognized it at first, even when it was right before him, because it was so small compared to Kettle's inner space. The reason I never sensed the monstrosity's presence, it was simply because it was tiny, that was all. Kaloja was horrified. Even the monstrosity was reduced to something so insignificant within this place. In that moment, Kaloja realized, even he within this domain was nothing, merely a painting hung on a vast, infinite wall. The silent monstrosity chuckled. So you've seen it now, little one, do you finally understand who it is you've been speaking to? This wasn't just vastness, it transcended such concepts, it was entirely different. No matter how grand a world you painted on a flat canvas, it was still just a flat plane. From the perspective of spatial dimensions, it was but one of countless stacked canvases. Kettle's interior was akin to that. What was this? This wasn't human, it wasn't of the mortal world, it wasn't of the celestial realm, it wasn't demonic, but it wasn't one of the oldest beings either, it was something entirely other. For the first time in thousands of years, Kaloja felt fear. Ga, Kaloja jerked back, withdrawing from Kettle's body. You're back. Did you examine everything? Do you think it's possible? Kettle asked with a curious expression. His face resembled that of an ordinary human, someone you'd see anywhere. And that made him all the more alien to Kaloja, who had seen his interior. Where do you come from? Kaloja asked, his voice trembling. Chapter 345, Hero, Part 1, Where I Came From. The White Wasteland, of course. Kettle spoke as if it was obvious, wondering why such a question was even asked. Kaloja didn't reply but remained silent. More accurately, he wasn't in the mental state to answer. K. Kaloja, Kettle's voice, tinged with curiosity, brought Kaloja back to her senses. Are you, a being of the White Wasteland, truly one of its barbarians? Ah, so that's what you're asking. Kettle realized the meaning behind Kaloja's question. A god-level entity entering my being, of course, they'd notice. Even the abomination had noticed it. There was no reason why a god wouldn't. After a brief moment of thought, Kettle opened his mouth. What do you think? He didn't deny it. Kaloja quietly swallowed her breath. Her gaze rested upon him, steady and contemplative. For a moment, her mind became a whirlwind of thoughts, but she quickly made her judgment. No. That's not important. You're still on our side, right? Why are you asking such a thing now? If I weren't on your side, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Kettle spoke lightly. His response cleared Kaloja's thoughts. Then that's enough. No problems, no abnormalities. Everything was resolved without issue. Kaloja came to that conclusion on his own. You'll be able to bear all the powers of the Pantheon without any problem. I'll speak with the gods. There will be resistance, but they'll eventually accept it. I'll wait, Kettle replied cheerfully. Kaloja departed from the surface. Kettle, now alone, gazed up at the sky and waited leisurely. To bear the powers of the young gods within you. Doesn't sit well with me, the abomination muttered, sounding displeased. Kettle joked back. Are you throwing a tantrum because you got in first? Don't be ridiculous. It's just unpleasant to be lumped in with them, but it's as I expected. The powers of the young gods, those won't fill your being. You seem to know me very well. Kettle, curious about the abomination's words, wondered how his insides appeared to beings like this one or the gods. To Kettle himself, his body was just an ordinary vessel. He could observe himself all he wanted, but that wouldn't change the fact. The abomination responded dismissively. To you, perhaps, but to us, your insides are a peculiar place. Not a god, not a magician, nor one of us. Alien, that one seems intent on pretending he saw nothing, a wise choice. With those words, the abomination muttered softly. Well, I can't say I have no idea, though. You have an idea. How long do you think I've been inside you? The abomination had been inside Kettle since not long after he had entered the White Snowfield. That time was a considerably long time, even for the creature who had lived since the birth of the universe. During that time, it hadn't been able to do anything but blankly think, let alone have a conversation or even make its presence known to anyone. As such, it had thought a lot about Kettle's identity and the reason it was trapped inside him. Oh ho, then can I hear about it? Kettle asked, intrigued. How would they perceive him? Why couldn't he sense anything despite harboring this abomination? He was curious. He had suspicions but never dwelled on them deeply. Do you think I'm some convenient device that gives answers when asked? I'm the monstrosity, the being that once killed the most in the world, you know. Yeah, I know that. Doesn't seem like you do. The abomination grumbled but opened up, seemingly eager to talk. Before I explain, let me outline the order of this world. Gods and demons cannot easily intervene on the surface. For them to descend, a significant number of sacrifices was required. Furthermore, entities that managed to descend were nearly impossible to kill on the surface, and demons that descend can only be dealt with using divinity. Though one could use arcane arts to banish them, if a demon had established dominion, even that became impossible. Only the celestial power of divinity could vanquish a demon. Mortals have never opposed gods, so they wouldn't know, but killing a god who descends with their true form also requires demonic energy. Mortal beings could hardly affect celestial or infernal entities. Why do you think that is? Because they're higher beings, Kettle answered. Celestial and infernal entities were beings superior to mortals. That was why they required sacrifices to descend and why mortals couldn't defeat them. Kettle understood this much. Correct, but it's not just an issue for heaven, hell, and the surface. The same applies to us. The oldest beings hold superiority over the three realms. For example, even though the marine apex creatures couldn't hold their own in the White Wasteland, they were powerful enough to ruin worlds. We already exist on the surface, so there's no need for sacrifices to descend. But if we didn't, a tremendous number of sacrifices would be required, and mortals wouldn't be able to kill us. Sounds like a hierarchy, Kettle murmured as he listened, the oldest beings at the top, heaven and hell next. And the surface at the bottom. From the explanation alone, that was how it seemed. The abomination didn't deny it. You could say that. The oldest beings were above heaven and hell were above the surface. That was one of the universal orders. As for why there's such a disparity, I don't know, but I have my guesses. And what might they be? It might have to do with the time of creation. Ah, that kind of thing. Kettle grasped the meaning behind the abomination's words. The oldest beings were born at the inception of the universe. Heaven and hell emerged after order was established, and mortals appeared only after order was fully formed. The difference in the timing of their creation was clear. That perspective made it understandable. It's just my speculation, possible but not certain. It sounds plausible enough, so that's the kind of concept it is. Kettle enjoyed the conversation, likening it to reading a lorebook with hidden details. But the Demon King seems stronger than the oldest beings. That's because he inherited nearly everything from his domain. In contrast, the oldest beings didn't. Even if one is a superior entity, there's no absolute advantage. Just look at how demons lose to mortals sometimes. The abomination's voice grew livelier, perhaps from the excitement of speaking after so long. Kettle stroked his chin. Still, the gap is quite large. Why exactly did you lose? The Demon King was stronger than the elders, but not by much. It was to the point where it was impossible to predict which side would win. And the elders weren't just one, they were three. No matter how much the gods and demons joined forces, there seemed to be no chance of victory. As I said, we didn't get along very well. The abomination explained in a low voice. Even when the younger ones united to try and oust us, we didn't band together. Instead, we saw it as an opportunity to kill off the ones we couldn't stand. The elders were the same. Rather than dealing with the gods and demons, they fought even more fiercely to kill one another. At the end of that battle, weakened beyond measure, they were ultimately sealed by both gods and demons. Kettle chuckled. Foolish, in hindsight unbelievably so, but even if we were to return to that time, the elders still wouldn't unite. They cannot tolerate one another. The abomination finished its explanation and then posed a question. Now let me ask you something. You can contain gods, demons, even the oldest beings without any issue. Why is that? Kettle's expression turned peculiar. The abomination continued. It's simple. It means you are a being above them. A being greater than the earth, the underworld, the heavens, even the oldest entities that had existed since the birth of the universe. That was the abomination's judgment of Kettle. I don't know what you are, but you're far above us. Divine powers or demonic authorities are like mere illustrations within you. That fact itself isn't surprising. We never considered ourselves the ultimate existence. The abomination felt no particular awe in this realization. It understood better than anyone that there is always something greater. What puzzled it lay elsewhere. But why would such a being come to this place? Why was Kettle here? Why did you end up with such a frail and feeble body? And what exactly did you sacrifice in the process of descending to this place? When a higher being descends to a lower realm, a sacrifice is required, a massive and extraordinary one. What then had Kettle sacrificed to arrive here? To this, Kettle simply shrugged. Even if you ask me, I don't know. All he had done was pray. Please, please, take me to a fantasy world. Take me out of this hell devoid of wonder or mystery. At the end of that prayer, he had arrived here. Perhaps someone granted my wish. Who would that be? Who knows? Kettle didn't know who it was. When he first came to this world, he thought it might be a god or demon king. But after venturing beyond, he realized it wasn't. They were too weak to have summoned him. More than that, they couldn't even properly grasp what he was. So who was it that granted his wish? No, that wasn't the question. Was it truly someone else? A quest came to mind. The quest that helped him escape the outside world. It only appeared when matters were connected to the Forbidden Lands and instructed him to act. Even when evil ravaged the earth or when the Demon King descended, it wouldn't appear unless the Forbidden Lands was involved. As if declaring that such events were not its concern. Authority is it? Kettle's eyes turned cold. The abomination remained silent. After a moment of stillness, Kettle stretched. Let's think about it slowly. Time is the one thing we have in abundance. Unfortunately, that's true. Damn it, how much longer must I stay inside you? The abomination lamented. Kettle listened to its grumbles as he headed to find the Tower Master. He needed to inform the world of what he had discussed with Kaloja. After hearing Kettle's story, the Tower Master was silent for a long time before finally speaking. That's possible, so you're saying. Kettle could withstand even the combined power of the Pantheon. The Tower Master couldn't hide his awe and muttered with genuine curiosity. How is it that someone like you can exist in this world? Kettle avoided the question with a grin. The gods haven't responded yet, but it seems like they'll agree. Take it easy until I'm back. Understood, truly you are a hero, not a fake hero, a true one. The Tower Master, gazing at Kettle for a moment, bowed respectfully. Kettle, as an outsider, thank you sincerely for standing up for this world. Then teach me magic later, that's all I need. Don't worry, I'll teach you my most secretive spells. Ooh, I'll hold you to that. Kettle laughed in delight. A few hours later, Kaloja came to Kettle once more. The response has arrived. How did it go? There were opposing gods, but ultimately they accepted. One god, however, resisted until the very end but eventually relented. Who? No, I think I know. Federica, right? Correct. Federica had once tried to exclude Kettle, only to fail. Naturally, she was reluctant to grant him any authority. But for the greater good, she agreed. No one cares for the world more than she does. She couldn't let it be defiled by the Demon King. So what now? Do I go to the heavens? Kettle's eyes sparkled with anticipation, but Kaloja dashed his hopes. Unfortunately, there's no time. The Demon King's seal will soon break. We must act before then. I see, so what do I do? We will connect a path to this place. Before Kettle could grasp the meaning, Kaloja murmured softly. Come forth, path, gate to the lofty heights. Wu-Wang. The divine power manifested, distorting the world and space itself. The distant tower master and Helia sprang to their feet instinctively. Open the way to this place. With the quiet command, a path to the heavens was opened, a road in the sky, the gate beyond it, and that gate was open. From beyond, countless gazes could be felt. Kettle couldn't discern their owners, the Pantheon. All the gods seated there, they were now gazing down at Kettle. Magnificent. Kettle grinned. Chapter 346, Hero, Part 2. The gazes descending from the heavens, the emotions emanating from them were varied. Concern, discontent, expectation, anxiety, and more. Every emotion imaginable to a living being was visible. All the gods of the Pantheon were staring down at Kettle. A single god's gaze alone would be enough to crush a being of the earth. Now dozens of such divine eyes were focused on Kettle. The pressure would overwhelm even those called heroes, breaking them completely. Indeed, Kettle's body trembled faintly, but it wasn't due to the weight of the pressure. It was the opposite. What consumed Kettle was ecstasy. The Pantheon was watching him. These celestial beings who observed the world, protected it, and cherished its children, the gods themselves were looking at him. The overwhelming sense of awe made his mind feel like it was on fire. His head spun and he forced strength into his legs to keep them from giving out. You're pleased, I see, Kaloja muttered knowingly. At that voice, Kettle barely regained his composure. The lofty gods were watching him from above. In that case, the first thing he should do was greet them. Kettle straightened his posture and bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, gods. I am Kettle, the Barbarian of the White Snowfield. With a faint smile, Kettle gave a slight bow. I look forward to working with you for a long time to come. It was a polite and reasonable gesture. The gods' emotions shifted once more. A wave of confusion and doubt rippled among them. Why's that? Kettle asked. There are many gods here seeing you for the first time. It must be disorienting for them to see the so-called monster behaving like a civilized person and lowering himself in greeting. Kaloja spoke nonchalantly, but even he had been momentarily stunned by Kettle's actions. For someone capable of opposing the Demon King to bow slightly before the gods, it was a shocking sight. If even Kaloja, accustomed to Kettle, felt this way, it was needless to say how the other gods must feel. Kaloja addressed the gods. You now have an idea of what Kettle is. That being the case, let's leave it at this for now. We're not going to talk. I'd like to converse with each god individually. Unfortunately, there isn't enough time. We don't know when the Demon King might break free from his seal. I see, it sounds urgent. Very well. I'll handle the rest when I ascend to the heavens myself, Kettle replied, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Kaloja gave a faint chuckle and said, Suit yourself, then let's begin, be prepared. No ceremonial preparation needed. Such preparations are only necessary if the subject of the ritual is likely to be overwhelmed by the power. They're a kind of safety measure, but for you there's no need. So that's how it works, understood. Kettle nodded, stepping forward before the gods. Anxiety, concern, expectation, he stood before all these emotions as Kaloja spoke softly. Let us begin. At those words, the air grew heavy. The voices of the gods resonated, forming a harmony. We are the lords of the heavens, a part of order, KRRRKK, space distorted. From the other side of the rift, power began to seep through, a concentrated and condensed divine energy that stood opposed to the Demon King. The power shall unite and descend upon this place. With those words, a pillar of light descended from the heavens, striking Kettle. Boom! It was night, yet the sky was brighter than the noonday sun. The pillar of light carried an intensity surpassing the sun itself. If the gods had not perfectly controlled their power, this alone would have devastated the continent. The earth trembled. The very world seemed to quake in a way even infants could perceive. Eek, O gods, people knelt, bowing their heads, closing their eyes, and clasping their hands in prayer. They assumed this position because the gods had issued a warning to the earth. When the light descends, bow your heads. Should you raise your eyes to gaze upon it, your body will burn to ashes. Following these instructions, all earthly beings bowed their heads and closed their eyes, but not Helia. Seated in her spot, Helia gazed at the descending light. What is that? Staring at the light, Helia let out a faint laugh. She carried the blood of the gods. Helia was the sole bearer of the sacred bloodline the sun god had sent to the earth as a contingency. Thus she had been granted permission from the sun god, you may look, and so she saw it, the pillar of light descending from the heavens, a force so overwhelming it could pierce the world. It was a power so blinding it seemed impossible to merely gaze upon it without losing one's sight. One thing was certain, no one on this earth could contain that power. No, not just the earth, not gods, not demons, no one. If there was anyone who could contain it, it would be only one being. A being from a place unknown to them, someone who loved this world, this fantasy, more than life itself. The pillar of light bore down on Kettle, engulfing his body completely in its radiance. Is he truly all right? The god of swords, Ilya, who had been silently observing, asked Kaloja with concern. I know his strength, but I find it hard to believe he can withstand the power of the entire pantheon. Even if Kettle were on par with the Demon King, enduring such concentrated force was no easy feat. No matter how exceptional Kettle was, it seemed implausible to believe he could endure this. I refrained from objecting because I trust you, but isn't this dangerous? Dangerous? Kaloja chuckled as if he had heard something amusing. You're underestimating him far too much, and I think you're overestimating him far too much. We'll see soon enough. If you say so, though the god of swords replied she wasn't convinced. She was prepared to intervene if the situation turned perilous. But as she watched, the god of swords realized something. Rumble, the pillar of light was shrinking, the power was being absorbed into Kettle. As a result, Kettle's figure became visible. Wait a moment. Is that? Kettle was smiling. He showed no signs of strain or discomfort from the divine power filling him, nor was he overexcited, he was simply enjoying it, that was all. Hold on, that can't be. The other gods realized belatedly. To an existence like Kettle there was no bottom, more precisely their power couldn't even reach the bottom. In shock, Kaloja murmured softly. No matter how brilliant or valuable a painting is, in the end it's just a flat surface. From the perspective of spatial concepts, it was nothing more than a mere painting. To Kettle, the divine powers of the gods were just that, insignificant. Even if dozens of paintings were stacked within a room, it would hold no meaning. The dimensions were purely different. Kaloja wasn't the only one to realize this. The other gods came to understand one by one. The gods were horrified, showing disbelief and trying to deny it, but even as they struggled, the power of the pantheon was slowly being absorbed into Kettle. And finally, Rumble. The last fragment of light was drawn into Kettle. In the ensuing silence, Kaloja asked, "How do you feel?" "Pleasant," Kettle murmured softly. His voice, except for a slight tremor of excitement, was the same as usual. And that fact made the gods shudder all the more, for it meant the power of the pantheon had little effect on Kettle as an entity. Kettle smirked. "Thank you, gods, you placed your faith in me. Now it's time to show you the result of that faith." Kettle gripped his axe. Hell, the site of the half-ruined Demon King's castle. There was no one there. Every demon of rank had been sacrificed, and the surviving demons had hidden themselves within hell. The once radiant Demon King's castle was now a desolate sight. Crack, amidst the silence, the space began to shatter. Cracks spread in an instant, and soon a hand burst forth. Kang, the hand violently tore through space. A man as dark as night emerged, breaking through the fabric of reality. The man murmured softly, "Well done, god of sealing. You sealed me for 4 days, be satisfied and die." He was the Demon King. The god who had given his life to perform the seal had managed to hold him for only 4 days. Now then, the Demon King immediately drew upon his power. During those 4 days he had been sealed, the gods would not have sat idly by. Surely they had descended one by one to the mortal realm, surrounded his location and prepared traps. "Come gods, I am here," the Demon King declared boldly, his posture fitting for a ruler of demons. But no response came to his declaration. Hell remained silent. For the first time, the Demon King's gaze wavered. What is this? Did the gods do nothing while he was sealed? That made no sense. If so, the god of sealing would have died in vain. The gods must have prepared something, yet here he could feel nothing. Are they waiting on the mortal realm? For a moment the thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If he and the gods fought on the mortal realm, it would result in half the world burning, as in the past during the great war of gods and demons. The gods, whose purpose was to protect the world, had no reason to allow such destruction. So why were they nowhere to be seen? Perplexed, the Demon King extended his senses. In an instant, all of hell became clear to him, and as a result he realized one thing. Something's here, something imbued with divinity was slowly approaching him. The Demon King couldn't help but feel confused. The divine power emanating from this entity wasn't particularly impressive. For someone like him to notice only after extending his senses meant it was merely akin to a follower of a god. No, but as he continued to sense it, he realized that wasn't the case. The divine power was weak, akin to that of a believer, but within it countless divine authorities were intertwined. The Demon King's expression twisted. No way, and finally the entity revealed itself before him. "We meet again, Demon King." Kettle greeted him with a smirk, radiance shining above his head. The Demon King, his face contorted, growled, "The divinity I sense from you. No way. The gods granted you their power. It seems I've received quite a bit. No one could sense the monstrousness within me, yet they immediately recognized the divinity bestowed upon me. It's magnificent power, truly. Gods. Have you fallen so far? Rather than face me yourselves in the end, you hand over your strength to an outsider. That's how it turned out, Demon King, tough luck." As the Demon King lamented, Kettle ignored him, grinning brightly as he stepped forward. "Now then, let's have some fun." Kettle raised his axe high. The Demon King, filled with rage, thrust his fist forward. Axe and fist collided. Chapter 347, Hero, Part 3, BOOO. A clash of power erupted. The Demon King's body was pushed back, his face contorted in rage. He roared furiously. "Have you fallen so far, gods? I am the Demon King, you are gods. Should you not stake your very lives to take me down? And yet, why? Why did you grant your power to such a foreign entity?" The Demon King swung his fist violently. Kettle met it with his axe. Whenever the two clashed before, the Demon King would step back 5 paces, while Kettle would be thrown back 10. The disparity in their strength was undeniable, but not anymore. Their collision sent tremors through the earth, distorting and breaking it. Kettle held his ground, countering the Demon King's attacks head-on without retreating. Crack. Kettle twisted the arm holding his axe, deflecting the incoming fist, and spun his body in a fluid motion. He stepped forward, gaining momentum, and swung his axe. BOOM. The Demon King pulled back, he dodged, unmistakably avoiding the blow. Kettle grinned. "Dodging means you fear being hurt, doesn't it?" Empowered by the gods, Kettle now had the strength to injure the Demon King. Realizing this, Kettle chuckled in exhilaration. In contrast, the Demon King's face twisted with anger and disbelief. "Gods, why did you make such a choice, to shift all responsibility onto this foreigner? And yet you still dare call yourselves gods?" The Demon King looked deeply shaken by the gods' decision to bestow power upon Kettle. He lamented endlessly to the heavens, unable to focus on the battle before him. Kettle tilted his head quizzically. Is it really that shocking? Thinking it over, he couldn't entirely blame the Demon King. Heaven and hell had been created as equals and spent their existence attempting to destroy and exclude one another. For the Demon King, the sudden appearance of someone like Kettle was akin to an outsider barging into the final showdown. It made sense for him to feel indignant. "Still, I'd appreciate it if you could focus a bit." The one standing before the Demon King wasn't the gods, but Kettle himself. His gaze sharpened. "Shall I make you focus?" The Demon King continued his cries to the heavens. In that case, Kettle thought he'd simply have to show him a god. Kettle stepped forward, his body darting at blinding speed. The Demon King, full of wrath, swung his fist. Kettle didn't defend. Crack. Kettle's head was smashed to pieces. The Demon King's expression shifted in an instant. "You," swish. Before he could process the situation, Kettle was already behind him, slashing at his nape. The Demon King instinctively ducked to evade and countered with a punch. BOOM. His fist tore through Kettle's abdomen, shattering his body into fragments that scattered everywhere. And then the scattered pieces began to transform, each one taking on Kettle's shape. Illusions of deceit and lies, hundreds of them, surged toward the Demon King all at once. As their axe blades closed in, ready to strike, the Demon King stomped the ground. BOO. Waves of energy rippled outward, obliterating all the illusions. "Ah, so that's how you counter it." Kettle, now at a safe distance, admired the Demon King's reaction. Despite having his head smashed and his abdomen pierced, Kettle remained completely nonchalant, even impressed. The Demon King's face hardened as he spoke. "That ability. That was Kalosha's. The power of deceit and lies." Kettle grinned brightly as he replied. He hadn't simply borrowed raw strength from the pantheon of gods. What he received were divine authorities. He was, in essence, a proxy of the heavens. The implications were simple. Kettle could now wield the powers of the gods. "It was my first time using it, but it turned out smoother than I expected. Quite amusing." Kettle's expression was one of genuine delight. The Demon King murmured darkly, "Gods, how could you? I told you I'm not a god standing before you." Kettle casually waved his hand. From the sky, something hurtled down at great speed. The Demon King extended his arm hastily. BOOM, a massive golden sword descended, crashing into the Demon King. He grabbed its tip and grit his teeth. The authority of the god of swords. The Demon King exerted his strength, shattering the golden sword. Kettle seized the opening, charging in with his fist clenched tightly, infused with the power of the god of strength. Kettle's full might combined with the authority of strength. The Demon King clenched his own fist in response. BOOM. The air itself seemed to collapse under the impact. For the first time, both Kettle and the Demon King were pushed back an equal 5 paces. Kettle's eyes widened with awe. "You're holding out even against this. Truly monstrous." The Demon King advanced with a heavy step. Space itself compressed, the distance between them closing instantly as he threw a punch. BOOM, the punch tore through the air. Kettle barely evaded and placed his hand on the Demon King's chest. Boo! A violent shock rippled through the Demon King's body. As the Demon King raised his elbow to crush Kettle clinging to him, Kettle didn't retreat but pressed closer to avoid the blow. What are you? The Demon King's annoyance turned to realization. His presence, his very essence, was trembling as though being dragged downward. The Demon King immediately recognized what was happening. The power of the god of hunger fed Erika. It was her authority. Kettle spoke cheerfully. I don't have the best relationship with her, but I wanted to try using her power. You, the Demon King thrashed violently, creating shockwaves that forcibly pushed Kettle away. Kettle waved a hand dismissively. But it's not going well. It's hard to make someone of that caliber fall. You're not as useful as I thought, Federica. Boom, the Demon King charged forward, closing the distance. His movements were aimed to hurl his opponent away, leveraging sheer speed and weight. Kettle, however, firmly planted his feet on the ground. With a short breath, the earth resonated. The authority of the Earth Mother forced even the hellish terrain to harmonize with Kettle, lending him strength. Boom! The Demon King's shoulder collided with Kettle, yet Kettle didn't take a single step back. Like a towering tree rooted deeply in the ground, he held his position unwaveringly. Seizing the moment, Kettle gripped his axe with both hands and swung it downward. The Demon King swiftly retreated but couldn't avoid it completely, leaving a fine line across his chest. Splat, blood spattered, not red but black. Kettle murmured curiously, even blood is black for a Demon King, huh? The Demon King's expression hardened. In the distant past, even during the War of Gods and Demons, his body had never been wounded. The gods' powers were incapable of harming him. It had been eons since he was last injured, the war against the oldest beings. This was his first wound since then. The Demon King raised his arm roughly, gathering a sphere of dark magic in his hand. Be crushed to death. With a menacing voice, the sphere flew toward Kettle. Kettle didn't evade, he reached out his hand instead. Boo! The sphere touched Kettle but didn't explode. Instead, it shrank as though being sucked in. When the sphere finally disappeared, Kettle was holding a long artifact in his hand. It was a relic forged by the blacksmith god Hephaestus, a relic that absorbed and nullified dark magic. Though it shattered under the strain of excess power, it succeeded in blocking the attack. Kettle took advantage of the opening and swung his axe. The Demon King raised his arm to defend himself, but his body was forced back. Stretching out a finger, he conjured a dark light at its tip, whirrr. It was a black light that pierced through all things, one that even Kettle couldn't fully block. But Kettle neither dodged nor defended. He simply extended his own finger toward the Demon King. Light of the sun god began to gather at Kettle's fingertip. Whirrr. The black light and the light of the sun collided, scattering gray radiance in all directions. Rumble. 2/3 of hell crumbled under the overwhelming force, unable to withstand it. The hellish world was no longer a planet but resembled a cluster of asteroids. Rumble. The light subsided. Kettle whistled as he casually waved his finger. As expected, the mightiest among the gods, this is quite useful. The Demon King did not move. The fury toward the gods that had dominated him had vanished. Now he merely gazed at Kettle with sunken eyes. The gods have granted you all their powers. That's right. It seems to me they abandoned their responsibilities and fled, but the Demon King gradually collected his strength. Either way, my opponent is now you. You've finally decided to acknowledge me. Kettle grinned with satisfaction. The Demon King spoke in a low voice. The fact that they entrusted you with such power means they can no longer intervene in the mortal world. In other words, if Kettle were to die, there would be no one left to stop the Demon King. Kettle nodded cheerfully. Correct. Then, as the Demon King, I shall kill you. Punishment for the gods will come afterward. The atmosphere shifted. The once rampaging power, driven by emotion, now became perfectly controlled. I suppose I should get serious too. Kettle began to control the powers of the gods he had received, the divine authorities. They were indeed formidable powers, and manipulating them was exhilarating. But ultimately, to Kettle, they weren't particularly valuable. The reason was simple: he was stronger than the gods. In the end, it's someone else's power. Rather than wielding it as a borrowed authority, it was far more advantageous to merge it with his own strength. Become mine, he commanded the divine authorities within him, compressing, dismantling, and making them part of himself. Rumble. The powers of dozens of gods, entities of immense might that existed since the cosmos' first found order, were toyed with as if they were mere playthings. The compressed powers transformed into Kettle's own with ease, causing him no strain. So this is how it feels. Kettle chuckled in delight as he hefted his axe. Well then, let's do this properly. The gods didn't matter. The battle now was between Kettle and the Demon King. I'm a hero now. A hero's task is singular, to slay the Demon King and bring peace to the world. We've come a long way, Kettle murmured with a hint of nostalgia. He was once a barbarian of the White Snowfield, an outsider rejected by fantasy itself, but he had dedicated his life to escaping that prison. At the end of that journey, he finally broke free and reached the realm of fantasy. After countless adventures, he now stood as the representative of fantasy, facing the Demon King. It was deeply moving. Suppressing the trembling in his body, he spoke. Your task is to kill the hero and destroy the world. Let's stick to our roles, Kettle charged. The Demon King roared and clenched his fist. Boom, their forces clashed, neither yielded, attacking once more. Boom, and clashed again, resembling a fierce brawl, a battle of strength and strength. Neither side gave an inch, each striving to kill the other with axes and fists. Crash, the ground collapsed, the air tore apart and the sky twisted. Hell itself, unable to withstand the battle's force, began to crumble. Amidst the destruction, Kettle laughed and stepped forward. Chapter 348, Hero, Part 4. The Demon King swung his fist fiercely, the sheer force threatening to tear the ground apart. Kettle caught the fist. Boom. The shockwave spread and Kettle's hair scattered wildly. With his other hand gripping an axe, Kettle swung downward. The Demon King grabbed Kettle's wrist and the impact shook the world. Locked in each other's grips, they exerted their strength. A quiet yet ferocious clash of power ensued. Crack, crrrrrack, the earth, unable to withstand the pressure, began to sink. Both their bodies suddenly plunged downward. Thud. The Demon King, trying to shake off Kettle's grip on his arm, exerted force but couldn't easily free himself. Instead of continuing to struggle, the Demon King raised his knee, aiming for Kettle's solar plexus. Kettle didn't stand idly by. Anticipating the move, he quickly lifted his leg and stomped on the rising knee. Bang, the force exploded outward. Hell itself began to crumble. Both Kettle and the Demon King were blown away, hurtling through the air. Whoosh. Kettle immediately stabilized his posture and gripped his axe tightly. The energy around it, the aura, the grotesque power and divine force, merged into something so intense it was almost unbearable. The Demon King, too, gathered power in his arms and charged forward. Thum. The axe collided with the Demon King's arms and the world seemed to shatter. Kettle wasn't the type to wield power delicately. He used it with instinct and precision. The Demon King was no different. Born with overwhelming strength, he preferred to crush his foes with sheer force rather than finesse. Thus, their battle was exceedingly simple. It was a clash of raw strength against raw strength. Hell exposed to such power could no longer endure. Remarkable. From the mortal plane, the Tower Master gazed at the sky, watching the hellish world crumble, and murmured in awe. Hell was a collapsing realm. The stars lost their form, shattering into countless asteroids. Even if the fight ended, Hell would never regain its original state. In the past, half the world burned, didn't it? That was a relatively small loss. The Demon King's power was something the mortal world could not contain. Back then, the gods had desperately shielded the world, managing to limit the damage to only half its surface being scorched. Now Kettle was standing against that same power. Which one of them is the bigger monster, I can't tell, the Tower Master muttered softly. Meanwhile in Hell, the battle raged on. The axe clashed with the Demon King's fist, and both Kettle and the Demon King were pushed back by equal distances. Kettle exclaimed with a grin, even now it's balanced. The Demon King was strong. Even Kettle, empowered by the gods, couldn't overwhelm him. His earlier assessment that he was above the old ones hadn't been wrong. While Kettle marveled at the Demon King's power, the Demon King too was in awe of Kettle, the Pantheon's power. He's absorbed all of it. The Demon King understood Kettle's current state perfectly, and because of that he couldn't help but feel incredulous. And yet he's completely fine, dozens of gods. Kettle had absorbed all their divine power, yet he appeared unaffected. Even the Demon King would have felt the burden, but Kettle showed no signs of strain. Narrowing his eyes, the Demon King thought, your essence must far surpass mine. Perhaps long ago, Kettle even exceeded those old ones the Demon King had fought. Instinctively, the Demon King knew this. Though you have countless flaws, you're strong. Against the current Kettle, the Demon King couldn't guarantee victory, but he declared boldly, I will win. Simply being a higher existence didn't mean one couldn't be defeated by a lower one. After all, even demons often fell to mortal beings. The Demon King spoke with conviction, your power after all is borrowed from the gods, it isn't truly your own. Even if Kettle had absorbed and refined the power into his own, it was not entirely his by nature. Borrowed power was quick to deplete. In fact, Kettle's strength had visibly diminished since their first encounter. In the end, you will lose to me. If things continue as they are, yes, Kettle admitted without objection. It wasn't a false statement. The Demon King gazed at Kettle with cold eyes. Then bring out what you truly possess. Oh, you noticed, only a fool wouldn't have. During their first fight, Kettle had attempted to unleash something. At that moment, the Demon King had felt fear, an unfamiliar sensation even to him. Despite having fought and killed countless gods and old ones, the Demon King had never known fear. But Kettle possessed something that instinctively frightened even him. The Demon King spoke with unwavering confidence. What I'm fighting now isn't the gods, it's you, a foreign being from somewhere else. Don't rely on divine power. Bring out what's truly yours and I'll crush it completely. That's quite a considerate suggestion, Kettle replied with faint admiration. The Demon King wasn't focusing on the gods but on him. His earlier display of divine authority had indeed made an impression, but Kettle shook his head. Sorry, but I can't do that. Are you underestimating me? No, it's quite the opposite. I'm respecting you. What I possess is far more insignificant than you think. The opponent was the Demon King of Fantasy. In that case, Kettle thought he must respond in kind. He had no intention of using his special ability. The Demon King scowled. You think you can beat me while sealing your power, arrogant, then die here and now. I don't plan to, Kettle said, smiling faintly. As you said, my power is borrowed and depletes quickly. The solution was simple. Make his opponent run out of power faster, and there was a way to do so. Bam! Kettle kicked off the ground. Seeing Kettle charging, the Demon King clenched his fist. It was filled with power, malice, and might. This was the Demon King's full strength. The Demon King swung his fist and Kettle countered with his axe. Boom! Kettle's body was pushed back. He had lost in a contest of strength. At the sight, the Demon King's brow twitched. He held back his strength on purpose. Kettle had deliberately softened his stance to minimize the impact. The Demon King immediately lunged forward, clenching his fist. Malice and energy began to gather within it. Crack. But before that, Kettle tightened his grip on his axe and swung it at the charging Demon King. The axe collided with the fist. Clang, and it was the Demon King who was pushed back. The Demon King groaned as he was forced backward. He hadn't been able to transition to defense in time due to attacking Kettle with full force just moments earlier, and thus lost in the clash of strength. Step. Kettle charged forward again, raising his axe. The Demon King quickly lifted his arms. The Demon King was using his body to simultaneously attack and defend. Of course, he wasn't doing this with just his bare flesh. He infused his body with malice and energy, strengthening himself momentarily. The Demon King poured everything into his arms for defense. Considering the intensity of their exchanges so far, this was a natural response. But then thud, the axe that struck his arm rebounded surprisingly lightly. The Demon King realized his opponent had deliberately reduced his power. He tried to summon his strength again, but having committed to full defense earlier, there was a delay. Kettle didn't miss that opening. Boom, the Demon King's body was once again pushed back. As he barely regained his footing, his pupils quivered. Why? Your strength is too simplistic. The Demon King lacked any sense of restraint. Every attack he made was full power. The reason wasn't hard to guess. You've never needed to fight differently. The Demon King was born strong. He was stronger than the old ones. Even the combined strength of dozens of gods couldn't match him. In other words, he had never fought anyone weaker or equal to himself. Simply striking with full power was enough to obliterate his foes. There was no need to conserve his strength. The Demon King's near-limitless demonic energy further compounded this. But I'm different. Kettle had once been weak. He had fought desperately against stronger opponents in his frail state. That never changed, even as time passed. He knew better than anyone how to manage strength to secure victory. You've never fought anyone equal to you. The Demon King swung his fist fiercely. It was infused with his full power. Until now, every opponent had been forced to use all their strength merely to block or evade that blow. But not Kettle. Clang. He used only a fraction of his power to respond to the Demon King's strike. Then he poured the strength he had conserved into his next attack. When one uses overwhelming strength, gaps inevitably appear. This applied even to the Demon King. The delay following his full power attack left him vulnerable, and Kettle capitalized on it. Crash! Erg! The Demon King groaned as the skin on his arm was slightly torn. Clang! Clang! Kettle pressed his advantage relentlessly. The Demon King stomped his foot, unleashing a massive wave of demonic energy that shook the surroundings. But Kettle didn't back down. He poured everything into his axe and struck downward. The wave of demonic energy split, creating a gap through which Kettle maneuvered his body. Crash! The Demon King was forced back again. He quickly analyzed the situation. Should he fight like Kettle? No, that was impossible. He had spent his entire life crushing everything in his path. Now wasn't the time to learn such precise control. Even if he could, he'd still lose to Kettle in this method. The solution was simple. He would use even greater power. He would crush him without pause. Boom! The Demon King's power exploded, eliminating any openings. Kettle gave a knowing look, as expected. Against strength, even greater strength. By pushing his power to the extreme, he could maintain relentless attacks without gaps, albeit at the cost of immense energy. He had successfully drawn Kettle into a short, decisive battle. What remained was a pure contest of power and skill. Crack! Kettle pushed off the ground, swinging his axe downward. The Demon King countered with a fierce punch. Boom! The impact neutralized both attacks. The Demon King immediately stepped forward and threw another punch. Now the Demon King could deliver full-powered blows without delay. Kettle swallowed hard and matched him. Clang! Axe and fist collided. The Demon King followed up with a kick, powerful enough to rupture Kettle's insides if it connected. Kettle twisted his body narrowly to evade it, countering with a punch that struck the Demon King. Boom, the Demon King didn't retreat. Ignoring the impact, he lunged at Kettle, throwing another full-powered punch. Kettle's instincts screamed at him to evade, but he ignored them, stepping forward and meeting the punch head-on with his own. Boom. Fist collided with fist, creating a deafening roar that pulverized the ground beneath them. The immense shock reverberated through their bodies. Ha 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 ha, come, neither back down. Kettle locked eyes with the Demon King, whose gaze was filled with hostility and determination aimed solely at Kettle. Seeing this, Kettle's face broke into a wide grin. Yes, this was what he had always sought. Laughing wildly, he kicked off the ground. The Demon King responded with another ferocious punch. The fierce battle raged on without pause, and finally, crack, Kettle's fist struck the Demon King square in the face. Chapter 349, Hero, Part 5. Boom, a violent impact shook the Demon King's head. The Demon King nearly lost consciousness for a moment. That was how tremendous the blow was. However, gritting his teeth, the Demon King endured and threw a punch. The power within it was enough to kill gods and pierce through all things. Even Kettle wouldn't survive if it hit directly, it would bore a hole right through his body. There was no room for mistakes, but for Kettle this was just another day. Boom, he narrowly dodged the thrusting punch, his nape tingling. Enjoying the thrill, he swung his axe downward, crash. The Demon King raised his other arm and grabbed the descending axe. He exerted force to break it, but Kettle retaliated by headbutting him. Clang! With a deafening roar, the Demon King's body was pushed back. It was a crude, brutish fight akin to a street brawl, but the force behind it could tear the world apart. Ahahaha, Kettle burst out laughing as he charged forward again. His head throbbed from the collision, but it didn't matter. He hadn't expected to win without getting hurt anyway. Whoosh, the Demon King swung his fist once more. Kettle raised his axe. Technically speaking, Kettle's combat skills surpassed those of the Demon King. This very fact gave him the upper hand in the battle. With physical skill alone, I can't beat you, the Demon King admitted. But when it comes to wielding demonic energy, I am superior. Kettle hadn't been wielding mystical forces for even a year. In contrast, the Demon King had spent his entire existence mastering demonic energy. In this area, the Demon King held overwhelming dominance. Demonic energy burst from the Demon King's fist, twisting into a vortex that forcibly altered the axe's trajectory. Crack, the axe was deflected, but Kettle forced it back into position with sheer strength. The Demon King threw another punch. There was no time to dodge or deflect, so Kettle blocked. He shielded his body with his arm, crunch. The Demon King's fist struck Kettle's forearm. An ominous creak echoed as the bones splintered under the impact. In a single blow, fractures appeared in Kettle's forearm bones, but Kettle didn't merely endure. He swung his axe with all his might. Slash, the axe sunk into the Demon King's shoulder. It didn't cut to the bone, but it was no minor injury. The Demon King moved swiftly, retreating before Kettle could kick him. Squelch. As the axe was pulled free, black blood gushed out. Kettle grinned. Your blood is black, huh? How fitting for a Demon King. Kettle immediately closed the distance, raising his axe high and swinging it down. The Demon King twisted away, dodging the blade. Boom. The axe slammed into the ground of hell, splitting it apart. A massive asteroid fragment was literally cleaved in two. Although the Demon King avoided the axe blade, the lingering aura from the strike left a scar on his chest. Blood sprayed as his chest split open, but the Demon King paid no mind and stepped forward to kick Kettle. Kettle quickly rolled backward, dispersing some of the impact, but not entirely. The blow churned his insides and he swallowed the blood, threatening to spew out. Ha 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 ha, Kettle burst into laughter repeatedly. How long had it been since he had suffered injuries like these? How long had it been since he had fought so fiercely? And this opponent, a being of fantasy, the Demon King, if he didn't laugh at this, what would he laugh at? Kettle howled with laughter and swung his axe again. Boom, power collided with power. Wounds accumulated on both sides. Gradually, Kettle's body began to creak. No matter how strong his body was, relentlessly exerting near-limitless strength couldn't be without consequence. But the Demon King was no exception. It was a contest of endurance, who would falter under the strain first, and that limit was approaching for the Demon King before Kettle. The Demon King groaned. Never before had he reached his limits. There had never been an opponent who demanded his full strength. For him, this burden was an unprecedented experience. Unlike Kettle, who was well-versed in such things, the Demon King struggled. The Demon King made a decision. To end this before wasting more time, his eyes sharpened with resolve. Kill the enemy, the Demon King muttered. The hellish fragments of countless shattered planets obeyed their master's command. Rumble, asteroids surged toward Kettle en masse. What a spectacle, Kettle exclaimed in awe. A scene where entire planets seemed to aim for his destruction was truly a marvel. and at the same time Kettle realized the Demon King had reached his limit. He was squeezing out every last ounce of strength to finish this fight. If Kettle could just endure this, he would win. Planting his feet firmly, Kettle charged forward. Crash, he smashed through the incoming asteroids. Fragments flew, targeting every part of his body. With no time to counter each one, Kettle simply pushed through. Shards lodged themselves in his body. Crash, wounded and battered, Kettle finally reached the Demon King. The Demon King, as if waiting for this moment, raised a finger. Die. A deep black line shot toward Kettle at the speed of light. Reflexively, Kettle raised his axe. The axe collided with the black line. In that instant, Kettle's body quaked under the impact. This force was entirely different from the previous demonic energy the Demon King wielded. Screech. The axe blade ground away. The power was so dense it began to melt even the monstrous axe. But Kettle didn't retreat. Instead, he planted his feet firmly, enduring the blow. Pouring all his strength into his arms, he twisted the axe blade. Screech. The black line deflects, cutting through hell and streaking toward the ground. Ah, what? Fortunately, no one stood in its path. Even the Tower Master or the Saintess of the Sun God wouldn't have reacted in time and would have been pierced straight through. Boom, a black line touched the ground, piercing through it like a pillar, emerging on the opposite side of the planet. A force capable of impaling stars. The Demon King, having narrowly dodged that power, charged forward. Having exhausted all his strength, the Demon King was left defenseless. Crunch. Kettle's axe embedded itself in the Demon King's chest. At that moment, the Demon King's foot struck Kettle's abdomen. The unexpected attack shook Kettle's body. Though he managed to hold his ground and avoid being blown away, he lost his grip on the axe. Kettle quickly calculated his next move. Can I retrieve it with the bracelet? No, impossible. The axe was already deeply embedded in the Demon King's chest. It was too late to use an artifact for retrieval, nor was there any reason to do so. If that's the case, forward, even further forward. Boom. The Demon King swung a fist with the axe still lodged in his chest. Kettle raised his fractured arm to block. Crack. Unable to withstand the force, the bone finally broke, but it didn't matter. This was the end after all. Kettle moved his broken arm to deflect the Demon King's punch and then struck the back of the axe. Thud. The axe drove deeper into the Demon King's chest, but it wasn't enough. Thus, Kettle poured all his strength into his uninjured arm and struck the back of the axe again, using the broken arm as support, like hammering a nail into place. Crackle. The axe's blade pierced through the Demon King's chest and emerged from his back. Simultaneously, the demonic energy within the Demon King could no longer sustain his body and burst forth. The energy soared into the sky and exploded. Boom, like fireworks, the explosion painted the hellish sky even darker. Every being on the ground witnessed the blast and they all understood the battle in hell had reached its conclusion. Ha, Kettle let out a laugh. His body was in shambles. His head throbbed, and hell's fragments embedded in his body left him in a wretched state. One of his arms was completely broken. It had been a long time since he'd been pushed this far, not since escaping the snowy plains and facing another formidable foe. But it didn't matter, then as now he had won. It was a good fight, Kettle said cheerfully. The axe had pierced through the Demon King's chest and the immense demonic energy within him had drained completely. The Demon King was dying. It seems you grew impatient as your strength waned. The Demon King had never before been pushed to his limits. From birth, he had been a powerful being. In contrast, Kettle had risen from being a weakling. He had faced countless desperate situations. The difference between one born strong and one who wasn't had decided the outcome. I've lost. The Demon King acknowledged his defeat calmly. A perfect defeat, no room for excuses. You didn't even use whatever power you possess. Even in his final moments, Kettle had refrained from using his authority. It was a clean and decisive ending. I always thought this day would come, but I imagined it would be by a god or one of the beings of the mortal world. I never expected an anomaly like you to be the one to kill me. The Demon King's voice was filled with lament, oddly tinged with concern for the world. For the sake of the world, I should have killed you, but I failed, an anomaly from somewhere. You have killed me, destroyed hell, and in the end, what will you do? Don't worry, Kettle replied, pulling the fragments from his body. My wish is very different from what you're concerned about. You seek to dominate the world. How horrifying. No, that's not it, Kettle said, shaking his head. I just want to travel through this world. All he wanted was to smash anything that hindered his journey. That was Kettle's true desire. So you can die in peace. I have no intention of ruining the world you fear for. I cannot trust you, but I am the defeated. Begging for mercy would only be pathetic. As he slowly faded away, the Demon King spoke softly. You are the victor. Corrupt and ruin the world as you see fit, anomaly. With those final words, the Demon King's body crumbled into ashes. The Demon King, who had existed since the establishment of universal order, who had embodied evil, demonic energy, and darkness, was no more. Kettle stared at the remains for a moment and murmured, "Even until the end you refuse to accept me." The Demon King had never acknowledged Kettle's existence. After a brief pause, Kettle shook his head. "Well, it doesn't matter, he really won." An observer, marveling at the scene, muttered in disbelief. He truly defeated the Demon King. Kettle had triumphed over a being stronger than even the oldest of gods, the most powerful entity in the current universe. "It wasn't easy, I want to rest, but for now I need to return." Kettle walked back to the mortal world, stepping over the shattered fragments of hell. People awaited him with bated breath. When Kettle returned, their eyes widened. What happened? I won," Kettle replied plainly. "The Demon King has been vanquished." Their voices trembled. At first, they seemed too shocked to understand, but soon their faces lit up with joy. A cheer that shook the continent erupted. The great battle had finally ended, and it wasn't just on the mortal plane. In a place far removed and sealed away, where an eternal battle had raged, that too was nearing its end. Chapter 350, Peace. Part 1, The Lord of Hell, the King of all demons, the enemy of the gods and the one who scorched the earth. The Demon King had fallen, they had won the war. Wuoa, a victory festival, erupted across the land. The aftermath of the war was not small. The dead were countless, including those hailed as superhumans or heroes. The damage was such that recovery would take decades. But for now, no one cared about the damage. Everyone set aside their worries and laughed, reveling in the joy of immediate victory and happiness. And they all cried out in unison. Kettle's name, the existence of Kettle. People began approaching Kettle to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Kettle, it's all thanks to you. You may not remember, but I was a soldier on the front lines you saved. You are my savior." Kettle accepted their words with a smile. Among those who came to thank him were familiar faces. "Kettle, oh Kane, you survived. Barely, but yes." In a war where even hero-class fighters were dying, the life of a superhuman was as fragile as a fly's. Kane had survived by sheer luck. Kane muttered in amazement. "We won truly against the Demon King." Kettle had defeated the being who had killed gods and burned half the world. Incredible, truly incredible. It wasn't just my strength. It was possible because of the gods' cooperation. Kettle humbly shook his head, but Kane didn't believe him. After all, the fact that the gods chose to assist Kettle instead of intervening directly meant victory wouldn't have been possible without him. An achievement like that of a god, no, perhaps even greater than that of a god. Indeed, the number of those who worshipped Kettle had noticeably grown. Staring at Kettle for a moment, Kane quietly said, "On behalf of all beings on Earth, I thank you. Without you, the world wouldn't have known peace." Though the damage was significant compared to the Demon King's potential, it was practically negligible. That was undoubtedly thanks to Kettle. Kettle grinned, "No need for thanks. I'm the one who should always be grateful to you." His words were no empty sentiment. Kane had been the first superhuman swordmaster Kettle had met. He had inspired him, taught him about mysteries, and showed him how to harness them. It wasn't wrong to call Kane his teacher. "Let's continue supporting each other. It would be my honor, but I have one request." "A request? Please don't call me your teacher. I beg you sincerely." There was more earnestness in his voice than when he expressed his gratitude. Kettle chuckled. "I'll think about it." Kane departed. The next to visit Kettle was Arkamis. "Kettle, oh Arkamis. You're safe, barely made it." If Serena hadn't caught her in time, her body would have been pierced by the black light of the Demon King's sword. The mere memory sent shivers down her spine. "It's finally over," Arkamis murmured as if in disbelief. "I can finally leave the sanctuary and return to Mylna." Come to think of it, that's true. Arkamis had been one of the people most affected by the demon invasion. Originally from the kingdom of Denian, she had been forced to return to the sanctuary after becoming a target of the demons. Now she had regained her freedom. Kettle asked, "What about your goal?" "I haven't been able to think about it recently. This was a war for the entire world after all. There was no room for personal ambition, but now it's all over." Arkamis clenched her fist. "It's time to move toward my goal again." "I'll be waiting." Kettle smiled warmly. After Arkamis left, the next to come was the holy sword. "Serena, you've truly won." "It seems so. What do you plan to do now?" "I'm not sure." Serena muttered with a vacant expression. She was a holy sword, born to confront evil, but now that evil had disappeared from the world, her purpose no longer existed. "What should I do?" "Why not travel the world at your leisure? In the process, you might find a new purpose." "Travel. That doesn't sound bad." Serena looked at Kettle. "If it's all right with you, may I continue to follow you for a little while?" "As you wish," Kettle replied casually. The next to visit him was the ancient dragon Ignisia. "Wahahaha. Kettle, you seem to be in a good mood." "Of course I am." Ignisia's face was flushed as if drunk. "You killed the Demon King, not anyone else but you, the one I gave mystic power and dragon's speech to. Damn those elders. They can't nag me anymore." It seemed the stress from that issue had been considerable as Ignisia gulped down her drink. Kettle smiled and humored her. One by one, many others came to see him. Familiar faces, unfamiliar ones, all came to express their gratitude to him with utmost respect. This gave Kettle a peculiar sensation. He was now recognized by all beings of the fantasy world. They came to him, spoke of their thanks, and acknowledged his existence. It felt as if what he had longed for was being steadily fulfilled. It was immensely satisfying. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I am Tower Master, the lick made entirely of bones, came to see Kettle. How is your body holding up? I have some wounds, but they're not severe enough to be a problem. I'll recover in a few days. Wounds from a battle with the Demon King will heal in mere days. That's incredible. And what about you? The master of the magic tower had taken a direct hit from the residual power of the Demon King. Although Kettle had protected him, allowing only a fragment to reach him, even that caused considerable injury. There's a crack in my life vessel. It'll take months to repair it, but it's not fatal. I'll recover eventually. The war was over. There was plenty of time to heal. The magic tower master murmured as though still in disbelief. Even so. The war is truly over. I can hardly believe it. What do you think will happen now? For the time being, the gods won't be able to interfere. The Pantheon had granted Kettle their powers. In the process, they must have lost a significant amount of their strength. At least for now, they lacked the ability to intervene on the surface. The beings of the surface will have to repair the damage themselves, but it shouldn't be a major issue. Slowly but surely, the surface will regain its original form, and one day the gods will return to the surface. When that day comes, they will unleash their powers to restore the world, separate the hell that descended upon the surface, and deal with the remaining demons. When that happens, everything will finally come to an end. The war will be over in the truest sense. Of course, the surface won't remain peaceful forever. Humans, when left without enemies, tend to create their own and wage wars among themselves. But that would only be a conflict of the surface, not a battle against external forces like hell, but their own wars, and that was no issue at all. This is all thanks to you, Kettle. As the master of the magic tower and an old mage who has lived on this surface for centuries, I thank you. Thank you, and I'll continue to count on you, Kettle replied cheerfully. The celebrations continued for days afterward. The people, unbothered by exhaustion, stayed awake for several nights and days, rejoicing in eternal peace and celebrating again and again. They firmly believed this happiness would last forever. And then, crack, a fissure spread across the world. Kettle chewed on his meat with a slightly dissatisfied expression. Sitting across from him, Serena tilted her head in confusion. You've seemed troubled for the past few days. Is there something on your mind? Not really. The Demon King had fallen. The demons had retreated to the shattered hell and weren't appearing on the surface. There was nothing that should be weighing on Kettle's mind. But something feels off. Strange, even something. He couldn't be sure, but there was a deeply unsettling sensation creeping toward him. Like fighting an invisible cockroach, he felt uneasy. Frowning, Kettle stabbed a piece of meat with his fork and shoved it into his mouth. Watching his expression, Serena asked cautiously, "Do you need rest? Come to think of it, you haven't rested since the battle with the Demon King. Perhaps now is a good time for a proper break." "No, that's not it, that's not the problem," Kettle answered lightly. A month had passed since the war ended. During that time, Kettle had been traveling across the continent with Serena. The reason was simple. Though the war was over, the damage was immense. Countless buildings and regions were destroyed. Since the gods couldn't descend to the surface, the inhabitants had no choice but to rebuild on their own. Kettle was helping with the reconstruction. Though partly for his own enjoyment of exploring the continent, his efforts were undoubtedly a great help to the people. After finishing his meal, Kettle got back to work. "All right, rumble." Kettle lifted a massive building pillar and moved it. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. He casually carried several pillars that dozens of people together couldn't budge. Whoa, he's truly the hero who defeated the Demon King. Thanks to Kettle's help, the sanctuary was being restored at an astonishing pace. At this rate, the restoration would be complete within days. Then one day, the saintess of the sun god sought out Kettle. "Oh, Helia, it's good to see you. It's been a while since I last greeted you." Helia had also expressed her gratitude to Kettle after the Demon King's defeat. This was their first meeting in a month. With a curious expression, Kettle asked, "What brings you here?" The sanctuary he was helping restore was quite far from the sun god's holy sanctuary. Helia calmly replied, "I came to meet you. Do you need my help?" "No, I received a revelation." "Oh, a revelation." Kettle's eyes gleamed as Helia spoke quietly. "The great sun god has invited you to the heavens." In this peaceful world, different events were unfolding for different people. And at the same time, in the White Snowfield within it, three ancient beings were locked in a battle that had lasted since the dawn of the universe, a fight as long as eternity itself. And now, at last, a victor had emerged. Chapter 351, is this finally the celestial realm? Kettle's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had guessed that he would be invited to the celestial realm after defeating the Demon King. He was curious when it would happen, but it came sooner than expected. There's no time to descend to the surface, but the gods have said they can invite you to the celestial realm and host you there, Helia explained calmly. How do I get there? Do I have to fly directly toward the lofty heavens myself? That won't be necessary, everything is already prepared, Helia replied nonchalantly. Helia was the bearer of divine blood, the only being on earth who carried the lineage of the gods. Her divinity allowed her to create a path to the celestial realm, though such an act was a profound blasphemy, and no one on earth was deemed worthy of setting foot there. But for you, there shouldn't be any problem. Kettle, who had remained unharmed even after receiving the power of the Pantheon, would surely be fine in the celestial realm. Helia asked, "What do you wish to do? Are you asking for my answer?" "No, that was foolish of me." Kettle's eyes shone like a child's. There was no chance he would refuse. Helia shook her head, realizing her question was unnecessary. "Then let's prepare right away. Please wait a moment." "Understood," Kettle replied, laughing heartily as he stepped back. Serena, who had been quietly listening beside them, murmured, "The celestial realm, so Master is going there." "Indeed. Would you like to follow?" "No," Serena replied, shaking her head in alarm. "I like it here. I have no desire to go to the celestial realm and risk being captured and reclaimed by the gods. I doubt that would happen, but suit yourself." A little later, Helia called for him, and they headed to the sacred church. "From here, we'll send you to the celestial realm. Is it all right for you, a saintess of the sun god, to handle matters in another god's church?" "The gods aren't that petty," Helia replied lightly, kneeling and folding her hands in prayer. "Then let's begin." "All right," Helia began her prayer slowly. Keying, intense divinity gathered, so powerful that those outside restoring the sanctuary paused in awe. The divinity took shape, encircling Kettle. "Creating a path to the celestial realm for a being of earth to ascend," Helia intoned softly. With her words, the divine power formed a pillar, piercing through the church's ceiling and ascending to the sky. Keying, the heavens were breached. Beyond the opening, a dimension entirely different from Earth came into view. Earthly beings realized what it was, the celestial realm. Instinctively, they bowed, their foreheads touching the ground, assuming a posture of absolute reverence toward the gods. "Oh, it's been a while since I've seen such a sight," Kettle remarked, entirely unaffected, laughing as he looked at the celestial realm. Helia, slightly fatigued, spoke. "I said I would send you there, but achieving this is beyond my power. The rest is up to you." "Understood," Kettle replied, planting his foot firmly. Crunch, the ground beneath him cracked and twisted. Boom, Kettle launched himself skyward, shattering the carefully restored church. Using the pillar of light as his foothold, he climbed higher toward the opening in the heavens. Finally, he grasped the edges of the breach and forced his body through. At the end of his climb, Kettle arrived, the dwelling of the great gods. "The celestial realm. So this is the celestial realm," Kettle murmured, unable to suppress his amazement. The celestial realm was a space of mirrored dimensions, a world cloaked in shimmering reflections. Something akin to clouds illuminated the realm, but it did not obstruct visibility. Everything shimmered and yet did not, a chaotic mix of light and rainbows, yet each object remained distinctly visible. "Fascinating," Kettle remarked, finding it difficult to describe in words. If hell was akin to an inferior version of a white snowfield, then the celestial realm felt like an entirely different existence. One thing was certain. "It's magnificent," Kettle declared, utterly satisfied. As he reveled in the splendor, a voice called out to him. "Is that your impression of the celestial realm? To think you've kept such a beautiful sight all to yourselves. How selfish. That's a first. The monster within you cursed this place, calling it a garish, chaotic mess. Gaudy, vulgar, and irritatingly bright. If this isn't chaos, what is?" the monstrosity within him mocked. Kettle laughed, looking toward the source of the voice. It radiated an overwhelming brightness. The celestial realm was already brilliant, but this being outshone everything. It was like the sun itself. To gaze directly upon it would mean blindness, a sensory overload upon the world. Of course, none of this affected Kettle. "You already know who I am, I presume." "Naturally," Kettle replied, smiling. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sun god." The mighty and exalted sun god, the most dominant deity on earth. Kettle had encountered his influence more than once. The sun god spoke softly. "This is not our first meeting. Now that you mention it, that's true." The sun god had first observed him in the Barcan territory when his inquisitor Aquez sought to confirm Kettle's identity. Back then, the sun god's feelings toward Kettle had been a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. "Back then, I contemplated whether to destroy your existence or not, to seal and confine you, ensuring you'd never interfere with this world again. Is that what it was? But in the end, I chose not to interfere. You were acting as if you were merely a human in disguise. I decided to observe instead." And how did that turn out?" Kettle asked with a beaming smile. "It was the right decision. It was the best judgment I've made since my inception. Thank you for saying so. I've come to see you to express my gratitude. Thank you for helping my child. As a god, I offer my respect." With those words, the sun god withdrew. That concludes my business. The rest is up to Kaloja. I'm counting on you moving forward. I'll do my best as well, Kettle replied lightly. The presence of the sun god receded while Kaloja's presence drew near. You've arrived. Nice to see you. So it's you again. Aren't the other gods coming? It'd only cause confusion if too many of us showed up. Since I've spoken with you the most, I've been chosen to represent the heavens in this matter. I see. Kettle clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had hoped to see a variety of gods, but learning that wouldn't happen left him feeling a bit let down. Well, to be honest, they just shoved the responsibility onto me. Shoved it onto you. Even the gods are unsure how to handle someone like you. Normally, something as ancient as you would be excluded, sealed, and cast into a forbidden land, but you're different, so they dumped it on the one who has met with me the most. I'll be collecting a steep price for this favor, Kaloja chuckled. Kettle matched his laughter and glanced toward the heavens. So this is the celestial realm. You said it was marvelous, but from our perspective it's nothing special, just a dazzlingly shiny place and that's all. Aren't there angelic beings here? There were such beings in the past, but they all perished during the war of gods and demons. The only ones left here now are the gods. Then how do you handle things like meals? We don't. Our sole duty is to watch over the world. Kettle was surprised by that response. It implied that the gods did nothing other than observing the mortal realm. That's quite a devotion. It's the reason we exist in this world, Kaloja spoke calmly. Protecting the world, maintaining order, and excluding demons, nothing more, nothing less. The gods were akin to a set of universal laws, existing eternally in the heavens with that sense of duty. That's why we're all grateful to you. Without Kettle, they wouldn't have been able to fulfill their responsibilities. I told them to thank you personally, but aside from the sun god, no one wanted to move. Those who know you said they'd thank you later. They're an irritating bunch. Shy individuals, I see. Kettle chuckled softly and asked, what do you plan to do now? First, we need to recover our strength. The gods had lost much of their power protecting the world and aiding Kettle. They needed to restore it. Once we regain enough strength, we'll seal the hell that descended upon the world. There shouldn't be any major issues. The demon king was dead. The lords and hierarchical demons were also all gone. What remained were, at best, named demons of superhuman level. They couldn't hope to stop the gods. Kettle muttered in wonder, you're not going to annihilate them. We'd like to, but we can't. They too are part of the world's order. Order, Kaloja began to explain. The heavens and hell were born simultaneously with the establishment of the universe's order in perfect balance. They each represent their own order and concept. While one side can be weakened significantly, they must never be completely annihilated. Like how light cannot exist without darkness, that kind of story, something like that. Even if the Demon King had won the war, he wouldn't have exterminated us completely. He would have left at least one or two gods alive. Weakened significantly, perhaps, but even a trace was enough to maintain the order. The gods plan to push Hell to the brink of extinction during this opportunity. Hell won't be able to do anything for as long as the universe has existed up to now and beyond. It's a very good outcome. Speaking cheerfully, Kaloja suddenly seemed to recall something and opened his mouth. As I said earlier, gods and demons were born equal after the universe's order was established. Thus, they can't destroy each other entirely. However, there are beings that fall outside this order. Beings that contributed nothing to the world's balance, those that existed before the concept of order. Kettle nodded in understanding. The Forbidden Lands, that's right. The beings of the Forbidden Lands were the oldest of the old. Born before the establishment of order, they offered nothing to the current universe and only caused harm. They must be erased. Their existence needs to be wiped from this world. That's why in the distant past we joined forces to expel them. Chapter 352, Peace, Part 3. At that time the universe was filthy. Kaloja spoke in a low voice. Order no longer fulfilled its role as order, and everything was but toys for the oldest beings. Countless gods, demons, and terrestrial beings vanished meaninglessly. Thus, gods and demons, beings existing at diametrically opposed points, unable to tolerate each other, joined hands for the first and last time. After that long war, the gods and demons emerged victorious, creating the current universe. Kettle knew about this to some extent. However, there was a lingering question. Kaloja, as if sensing this, began to speak. As you might know, we are weaker than them. The difference is beyond reach. The Demon King, the aggregate of all demonic power, that being was nearly impossible for even all the gods to defeat easily. Yet even the Demon King was only slightly stronger than a single one of the elders, and there were 3 of those elders. It wasn't just the elders. Back then there were even more entities like the serpent, the rat, and the bear you know of. They outnumbered the gods. There were over 300 such beings that even the lords and the Demon King had to fight with their full strength to contend with. That's not all. There were also abominable creatures in numbers. Even if gods and demons joined forces, victory seemed impossible. However, despite this, they won. There was one reason for this. The elders had no interest in beings like us. They were entirely focused on killing one another with all their might. Before gods and demons could act, the majority of their enemies' forces had already been consumed by their own infighting. In truth, calling it a war is somewhat misleading. Even when we attacked, they had no interest in us. Only the abominable creatures seemed keen on killing us, but such beings were the minority. The abomination clicked its tongue but didn't refute, indicating that the statement was true. In that indifference, we barely managed to achieve victory, but we couldn't kill them. To be precise, we didn't have the time or strength to do so. The elders were uninterested in gods and demons, viewing them as nothing more than annoying flies. Yet even a casual swat of their hands caused damage that would take millennia to recover from. In the end, we had no choice but to imprison them on the surface. This became the history of how the current Forbidden Lands was formed. Kettle had a rough understanding of this, which is why he asked the question that intrigued him. That seal on the Forbidden Lands, your side created it, correct? It was created with the combined forces of gods and demons. I'm curious about something. How exactly did you create that seal? The seal of the Forbidden Lands was said to be unbreakable, even by the combined strength of the three elders. Considering their power, it was an incredibly odd phenomenon. However, Kaloja instead asked Kettle a question. I'd rather ask you this, what did you do? Eyes that could not be identified as belonging to a girl, boy, old man, or young adult turned toward Kettle. How did you manage to break that seal and escape to the outside? I confronted something that was in the way, and I killed it. You killed the gatekeeper to escape. That thing could actually be killed. Kaloja let out a laugh of disbelief but quickly composed himself under Kettle's unwavering gaze. That was a seal created by the combined forces of gods and demons, imbued with the law that escape was impossible. Doesn't seem like something that could stop the elders. You're not wrong. The current laws of the universe mean little to them. That's why we mixed everything together. The ingredients used to create the seal: 13 gods, 7 demon lords, and 1 abominable entity at the level of the elders. At that, the abomination reacted. You used one of us as a sacrifice for the seal. You already know, don't you? Among your kind, there are entities that exist without a sense of self, purely as concepts. The invisible wriggling worm. You were so focused on your internal war that you paid no attention to us. Thanks to that, we secured it without issue. I see. Because even the old ones were included in the seal, not even the elders could break it, Kaloja continued. The amalgamation of the three became the gatekeeper, guarding the boundaries of the White Snowfield. So the one I defeated was that thing? Most likely, yes. It was made so that no one could kill it. That's why everyone was so curious about why the seal suddenly broke. But well, if it's you, I can understand. Kaloja spoke in a low voice. After all, you are neither god, demon, nor one of the elders. He could break the seal because Kettle didn't belong to any of those categories. Kettle rubbed his chin. I get the gist of it, so I broke something like that. My apologies. It doesn't matter, it would have broken eventually with time. More importantly, what you've done has been of greater help than that seal. However, I have one question left. Kaloja looked at Kettle with curious eyes. The gatekeeper was strong. Many gods, demon lords, and even an old one-level entity mixed into one. Considering its peculiarities, it was almost on par with the elders. You claim to have defeated it with your own power. But you couldn't even match the Demon King. It was only after receiving our strength that you defeated the Demon King. For Kettle, who couldn't even wield mystical power back in the White Snowfield, to have defeated the Gatekeeper, it was something Kaloja couldn't easily comprehend. How did you manage to defeat the Gatekeeper? Kettle answered lightly. I had an ace up my sleeve. An ace you didn't even use against the Demon King. It's a power I'd rather not use. It denies the very existence of fantasy. That's why I don't intend to use it against fantasies. If I were to wield that power again, it'd probably be to confront the entities of the Forbidden Lands. At those words, Kaloja murmured as if understanding. With you, having something like that isn't surprising. It's strange enough you only possess the power you do now. The conversation reached a conclusion. Kaloja finally brought up the main subject. Now the reason I've called you to the heavens is simple. Tell me what you desire. What I desire, I made a vow to you. With the concept of deceit and lies at stake, he had promised. Whatever you desire, once all is over, I shall grant it. Kaloja had said this before, and now the time had come to fulfill that oath. Kettle was lost in thought. Something I desire, huh? To be honest, he didn't have anything in mind. For him, the world as it was now was perfect. So Kettle replied, at the moment there isn't anything. Could I postpone the decision for later? Honestly, I'd prefer if you decide quickly, but as I said, there's really nothing I want right now. Fine. Do as you please. It's not my place to rush someone who's received my blessing. When you come up with something, just let the saintess of my church know. She'll gladly fulfill it. Thank you, Kettle smiled faintly. Kaloja asked, is there anything else you're curious about? I'll answer whatever you wish to know. Curious about, huh? After a moment's thought, Kettle spoke. As you mentioned, the seal on the Forbidden Lands has been broken. just like the rat, the white one, and Nano, the things inside could now come out into the open. And you won't be able to intervene on the surface for a while because of your battle with the infernal realm. Isn't that a pretty dangerous situation? That part isn't a problem. Just because the seal is broken doesn't mean the door opens right away. The strongest being that could emerge at this point was on the level of the rat, and at that level, the forces on the surface were capable of handling it. Of course, if the elders forced their way out, they could interfere on the surface, but those three are endlessly fighting among themselves. The battle between the three elders, which had been ongoing since the dawn of creation, was far from over. So there wasn't much to worry about. At least that was what they believed. Kaloja spoke leisurely. Of course, we'll need to prepare a response eventually, but for now there's time. So when the time comes, I'll ask for your help again. Understood, Kettle smiled faintly. Their conversation continued. Kettle asked many questions about the gods and Kaloja answered all of them. Over the course of a week, they exchanged thousands of questions and answers. For Kettle, it was an infinitely enjoyable time, but unfortunately it came to an end. Kettle's body began to waver as if static interference had crept into a TV screen. It seems the power of the sun god's child has reached its limit. It lasted for quite a while. Am I to return now? Kettle clicked his tongue in disappointment. Of course, he could have held on if he wanted to. At his current level, he could have stayed in the heavens for a lifetime, but there was no reason to, so Kettle decided to return willingly. Kaloja smiled softly. Come again someday. You'll always be welcome. Next time I'd like to meet gods other than you. I'll try to persuade them, though I can't promise those cowards will agree. Please make sure of it. Kettle's body had become so blurry it was now unrecognizable. Seeing this, Kaloja spoke softly. The beings in the Forbidden Lands are unnecessary in this universe. They all need to be eradicated and erased, but you are an exception. The gods had accepted Kettle's existence. For a long time to come, I'll be counting on you. And you, Kettle smiled faintly. With those words, he returned to the surface. Gasp. At the same time, a sound of someone exhaling heavily was heard. Helia, pale-faced, was gasping for breath. You've returned. How was it? It was an enjoyable time. I sincerely thank you. Kettle replied cheerfully. The next day, the Tower Master came to visit Kettle. You're doing well with the restoration. It's good to see. What brings you here? I'm planning to go to the Empire. The Empire? Yes, the damned Empire hasn't made a move at all. Even as demons descended upon the surface, hell arrived, the Demon King manifested, and the Demon King was defeated. While the surface was being restored throughout all of this, the Empire had shown no response. Now that things have stabilized, I'm planning to confront the Emperor and ask what they're thinking. Oh, the Empire, the strongest entity on the surface, it was shrouded in mystery. Kettle's eyes gleamed. May I come along? As if expecting this, the Tower Master laughed. For now, it's difficult. We have no idea what the Empire is thinking, but after I speak with the Emperor and secure permission, I plan to introduce you. I've been meaning to. Previously, the Tower Master had kept Kettle's existence hidden. He couldn't predict how the Empire would react to him, but now Kettle was untouchable even by the Empire, in both power and renown. I should be back in about a week. We'll talk then. Got it, I'll be waiting. Kettle cheerfully saw the Tower Master off, waiting for his return to accompany him to the Empire. But a week passed, then two, and still the Tower Master did not return. Chapter 353 Peace, Aftermath Part 1 2 weeks ago. It's been a while. The Tower Master stood before the gates of the Empire's capital. He had delivered his message to Kettle and immediately made his way here. It's always massive, no matter how many times I see it. The Tower Master murmured in awe. The walls guarding the capital were colossal, so vast they seemed to reach the clouds. In addition to their sheer size, they were imbued with special magical fortifications, making them nearly impenetrable, even for the Tower Master. These walls enveloped the entire capital, concealing its interior so thoroughly that it resembled a prison. After marveling at the walls for a moment, the Tower Master approached the city gates. A guard stationed there asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "It's me, you fool." "Ah, the Tower Master." Despite recognizing the Tower Master, the guard showed no particular reaction. As if this were routine, he calmly addressed him. "What is your purpose here?" "I've come to meet His Majesty the Emperor. I'll relay your message inside. Please wait a moment." With that, the guard entered the gate. Even the mighty master of the tower, a figure revered as a teacher to all magicians, had to wait for approval like an ordinary merchant. The Tower Master seemed accustomed to this process. Every visit to the Empire required him to follow these steps before gaining entry. Shortly after, the guard returned. "Please come in." Such meticulous procedures as always. The Tower Master followed the guard into the capital. The Empire's capital, veiled in mystery, unfolded before the Tower Master's eyes. The place was silent. Everything was perfectly spotless and immaculate without even a speck of dust. This place always feels so devoid of humanity. So cold, As he observed the capital, the tower master asked the guard with a hint of curiosity, "Where are all the people?" There wasn't a single soul on the streets. On previous visits, the streets were sparsely populated, but there was always at least one or two people in sight. Now, even in broad daylight, not a shadow could be seen. It was a strange sight, but the guard spoke stoically. "This is not something for the tower master to concern himself with. Well, you lot have always been peculiar. I suppose this is just more of the same." The tower master dismissed the thought. After all, even during the war against hell itself, they had remained unmoved. A lack of visible people seemed trivial in comparison. Following the guard's lead, the tower master entered the imperial palace. He finally stood before the emperor after a series of complicated procedures. "It's been a while. You've arrived, tower master." The emperor, seated on his throne, gazed down at the tower master with calm indifference. Despite ruling over a vast empire, the emperor appeared astonishingly youthful. Yet the tower master knew that this appearance was deceptive. The emperor had looked the same decades ago. "What, have you been drinking some elixir of immortality? You never seem to age. What brings you here? Are you seriously asking me that?" The tower master spoke with disbelief. "You must be aware of what's happening outside. Hell descended upon the earth and the seal on the demon king was broken. This world nearly collapsed. During this crisis, the empire had remained utterly still. Why did you not act?" The tower master's voice echoed through the palace, heavy with discontent. Many kingdoms had been destroyed while waiting for the empire's aid, and had the empire moved, countless lives could have been saved. "Don't think you can respond with silence this time. I will have an answer." The tower master's tone was firm, demanding accountability. After a brief pause, the emperor finally spoke. "Why should the empire have acted?" "What?" The unexpected response left the tower master momentarily speechless. "The demon king descended. If not for intervention, hell would have overtaken the earth. The gods would have been cast out, and we would have been enslaved by them forever. And you're seriously asking why you should have acted? Are you being sincere?" The tower master's voice rose in anger, but the emperor's expression remained unmoved. "The battles outside are merely a struggle for supremacy between gods and demons. Why should I interfere in such a conflict?" The emperor's words were unsettling, causing the tower master to pause. "From the beginning, we have served neither gods nor demons. It didn't matter who won in their struggle. It had no relevance to the emperor. We serve another being entirely. Emperor, we serve the great abomination. The empire was created for its sake, to resurrect it and bring it once more to this world. That has always been our purpose. You just never realized it." The emperor's voice grew distant as he continued. "But another interfered. The victorious one took advantage of the open passage and consumed us. Our faith in the abomination was forcibly corrupted. A tragedy, isn't it? Or perhaps does it even matter? It's still bliss, isn't it?" The emperor murmured to himself, his voice devoid of humanity, twisted and fragmented as though his words bypassed thought altogether. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Ultimately," the emperor laughed, a distorted, grotesque sound. In that moment, the tower master realized the truth. The figure before him was no longer human. "We were never truly on the side of this world." The tower master instinctively began casting magic, but before he could act, the palace itself transformed. The being that had concealed itself in physical form revealed its true nature. "You are," a voice echoed, vast and horrifyingly alien. Merely hearing it threatened to unravel the tower master's mind. "This can't be." The tower master was horrified. Such an otherworldly presence, he had seen something similar before. It was like the abomination that Kettle had commanded, but the entity before him was far more alien and grotesque. The entity spoke softly. "You are worthy, become my foundation." "You fucking..." The tower master hastily surrounded himself with protective magic. But the warped palace engulfed him. Present time, him. Kettle sat at the table, propping his chin with a bored expression. When is the tower master coming back anyway? It had already been more than 2 weeks since the tower master left for the empire. He had said he would return in a week, but there was still no sign of him. Milna, sitting next to him, spoke casually. "Perhaps His Majesty the Emperor has detained him. His Majesty is famous for being unpredictable. Now that the war is over, they might be having some profound discussions." Kettle had returned to the kingdom of Denayan along with Arkamis. When Milna saw Kettle, she greeted him with a bright smile and warmly welcomed him. After they shared all that had transpired during their time apart, they were now resting at her family's estate. "Even if that's the case, it's taking a while. I'd like to visit the Empire myself," Kettle groaned. The great empire, the most powerful entity on the continent, was shrouded in mystery. Though he wanted to see it for himself, with the tower master still absent, he could only wait idly. Out of boredom, Kettle asked Milna, "Milna, isn't there any way for you to take me to the Empire?" "Impossible," Milna replied immediately. "Even kings or saints of the church require explicit permission. Only powerful figures like the Tower Master, classified as hero-class elites, or a select few granted the Emperor's approval can enter the capital." A place truly cloaked in secrecy, huh? Everything was hidden. Malna leaned closer and lowered her voice as though afraid someone might overhear. Everything about the Empire is concealed. There are only a handful of people who know anything about it. Is that even possible? If it's called an empire, its lands must be vast. No matter how much you control information, it's hard to believe they can conceal everything when people move in and out. Normally, you'd be right, but the empire is different. All of its power is concentrated in the capital. To the empire, lands outside the capital were akin to colonies. They only collected tributes, offering no protection or resources in return. Kettle raised an eyebrow in fascination. Are they really able to rule such vast lands with just one capital? Is that even feasible? The empire has the power to do so. There had been kingdoms that doubted the empire's ability to control its expansive territory and refused to pay tribute. The empire issued a warning, which the kingdom ignored, instead gathering its entire military force in preparation for an attack. It wasn't an empty show of confidence, as they even had two superhuman-class warriors among them. A week later, the kingdom was annihilated. No one knows how they did it, but the royal capital vanished without a trace, leaving not even its foundation. It happened in a single day. Since then, no one dared defy the empire's commands. Impressive strength, then. Kettle stroked his chin, intrigued. Even the Tower Master cannot disobey the Empire's orders. Some rumors claim they have several hero-class elites, but surely that can't be true. Though Malna dismissed the thought, her expression showed uncertainty. It suggested the Empire truly had such strength, but why didn't such a powerful empire intervene in the war against Hell? That's the mystery. It was a question everyone shared. Kettle asked curiously, is it common for the Empire to refrain from getting involved in such matters? They've always been somewhat passive in external affairs, but this was a crisis for the entire surface world. Many thought they would act. Malna muttered in puzzlement but didn't press the matter further. The Empire must have had its reasons. Perhaps they dealt with the demon's covert movements behind the scenes. It was a reasonable assumption. The Empire, after all, was part of the surface world. If the surface collapsed, so would the Empire. It was hard to believe they had truly been idle during the invasion. Most people trusted that the Empire had acted in some capacity. Is that so? Kettle murmured, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. 2 more days passed, yet the Tower Master had not returned. Though curious, Kettle could only continue to wait. During this time, a familiar face appeared to visit him. Arlene, it's been a while. It has indeed. A woman with golden hair and sapphire eyes, now a being entirely replaced by Nanos, the Princess of Theseus. Although it had been some time since their last meeting, Aline looked unchanged, save for a faint weariness. Kettle greeted her warmly. It's been a while, how have you been? A lot has happened, I've faced criticism and even rebellion, but still I remain the queen of my land. Aline spoke with composure. Her appearance hadn't changed a bit, but the emotions she carried were vastly different. You've had a tough time. Not as tough as you, Kettle, Aline smiled faintly. No matter how hard her trials had been, they were nothing compared to Kettle's battle against the Demon King. So what brings you to me? I have something to tell you. Aline raised her arm. Kettle, observing her closely, soon noticed something. Is that trembling? Though faint, nearly imperceptible, Aline's arm was indeed trembling. My body, made of nanos, what you call them, is under my complete control, so there's usually no issue. She lowered her arm. But about 3 weeks ago, the nanos that constitute my body began reacting to something, as if feeling joy or liberation. Liberation, Kettle repeated, a thoughtful expression on his face. Before him, as always, but this time strangely unfamiliar, a system window appeared. Quest number 791, respond immediately. Respond, 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 respond. Warning, if you fail to respond, the world you wish for will collapse. Chapter 354, Peace, Aftermath, Part 2. After giving her warning, Aline left immediately. Despite being extremely busy with the aftermath in her own kingdom, she had traveled a long way for Kettle. Kettle expressed his gratitude and saw her off. Sitting alone, Kettle stared blankly at the quest window. Quest number 791, respond immediately. Respond, 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 respond. Warning. If you fail to respond, the world you wish for will collapse. It had been a long time since a quest appeared. The content was, as expected, about responding to something, likely related to the Forbidden Lands, but that was all. There were no details on what to respond to or where to go. What is this? Kettle frowned at the unfamiliar quest. Am I supposed to figure it out on my own? It was highly peculiar. His gaze fell on the warning in the quest window. Warning, if you fail to respond, the world you wish for will collapse. A strong warning. There had been times when quests carried warnings after he had ventured outside. One such instance was when the rat emerged into the world. At that time, the quest had warned that not responding could lead to danger, but those were speculative and conditional warnings. This time, however, it was different. The quest issued a definitive warning. Does this mean something stronger than the rat has appeared? But as he thought about it, it felt odd. Is there something stronger than the rat? The rat was an exceptionally powerful creature even within the White Snowfield. Bear or serpent might be comparable in strength but not superior. Of course, exceptions existed. The three elders, they were undoubtedly stronger than the rat. But the elders were perpetually locked in battle with one another, making it unlikely they had emerged into the outside world. Is it something from another forbidden land? In this world, the White Snowfield was not the only forbidden land. Just as primates existed in the deep seas or nano in the forest, forbidden lands existed in other locations as well. Something could have emerged from one of those places, but all of it remained conjecture. Kettle clicked his tongue. I can't just sit around doing nothing. The quest had issued a definitive warning. If he didn't act, the fantasy would crumble. He had to move. Since the quest provided no information, he had to find it himself. Kettle sought out Mylna. Mylna, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Can you gather information about the Forbidden Lands? The Forbidden Lands? Startled by the unexpected request, Mylna nodded without protest. Understood, I'll get on it right away. Thank you. The next day, Mylna returned with information about the Forbidden Lands scattered across the world. I've brought the information on the Forbidden Lands you asked for. There doesn't seem to be any particular problems. No problems? Kettle was puzzled. The seals of the Forbidden Lands were weakening. Just as primates from the deep seas had begun to emerge, there should have been entities breaking out. Yet there were no issues, Mylna continued. To be precise, there were problems. There were instances where entities from the Forbidden Lands broke out, but all of them were handled without issue. Handled by whom? The Magic Tower Master? No, Mylna shook her head. The Empire. The Empire? Yes, the Empire has taken care of everything that emerged from the Forbidden Lands. Now that you mention it, Kettle recalled hearing something along those lines before. The Empire, it was said, acted more swiftly than anyone else when it came to matters related to the Forbidden Lands. It appeared those words were true. Mylna handed him some documents. Here. This is the information on that. As Kettle read through the documents, he confirmed Mylna's claims, the abyss that threatened to drag the world into darkness. From it, horrific monsters not of this world slowly began to emerge. Even the strongest warriors found them difficult to face. One by one, these creatures broke free and began to take over their surroundings. At that moment, the Empire acted swiftly. They dealt with the creatures and sealed the abyss. The silent forest where everything was died in a deafening stillness. The Empire's special forces entered and captured something that devoured sound itself. A deep pit where noxious fumes threatened to pollute the world. The Empire moved quickly, entered the pit, and eliminated the source of the fumes. Beyond that, the Empire had dealt with several other forbidden lands. Kettle muttered in amazement. Did all this really happen? Even he hadn't known. Not even a quest had appeared. The Empire had resolved everything before he could even learn about it. The Empire has always acted immediately upon receiving information about forbidden lands. Thanks to that, the continent hasn't had to worry about them and could focus on the war against Hell. Perhaps the reason the Empire hasn't been visible in the war recently is because they've been handling matters with the forbidden lands behind the scenes. Mylna wasn't the only one who thought that. Many believed that the most powerful force's absence in the war against Hell must have a significant reason. And indeed, it was related to the forbidden lands, though not in the way most people imagined. According to the information, the forbidden lands outside the White Snowfield didn't seem to have any significant issues. This made things even more challenging. After some contemplation, Kettle spoke. Then, apart from the forbidden lands, is there anywhere else where something strange or problematic has occurred? I'll find out immediately. Sensing the seriousness in Kettle's expression, Mylna acted swiftly. She mobilized all the information networks of her family to gather details. A few hours later, Mylna returned, carrying a mountain of documents. I've brought information on every region of the continent. Oh, to think you'd be this fast. Thank you. If it's for you, Kettle, I'll get it done immediately. But as I checked, there don't seem to be any significant issues anywhere. Everyone was busy recovering from the aftermath of the war against Hell. Other than that, there weren't any notable issues, except for one place. There is one place that seems strange. Where? The underground city Magnarin, do you know it? Of course, Kettle nodded. It was a place created by a great hero-class magician. A city where sunlight never reached, a paradise for all criminals. The underground city Magnarin, it was a gathering place for every criminal imaginable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that criminals who deserved the harshest punishments could be found lying about on the streets. Even Kettle had encountered some of its criminals before. Wasn't her name Cassandra? Kettle recalled the memory as Mylna continued speaking. Magnarin, being a city of criminals, normally avoided interaction with the surface world. But this time was different. Hell was invading the surface, trying to burn everything to ashes. In such a situation, crimes that would normally warrant immediate execution were reduced to petty offenses in comparison. Naturally, even Magnarin cooperated with the surface to fight the demons. Even after the war with Hell ended, they maintained some level of exchange and communication. But that communication had completely ceased 3 days ago. Since it's a city of criminals to begin with, isn't it possible they decided to cut ties with the outside world now that the war is over? Mylna spoke as if it didn't concern her much. It was reasonable to think so. After all, those in Magnarin were criminals who had abandoned the surface world. Now that the war involving the surface was over, there was no reason to cooperate further. But Kettle narrowed his eyes. His instincts, the very ones that had brought him here, were telling him, there was something there. Can you tell me its location? Huh, you're going there? Yes. Oh, understood. Please wait a moment. Mylna provided Kettle with the location of Magnarin. Kettle announced that he would leave briefly. Serena, who had been lounging around, jumped to her feet in haste. Huh. You're leaving? I have some business to attend to. Can I come along? No, Kettle refused. Stay here. Huh, what? But it might be dangerous. Serena was strong. Her strength was worthy of being called hero class. But even she couldn't guarantee safety in this matter. Seeing Kettle's serious expression, Serena backed down without further protest. Kettle immediately headed toward Magnarin's location. The distance was considerable, but for him, physical distance posed no issue. He could reach Magnarin in a matter of minutes. This is it. Kettle arrived, a wide, empty plain. On the surface, it's just a barren field. Anyone looking would think it was just an ordinary plain, but beneath this place lay Magnarin. Fascinating, Kettle murmured. If an underground city existed below, it meant the ground here was essentially hollow. It was an incredibly unstable condition. Yet, even as he stood on the plain, there was no sign of it. This was the magic of a hero-class magician capable of reshaping the very fabric of the world. Impressive, Kettle muttered in admiration as he expanded his senses. In an instant, he absorbed all the information about the surrounding area. As a result, Kettle realized it, the massive space that existed beneath the barren plain and the entrance to it. Kettle walked toward the entrance. According to Mylna's explanation, a gatekeeper cum guide should have been waiting there. Their role was to admit those with a token and drive away or kill those without one. During his previous dealings with a woman named Cassandra, Kettle had secretly taken a dagger with a skull emblem, a token of entry. Even if the gatekeeper was present, he could have entered without issue, but no one was there. As if he had expected it, Kettle stood before the entrance. The entrance to Magnarin was protected by a special mechanism. Without complex technical knowledge, it was impossible to open. It was also shielded by a barrier created by the hero-class magician, making brute force ineffective. That was why a gatekeeper was necessary. Let's see, crunch. Kettle lightly pressed his foot on the entrance. With the sound of hundreds of mechanisms and magical defenses breaking, the entrance opened. Kettle stepped into Magnarin. So this is Magnarin, the underground city where all criminals gathered. Kettle had always been curious about it since he first heard of it. What would it be like inside? How did its people live? What kind of order existed, and what sort of people were there? He had even heard that a thieves' guild operated in Magnarin. He had connections through the Barkin estate and was looking forward to meeting Cassandra again. It was one of the places he had long wanted to visit. But that anticipation turned into disappointment. The underground city Magnarin, it had become a twisted and broken ruin. Chapter 355, Peace, Aftermath, Part 3, Magnarin was incredibly vast. So vast, in fact, it could rival a major city in size. Judging by the scale of the underground area, it could easily accommodate thousands of people. The mere existence of such a place underground astonished Kettle. But there was no trace of any presence in the wide expanse. It was filled with nothing but silence. Magnarin was in ruins. Am I too late? Kettle clicked his tongue as he stepped forward. Everything that once made up Magnarin had been destroyed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a wasteland. However, it wasn't the result of ordinary destruction. What is this? Kettle stared at something in front of him. Judging by its location at the entrance of Magnarin, it was likely a checkpoint or something similar. But it was hard to tell what it originally looked like. The structure was twisted and shriveled, like a rag wrung dry to its limits and then left to rot. And it wasn't the only one. The fences that should have stood guard beside the checkpoint. The countless buildings within Magnarin, all of them were the same. Twisted and distorted structures jutted out of the ground like ancient, withered trees thousands of years old. What the hell is this? Kettle grimaced. It wasn't just because the sight was grotesque and alien. He recognized what caused this devastation. What is this? Even the monstrosity murmured softly as if it had a guess. Judging by its form. This is that creature's authority. It certainly looks like it, but weren't they too busy fighting each other? That's what I thought as well. There's no way their battle has ended. What is this? A mimicry? It's too exact to be an imitation. shriveled, ancient tree-like appearances. It was hard to believe anyone could replicate such a sight. Kettle reached out and touched one of the twisted structures. He felt a strange energy emanating from within. It seems like it's them, but something was off. It felt like something else had been added. Kettle withdrew his hand after contemplating the sensation. For now, I need to figure out what happened. To do that, he needed to talk to someone who had witnessed the events firsthand. Hundreds of twisted things lined the streets, which were likely once living people. They must have been struck directly by the authority of something, leaving them distorted. Most of them were dead, but not all. Kettle's senses told him there were survivors hiding within the twisted buildings. He began moving. Near the outskirts of Magnarin, he found a door embedded in the ground. It led to a basement. Kettle grabbed the door and opened it. Rumble, with a rattling sound, noise emerged from inside. Eek! Don't come closer, a man's voice. In a woman's voice, Kettle spoke calmly. Relax, I am not your enemy. Eek, but they showed no sign of believing Kettle's words. With a resigned expression, Kettle descended into the basement. His eyes widened. The reason was simple. The survivors in the basement were people Kettle knew. Cassin and Cassandra. The man was Cassin Hawk, a thief from the Thieves' Guild with whom Kettle had first formed a party in the Barcan territory. The woman was Cassandra, the bandit leader he had fought when heading to the sacred grounds of Kaloja. He knew they were residents of Magnarin, but he hadn't expected to meet them like this. Kettle smiled in relief. You're alive. That's a relief, but they didn't respond to Kettle's words. Or rather, they couldn't. Eek. They were rubbing themselves against the walls like crazed rats, oblivious to Kettle's voice. Watching them for a moment, Kettle frowned. Their minds are broken. Encountering such grotesque and twisted things had shattered their sanity completely. Recovery seemed impossible. If that was the case, he would break them further. Kettle grabbed Cassin and Cassandra by their shoulders and spoke in a low voice. Look at me. With his calm words, Kettle's energy enveloped the two. Their trembling bodies froze and shuddered violently like broken wooden puppets. Their already shattered minds completely crumbled under the weight of a stronger force. Calm down, you are here. And then, using his overwhelming energy, Kettle forcibly pieced their broken minds back together. Life slowly returned to Cassin and Cassandra's eyes. Kettle, why you? You've come to your senses, that's good. Kettle smiled gently. Kettle, Cassin the thief looked at Kettle with a bewildered expression. He seemed unsure why Kettle was here. I lost contact with you, so I figured something must be wrong and came to help, though it seems I'm too late. I see, you. You're the one who fought the Demon King. Cassandra looked at Kettle with a confused expression. Kettle smiled warmly. It's nice to see you again, Cassandra. How have you been? Well, I suppose I don't need to hear the answer. The state of Magnarin was answer enough. Cassandra's face darkened instantly. Why you came to help? Are there other survivors too? No, there are none. The only ones I sensed were the two of you. Father, Cassandra collapsed in despair. Kettle calmly asked, what happened here? The moment they heard that question, their bodies began to tremble again. Kettle forcibly restored their minds, ensuring there were no further mental issues. However, their reactions suggested that even recalling the memories terrified them to the core. Summoning courage, Cassin finally spoke. About 3 days ago, something entered Magnarin. An enemy? No, it wasn't an enemy. It was a being who entered with rightful credentials. I remember it because it had been a long time since an outsider came inside Magnarin. Now that you mention it, when Kettle entered, Magnarin's entrance was intact, suggesting the intruder had entered through proper means. Who was it? I don't know, but considering the preparations the master of Magnarin made to receive them, they must have been someone of significant stature. We were all curious. They had all gathered near the entrance, eager to glimpse this visitor. And there a catastrophe unfolded. The thing that entered wasn't human. It was something so horrifying that merely remembering it was difficult. Cassin swallowed hard and explained. It started attacking us immediately. Naturally, we didn't just sit still. We fought back with everything we had, but it was all useless. Their powers, everything they had, were twisted and destroyed. It felt as though our strength meant nothing at all. Like paints of various colors smeared into black and erased, they were reduced to meaningless, dried husks. The master of Magnarin, realizing the gravity of the situation, personally intervened, but even then they couldn't stop it. Not even a hero-class magician could halt the monstrous being. The aftermath of the battle alone destroyed Magnarin. In the end, the master dragged the entity deep into Magnarin. Whether they won or lost, I don't know. It seems they didn't win. Kettle turned his gaze toward the depths of Magnarin. Although his view was obstructed, it posed no issue to him. I can't sense any human presence. It seems they sacrificed themselves to seal it somehow. The master of Magnarin was dead. Cassin and Cassandra's expressions crumbled. Still, you managed to survive. Senior members of the Thieves' Guild sacrificed themselves to help me escape to this place. The same for me. My father risked his life to seal me here, haha. He should have just let me die with him. Their relatives, their affiliations, everything was gone. Cassin and Cassandra wore expressions of emptiness, but they had survived. As survivors, they had a duty to fulfill. Kettle opened his mouth to speak. It would be best to leave this place for now. Magnarin was already ruined. There was no reason to remain. The survivors had to go outside and inform others of what had happened. Ewa. But the two found it difficult to move. The immense fear kept them from stepping out of the underground chambers. Only after Kettle cast a protective spell on their bodies did they hesitantly start moving. They followed Kettle and headed toward the entrance of Magnarin. As they reached the broken passageway, Cassin looked back and noticed Kettle wasn't following them. "Mr. Kettle, aren't you coming with us? You go ahead first." Kettle gazed at Magnarin and spoke calmly. "I think I need to settle things here." "What?" Just as Cassin was about to ask what he meant, Magnarin began to tremble. A powerful vibration resonated. Cassin and Cassandra's faces turned pale. "Stand back. I'm not sure what will happen." Kettle closed the shattered door and stepped further into Magnarin. Soon the sound of destruction erupted and something emerged from within. Ha 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 ha. That was quite entertaining, Grand Mage. It was a middle-aged man. At first glance he appeared human, but Kettle could tell it was only an illusion. Its essence was twisted and broken, no longer something that could be called life. Kettle muttered, "Something that was once human, now corrupted, looks like an apostle." The creature, laughing maniacally, glared at Kettle. "And who are you?" "I am Kettle." "Kettle, I don't care. What's a barbarian doing here?" "You don't know who I am." Kettle was famous on the surface. Even Cassandra, a resident of Magnarin, had recognized him as the one who fought the Demon King. It was almost unthinkable that someone didn't know of him. The only explanation was that the creature wasn't of this world, or it had come from a place completely cut off from the war against Hell. "Since we can talk, let me ask you a question. You don't have to answer, I'll make you talk." Kettle asked, "What's your connection to the old man?" The middle-aged man before him carried the old man's authority. At Kettle's question, the man tilted his head. "Old man, maybe that's not the right term." Kettle started to speak but then shook his head. "No, it doesn't matter if you don't answer now, you won't answer anyway." "That's fine." After all, he could simply break the creature's limbs and force it to answer. Kettle smirked as he gripped his axe. His killing intent rose sharply, piercing the air like blades. Chapter 356, Peace, Aftermath. Part 4. The man grimaced at the utterly arrogant words. "There's no need to waste that power on a mere barbarian. Die." The man swiftly drew his sword and charged. His blade, brimming with a shimmering aura, lashed out. It was fast and powerful. His raw strength alone placed him at the pinnacle of the superhuman class. In this world, few could rival such a force. Kettle frowned and extended his hand. The sharp edge of the oncoming sword was caught in Kettle's grasp. "What?" The man's eyes widened in shock. Kettle's fist moved and the man's chest caved in. Crunch. The heart, which supplied blood throughout his body, was literally crushed. His body was hurled through the air like a ragdoll and slammed into the ground. Without any change in expression, Kettle muttered, "So this is what they call superhuman pinnacle. A figure among the strongest in the world. If so, this man should have been on the front lines during the assault on Hell." But Kettle had never seen such a person before. Likewise, the man had no knowledge of Kettle. Where did this one come from? Giarea. Amid the scattered remains of twisted debris, the man reappeared, his body seemingly unharmed despite having had his heart crushed. He glared at Kettle with a distorted expression. "I don't know what kind of barbarian you are, but you're strong. Fine, then let me show you the glorious power of the mighty." The man raised his sword high. The aura that had enveloped it disappeared, replaced by a strange energy. "Receive the blessing." Laughing maniacally, the man charged again. Kettle watched him for a moment, then stepped back to evade instead of blocking or countering. The man's sword struck the ground. In that instant, the earth twisted. Creak, crack, the very ground warped and writhed as though forcibly twisted into spirals, soon transforming into something desiccated and lifeless. It was identical to the phenomena spreading throughout Magnarin. As I thought, Kettle's gaze grew heavy. This confirmed it. The man before him was using the power of the Elder, and Kettle knew exactly which of the three Elders' powers it was. The twisted one, the corrupted one, the grotesque one. Among them, this was the power of the twisted one. But how is this possible? How had this man come to wield the Elder's power? Kettle wondered as he continued to evade. Boom. The sword struck the ground again and the earth spiraled into chaos, leaving irreversible scars behind. The twisted one's power, it distorted all things. Strength, concepts, even the world itself could be twisted beyond recognition by this power. The sheer magnitude of it crushed most forces like dried wood. It was sufficient to defeat the Archmage of Magnarin, an individual of hero class, and even claim their life. Seeing Kettle dodge, the man laughed maniacally once more. "How long do you think you can keep running? It's not that I can't block it." Kettle reached out and grabbed the sword once more. The man sneered and unleashed the power of the blessing. Intense energy rippled outward. The man's eyes wavered. Kettle's hand, which had caught the blade, remained unscathed, untouched, as if the twisting power hadn't affected it. The blessing didn't activate. No, it had activated. The power the man invoked was working perfectly. The world itself was warping. It simply couldn't penetrate Kettle's body. Kettle tightened his grip on the sword. Crunch, the blade shattered. Kettle reached out, grabbed the man's head, and slammed it into the ground. Boom, the earth quaked and crumbled. Even the chaos unleashed by Magnarin was obliterated by a stronger force. Kettle, having subdued the man, murmured quietly, "Unfortunately for you, your alien nature doesn't work on me." The inherent superiority, hierarchy, and affinity of the Elder's power, it all meant nothing to Kettle. He hadn't dodged earlier because he couldn't block the attacks, but to observe the nature of the power. Judging by your weak presence, you must be the lowest of the Elder's apostles. So where did you crawl out from? Grrria. The man writhed, scattering the Elder's power in his frenzy. Though it distorted the world around them, Kettle stood still, unmoved, not even a hair out of place. The man's eyes trembled. You're strong, stronger than you at least. But you can't kill me. I've inherited the Elder's power. I am immortal, the man declared boldly, and he wasn't entirely wrong. The blessing of the Elder made him impervious to normal methods of death, but Kettle was no ordinary case. Is that what you think? Kettle drew out an axe. Its aura glimmered, taking shape. The man's expression froze upon seeing it. What? Fear began to seep into his eyes. The man realized this weapon could extinguish his very existence. The monstrosity spoke proudly. Even the Elder himself could be slain by me. And you're just a pitiful pawn daring to speak of death in my presence? Laughable. I can kill you anytime I want, but right now that's not what I'm after. What he sought was information. Where did you come from? The man groaned but offered no answer. Kettle wasn't particularly expecting one and instead began scrutinizing the man's body. No symbols or markings. Clad in simple leather garb, there were no signs or emblems to reveal his identity or background. This meant the man's identity had been meticulously concealed, which likely meant he wasn't acting alone but as part of a larger group. Where could someone like you and your ilk be hiding? Kill me. I don't actually need your cooperation. Forcing the truth out would suffice. Kettle began unleashing his full presence. The man's face instantly turned pale. The man had been imbued with the authority of an old one. No longer a being of this world, he was closer to a creature of the Forbidden Lands. As such, he understood far better than ordinary beings what Kettle's power signified. His body began trembling uncontrollably. He shook like a leaf, his eyes darting wildly and drool dripped from his mouth. Your reaction is rather undignified, Kettle remarked. He's already broken. That might help you grasp his essence even more deeply. Perfect. Kettle engulfed the man with his aura. Where are you from? The man's mind crumbled, leaving him little more than a puppet, entirely subservient to Kettle's commands. I am. Just as he stammered to respond, a mechanism within him activated. Those were his final words. Crack. The man's body twisted grotesquely, warping and breaking apart. Kettle's expression shifted. Realizing what was happening, Kettle swiftly leapt back to create distance. From the center of the man's distorted body, a massive spike began to take shape. Crack, crack, crack. The spike expanded into a single massive flower. At its heart, it began to twist and absorb everything around it, pulling the world into its vortex. Crunch, crunch. Finally, a single flower bloomed, devouring everything within the boundaries of Magnarin. Standing just outside the range, Kettle clicked his tongue. The flower of distortion. It was one of the authorities of the Twisted One, a self-destructive technique their apostles used in desperation. The power compressed everything into the form of a flower, twisting all around it. Kettle frowned momentarily as he observed the grotesque bloom, then turned and exited the area. Outside, Cassin and Cassandra were trembling and collapsed on the ground. Kettle, it's over. We can't enter Magnarin anymore, though. For now, I'll take you to the kingdom of Denian. No notification of quest completion appeared. It meant there was still something unresolved. It had become clear beyond a doubt one of the old ones, the Twisted One, had emerged into this world. Kettle sighed. One thing ends and another begins. This is such a hassle. Kettle took the group to Mylna. When she, who had been waiting calmly, saw Cassin and Cassandra, she gasped. To be precise, her shock was directed at Cassandra. Cassandra, someone you know? How could I not know her? The underground city of Magnarin had been ruled by 3 factions. Cassandra was the daughter of one of those faction leaders. With her interest in the outside world, she often ventured out, causing chaos wherever she went, a notorious troublemaker. Kettle let out a soft chuckle. So that's who she was. Now that I think about it, she had an escort tailing her the entire time when we first met. Not anymore, Cassandra murmured, her tone tinged with melancholy. Mylna's expression turned grave. What happened? Magnarin has fallen. What? Mylna's eyes widened. Kettle continued. For details, ask these two. Shouldn't this also be reported to the king? I'll explain the rest afterward. Yes. Understood. Malna hurriedly moved to gather information from Cassin and Cassandra, then relayed the news to the king of Danayan, Barbossa. The royal palace descended into chaos. Later, Malna sought out Kettle again. Have you heard the full story? Yes, something attacked Magnarin and destroyed it. Kettle, do you know what it was? I do. I know what it was, where it came from, and how powerful it is. Was it an entity of the Forbidden Lands? Yes, Kettle nodded. Malna swallowed hard. Was it like Nano, who swallowed a kingdom whole? No, it's far beyond that. Then. Was it like the rat that ravaged the northern territories? Even beyond that, if it set its mind to it, it could destroy the entire world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's on par with the Demon King. What? Malna let out a shrill cry. On par with the Demon King, the world had yet to recover from the aftermath of the war with Hell, and now a being of such caliber had emerged. But there are many questions. How had an old one, perpetually locked in their endless internal struggles, come to interfere in this world? How had such a powerful being suddenly appeared, and why had it targeted Magnarin first? More information was needed. Kettle turned to Malna and asked, has the Tower Master returned yet? No, not yet. Then it can't be helped. Where is Helia, the Saintess of the Sun? She is currently at the Sun God's holy sanctuary. Tell me its location. I plan to head there immediately. Yes, Malna nodded with a tense expression. I'll make the necessary preparations right away. Only those granted permission can enter the sanctuary, but for you, Kettle, it should not be an issue. Still, the sanctuary strictly forbids outsiders from approaching. Anyone not granted access would be automatically expelled by the sanctuary's protective barrier. It was for this reason that even demons had never dared to attack it. To disable the barrier, one needed the sun god's emblem. His Majesty Barbossa possesses one. I will inform him immediately to have it prepared for you. No need. Just tell me the location. Pardon, I don't have time to waste. I'll handle the barrier myself. You don't need to worry. Oh, yes. Malna, at a loss for words, nodded hesitantly. Chapter 357. To the Empire, Part 1, Phew. Under the night sky where the moon hung high, the sun god Saintess Helia was sitting on her bed, engrossed in a book. She was currently extraordinarily busy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that her only rest came in the moments just before bedtime. However, despite her physically demanding schedule, her heart was at ease. The evil that had threatened the world for countless ages had been vanquished. Of course, that didn't mean the land would remain peaceful forever. Wars over interests would inevitably break out among people. But that was a matter for the mortals to resolve. No more external interventions would plague them. That alone was enough to satisfy Helia. Feeling it was about time, Helia closed her book to prepare for sleep and reached to extinguish the lamp. At that moment, whoosh, the air split apart. Something was flying rapidly toward her bedroom from outside. Wait a minute. Helia sprang to her feet, eyes wide. She swiftly extended her hand to create a protective barrier, however crash. The barrier shattered before it could even slow the intruder down. Helia recoiled in shock. A powerful foe, an opponent with strength far surpassing hers, had breached her bedroom. There was no time to figure out who it was. She quickly gathered divine power, preparing to summon the sacred artifact bestowed upon her by the heavens. It's me, Helia. Huh, an all too familiar voice echoed in the room. Moonlight streamed through the broken window, illuminating the interior. Helia's eyes widened in disbelief. Kettle, it was Barbarian Kettle standing before her. How are you here? I heard you were here and came straight away. It was urgent, so I couldn't follow the formalities. My apologies. There should be a barrier around the sanctuary. It was getting in the way, so I tore it down. I'll compensate for it later. Kettle spoke casually, leaving Helia at a loss for words. You tore it down. She was currently in the sun god's sanctuary. As the stronghold of the most powerful religious order on the continent, the sanctuary's barrier was formidable, so much so that even several high-ranking demons combined couldn't breach it easily. Yet Kettle spoke of it as if it were no more than a nuisance encountered during a stroll. Helia couldn't help but let out a laugh of disbelief, though she also found it understandable considering it was Kettle. Helia relaxed her power. Very well, you must have had a pressing reason to come in such haste. However, the sanctuary's alarm echoed throughout the grounds. Worshippers screamed as they scrambled about in panic. Let me go and inform them first. My apologies, please do. Kettle scratched his cheek awkwardly. After Helia calmed the sanctuary's people, explaining that there was no threat, just a guest, she returned to Kettle. What was so urgent that you sought me out in such a hurry? First, let me ask, do you know the whereabouts of the Tower Master? The Tower Master? I heard he headed to the Empire a few days ago, but I don't know anything beyond that. So you don't know either? Kettle's expression darkened. Helia asked with a puzzled look. What has happened? The Demon King has been vanquished and Hell has been sealed. I thought the land would no longer face such troubles. I thought so too, but a problem has arisen. Problem? Kettle explained the events concerning Magnarin. Helia, listening in silence, gradually grew pale, her mouth agape by the end of the story. You're saying Magnarin has been destroyed? And not by a mortal force but by a being from the Forbidden Lands. I saw it with my own eyes. The archmage who ruled Magnarin is likely dead too. Good heavens. Helia staggered and barely managed to sit down, her voice trembling as she asked. Do you know this being? I do. It's known as the Elder. The Elder. In terms of external standards, it's comparable to the Demon King. In terms of raw power, the Demon King might be slightly stronger, but considering the Elder's alien nature and advantageous traits, it was fair to view them as equals. Hearing this, Helia's face turned ashen. Good heavens! They had just barely defeated the Demon King, and now a being of equivalent power had emerged. She felt dizzy, nearly on the verge of collapse. But she forced herself to regain her composure, biting her lip and gripping the table tightly. I understand why you sought me out. You need information. Exactly. You, as the saintess of the sun god, must know a great deal about the world. Far more than Milna, an ordinary merchant and of a higher caliber of intelligence. Helia nodded. Ask your questions. What do you wish to know? That creature's minions attacked Magnarin, specifically the underground city. It was as if they were deliberately hiding their involvement in an attack on the mortal world. The Twisted One had already interfered in the mortal realm, likely devouring an entire organization. Helia nodded, understanding. You wish to know which group they might have consumed. That creature itself possessed top-tier power rivaling the strongest mortals. Its individual strength wasn't something to be underestimated. Even compared to the strongest groups, it would be a challenge to locate its equal. For instance, the Mercenary King, the strongest in the guild, was also top-tier. Helia let out a sigh. Was the face familiar to you? No, I'd never seen it before, and it didn't seem to know me either. That's peculiar. Kettle remembered all the top-tier fighters who had participated in the war against Hell, and they all knew of Kettle. For someone not to recognize Kettle meant they hadn't participated in that war. As she contemplated, Helia asked, Can you describe the individual's features? That's easy. Kettle described the middle-aged man's features, but Helia didn't recognize him. I am familiar with all the continent's top-tier warriors, but I don't know this one either. A top-tier warrior unknown to both Kettle and Helia, someone who hadn't participated in the war against Hell. There was only one group such a person could belong to. The Empire. The group that had abstained from the war against Hell, a place shrouded in mystery so concealed that even Helia could not discern it. That place was the Empire. As expected, there's only one possibility. Kettle had also suspected the Empire. The only reason he wasn't certain was the lack of information. Helia's face was filled with confusion. But why? The Empire is the strongest force on the surface. Not even an entity like the Demon King could consume it silently. In reality, the Empire itself was designed for the oldest beings, but Helia, who was unaware of this, found it difficult to accept. I do find it strange as well, that's why I have no choice but to confirm it myself. Kettle spoke in a calm voice. Can I enter the Empire? The Empire, you mean? It's not impossible. The capital of the Empire was inaccessible to ordinary people. Even those called superhumans were no exception. No one could enter without the Empire's direct permission. But for someone like Kettle, it was certainly possible. After all, he was the hero of the surface who had confronted and defeated the Demon King. However, it will take some time. Getting to the Empire required a series of procedures. Kettle's identity had to be verified, the information needed to be delivered to the Empire's upper echelon, and it would take at least a week for them to process it. Kettle narrowed his eyes at that. I don't plan to wait that long. Moreover, time was a luxury he did not have. There was no telling what twisted force had intervened in the surface. Can't we get help from the gods? Unfortunately, just yesterday they banished Hell from the surface. Hell had descended to the surface's dimension, and the shattered realm hovered above the surface. With many demons still alive, it couldn't be left near the surface indefinitely. So as soon as the gods had recovered enough strength, they prioritized banishing Hell. As a result, the gods could no longer intervene on the surface for the time being. Kettle clicked his tongue. The timing couldn't be worse. So, if you wish to head to the Empire, you'll have to wait a bit. Since it wasn't certain that the Empire had fallen to the Forbidden Lands, they couldn't act rashly. But Kettle had no intention of waiting. If there's a tedious process, there's no helping it. Kettle muttered softly. Helia hesitated. Are you planning to head to the capital? I don't have the luxury to wait until all the procedures are completed. Regrettable, but there's no choice. Please wait a moment, just hold on. Helia hastily tried to stop Kettle, her expression urgent. It was only natural. The Empire was the strongest force on the surface, so much so that even the Church of the Sun God had to bow twice before it. Since they hadn't participated in the war against Hell, most of their strength remained intact. That power could stand against the entirety of the surface, but the same could be said for Kettle. The strength of the hero who had defeated the Demon King was said to surpass even that of the gods. If Kettle bypassed procedures and headed straight to the Empire with its nature wouldn't simply accept him. Ideally, they should be grateful to Kettle for saving the surface, but unfortunately the Empire was far from ideal. If the two clashed, the surface would descend into chaos. Having just regained a semblance of peace, Helia was desperate to stop him. Kettle smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, there won't be a problem, I'm just going to confirm things. If the Empire is a reasonable place, I'll simply return quietly. Helia found it hard to trust his words. After much deliberation, she finally spoke. There is one way. A method to enter the Empire without going through all the complicated procedures, and it's legitimate. Oh, is there such a method? Yes, however, it might be somewhat humiliating for you, if you're okay with that. I can arrange it. Helia inwardly hoped Kettle would refuse as it would be a great burden on her, but Kettle responded without hesitation. That's fine, please proceed. Helia's expression twisted slightly. Understood. Let's begin immediately. She suppressed her twisting stomach and replied. At this moment she understood the emotions Cain had felt before. Oh, Kettle marveled at the sight before him, so this is the Empire's capital. It's tall as if it could reach the heavens. Kettle stood before the capital with the sun god Saintess Helia at his side. She spoke quietly. Please stay behind me, officially you're my attendant. You should not stand before your master as an example. Understood, I'll stay back, then should I address you respectfully, Lady Helia, just maintain silence and respond only when spoken to. That will suffice. Helia suppressed a shiver as she barely managed to reply. Kettle chuckled and nodded. Together they walked toward the entrance of the Empire's capital. Chapter 358 To the Empire, Part 2. How did it come to this? Helia sighed as she walked toward the capital of the Empire. The fastest legal way to enter the Empire was for Kettle to pose as Helia's attendant. Helia was the saintess of the sun god, one of the rare few who could enter the Empire without complicated procedures. She had the privilege to visit on the same day without prior notice. Given her status, she was allowed to have one or two attendants accompany her on such journeys. This was how she intended to bring Kettle into the Empire. Please, I beg you, maintain your composure. Even if you just stay silent, it will be enough. I'll handle all the questions. Got it, I'll try my best. Kettle chuckled as he replied, and Helia stepped forward with an uneasy expression. Eventually, they arrived at the gates of the capital. The guards stationed there recognized Helia and bowed slightly. Saintess of the Sun God, welcome to the capital of the Empire. I've come to seek an audience with His Majesty the Emperor. May I enter? For Lady Helia there's no issue. However, the guard gave Kettle, who stood behind Helia, a questioning look. And who is that? My attendant, Helia replied calmly. You usually travel alone without attendants. This time, I needed assistance for the journey. Helia kept her tone even, but the guard's furrowed brow betrayed his lingering suspicion as he scrutinized Kettle. A barbarian as your attendant. At those words, Helia's eyes briefly darkened. The guard clearly knew nothing about Kettle, but Helia suppressed her emotions and spoke with measured calm. To the impoverished, we offer opportunity. To the lacking, we provide education. To the foolish, we show mercy. Such is the creed of the sun god. I am currently in the process of enlightening this barbarian who recently came to this continent. Thanks to their prior agreement, Helia continued smoothly, though the act of speaking this way made her insides churn slightly. I brought him on this journey to broaden his horizons. Surely it's permissible to bring one attendant into the capital. That is true, but, despite her explanation, the guard's suspicion didn't entirely dissipate. His narrowed eyes remained fixed on Kettle. I'll ask him directly. Lady Helia, please step aside for a moment. Pardon? The unexpected request left Helia flustered. She tried to intervene, but the guard immediately turned to Kettle. Is what Lady Helia said true? The guard's sharp gaze landed on Kettle, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression and movements to detect any falsehood. Helia, struggling to conceal her anxiety, felt her heart race. This isn't good. If they'd had more time, they could have rehearsed for such situations, but they had departed in haste, leaving them with only a superficial cover story. A single misstep from Kettle could ruin their plan to enter the capital. She bit her lip nervously. Amidst the tense silence, Kettle finally spoke. Lady Helia's words are true. Helia's eyes widened. Kettle's voice was uncharacteristically soft, carrying a serene tone befitting a wise elder. He continued calmly, I was once an ignorant barbarian. I relied solely on brute strength and believed the world held no value beyond power. I descended from the north, seeking to impose what I considered proper values upon the world. He paused and looked at Helia. During that time, I crossed paths with Lady Helia. In my foolishness, I mocked her faith, asking if her God would truly protect her. It was a blasphemous act born of ignorance. Kettle's voice brimmed with emotion as he spoke, his tone so genuine that even Helia momentarily questioned whether such an event had actually occurred. But Lady Helia did not punish me. She said that ignorance was not a sin, but failing to teach was. She took me under her wing. Kettle's voice trembled with what seemed like heartfelt emotion. I resisted her teachings at first. I rejected her lessons and committed many transgressions, yet Lady Helia never gave up on me. Thanks to her unwavering guidance, I gradually came to understand the world. And finally I realized, oh, how blind and foolish I had been. Please calm yourself, the guard interjected, clearly overwhelmed by Kettle's fervor. Kettle turned to Helia with sparkling eyes. Lady Helia is my savior. She is the master of my life and my redeemer. Helia's expression twisted slightly. To hear herself described in such a manner, especially knowing Kettle's true nature, was deeply unsettling. Unaware of the real situation, the guard seemed satisfied and nodded. Is what he says true? Yes, it is true. Helia squeezed her eyes shut and forced out the words. Hearing her confirmation, the guard finally let go of his doubts. He even glanced at Helia with newfound respect. Lady Helia, truly befitting the saintess of the sun god. To reform a barbarian so wild and uneducated, remarkable indeed. It's all by the sun god's grace, Helia replied weakly. Please wait here for a moment, I'll relay this to the inner gate. There should be no further issues. The guard disappeared through the gates and Helia finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. Well done, Kettle said with a grin. That was quite the performance. I didn't expect you to be such a skilled actor. The emotions Kettle had displayed had been so convincing that even Helia, who knew the truth, had been momentarily taken aback. But Kettle simply shrugged. Acting? Not really. What? That wasn't acting. I just embellished it a bit. The feelings themselves were real. Gratitude, joy, reverence, and devotion, these were Kettle's genuine emotions. Though he didn't often express them openly, he carried them in his heart. I see. Realizing this, Helia felt a chill run down her spine. If Kettle held such overwhelming emotions constantly, emotions that even she couldn't entirely grasp, it created an even greater sense of distance between them. That's good to know. I feel like you've taken a step back from me. No, not at all, it's just your imagination. Helia shook her head vigorously. A moment later, the guard returned. Permission has been granted. You may enter. Thank you. Helia and Kettle followed the guard's lead into the capital. Kettle stepped forward with eyes full of anticipation. The capital was enormous. Everything was pristine, not a speck of dust in sight. It was, without exaggeration, a perfect city. As they walked down the clean sidewalks, Helia asked the guard with a puzzled expression, "Where are all the people? There weren't many the last time I was here, but it wasn't this empty." The capital was eerily devoid of human presence. Considering it was early morning, this was highly unusual. The guard replied curtly, "It's not something you need to concern yourself with, Lady Helia." I see. Faced with the guard's clear reluctance to elaborate, Helia quietly withdrew her question. Kettle, however, glanced around the capital with curiosity. So it's come to this. The monstrosity lurking within Kettle murmured softly. Kettle chuckled under his breath and continued walking. The two of them passed through the capital and entered the imperial palace. There they were each assigned separate rooms. As Kettle lay resting on his bed, a knock came at the door. When he opened it, Helia was standing outside. May I come in? Of course. Helia stepped into Kettle's room. After ensuring no one else could hear by setting up a divine barrier, she asked quietly, "Did you confirm it?" "What do you think?" The reason for their visit to the capital was to investigate whether the Empire was connected to the presence of a forbidden land. Kettle replied lightly. "It's a good thing we came." "There's a stench." "A stench?" Helia's eyes widened. "You mean a literal stench?" "Yes, a thick one. It's unmistakable. This thing came to the Empire. It's taken over this place." Oh no, the worst-case scenario was now reality. Helia took a sharp breath, trying to steady herself, then quickly asked, "Can you tell where the Forbidden Land's presence is located and what's happened to the capital?" They needed to determine just how corrupted the Empire had become to form a plan. Kettle answered casually, "What happened to the capital? The whole thing is part of it." "What?" "The walls we saw outside, the pavement we walked on, the houses in the capital, even this palace. The walls, floors, bed, blankets, tables, chairs, everything, it's all part of it." Helia's face froze, her expression turning rigid. She couldn't tell whether she didn't fully understand or if her mind simply refused to accept it. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Are you saying, it wouldn't be wrong to say we're inside its body? We're sitting on the back of the oldest thing in this world. Not many get to enjoy such luxury." Kettle spoke cheerfully, but Helia's face went pale. She jumped to her feet in shock, hastily summoning divine energy to protect herself. Kettle spoke calmly, "There's no need to overreact. It can't do anything to us right now." What? It's like an insect landing on a human. You don't notice it right away. Just like how someone might not realize a bug had landed on their arm for several minutes, the Forbidden Lands creature wouldn't notice their presence unless they made a bold move or used significant power. It might sense my existence, but I've sealed my power completely. Back in the Forbidden Lands, I couldn't hide myself like this. It's quite convenient." Kettle spoke with amusement. He was making good use of the power restraint technique he'd learned from High Elf Queen Karin. It was one of the most practical lessons he had picked up in the outside world. Helia, however, couldn't stay as composed as Kettle. Her voice trembled as she asked, then, what you're saying is, the empire belongs to the old one now and it has been for quite some time. Kettle stated the truth matter-of-factly. Helia staggered, barely catching herself from collapsing. She struggled to steady her thoughts, her voice shaking as she asked, what do you think we should do? There's not much we can do for now. If we act rashly, it'll notice us. For now, we have to lay low and meet the Emperor. Why, yes, of course, we don't know what state His Majesty is in. Meeting the Emperor might provide some answers. Even if the Emperor had been consumed by the Forbidden Lands, Kettle might have a way to fix it. After all, he was a creature of the Forbidden Lands himself. Helia clung to that hope. Kettle looked at her with a curious expression. I can guess what she's thinking, but the solution he had in mind wasn't exactly peaceful. There was no need to shatter her fragile hope just yet, so Kettle chose to hold his tongue. Chapter 359 To the Empire, Part 3. It's certain for now. Something twisted had emerged. And it devoured the Empire's capital. The outcome was clear, but the process remained incomprehensible. When did it manage to consume this much? Even though the strongest force on Earth, the Empire, had been under the control of the Old Man, none of them had known. More importantly, the Old Man wasn't detected in any location outside the Empire. Perhaps he hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, but considering the events during Magnarin, it seemed the Old Man was only just beginning to expand his domain. Given his power, it was unnervingly slow. Even with just a week, he could consume more than half of the world at his leisure. That was a conservative estimate. The Tower Master headed to the Empire 2 weeks ago, didn't he? There had been no contact since then. Given the Tower Master's abilities, it had to be assumed he'd been consumed at least 2 weeks ago. Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is there some kind of restriction in play? He needed information, how the enemy had arrived here and what it aimed for. Fighting without understanding was a risk he couldn't afford, but acting rashly wasn't an option either. If a bug crawling on one's skin started moving, it would inevitably be noticed. Kettle organized his thoughts neatly. First, it will be after I meet the Emperor. Will I even be able to meet him? Ah, yes, Helia stammered, nodding quickly. I'll meet His Majesty the Emperor and inform him about you. He'll likely be very interested. That's all I need, then I leave it to you. Kettle smiled faintly. A few hours later, the Emperor summoned Helia. Following the command, she made her way to the Emperor's throne room. The Emperor sat grandly upon his throne, gazing down at her. Helia gave a slight bow. It's been a while. I'm pleased to meet you, mighty Emperor of the great Empire. When she raised her head to look at him, she let out a soft gasp. You haven't changed at all. The Emperor's appearance had remained exactly the same for decades, unchanged in the slightest. She hadn't thought much of it before, but if Kettle was right, it might be due to the presence of forbidden lands. After all, the one who had devoured the Empire wouldn't have left the Emperor untouched. I don't see any immediate issues, though. She quietly manifested her holy power to scrutinize the Emperor, but nothing seemed amiss. Not only with him but throughout the imperial city as well, there were no visible problems. Had Kettle not spoken, she might have assumed everything was perfectly ordinary. So what brings you here, Saintess of the Sun God Helia? The Emperor's voice brought her back to her senses. She furrowed her brow at his words. What brings me here? Evil has invaded the world. It nearly burned and collapsed. Even the mighty gods poured their strength into protecting the land. Why has the Empire not acted in response? Even without Kettle, she would have come to the Empire to ask this very question, much as the Tower Master had before her. The Emperor leaned his chin on the armrest of his throne, looking annoyed. So you're here to ask the same question. It was the same question the Tower Master had asked him before, and his answer hadn't changed, because there was no need to act. The Empire doesn't care who wins. What? Enough, I'm tired of this. Is that all you wanted to say? The Emperor's gaze darkened. Helia failed to notice it, but the imperial city itself began to writhe subtly. If she stayed still, she would end up consumed by the city itself, just as the Tower Master had been. But before that could happen, she spoke again. No, I have another matter. There's someone I'd like to introduce to you. The imperial city paused, the Emperor's face etched with curiosity. Introduce someone to me? Who? Someone who I believe will pique your interest. He's the one who protected this land. The one who fought the Demon King, huh? I've heard the rumors. The Emperor's face lit up with intrigue. The Demon King, a formidable being. Even compared to the entity the Emperor served, the Demon King's power was no small matter. Of course, that was in the past. The entity he served had grown much stronger since then and could easily defeat the Demon King now. Still, for someone from this world to accomplish what even his master had struggled with, it was only natural for the Emperor to be interested. If I subdue him and offer him to my master, the master would undoubtedly be pleased. The Emperor smiled and nodded. Very well, bring him here. Understood. Helia clapped her hands lightly, sending a signal imbued with divine power to Kettle's location. I've summoned him. He'll arrive shortly. I'll wait. The situation of an outsider meeting the emperor was unprecedented, but there were no verification procedures. That was expected. The empire belonged to the emperor, his word was law. If he deemed it unnecessary, no procedures were required. Shortly after, footsteps echoed through the silence. A knock followed, the emperor spoke. Enter, creak, the door opened. The emperor immediately moved to seize the intruder with the power of the imperial city. Since this was someone who had fought the Demon King, they would undoubtedly be strong. The emperor intended to launch a preemptive strike before the intruder could act. But when he saw the face of the one entering, the emperor froze. It was a barbarian, a massive ash-gray barbarian, and there was something strange about him. The emperor and Kettle locked eyes. Kettle smiled faintly. "Oh, as I thought, you're a host. It was worth the wait." "You," the emperor's words were cut short. Kettle lunged forward, the air shattering from the speed of his movement. He seized the emperor's head and snapped it. Helia screamed like a child for the first time in years. It was an instinctive reaction. How could she not? Kettle, upon seeing the emperor, had suddenly dashed forward and broken his neck. Kettle. "What are you doing?" Kettle showed through action instead of words. He snapped the twisted neck and crushed it completely. Any normal living being should have died instantly from such a sight, but the emperor did not die. He swung his hand violently, trying to push Kettle away. Kettle casually crushed the hand with his elbow. You bastard." At the same time, the emperor's body began to ripple. He began to distort and tear the world apart. Even Helia, who had been trying to stop him, froze at the bizarre sight. What is this? Crunch. Kettle did not let the emperor fully unleash his power. He pinned him down and reached for his waist. Grabbing his axe, he summoned his aura. Crack. The emperor's body was cleanly split in two. The fallen emperor could not move again. The ruler of a nation and master of the strongest group on Earth met his end just like that. Kettle wore a refreshing smile. "Killing an emperor, huh? I've always wanted to try that at least once." Kettle, what in the world is this? Didn't you notice this bastard wasn't human? He's long since become something else, wearing the emperor's guise. No, I could see that with my own eyes, but the strange energy emanating from the emperor, it was undoubtedly not of this world. Having witnessed it, Helia could not deny the truth, but her shock stemmed from something else. Wasn't your goal to find a way to cure him when you sought to meet the emperor? No. I wanted to confirm if he was a host, the Twisted One. It could corrupt and turn all things into its minions. Many of the barbarians in the White Snowfields had fallen under its thrall before. Among them were hosts, who served as conduits to exponentially increase the number of minions, akin to an infection. The Twisted One rarely produced multiple hosts, perhaps due to the difficulty of creating them. Kettle had determined that the emperor was likely a host. Before the Twisted One could intervene to protect him, Kettle intended to kill the emperor, not because he had a cure, but to stop the infection. Killing the Twisted One might undo the corruption, but leaving the host unchecked is even worse. Oh, Helia struggled to fully comprehend Kettle's words, but regardless of her confusion, the situation began to escalate rapidly. "At least we've dealt with the host." Kettle lifted his head. The insects crawling over his body moved frantically, biting into his flesh. At this point, it was impossible not to notice. "They'll come." As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial palace began to collapse. Rumble. It emerged from its hiding place, shattering space as it appeared. The world warped and began to transform. Finally, its form came into view. It looked like a sea urchin. Countless twisted, crooked spines gathered together, forming a single entity. Merely existing there, it caused the world to break apart. Helia's legs gave out and she collapsed to the ground. Her spirit felt like it was forcibly leaving her body. Kettle stepped in front of her, raising his aura to protect her. "It's been a while, Twisted One. I'm sick of seeing your grotesque face again. From somewhere else you've come." Its voice alone distorted and twisted the world's very concepts. "So you disappeared for a time, as I thought you were outside. This time we'll end this long battle once and for all." At the same moment, its power enveloped Kettle. Sensing the prelude, he quickly swung his axe. Aura clashed with an unseen force. The shockwave spread, reality twisted and broke. The aftermath shook the world. Right beside him, Helia bore the brunt of the shockwave. Despite Kettle's protection and her own efforts to shield herself, it was not enough. Cough, cough, her innards twisted. The tips of her limbs bent unnaturally. Panicking, she looked at her arm, where the skin spiraled as if caught in a vortex. Holy power failed to heal it. "This is insane." Kettle had described the enemy as a monster on par with the Demon King. Helia hadn't fully believed him. Demon King was a creature so powerful that even gods struggled to contend with them. That such beings existed in numbers was hard for a mortal like her to fathom, but she was wrong. Kettle always spoke the truth. The Twisted One spoke softly. "I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would have waited a long time in there, but thanks to you, the seal is broken. I can now act freely in this world." Rumble, power surged. The world began to tear apart. The being that had been sealed away with divine and demonic forces broke free, releasing its ecstatic energy. This is only the beginning. I will make all things mine. I will restore the universe to its rightful form. Yeah, right, Kettle sneered. His expression was unlike his usual self, distorted and strange, almost akin to the Twisted One. And that was no surprise. The man standing here was not merely Kettle, a member of the fantasy realm. He was Kettle, the chieftain of the Ashen barbarians living in the White Snowfields. With force, Kettle swung his axe down. The Twisted One unleashed its authority. Their powers collided, sending shockwaves that shook everything around them. Chapter 360, To the Empire, Part 4, BOOM. A massive collision erupted. The twisted entity's body creaked and wavered. Kettle, too, wasn't spared. The fierce impact sent his body skidding backward. Quickly regaining his footing, Kettle scanned for Helia's location. She fled already. Helia had already escaped far away. Her speed of retreat was impressive, and it was the right decision. Protecting her amidst a battle with the Old One would have been impossible. Kettle narrowed his eyes. How did you escape? You dare ask me that? The Twisted One chuckled. It was none other than you who let me out. So that's how it is. The Twisted One had broken free. And the reason was simple. Kettle had killed something that had been sealing the White Snowfield. As a result, the barrier had begun to crumble, allowing the Old One to burst forth. So this is my doing. A bitter taste lingered in Kettle's mouth. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. You were fighting the other Old Ones. How did you come out alone? The three Old Ones had been fighting each other since the beginning of creation. That battle continued even when Kettle emerged. If one of them escaped, it stood to reason that all three would. The Twisted One laughed with satisfaction. That too is thanks to you, or rather your subordinates. They interfered in our battle. It was magnificent. Kettle grimaced. Before entering, he had given orders to the barbarians, do not follow me. If you must kill one of the Old Ones, it had been a veiled way of telling them to stay put. Yet the barbarians had taken his words literally. They fought with everything they had, attacking an Old One and suffered devastating losses. But in the process, they succeeded in gravely wounding one of them. Their interference shifted the balance of the eternal battle. Even the Twisted One seemed surprised, murmuring with curiosity. For mere mortals from outside to affect our fight, astonishing. It made things very entertaining. I see, Kettle clicked his tongue, so you're the victor among the three Old Ones. The monstrous, the twisted, the grotesque. Among them, the victor was the Twisted One. It laughed darkly. All thanks to you. I should reward you for this. Then die. Kettle unleashed his aura and lunged at the Twisted One, wielding his axe imbued with the power of monstrosity. The Twisted One responded immediately. One of its warp spikes shot forward, producing a sharp, rending sound as it hurtled toward Kettle. It was distortion incarnate. Anything it touched would be torn apart, obliterated. Kettle had faced the Twisted One before, losing limbs in the process, irreparable damage. It was an attack that couldn't be blocked, only evaded, but not this time. Crack, the axe clashed with the twisted spike. The power of distortion tore through everything, attempting to destroy the axe in Kettle's grasp. Clang, but the axe held firm. The aura surrounding it violently resisted the distortion's power. Kettle pushed with all his might and deflected it. Boom. The spike embedded itself into a wall, twisting it until it caved in, leaving a massive, warped hole. The power of monstrosity, I see now, it resides within you. You've learned to wield it. The Twisted One spoke in an unexpectedly surprised tone. Curious, someone like you should not have access to such power. Or is that part of your abilities as well? Shut up. Kettle, uninterested in idle talk, charged forward. The Twisted One retaliated with a rain of spikes. Each spike carried the power to warp the world itself. Even a group of heroes would be helpless against such an assault. Clang, clang, clang. Kettle dodged some and deflected others with his axe. The Twisted One's voice carried power as it spoke again. Twist and distort. Crunch. With those words, the world around Kettle bent and twisted. It wasn't just space, even the concept of time itself was distorted, creating something akin to a small black hole. Kettle invoked his mystery to shield his body and gripped his axe tighter. Crack, breaking through the twisted world, Kettle emerged. The strain on his body made him wince. He's strong. This wasn't a fragment or an avatar. It was the true form. What's more, it seemed the Twisted One had absorbed some of the power of the other two Old Ones it had defeated. Its strength was far beyond what it had been before. The Twisted One's true form had manifested on the continent. It was a nightmare. The power of an Old One was immense. Unlike the Demon King, this creature was entirely alien, its very existence tailored to corrupt and defile the world. But at the same time, it was lacking. Boom, blocking the storm of power, Kettle retreated. He swung his axe at an incoming spike, deflecting it with a deafening sound. The White Snowfield. Compared to the power Kettle had witnessed within that place, the Twisted One's strength had noticeably diminished. It was manageable, Kettle could hold his own. There had to be a reason for this. As he fended off the attacks, Kettle began to piece things together. Clang, a deflected spike shot into the sky heading beyond the capital. If it struck the ground, it would leave a distortion that would persist for millennia, irreparable. But whirr. Kettle found himself rebounding back into the imperial capital as though he had collided with an invisible wall. His eyes darkened. Is it bound here? It seemed that the distortion was tied to the location of the Empire's capital. But there was something puzzling. Why the Empire? This place was far from the White Snowfield. If the Twisted One had truly won the war, shattered the barriers, and emerged, it should have consumed a location near the White Snowfield, not the Empire. Moreover, the ease with which it had emerged was strange. Back in the north, even the rat he had faced had said that coming outside required tremendous effort, claiming that it was at its limit and that the Elder One could never leave. Something else was at play. Kettle extended his senses, taking in everything within the capital. As a result, he was able to pinpoint it. Beneath the imperial palace, something peculiar lay there. Kettle kicked off the ground immediately, shrouding himself in mystery. He twisted his body to narrowly avoid the flying spikes, deflecting their trajectory. Then he charged forward and struck the distorted entity. Boo. The distorted entity groaned softly as its spiked spherical body was flung away and crashed into the ground. Though Kettle had expended a considerable amount of energy, he managed to buy some time. He stomped on the palace floor. Crash, the ground shattered and broke as he rapidly descended into the depths. And there Kettle saw it, beyond a translucent veil, a writhing alien presence. What is this? Kettle frowned. It was something alien, utterly unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar. As he observed it, Kettle realized, is that the White Snowfield? The presence seemed to mirror the image of the White Snowfield, the monstrosity muttered. A passage, perhaps, a passage, you might also call it a remnant. Once this world belonged to us. Before the gods and demons joined forces to seal them, the world had been ruled by the oldest beings. It's natural for traces of us to remain. It seems they cleaned up after the war, but apparently something was overlooked. You used this passage to interfere outside. The distortion had burst forth through the passage, though at the cost of being unable to leave a certain range around it. The monstrosity muttered curiously as it examined the surroundings. But why do I see my remnants here? Remnants, you mean those patterns? Decorative artifacts bearing a singular pattern surrounded the passage, the monstrosity affirmed. Those were the symbols used by the mortals who once served me. Why are they here? Because these people originally worshipped you. A chilling sensation crept over Kettle's back as a voice rang out behind him. He immediately swung his axe. Boom! Kettle was flung backward as the distorted figure smashed through the buildings, laughing mockingly. They thought the entity beyond the passage was you, offering tributes and prayers with fervor. How amusing! You imitated me. The monstrosity spoke with a voice filled with displeasure. Kettle murmured in understanding. So the Empire originally worshipped the monstrosity. If so, their inaction during the war against the Demon King made sense. They served neither gods nor demons, so they had no reason to oppose the Demon King. Similarly, their active efforts against the distortion could have been an attempt to find the monstrosity. With this in mind, Kettle deflected the incoming spikes. Clang, clang, clang. At this level, it was manageable. If he fought with all his might, risking his life, he could kill it. Eliminating the distortion as quickly as possible was the most beneficial course for the world he wished for, but Kettle frowned. Something was off. Why? Why were there no people in the Empire, and why was the distortion quietly waiting here? Considering how its apostle attacked Magnarin, it was clear it could interfere with the outside world, yet its behavior was far too subdued. A sensation he couldn't put into words gnawed at him. Kettle didn't ignore that feeling. Clang. Deflecting the spikes, he expanded his senses again. This time he didn't just scan the capital superficially, he comprehended everything in minute detail. The number of tiles on the streets, 2 apples lying on a dining table. A fork dropped on the floor, a mold-covered stew that had long gone bad, and in the deepest part of the capital's underground. Kettle sensed them, hundreds of people, likely the capital's citizens, but they were no longer human. They had been twisted and transformed into something grotesque. They had become the apostles of the Twisted One. Each of them alone could shake the continent, and there were hundreds waiting silently underground. Only then did Kettle grasp the Twisted One's true intent. So you've realized I could force my way out, expending some power in the process, but what would that achieve? It's better to think bigger. The Twisted One chuckled. What I desire is the world. In the distant past, this universe had belonged to the oldest beings. The Twisted One sought to reclaim that glory. This place is merely a foothold. The universe will be mine. I will defile everything. And you, an outsider, you are the first stepping stone. Clang, hundreds of spikes launched simultaneously, surrounding and closing in on Kettle to crush him. Kettle's lips twisted into a cold sneer. Who said you could? His voice was frigid enough to send chills down the monstrosity's spine. The monstrosity groaned. Kettle's aura surged, pulled forcibly from within by the entity dwelling inside him, and something else entirely foreign stirred to life. SHRRK, the world seemed to vanish. The spikes disintegrated all at once. Kettle stepped forward, piercing through every defense and landing a blow on the distorted entity. Boo. The Twisted One was driven deep into the ground, a massive scar etched across its form. Chapter 361 To the Empire, Part 5. Rumble, a deafening roar echoed. The ground collided with something distorted, twisting and collapsing into an unnatural form. Kettle frowned. Annoying thing. With every move it made, Kettle's fantasies were being destroyed. It was unbearably unpleasant. Crunch. The twisted entity tried to heal its scars, but they did not heal. As if erased like scratches made by an eraser on a drawing, the scars remained on its body. With a groan, it began to rise. You've grown stronger. That strange power of yours remains unchanged. Truly, you don't belong in this world. And yet you've grown weaker. The twisted entity wasn't in perfect condition, likely having exhausted itself to emerge from the white snow plains. Absorbing those two elders had caused considerable deterioration. Above all, the restrictions binding it to the imperial capital seemed to limit its strength. Kettle's eyes darkened. Could he kill this twisted being in its current state? He quickly assessed the situation in his mind. And the answer came: it was possible. If he used all his strength, including his powers, he could erase the abominable being before him forever. But Kettle hesitated to act. The reason was simple: the aftermath was the problem. If he unleashed his full power to kill the twisted being, it would do the same in response. The clash of their powers could break the restraints binding it to the capital. No, Kettle was almost certain it would. His power was specialized in erasing such things. If that happened, the twisted being would scatter its apostles across the entire world. The apostles of the twisted being were powerful. They wielded the authority of distortion. Some of the stronger ones, like that of Magnarin, could even kill hero-class beings. Even the weaker ones would require superhuman elites to handle. If hundreds of such apostles were unleashed upon the world simultaneously, what would happen? The answer was simple: the world would be destroyed. Even before he could kill the twisted being, it could devastate more than half the world. That's a problem. It was a huge problem. In the current state, killing the twisted being was possible, but not being able to stop its apostles meant his world would collapse. So not yet. Kettle lowered his axe. The fiery emotions that had been burning within him suddenly subsided, leaving the twisted being bewildered. What is it? Why don't you attack? For now, I'll retreat. What? I need to make some preparations on my end. A little time would benefit you too, wouldn't it? I won't deny that, but the longer time passed, the more complete the twisted being would become. Kettle retreating wasn't necessarily bad for it, but it didn't understand. This is your chance. Are you throwing it away yourself? You wouldn't understand. Kettle's decision to retreat was to protect the surface. The twisted being couldn't fathom his intention. To it, Kettle was merely someone from elsewhere, someone who wouldn't care about the surface. That suited Kettle just fine. If it couldn't understand his intent, it couldn't exploit his weaknesses. But before I go, I'm taking someone with me. Kettle stomped hard on the ground, shattering it as he descended deep underground. The twisted being assumed he was targeting its apostles and moved to defend them. But Kettle wasn't heading for the apostles. Instead, he reached a small chamber slightly away from them. Crash, breaking through the ceiling, Kettle arrived in the room and swung his axe down. He shattered what seemed like a twisted prison. Kugga, the prison broke apart, revealing a being made of bones, the Tower Master. Kettle inspected him and sighed lightly in relief. Half corrupted, a little later and it would have been dangerous. You moved to save a mortal. Someone as insignificant as that, the twisted being murmured, puzzled as if it couldn't comprehend Kettle's actions. Kettle didn't bother to answer, instead hoisting the Tower Master onto his shoulder. This one's coming with me. A shame. I was going to make him my first apostle. I don't need your permission. Kettle raised his axe and his aura surged, filling the room. He unleashed his full strength in a single blow. Slash. The aura streaked through the underground, aiming for the apostle's location. The twisted being used its power to block the attack. Kettle used the distraction to leap away. Well then, see you again. Probably not too long from now. Leaving a light farewell, Kettle escaped the capital. True to his prediction, the twisted being no longer had the strength to pursue him. Phew, Kettle rubbed his shoulder. Though he pretended to be composed, the exhaustion was evident. He was running dangerously low on mystery. I'm charging you a hefty price for this, Tower Master. With the Tower Master on his shoulder, Kettle trudged onward. My goodness, Helia was shocked upon seeing Kettle return with the Tower Master slung over his shoulder. Is that the Tower Master? Yes, he's half corrupted by that thing. There's no way to save him for now, so I need you to seal him. Is there no way to rescue him? I don't know. The Tower Master wasn't entirely corrupted. If the twisted being was killed, he might return, but it wasn't certain. If trouble arises, we'll deal with it then. Just seal him for now. Understood. Helia hastily invoked the sacred scripture, sealing the tower master within the dimension of divinity. Catching her breath, she asked a question. So, what exactly happened? Kettle calmly explained the events that transpired in the capital. The victorious entity from the War of Eternity, known as the Elder of the White Snow Plains, had emerged. And it had completely consumed the Empire. No, to begin with, the Empire itself had always been a group devoted to the existence of the Forbidden Lands. Hearing this, Helia's expression twisted grotesquely. The Empire, from the very beginning. Worshipped those things? It seems the very reason for the Empire's existence was for those abominations. How does that make you feel? Be quiet. The abomination spoke with a tone of displeasure. Helia clutched her throbbing head. Wait a moment, if the Empire served the Forbidden Lands all along, then their lack of action during the war with Hell makes sense, doesn't it? And their proactivity in issues related to the Forbidden Lands also aligns. Oh my God, Helia, unable to stand, collapsed to the ground. Kettle waited patiently for her to regain her composure. Once she had barely recovered her senses, she asked in a trembling voice, Kettle, do you think you can confront that being, the strongest entity on the continent? The Empire, it turned out, was never on their side. Even after learning such a horrifying truth, Helia, who could still analyze the situation rationally, was undoubtedly a hero. Kettle admired her lightly before responding. If I had to face it, I could. If I had to kill it, I could, but there's a problem. A problem? It's not alone the people of the Empire. It had turned them into its apostles. There were hundreds of them. If I go all out to kill the old man, the aftermath could very well break the seal. Then, in desperation, it might unleash its apostles. And they would spread across the continent. It's not that I can't handle them alone, but it would be like burning down a house to catch a flea. That was why Kettle posed a question to Helia. Helia, could the continent withstand an assault by dozens of hero-level entities and hundreds of superhuman-level ones? No, Helia shook her head grimly. It would be absolutely, utterly impossible. The war with Hell had drained countless strong heroes. The number of superhuman-level individuals had become almost meaningless. Even the Tower Master was in such a state, making it no exaggeration to say that the surface's strength had been halved. What about the gods' help? They used up much of their power banishing Hell for them to intervene again on the surface. It would take at least a month. By then, everything would already be over. Even if Kettle succeeded in defeating the old man, the collapse of the surface was inevitable. Realizing this, Helia's face turned pale. Kettle stroked his chin. Amid the silence, he finally spoke. There's no helping it, I'll have to use another method. Another method? It's not impossible. In truth, he had already concluded that this was the only viable solution. Despite his reservations, he kept questioning Helia, hoping for another answer, but there wasn't one. He could no longer avoid it. Kettle spoke. I know a place where we can seek help. But even if we do ask for help, the enemy is too strong. There isn't anyone on the surface who could. It's not the surface. What? Helia's eyes widened. Kettle spoke softly. I'm talking about inside, the place the old man came from. Oh, only then did Helia understand what Kettle meant. In a trembling voice, she muttered, the ashen barbarians of the White Snow Plains. Kettle spoke softly. They're ignorant, brutish, foolish, and dull, but they're strong. The three barbarians who had come out of the Forbidden Lands to find Kettle. Each of them possessed the strength of a hero, but even they were not the strongest among the barbarians inside. By the standards of the surface, there are dozens of hero-level warriors and hundreds of top-tier superhumans inside. They'd be more than enough to face the apostles of the Forbidden Lands. You're saying you'll bring them outside? It's not impossible. The seal has weakened. Even if it's still there, I could forcibly tear it open and bring them out. If it's you, I'm sure you could. The barbarians of the White Snow Plains. They would be enough to counter the apostles of the Twisted One, but Helia's face was filled with shock and unease. But is that really okay? The barbarians were certainly powerful, but they were not on the side of the surface. Helia knew well that the three barbarians who had emerged had clashed with surface dwellers repeatedly. She even knew that they had attacked the Tower Master, disobeying Kettle's orders. If just three could cause that much chaos, what would happen if hundreds of them broke loose? Could the surface even handle such a thing? Helia couldn't be sure. Well, there's no other choice. It was true. Kettle's expression was uneasy as well. I'm not thrilled about it either, but there's no other way. If they could handle the apostles, Kettle would be able to focus entirely on the Twisted One. The lesser evil was preferable to the worst-case scenario. Ultimately, Helia accepted Kettle's proposal. Kettle turned his gaze toward the horizon where the White Snow Plains lay. I never thought I'd return to that place. The White Snow Plains, a dreadful, nightmarish location, not a fantasy but a prison. He had sworn never to even spit in its direction after escaping it. But now, of his own will, he would return to that place, and by his will they would emerge. Time to see those detestable faces again, Kettle muttered to himself. Chapter 362 to the White Snowfield, Part 1. While Kettle said they needed to prepare, there wasn't much to actually prepare. It was more about mental readiness than anything material. Kettle informed those around him and prepared to leave for the White Snowfield. Naturally, he planned to go alone. However, just before he departed, Helia cautiously asked, "May I accompany you?" Accompany me? Why? Now that the Tower Master has been neutralized, I could be considered the strongest being on the surface. It wasn't an exaggeration or arrogance. Among those on the surface, there was no one who could rival Helia. Thus, I have an obligation to observe and confirm the barbarians. The hundreds of barbarians and beings of the Forbidden Lands who were being brought to the surface, Helia felt it was her duty to monitor and watch over them. Of course, there wasn't much she could do. If they weren't brought to this place, the surface would collapse. She made the offer simply because the idea of taking her eyes off them made her uneasy. And more than anything, I'm curious. She was curious about how the barbarians lived within the White Snowfield, and she was curious about what kind of existence Kettle was in that place. Kettle looked at her. Beside him, Serena hesitated and raised her hand. Could I come too?" Her face held a faint curiosity. Serena, the Holy Sword, was knowledgeable about everything on the surface, but the White Snowfield was an unknown place to her. Despite her fear and aversion, she was deeply intrigued by Kettle's origins and the place where he had grown up. Kettle stroked his chin and quietly observed the two. Serena outwardly appeared like a child. The divinity she possessed wouldn't hold much significance for the barbarians. The same applied to Helia, whose outward appearance was that of a young woman in her early 20s. More importantly, both of their bodies appeared fragile, soft, without a trace of muscle. It shouldn't matter. If it was these two, they wouldn't cause any significant issues. Concluding his thoughts, Kettle nodded. "Fine. You may come along." Really?" Helia's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting her request to be accepted. Kettle replied indifferently, "With you two, there shouldn't be any major problems, but heed this warning. You'd better be ready to risk your lives. I can protect you, but it won't be flawless." Both of them were hero-class warriors. Even so, their survival within the snowfield wasn't guaranteed. Both nodded grimly. From then on, they moved immediately. Given the circumstances, there was no time to rest or plan leisurely. After leaving a few brief words to their close ones, they headed to the White Snowfield. "This is the place." Arriving at a forest near the snowfield, Kettle's expression turned nostalgic. It was from this very forest that he had emerged into the outside world. The memories and emotions from that time came flooding back. There used to be an elven village nearby. The elves were the first outside beings he had encountered. He wanted to greet them, but there wasn't time for that. Thus, Kettle quietly expanded his senses. Helia and Serena flinched. It felt as though the world itself was within Kettle's grasp. "Kettle, it's nothing." Kettle smiled faintly. His expanded senses detected the presence of the village within the forest. "They're doing well." That was all he needed to know. Kettle moved forward. "Follow me." "Okay, why yes." Helia and Serena cautiously followed Kettle's lead. Soon they reached the border of the White Snowfield. "This is the White Snowfield," Helia murmured, her face filled with wonder. A blizzard raged on the other side, unveiling an endless white expanse. Yet this side was remarkably tranquil, untouched by the cold. Serena gazed blankly at the snowfield. It was as if the world had split in two like a scene from a painting. As Kettle observed briefly, he murmured, "It's definitely weakened. Weakened. I can faintly sense the cold." "Is that so?" At his words, Helia sharpened her senses to their limits but couldn't detect anything. "How sensitive must his senses be?" she marveled silently. Kettle continued still. "It's not weak enough for the old man to emerge, as I thought they came through the Empire's passage." With this, there was no need to worry about other entities emerging. Satisfied, Kettle stepped forward. "Let's go in." Helia and Serena hesitated briefly before following him. They entered the White Snowfield. At that moment, Helia was struck by an overwhelming chill, a cold unlike anything she had experienced before. She quickly gathered her divine power to protect herself. Serena did the same. Only Kettle walked forward unperturbed, without any measures. "Are you okay? Having grown up here, it's no issue for me." Kettle strode confidently ahead. Following him, Helia asked, "What should we do now?" "This is the outer perimeter." The White Snowfield was divided into the outer and inner regions. The outer area wasn't overly hostile. Long ago, even traders like Malna had dared to pass through the snowfield's outskirts. Mercenaries alone could handle this region without much trouble, and there was ample data about it. "First, we'll cross the outskirts and head inside. For now, we just need to keep moving forward." "Understood." "Why yes." They continued advancing through the white snowy plains, encountering monsters that leaped out to block their path. Since the monsters weren't particularly strong, Kettle didn't need to step in. Serena and Helia's combined efforts were enough to handle them. "It's been a while." Kettle chewed on a piece of black slime, his teeth grinding into it. Serena, looking uneasy, asked, "Is it good? Want to try some?" And no, thank you. Serena immediately shook her head. Kettle chuckled. It was chewy, a texture unlike anything found elsewhere. He used to eat it often when he was trapped. I miss this. That was a lie. Kettle spat out the piece of black slime without swallowing it. They kept moving forward. Eventually, they reached the outskirts boundary. This is the border that leads into the inner region. Helia swallowed nervously. From here on, there was no information available. No one had ever gone inside and returned alive. Helia stepped into the inner region. The moment she did, a change occurred. Crack. Frost began to form on the divine barrier that enveloped her body. Cracks quickly spread across the barrier, unable to withstand the extreme cold. What is this? Helia hastily reinforced the barrier, but it wasn't enough to fully resolve the issue. The horrific cold gnawed at the barrier relentlessly. Helia couldn't believe her eyes. The cold. It's targeting the barrier's weak points. The cold here isn't just a natural phenomenon, it's more like an enemy with hostility intent on killing us. Be thoroughly prepared. It was, quite literally, a different world. The two of them swallowed nervously and fortified their defenses even more. Kettle advanced cautiously. After several minutes they felt it, something was approaching. It's coming, Kettle said as he gripped his axe. Helia and Serena gathered their divine energy. Through the extreme cold, something was steadily drawing closer. A white snowfield, the monsters within. Both Helia and Serena wore tense expressions. Kettle braced himself to respond at any moment, but then Kettle, who had expanded his senses, paused momentarily. His instincts told him something unexpected. The approaching entity wasn't a creature of the white snowfield. The figure became visible. Helia's eyes widened. A person? It was an old man. He had a long white beard and wore tattered rags. Though his weapon, a worn-down blade, was damaged, he didn't resemble a barbarian at all. As the old man's gaze fell upon Helia, his eyes grew wide. Helia, a fluent and elegant voice rang out. Helia was taken aback. A being of the white snowfield knew her name. Do you know me? What are you talking about? Of course it's me. What? Well, I suppose my appearance has changed quite a lot. Still, I didn't expect you wouldn't recognize me. How shocking. The old man stroked his beard. Seeing that gesture, Helia suddenly realized. Hashiwalt. Ah, you finally figured it out. Yes, it's me. The old man, Hashiwalt, smiled warmly. I'm the fool who entered the white snowfield to prove my own strength. It's been a while. Ah, the moment Hashiwalt spoke, Kettle remembered. About 3 months before he had left the white snowfield, there was talk of a hero-class warrior who had entered it on their own. The reason? To prove their strength. When Kettle heard that, he had said he couldn't understand it. Why would anyone abandon such a beautiful world to enter such a horrifying place? He had called it foolish. And now that fool stood before him. Helia, shocked, rushed forward. My goodness, Hashiwalt, you're alive. Yes. I've had a rough time, but I'm alive. It's nice to see people again. Hashiwalt laughed heartily. How long has it been since I came here? Without day or night, it's hard to keep track of time. It's been over a year. A year, huh? I've survived for quite a while. My goodness. Helia steadied her shocked heart and asked, how have you been managing? Well, it's tough but manageable. Manageable? Helia was flustered. According to Kettle, even hero-class warriors found it nearly impossible to survive here. While Hashiwalt was strong, he wasn't considered an exceptional hero. And yet, he said it was manageable. Hashiwalt continued leisurely, the monsters here are strong, but they aren't much of a problem. The harsh environment is tough, but with my strength I can endure it. Kettle, who had been listening quietly, asked, can you tell us where you've been staying? Nearby, there's a good cave I found, so I've been living there. I see. Kettle nodded and muttered, so you were living near the boundary between the outskirts and the inner region. That explains it. Hashiwalt looked puzzled at Kettle's murmuring but didn't press further. Instead, he turned his curious gaze to Helia. By the way, Helia, why are you here? Did you come looking for me? And no, not exactly. We're here to find the barbarians of the White Snowfield. Barbarians? Hashiwalt tilted his head. I've been here for over a year, but I haven't seen anyone like that. You haven't? Well, they're just a legend, aren't they? Maybe they couldn't survive in this harsh environment and went extinct. Even I struggle to endure it. It's hard to imagine barbarians surviving here. Oh, I see. Hashiwalt spoke confidently. Helia glanced at Kettle. Chapter 363 To the White Snowfield, Part 2. Hashiwalt followed the gaze and turned to Kettle. By the way, who is this barbarian? I don't remember seeing him before. There was no need to ask about Serena. The intense divinity emanating from her indicated she was likely a saint or devout follower. However, Kettle was an enigma. His appearance was that of a perfect barbarian. The aura he emitted was extraordinary, yet compared to their group, his strength was noticeably inferior. With a curious gaze, Helia gestured toward Kettle. Kettle nodded, signaling his consent. Helia then spoke. He is the guide of the White Snowfield. A guide? That's impossible. No one knows about this place. The information about the White Snowfield available to the world only pertained to its outskirts. There was no information about its interior, let alone the existence of a guide. But Helia continued in a low voice. He knows what this place is, the ecosystem it supports, what exists here, and how desolate it is, better than anyone else. That's because he used to live here. Hashiwalt's eyes widened as he stared at Kettle's ashen hair. Number it can't be. For a year, huh? I know how hard that must have been. You've endured well, Kettle spoke softly. I am Kettle, a barbarian of the White Snowfield. I hope you'll take care of me. Hashiwalt's eyes were filled with astonishment and he stammered. I've never seen a barbarian during my time here. This place is vast. A mere year wouldn't even allow you to grasp a fraction of it. Besides, those people rarely leave their territory. It's likely you didn't encounter them. Kettle replied calmly and Hashiwalt gradually composed himself. I see. So you're saying you're a barbarian of the White Snowfield? A peculiar competitive spirit flickered in his eyes. Suppressing the emotion, Hashiwalt asked, did you come here to find the barbarians? May I ask why? The situation on the surface is dire enough to need their strength. What? Once again, Hashiwalt was shocked. Helia quickly explained the situation. The more he listened, the larger his eyes grew. The Demon King appeared, and Surface won, but it didn't end there, and now entities from the White Snowfield have emerged. Though we won the war against Hell, the Surface suffered immense damage. Even the gods are hesitant to intervene directly. I understand. After organizing his thoughts, Hashiwalt nodded. May I join you as well? Are you planning to leave the White Snowfield? The Surface is in such a dire state, I can't just sit idly by. I can always return here later. Thank you, Helia expressed her gratitude with a bright smile. Hashiwalt was a hero-level powerhouse among the strongest on the surface. His unexpected participation was a boon. Moreover, I want to meet them. He looked at Kettle. The barbarians, I want to know how they survive here. Is that all right? I don't mind, the more hands the better. Thank you. Then may I pack my belongings first? Of course. They followed Hashiwalt, soon spotting a cave protruding from the snowy mountains. Helia was surprised. A cave? Is this where you've been staying? Yes. It's quite spacious inside, and remarkably it retains warmth, making it a convenient shelter. This place truly is mysterious. After packing his belongings, Hashiwalt prepared to follow them. His face carried a competitive edge as he looked at Kettle. This man had lived in the White Snowfield, enduring its harsh conditions for over a year. Naturally, Hashiwalt was proud of his own survival here. He wanted to prove how well he had adapted and thrived in this brutal environment to this legendary barbarian. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. But Kettle remained indifferent. While staring at the cave, he asked, You've lived here for a year. Yes, without this place it would have been much harder. You were lucky. Lucky you say? Hashiwalt was confused by the unexpected remark. Kettle responded not with words but with action. He raised his foot and stomped on the cave floor. Boom, a thunderous sound echoed. The ground beneath the snow mountain trembled momentarily. Hashiwalt panicked. What are you doing? A low growl interrupted him. Groan. The supposed cave entrance began to close gradually. With rumbling sounds, the cave began descending into the snowfield. Thud. All that remained were shattered fragments as the cave vanished completely. What? That wasn't a cave, Kettle explained casually. That was the mouth of a turtle. A turtle? Yes. The White Snowfield is essentially a glacial expanse, beneath which lies a vast, deep ocean. That was a massive turtle living in the sea. Sometimes it surfaces to breathe, opening its mouth like this. Then, after some time, it submerges again. It takes roughly a year for it to return. Cutting it close, weren't you? Hashiwalt's eyes quivered. The cave he had thought of as his shelter all this time was actually a turtle. It's not like I just sat there. I had my suspicions and extended my senses to the limit, but I didn't detect anything unusual. Your senses can't be fully trusted in this place, nor can mystical abilities. This land was home to entities that predated the world's order. Mysticism held little sway here. Well, now that that's sorted, let's move on. Kettle's calm voice echoed through the silence. They followed Kettle forward. Hashiwalt still couldn't shake off the shock. No. That can't be. Finally regaining his senses, Hashiwalt shook his head. Though he hadn't realized the cave was actually the inside of a turtle's mouth, he had still lived here for over a year. That experience must count for something, he believed. With that in mind, he spoke to Kettle. I'll tell you about the things I've experienced while living here. You've probably been outside for a while, so sorry, but that won't matter much, Kettle interrupted, turning his head to look behind them. Where you were is the border. The border, the boundary between the outer and inner regions. It's not exactly weak, but it's not particularly strong either. It's adequate. Hashiwalt had gone through considerable hardship over the past year, and that was considered adequate. When we enter the inner region, what you know will be meaningless. I see. Although Hashiwalt reluctantly acknowledged the point, he didn't fully believe it. He assumed the difference couldn't be that great. It didn't take long for that assumption to be shattered. A monster appeared before them. Grrr, a wolf pack. It was a stark white wolf resembling freshly fallen snow, only it was 3 times the normal size. Hashiwalt stepped forward. I'll handle this. He had fought these white wolves numerous times. Though they possessed superhuman strength, they weren't a match for him. Hashiwalt skillfully subdued the wolf. Crunch, Hashiwalt drove his weapon into the wolf's neck. The writhing body of the wolf went limp. He thought to himself, the inner region is supposed to be different, but this is just the same as before. At that moment, something shot out of the wolf's eyes. Whoosh, it was a white worm-like creature about a meter long. It sprang out as if lunging and darted toward Hashiwalt. Reflexively, Hashiwalt swung his sword, swish, but the creature twisted its body and easily evaded the strike. It scurried up the blade and attempted to burrow into Hashiwalt's skin. At that instant, Kettle suddenly appeared and grabbed the creature. It thrashed violently, trying to penetrate Kettle's body, but it couldn't even scratch his skin as if it were made of steel. Kettle tightened his grip, squelch. The worm split in half and dropped to the ground. It twitched a few more times before going still. "What is that?" Hashiwalt asked, his voice trembling. "It's a parasite that inhabits living beings." "We call them white tentacles," Kettle replied, casually brushing his hands off. "I've never seen anything like this before. They usually survive only in the inner environment, so they rarely appear outside. But just because they're rare doesn't mean they're non-existent. Looks like you were lucky." Hashiwalt couldn't refute that. The white tentacle had moved so quickly that even he, with his hero-class skills, would have struggled to deal with it if caught off guard. He grew more silent, following Kettle with a downcast expression. Then Kettle abruptly stopped walking. "Be cautious from here on, step only where I step. I don't see anything unusual, though." "It's quicker to show than explain," Kettle said, pulling a random item from his dimensional storage and tossing it onto the snowy expanse ahead. The object struck an unremarkable glacier. Then, all at once, crackle, the glacier violently surged upward and engulfed the object. A chilling frost burst forth, freezing the divine protection surrounding them. "What is this?" Helia groaned, recalling something Kettle had mentioned about the White Wastes when they had previously discussed the region. "This is what you referred to as the icy terrain, isn't it?" "Exactly. Think you could escape if it swallowed you?" It might be possible," Helia replied, hesitating, "but it would take everything I have, and even then most of my divine power would be lost." Even Helia, a top-tier hero, admitted it would be a severe challenge. For Hashiwalt, survival would be nearly impossible. Stunned, Hashiwalt fell silent. Strange phenomena continued to emerge as they advanced, hailstones precisely targeting them, swarms of invisible insects suddenly appearing. Eerie forces mimicking frost, slowly freezing them to death. Each encounter demanded their utmost vigilance, even as hero-class individuals. Helia murmured in awe everything Kettle said. "It was all true. Did you think I was lying?" "No, not exactly, but as mortals it was hard to believe such dangers could truly exist, but they did. The inner region was a place where even heroes struggled to survive." Reflecting on his arrogance and ignorance of the White Wastes, Hashiwalt slumped like a defeated puppy. His dejected state even evoked pity from Serena. "Finally, at the end of their journey, we've arrived." In the distance, a cluster of huts came into view. Not just one or two, but hundreds of them. Kettle looked at the huts with a strange expression. These were the barbarians of the White Wasteland. This was the place he had once called home, and now he had returned. Chapter 364, To the White Snowfield, Part 3. "There are so many," Serena muttered in awe. There were hundreds of huts. At least 1,000 people must be living there. 1,000 people like the 3 barbarians they had seen outside. Just imagining it made her want to groan, but Kettle had a vague expression on his face. "The numbers have decreased. It should be 3 times that. For it to be a proper tribe, their numbers would have to be in the thousands. It seemed many had died during the fight with the Elder." Kettle clicked his tongue. So, they had to head there, but his feet didn't move easily. A deep, endless sense of reluctance kept rising within him. Sigh. In the end, Kettle let out a long sigh and took a step forward. He slowly began walking toward the barbarian settlement. At the entrance, 2 barbarians stood guard. Kettle muttered as if surprised. "They're standing guard. Isn't that obvious?" They never understood something as obvious as that before. No matter how much Kettle had explained the importance of standing guard, the barbarians couldn't grasp it. So he had taught them by sneaking in while they slept and shattering their bones. Only then did they reluctantly start keeping watch. He had thought they would stop once he left, but it seemed they were still maintaining it, albeit sloppily. They weren't standing guard properly and were dozing off instead. So these are the barbarians of the White Snowfield. Helia and Serena had seen them before, but this was Hashiwalt's first time. He quietly observed the barbarians on guard. On the surface, they didn't look much different from Kettle. He couldn't sense any extraordinary power from them. They didn't appear to have the strength to survive in this harsh world. "These are really barbarians," Hashiwalt approached with doubt in his heart. Once he reached a certain distance, the guards noticed their presence. "Who's there?" The sleeping barbarians scowled and grabbed their axes. Their sudden burst of momentum surged toward them. The group instinctively tensed and took defensive stances. As mighty warriors themselves, they could gauge the intensity of the barbarians' outburst. Wait, this is hero class. Hashiwalt flinched in shock, a hero-class warrior just standing guard. The barbarians were about to lunge at them with all their strength when, the barbarians caught sight of Kettle's face. They blinked as if doubting their own eyes and shook their heads vigorously. Kettle took a step forward and spoke. Khan and Bigoma, it's been a while, how have you been? Oh, it really was Kettle. The barbarians' faces lit up with joy as they confirmed it. They shouted loudly. The king has returned. Their cries shook the very ground. From inside the crude fences, barbarians who had been going about their tasks rushed out in droves. When they saw Kettle, they were overwhelmed with emotion. It's the king, chief, Waya, they swarmed Kettle in a frenzy. Helia, Hashiwalt, and Serena, unable to escape the crowd, turned pale. Serena, in particular, couldn't bear it and instinctively clung to Kettle. The emotions and intensity of the barbarians surged around them like a tidal wave. It felt as though they were surrounded by savage beasts. Even Serena, a hero-class warrior herself, found it hard to endure. This is, Helia swallowed hard. There were dozens among the barbarians whose presence radiated an overwhelming intensity that even she found hard to handle. Kettle frowned, quiet down and stepped back. His deep voice rang out. It was the command of a king. The barbarians should have obeyed immediately, but of course that didn't happen. Waya, king, the chief has returned, Kettle sighed at their lack of obedience. Yeah, what can I even expect from you lot? They wouldn't listen to words alone. So Kettle raised his fist and struck the head of the nearest barbarian. Boom. The struck barbarian was sent flying as if launched. Hashiwalt was stunned. The power in Kettle's punch was enough to deliver a fatal blow unless one braced for it, yet he used such force against his own people. The barbarians, however, were completely unfazed. Even the one who got hit simply rubbed his slightly dented forehead and stood up. Only after Kettle resorted to violence did the barbarians finally calm down. One of them spoke cheerfully. You've truly returned. I said I would, Greta, I don't break my promises. I also have something to ask of you. Kettle frowned as he scanned the barbarians. But is this all of you? Yes. Aside from those who have gone hunting, this is everyone. About 1,000, a third of our numbers are gone. It seemed the fight with the elder had taken a significant toll. Kettle clicked his tongue. Well, whatever, the current chief. He's here, right? Yes, take me to him, make way. Understood, the barbarians obeyed. They moved in unison to clear a path. These ferocious-looking warriors, who seemed like they wouldn't follow anyone's orders, listened to Kettle without hesitation. The king of the White Snowfield, Helia muttered to herself. She fully grasped the meaning of those words. They followed the path made by the barbarians and entered the central hut. Inside, a female barbarian was waiting for them. Ahahaha. Chieftain, you've come. I wanted to run out the moment I heard the commotion outside. But you said a leader must always carry weight, so I packed my belongings and carried them all on my body. I didn't mean that kind of weight. Enough, Kettle sat down across from her and looked at her. The female barbarian's physique wasn't much different from Kettle's. Her muscles were so well-defined they looked like a sculpture. How have you been, Hecate? The current chieftain. The woman before him, Hecate, was the current leader of the barbarians in the White Snowfield. She laughed heartily. I'm doing my best, everything the king taught me. I'm doing it all to the best of my ability. Kettle had engraved into Hecate the responsibilities and duties of a chieftain, quite literally, not metaphorically. It seemed to have worked as she was carrying out her role without significant issues. Ahaha, I'm glad you're back, chieftain. Hecate smiled brightly as she looked at Kettle. Only then did her gaze shift to the three figures standing behind him as if she had just noticed them. But who are these three behind you? This is Serena, she's traveling with me, introduce yourself. And nice to meet you, Serena stammered nervously. Her eyes were filled with fear. What is this? The woman before her, Hecate, gave off an unsettling and alien sensation. The overwhelming aura she exuded was difficult to endure, and Serena had experienced such an aura before. The wretched rat that had once descended upon the north, defiling everything in its path, it was the same. Is this really a human? Could this not be a monster disguised as a human? Suppressing her emotions, Serena introduced herself. I'm Serena, I follow Kettle. Serena, Hecate showed little interest in Serena. She clicked her tongue as she looked at her thin frame. Why are you so skinny? You need to eat more. Next to introduce herself was Helia. Nice to meet you, I'm Helia, a priest serving the sun god. Helia's face was tense. The barbarians outside loathed and despised those who served gods, often attacking believers on sight. She doubted the barbarians of the White Snowfield would be any different. Even if Kettle tried to stop them, the barbarians she had seen weren't exactly obedient. She prepared herself for potential conflict. But contrary to her tension, Hecate tilted her head curiously. A god, what's that? What? Hecate did not understand the concept of a god. Kettle gave a brief explanation. It's similar to what you call nature. Ah, I get it. You gave something like that the name sun god. Hecate nodded in understanding. Helia realized then that these people didn't even have the concept of hating gods. It was only natural. The White Snowfield was a sealed place untouched by the gaze of any god. For those who lived there, gods held no meaning. They were merely seen as something akin to nature. Their worldview was entirely different. Lastly, it was Hashiwalt's turn. I'm Hashiwalt, I live in the White Snowfield now. Oh, the image of a swordsman gripping a blade, Hecate grinned, baring her teeth. I want to fight you. A surge of killing intent and competitive spirit arose. Hashiwalt instinctively moved, gripping the hilt of his sword. His face turned pale. Hold on. The power emanating from Hecate far exceeded his own, even at its weakest. If someone like her attacked without hesitation, survival would be in question. And Hecate, without a moment's hesitation, grabbed an axe. At that moment, Kettle smacked Hecate on the head. If you want to fight, do it later, just the two of you. It's been a while since I've been hit, fine. Huff, Hashiwalt barely managed to exhale. Having roughly completed the introductions, Hecate grinned. So the king's return means he'll lead us again, right? That's great. No, Kettle immediately denied her hopeful words. I'll stay for a while once this task is done, but it's temporary, I won't be coming back. I'm not fit to be a chieftain, it's too hard. Deal with it, Kettle spoke calmly. You fought me, remember, 1,000 battles. You said if you could wound me even once, I wouldn't leave. And you also said you wanted me to give you my seed as you wished. Hick, Serena suddenly let out a small hiccup, but Kettle continued unfazed. And you never managed to wound me. That was the promise. Hecate's expression showed she didn't want to accept it. Promises held no meaning for the barbarians of the White Snowfield. It was only Kettle's strength that had forced her to abide by it. Perhaps understanding this, Kettle sighed lightly and spoke. Still, I'll stay for a while after this task, just be satisfied with that. Do you want to die? And no. Hecate hurriedly shook her head and stood up with a broad grin. Anyway, it's great that the king is back. Let's have a festival. A festival. What? Helia was flustered. A festival? There was no time to waste. Urgent matters awaited outside, but Kettle stopped her. Even if you try to stop them, they won't listen. Not even to my orders in situations like this. It's inevitable. I see. Resigned, Helia lowered her head. Hecate stood and announced the preparations for the festival to the barbarians. Kettle turned to Hashiwalt. You said you wanted to experience the barbarians, didn't you? Why, yes, but our festivals aren't about laughing and playing. They're something entirely different. The barbarians likely wouldn't pay much attention to Helia and Serena. They were young and frail, but Hashiwalt was different. Kettle patted Hashiwalt on the shoulder. Do your best to survive. Do I have a choice? Do they look like the kind to take no for an answer? Hashiwalt's face turned pale. Chapter 365 to the White Snowfield, Part 4. Although Kettle had said that, it didn't mean they were only fighting all the time. Fighting was the highlight that decorated the end of the festival. Until then, they ate, laughed, chatted, and sang like ordinary people. Wah ha ha ha, the barbarians danced, laughing loudly. Helia watched them in a daze. It seemed like an ordinary scene you could find anywhere, but this was the White Snowfield, and they were the Ashen Barbarians. She realized once again that she was among legends. Here, eat this. Hecate handed something to Helia, who had been staring blankly at them. Can you even fight with that scrawny body? You need to eat well, put on some weight, and build muscles. Oh, thank you. Helia reflexively accepted what was handed to her, but as she looked at it more closely, her face stiffened. It was something with red, fleshy tissue. Even though it had been boiled, it still wriggled as if it were alive. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like something edible. Helia hurriedly glanced at Kettle, but Kettle simply nodded silently. She couldn't refuse their kindness. Clenching her eyes shut, Helia took a bite of the strange thing. The texture was chewy. It felt as though it was squirming alive inside her mouth. She almost spat it out but forced herself to chew thoroughly and swallow it down. Thankfully, it wasn't poisonous. However, it tasted utterly awful. It was terrible to the point of being unbearable. What's worse, a slimy, mucus-like substance clung to her tongue and wouldn't come off. She wanted to drink water, but in this snowy field, finding liquid water was extremely difficult. In the end, Helia bowed her head, barely suppressing her nausea. Serena was in a similar state. She had stuffed her mouth full of something and was on the verge of tears. No matter how much I chew, it won't go down. Kettle, too, chewed on the squirming substance like them. It was horrible, with a texture that made swallowing unthinkable. It's been a while. Before he started cooking, the barbarians had always eaten things like this. Until he settled in, it had been sheer torment. Kettle swallowed something. Soon, the fighting began one by one. The barbarians grabbed suitable opponents and raised their axes. Fierce battles broke out across the snowfield. Helia groaned at the sight. There are so many hero-class warriors. On the surface, there were barely a dozen of these rare, powerful warriors. Here, they were as common as ordinary soldiers. They clashed weapons and unleashed overwhelming power. The snowfield trembled and vibrated just from their battles, and among them, Hashiwalt was being dragged around here and there. Since a rare outsider had entered their domain, the barbarians didn't let him go. He desperately tried to fend off their attacks. He won't die, will he? With Hashiwalt's strength, he should survive. While she stood and watched, the barbarians who had been glancing around started approaching Kettle. "O king, fight with me." Their sparkling eyes were fixed on Kettle. Kettle nodded and picked up his axe. "Fine. Come at me." And Helia and Serena watched as every barbarian, even those with the power of heroes, was defeated by Kettle. The two were at a loss for words. The day after the festival ended, they left their huts. The barbarians were already awake, wandering around. Looking at their faces, Helia doubted her own eyes. They all seemed completely fine. Yesterday's battles had been incredibly intense. There were many whose limbs were on the verge of being severed, who had axes embedded in their bodies, or who coughed up blood mixed with their innards. But now they all looked perfectly fine, walking around as if refreshed. They're tough beings. Broken limbs or exposed guts aren't enough to kill them. They heal in a matter of hours, Kettle said nonchalantly. Now that you mention it, even the outsiders seem to recover very quickly. No wonder they could fight so fiercely. Helia tilted her head as she looked at the barbarians. I don't see some of them around, Kettle replied indifferently. If their heads are cut off or their hearts are destroyed, they die. They're not immortal. About 5 died this time. That's fewer than usual. It really was a fight where they killed each other. Helia was genuinely horrified. Kettle glanced at the half-fainted Hashiwalt in the corner. At least he's alive. He looked relatively unscathed. It seemed he had somehow endured the barbarians' onslaught. Kettle then approached Hecate, who looked quite refreshed, having released much of her tension in battle. So, Chief, you're the chief, just call me Kettle. Key Kettle. So what are we doing next? First, we need to check something. He intended to confirm with his own eyes the outcome of the battle between the elders. You know the elders' fight has ended, right? Yes, the world shook and then it ended. When I went to check, I found the corpses of the 2 elders. I don't know where the third one went. Take me there, Hecate nodded. They followed her through the snowy field. Deeper into the wilderness, where even the power of heroes couldn't fully protect their bodies from the cold. A harsh, abandoned land. When they arrived, they saw it. A sight of magnificent destruction. The remains of 2 massive corpses were scattered there. Helia, Serena, and Hashiwalt gasped. What lay there was nothing more than mere shells, and yet an unbearable sense of revulsion and rejection overcame them. Just knowing such beings had existed was hard to accept. Kettle frowned. They're really dead. The third one, I have no idea where it went. Its presence has completely vanished. Hecate spoke with a puzzled expression. Kettle knew where it was. He completed his final check. Returning to the hut, Kettle spoke to Hecate directly. Follow me. What, the chieftain know you? Yes, follow me outside. Is there a reason for this? Hecate looked confused. They were satisfied with their lives within the White Snowfield. They had never considered going outside. Kettle opened his mouth. The old man. Where do you think he went? Where did he go? I've gotten used to being outside. Asking you guys like this won't lead to any guesses. Kettle lamented lightly. The old man, the twisted one, he ran outside. And I'm going to kill him. Oh, ooh. Upon hearing that, Hecate jumped up. Her eyes flickered with enthusiasm. At last, we'll kill him. This is to make the White Snowfield our territory, isn't it? Of course, I'll join you. That's not quite it, but whatever. Think what you like. I'll tell the tribe members right away. We'll leave immediately. There's no need for everyone to go. Only those with a certain level of strength or above. Not all barbarians were strong. There were also barbarians below the level of superhuman. Based on Kettle's judgment, only those at the upper limits of superhuman strength or higher would be of significant help. Roughly, just gather those who can withstand one of your strikes. Got it. Hecate ran out and shouted to the barbarians. Who will follow our king to kill the old man? Of course, all the barbarians shouted in agreement. When they narrowed it down to those who could withstand Hecate's strike, about 200 remained. This meant there were 200 top-tier superhuman-level warriors. Helia's face turned pale at the sight. Is this really okay? It'll be fine. These guys aren't particularly interested in the outside world. Once the task is done, I'll lead them back here and it'll be over. Well, I hope so. It took just 1 hour. That's how long it took to gather those who would venture outside. Normally, preparing for a long journey would require various procedures, but they were barbarians. Hecate approached with an excited expression. We're ready. But there's one problem. A problem? We've run out of food, we'll need to hunt a bit. Kettle nodded knowingly. I'll join the hunt, it'll be done quickly then. I'll come too. Half-dazed, Hashiwalt gritted his teeth and spoke. He was deeply shaken. He had believed he could live without issue in the White Snowfield, but that was only because he had stayed near the border. Surviving in the heart of the White Snowfield was nearly impossible. Still, Hashiwalt didn't want to accept this fact. Determined to prove his strength by surviving in the White Snowfield, he asked to join the hunt. Understanding his resolve, Kettle nodded. As you wish. It'll be a chance for you to face reality. Helia, Serena, you two don't have to come, it's quite dangerous. Yes, understood. Following that, Hashiwalt, Kettle, and the barbarians headed deeper into the White Snowfield. They soon reached a massive hole stretching beyond the horizon. Looking down into the hole, Hashiwalt felt his breath catch. This is. Inside the hole was an octopus with thousands of writhing legs. From the octopus emanated a terrifyingly powerful presence, one that assured Hashiwalt he would lose 100 times out of 100 if he fought it. This creature is an octopus. Like the rat or the snake, it's a legendary being of the surface. It has a characteristic where its countless legs regenerate, so it's not tasty, but it's quite suitable as long-term preserved food. Kettle gestured with his eyes and the barbarians grinned. Without a moment's hesitation, they leaped into the hole. Wahaha, this time I'll kill it, Buo. A battle erupted between the hundreds of barbarians and the octopus. Unable to intervene, Hashiwalt could only stare blankly at the scene. Several hours later, Hashiwalt returned and quietly told Helia he would follow her back to the surface. Once everything was ready, Kettle addressed the barbarians. Then let's go, you bastards. If anyone causes trouble, I'll kill them myself, so keep that in mind. Don't worry, chieftain, when have we ever disobeyed you? That's all I remember. Clicking his tongue, Kettle turned to Helia. Helia, I'm counting on you. Yes, Helia nodded firmly. That day, the divine voice of Helia echoed from the White Snowfield to the villages, towns, and kingdoms along the path to the Empire's capital. She warned them that unstoppable beings would be traveling through, asking them to vacate their homes and move far away. Though startled, the people obeyed. No one dared to ignore the words of the saint of the great sun god. They hurriedly gathered minimal belongings and fled from the path. The next day, upon returning, they saw their homes. They were completely destroyed, wiped clean as if everything had been swept away, leaving not even roots behind. Helia lamented, "Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone who lost their homes. It couldn't be helped. We can't predict how they'll act when they encounter someone. Changing the route would have been even more dangerous, so we had no choice but to take a straight path. We'll have to offer them apologies and compensation." "I'll help with that too," Kettle said with a sly smile. After everything's done, that is. Leading the hundreds of barbarians, they arrived at the Empire's capital. Inside there was the old man. Kettle muttered quietly, "Let's put an end to this." Chapter 366 Authority. Part 1 Go, you bastards. Kettle spat out the words. The barbarians, who had barely held back their itching bodies, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this time I'll kill them for sure." In an instant they dashed toward the imperial capital. Kettle spoke to Helia, who remained behind. "Take care of those apostles that slip past those bastards. You and your group should be more than capable of handling them." "Understood," Helia replied with a resolute expression. Behind her stood dozens of people. Strong warriors quickly gathered in response to an urgent call. "Kettle, I wish you victory." "Don't worry," Kettle smiled faintly. "I'll finish this. I've made my decision now." Crack. The imperial capital. Deep within, the Twisted One was quietly regaining its strength. It was refining itself, shaping itself into a more complete and perfect form. At that moment, the Twisted One realized something. A multitude of beings was approaching the capital. Extending its senses, the Twisted One immediately understood what they were. "The barbarians of the White Snowfield, so you returned to bring those creatures." The voice of the Twisted One carried a tone of disgust. "Those wretched things, I didn't think I'd see them again here." The barbarians of the White Snowfield were beings that even the Twisted One found tiresome. It was grateful to them for ending an eternal battle, but had no desire to be entangled with them again. The Twisted One had no intention of directly confronting the barbarians. It wasn't a matter of strength, it was their relentless persistence that made them intolerable. Thus, it issued a command. "Move, kill them." Boom, boom, boom. From underground, apostles who had been awaiting orders began to move all at once. Breaking through the ground, they charged at the invading barbarians. "Ha ha ha ha, you've come out, I'll kill you." Boom, power clashed against power. Hecate burst into wild laughter and stepped forward, raising her axe high before bringing it down. Boom, the ground split in half. Even an apostle of the hero class rushing forward couldn't withstand the blow and was split in two. Crack. However, the split body reattached itself, forming a grotesque shape. The Twisted One's authority attempted to engulf Hecate. Hecate bared her teeth and threw a punch. Boom, a powerful shockwave reverberated through the world. The barbarians and apostles tangled in combat. Neither side seemed to have a clear advantage, locked in an equilibrium, and then step. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure walked forward. The intense battle seemed to have no effect on him, his steps as calm as a stroll. Kettle advanced and stood before the Twisted One. "We meet again. So you used the time I gave you to summon the barbarians." The Twisted One sneered. "A foolish move." In that moment, the world warped. Around Kettle, the axis of space and time twisted and crumpled. This was the authority of the Twisted One to distort the world. Kettle immediately drew his axe and unleashed his aura, striking the twisted world. Boom, the aura imbued with the monstrosity's authority, death, resonated with Kettle's presence and killed the warped world. Kettle pushed off the ground and charged. Crack, at the same time, the Twisted One manifested its authority, crushing the world. But this wasn't the authority of distortion. It was something else. All matter and concepts in the world merged together, compressed into a dreadful form, and hurtled toward Kettle. Kettle quickly raised his axe to defend. The dreadful entity collided with the axe. And then, boom, Kettle's body was flung backward. His form, which was on the verge of being hurled to the world's edge, was barely stabilized by his mystery. Kettle frowned, his arm throbbed from the intense impact. He trembled, unable to fully withstand the force. Compressing the very essence of the world into a monstrous form, this was not the authority of distortion. The authority of monstrosity. I defeated the other two and claimed their powers. The ancient being was not alone. The monstrous one, the twisted one, the grotesque. In their battle of three, the twisted one emerged victorious, claiming the rights and rewards of the winner. Before, I couldn't wield this power properly due to the loss of strength from emerging into the outside world. But not now. I can wield it as if it had always been mine. With those words, a thick mist surged toward Kettle. As soon as the mist touched anything, it corroded and dissolved the very essence of the world. It was a power that defiled and dissolved the world itself, a far greater force than mere destruction. This was the authority of the grotesque one, the first creature born from the filth of the swamp. You're really pulling out all the stops. Kettle clicked his tongue and gripped his axe tightly. He poured all his strength into his arm and swung. The fierce wind generated by his attack obliterated the mist. But the Twisted One's assault didn't end there. Spikes rained down on Kettle like ballista bolts. Crack, crack, crack. Kettle narrowly twisted his body to evade, but in that moment a grotesque orb shot toward him. He swiftly raised his axe to block. Boom! Unable to fully withstand the impact, he was flung backward. A spike came charging toward him. His grip on his axe faltered, leaving him momentarily immobile. Kettle quickly crouched low. Crack! The spike grazed past his shoulder, missing him by a hair's breadth. Even with just that, his muscles twisted and writhed in agony. Ridiculously strong, huh? Kettle muttered with a grimace. The powers of the elders weren't particularly unique, but they had reached the pinnacle of their distinctiveness. It was akin to raw, unbridled violence, and its level surpassed even Kettle's strength. Wielding three such powers simultaneously made them hard to deal with. You should never have returned. The Twisted One spoke gleefully. Back then I was weak. Most of my strength had been lost when I emerged, and I expended considerable effort creating apostles. At that time you might have defeated me. But for some reason, you wasted your opportunity just to summon some barbarians. The barbarians of the White Snowfields were undoubtedly strong, perhaps capable of holding back his apostles, but that was all. To the Twisted One who could wield the full extent of the Elder's powers, they were merely an annoyance, not a threat. Die here regretting your choices, outsider. I don't deny it. Kettle didn't refute the truth. The Twisted One was stronger than him now. Allowing him time had likely been a misstep, as the Twisted One claimed, but it didn't matter. The reason was simple, because strength didn't matter. If you don't want to be erased, stay quietly hidden. The abomination recoiled in terror at Kettle's low words, retreating into Kettle's depths. The aura wrapped around his axe and the mystic power that enhanced his body vanished completely. As Kettle gathered his strength inward, the Twisted One grew perplexed. You wait, but that confusion was fleeting. Soon the Twisted One realized something and for the first time showed an expression of shock. The Twisted One lashed out with thorns, bending the world itself, a truly overwhelming power even Kettle found hard to counter, however. Swish, the thorns that approached Kettle disappeared. Quite literally, they vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. It took a bit of time to control the range. If I'm careless, it could spread to the entire world and we can't have that. Catching fleas isn't worth burning down the house. The world around Kettle began to change. Air, trees, the ground, decorations, patterns, powers, all of it was erased. The Twisted One groaned. Your power, From a place quite far from the capital, Helia anxiously observed its interior. Inside, waves of enormous power were clashing repeatedly. The collision of dozens of hero-class entities was an extraordinary sight that could not be witnessed from the outside. The mighty warriors she had summoned were left speechless in shock, but she knew better than anyone that such things didn't matter. I hope Kettle will win. She had fled before she could get a clear look at the Twisted One. Yet even then, the grotesque presence had made her shudder. She had pretended to stay calm outwardly, but she hadn't slept properly since. That's how horrifying it was. Could Kettle really win against such a being? Even Helia, who thought she knew Kettle's power, couldn't be sure, as she groaned in worry. What? Her head snapped up suddenly. She wasn't the only one. Everyone outside the capital did the same, looking toward its interior. What? Helia's voice trembled. Something had occurred inside, but it wasn't an overwhelming force or something alien. Rather, there was nothing. It felt as though an endless abyss had suddenly appeared. It surpassed the concepts of the strange, grotesque, or alien. Literally everything was being erased. Wah! She barely managed to utter a word, her eyes filled with confusion. Why had the battle among the three elders lasted from the dawn of creation until now? It was partly because their powers counterbalanced each other, but also because their danger-sensing abilities were unparalleled. They avoided crossing the line and always sought to maintain their advantage, leading to an eternal stalemate. And now, the Twisted One's instincts screamed this was dangerous. The Twisted One quickly decided and retreated, putting a great distance between them. Kettle murmured in amazement. As expected, your instincts are sharp. This is my first time showing this, yet you noticed immediately. Impressive. You have unleashed your power. The Twisted One had faced Kettle many times before. Even though Kettle's strength was undeniably below his, the Twisted One had never won. The reason was Kettle's power. The power of erasure. The Twisted One muttered softly. It erased all things, quite literally as though they had never existed. That, in the Twisted One's judgment, was Kettle's power, truly bizarre. It's on such a high level that it can even erase our powers. But not anymore. The Twisted One had defeated two elders and taken their powers. Now he had the level to break through that power. This time I'll kill you, crack. The Twisted One combined his powers, his own, along with those of the monstrous and the grotesque. All of them intertwined, distorting the world into a grotesque form, and he unleashed it upon Kettle. Surely this would pierce through that power. The Twisted One was certain, but Kettle's expression didn't change. Swish. As soon as the attack reached a certain distance from Kettle, it disappeared just like before without any noticeable difference. What? It's not about levels or ranks. That's not the issue here, Twisted One. This is a more fundamental problem. Kettle hummed as he stepped forward. The world itself was erased, its concepts, order, and laws all vanished, and over that a new order was imposed. Stone was simply a solid, water was merely a liquid, air was just a gas. Each thing retained only the characteristics it inherently possessed. Your power is indeed formidable. It tears apart the world and disrupts its order. You could say it reigns supreme in this world, but that's the issue, it's bound to this world. The Twisted One was one of the first beings born after the creation of the universe, which meant in the end it belonged to this universe. Kettle smiled faintly. You called me an outsider, didn't you? Now I'll give you the answer. This is what the world I come from looks like. Standing atop an empty, meaningless world, Kettle spread his arms wide. Chapter 367, Authority, Part 2. From ancient times it was believed that beautiful jewels contain mysterious energy. In this world it was indeed true. The higher the quality and purity of a gem, the more intense its mystery. But in my world, such things didn't exist. To someone who didn't understand its value, a beautiful gem was merely a slightly pretty stone. Without the value assigned by others, a jewel was nothing. That wasn't just the story of jewels. An ancient lake existing since the birth of this world inherently held a deep mystery. The fairy lake was a prime example of this. But in my worlds, that would just be an old lake. Even if it dried up and rotted away, it wouldn't affect the world at all. A massive tree like the world tree would merely be an old giant tree. While it might provoke awe and wonder, it wouldn't contain any special power. Nature was simply a phenomenon. There were no spirits dwelling in it. Tornadoes, tsunamis, and wildfires could all be explained physically. Similarly, magic was nothing but trickery. Relentless training would only ruin one's body, and meditation was nothing more than a way to observe one's mind. Demon kings, heroes, spirits, auras, magic, all of it was mere illusions. There were no miracles, and mysteries didn't exist. Things decayed, turned to dust, and became atoms, once again becoming part of the world. Everything was meaningless, futile, and worthless. And what was the authority he held? It was very simple. It was the ability to forcibly overlay the laws of his own world onto this one. You called my authority annihilation. That's not wrong. In his world, things like magic, mystery, miracles, and what people called illusions didn't exist, nor could they. They had to disappear, they couldn't be allowed to exist. That's why the Twisted One mistook his authority for the power of annihilation. Is this? The Twisted One groaned. Is this the world you come from? What was this? It was cold. No, it wasn't even a concept like that. It was closer to everything being utterly meaningless. Even the Twisted One, who had existed since the creation of the universe, felt this way. I've never seen anything like this before. The Twisted One had encountered Kettle's authority several times before. Despite being stronger than Kettle, the Twisted One couldn't kill him because of this authority. Since Kettle erased everything in response, he couldn't lose, but he also couldn't win. However, back then, Kettle's power had only been localized. It wasn't this method of twisting the very world itself. Did you ascend to a higher state after coming out here? No, Kettle shook his head. My authority hasn't changed, not in the slightest. What? He had possessed the power to render even the Twisted One meaningless from the very beginning. Then why haven't you used it until now? Because I didn't want to, Kettle spoke gloomily. His authority, which overwrote this world with the laws of his own. This authority felt as though it were speaking to him. It told him that this world was nothing but a daydream, that it was utterly meaningless. That someday when he woke from this dream, it would all vanish without a trace. It forcibly reminded him of the reality he had abandoned, the hell he wanted to forget. That's why Kettle had never properly used his authority even once in the White Snowfield, not even when he was on the brink of death. But this time is different. This place is the miracle I longed for, and the Twisted One was trying to destroy that miracle. So Kettle had decided, to protect the miracle, he would use the power that erased miracles. Besides, it's not something I can control easily. Luckily, it seems there's no major issue this time. If I make a mistake, I could overwrite the entire world. The Twisted One could feel it. His power, his authority, his very existence, it was dissipating. He was literally vanishing into meaninglessness. Even his very existence was being erased, as if to say he didn't belong in this world. This was truly dangerous. The Twisted One tried desperately to escape the bounds of Kettle's authority. But his body made of thorns couldn't move. It was as if he had been fixed in place by the world itself. You can move because of the power of this world, but in my world, something made of thorns wouldn't have the ability to move of its own will. That's why the Twisted One couldn't move. But hey, not everything is completely blocked. It's not like I can perfectly control this after all. The Twisted One frantically fired off its thorns. The power within them had deteriorated and crumbled to an extreme degree. Kettle raised his axe. Boom! Kettle's body was sent flying, crashing into the ground. The violent shock shook his entire body. His bones creaked and his flesh tore apart. Kettle groaned in pain. It's not some invincible trump card after all. His authority, which overwrote the world using it, erased even his own tremendous power. Now he was nothing more than an ordinary human, trained to his utmost limit. On the other hand, the Twisted One still retained a fraction of its authority. Normally, it would have been erased instantly. But because I've limited its range to the extreme, it seems you can hold out a bit longer. Kettle gripped his axe. Right now there's a chance. If you kill me before you disappear, victory is yours. Dozens of thorns shot out at once. Kettle lowered his stance and swung his axe. Clang, clang, he deflected, dodged, and maneuvered around the thorns. The Twisted One, a formidable being, quickly realized that physical force could still be wielded without issue. It focused entirely on attacking with its thorns. Though the power imbued in the thorns had completely vanished, their sheer size, like ballista bolts, still posed a significant threat. Boom! Kettle swiftly evaded and countered, but gradually his body began to accumulate injuries. It was clear. Kettle was the one getting injured and pushed back, while the one-sided assault came from the Twisted Being. Yet the one in a hurry was the Twisted Being. Naturally so, after all, it was the Twisted Being that had been poisoned. No matter how much prey struggles in its final moments, the essential outcome doesn't change. Boom. Thorns rained down in unison. Kettle, an ordinary human, couldn't dodge perfectly. A deep gash appeared on his thigh, his fingers broke under the strain, and debris stained his entire body. His head slammed against a wall as he tried to defend himself, splitting open. But he didn't fall. Despite his horrific injuries, he rose to confront the attacks of the Twisted Being. The Twisted Being frantically scattered its power, but even so, Kettle didn't die. And finally, the Twisted Being could no longer shoot out thorns. Its ability to wield power had completely vanished. In Kettle's eyes, a thing made entirely of thorns was not life. Of course, it couldn't think either. The consciousness of the Twisted Being began to slowly scatter. You lasted longer than I expected. As expected of the victor among the elders. Kettle staggered forward. His appearance was horrific, but he was undoubtedly alive. The Twisted Being desperately flailed, trying to escape, but nothing came of it. It was over. Realizing this, the Twisted Being let out an uncontrollable cry of rage. Why? Despair and fury filled its voice. Why has something like you descended upon this world? Why? If only you hadn't existed, this world would have been mine, you intruder. The Twisted Being glared at Kettle with flickering eyes. No matter how I corrupt this universe, it has nothing to do with you. Why do you interfere? Why? For what purpose? Your anger is justified. Kettle calmly accepted the Twisted Being's fury. The Twisted Being corrupted the universe, broke it, and made it its own. Undoubtedly, this was detrimental to the living beings in the world. But fundamentally, the Twisted Being was a creature born of this world. Perhaps its fate too could be seen as the rightful outcome, but Kettle was different. He was an outsider. It was strange for someone like him, an alien, to stop the Twisted Being, a native of this universe. I didn't want to use this until the very end, but you're far too strong for me to avoid it. From the moment Kettle had stepped into this world, he had never once used his authority. Not even against the Demon King. He had hesitated to use it, fearing the impact on the land's destiny. Even though his life alone was at stake, he wouldn't have used it even if it meant his death. But the Twisted Being was far too powerful. Thus, Kettle decided to break his own rule and use his authority. I apologize to you, but I will create the world I desire. He would offer the fantasy he dreamed of to this world. It wasn't about the hopes of the people or the peace of the world, it was his own obsession and fixation. If you had remained quietly within that space, maybe I wouldn't have acted. But if you're going to destroy my world, I won't just stand by. And so, Kettle resolved to erase the twisted being, a miracle born at the moment of creation, with his own hands. Kettle arrived before the twisted being and raised his axe. The twisted being tried to resist, but it could do nothing. Holding on to its scattering consciousness was all it could manage. In the end, the twisted being had no choice but to accept its fate. It muttered weakly, as if in resignation. So you intend to create the world you desire with your own obsession. Ha ha ha, mortals will have to pray. Pray that your obsession benefits them. The twisted being spoke calmly. Enough of this prattle, a loser is a loser, you are the victor, finish it. Farewell, crack, the axe struck the twisted being, and that was the end. The twisted being met its death by a simple swing of an axe, something even an ordinary human could wield. Phew, Kettle collapsed onto the ground. Slowly, he retrieved the authority that had engulfed the world. The power that had consumed the world, obliterating miracles and erasing wonders, began to fade away. At the same time, the corpse of the twisted being started to disintegrate. Shhh. It turned to dust and scattered. A being that had existed since creation disappeared, leaving only the traces of destruction behind. Watching this, Kettle murmured quietly, I'm sorry, but I will protect my world. As the imposed order vanished, Kettle's body began to regain its strength. His injuries started to heal at an incredible speed. The monstrosity that had quietly lurked within him peeked out. Is it over? It's over. No matter how many times I see it, that power is horrifying. It denies the very existence of all things. I never want to see it again. Don't worry, I won't need to use it again. Kettle muttered with a peculiar sense of certainty, and as if to affirm his conviction, a system window appeared. Quest number 791 completed. The quest was finished. Since the twisted being that had emerged from the outside was dealt with, the completion window was only natural. But the next system window was entirely unexpected. Please select the reward you desire. Chapter 368, Authority, Part 3. Usually it only stated that a reward would be given, but it never revealed what kind of reward or when it would be granted. But this time it was different. He was given the choice of the reward, and Kettle wasn't bewildered by this. He could now understand what the system meant. Kettle opened the system window. Shortly after, the sound of hundreds of footsteps echoed. The footsteps grew closer, and soon figures appeared. Wua, chieftain, wounded barbarians were running toward Kettle. They had been fighting the apostles of the Twisted One. During the intense battle, the apostles suddenly vanished into dust. Even these dull and reckless barbarians understood. Their king had defeated a mighty foe. Hecate, with shining eyes, asked, Chieftain, did you win? I'm not your chieftain. No, fine, Kettle didn't correct her and simply replied, I won, I killed the Twisted One, now there are no more elders left in this world. Wua, as expected of the chieftain. Ha ha ha, the barbarians roared with joy. Their shouts of elation reverberated across the world like waves. Phew, Kettle wanted to sit and rest longer, but he couldn't afford to. If he left the already excited barbarians unchecked, there was no telling what chaos they might cause. So he needed to lead them away. Let's go back, follow me, Kettle commanded as their king. The barbarians' eyes filled with reverence and they shouted loudly, yes. Leading the barbarians, Kettle departed from the outskirts of the imperial city. Helia, who had been observing from a distance, hurried to follow them, but Kettle stopped her with a glance. Kettle led the barbarians to the edge of the White Snowfield. There he gave them an order. Return. Ah, chieftain. Come with us, we don't want to leave the chieftain behind. The barbarians clamored and clung to Kettle. In the past, Kettle might have struck their heads and ordered them to leave harshly. But this time he spoke softly, I'll follow soon. Go ahead, there's still something I need to do. Really? You'll really come? Not forever, but for the time being I'll stay, so go back without worry. Understood, chieftain. We'll wait, if you don't come, we'll come find you. Reluctantly, the barbarians entered the White Snowfield. After making sure all of them had gone, Kettle reached out and touched the boundary between the White Snowfield and the surface. The seal that separated the surface and the Forbidden Lands. It had been established a very long time ago, but now it was breaking. The chill that shouldn't have been felt was seeping through the cracks in the seal. How long will it hold? Not for long, answered the monstrosity within Kettle. You forcibly broke the seal when you brought the barbarians out. The Twisted One's escape also greatly impacted the seal, but it won't collapse immediately. It should hold for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years. A long time if seen as long, a short time if seen as short. After 1,000 years, the seal would break and those inside would spill out. Could the gods create the barrier again? He doubted it. The seal had been created with the powers of gods, demons, and the oldest ones. But now the demons were nearly extinct and the oldest ones no longer existed. Recreating the seal would be impossible. There was, however, a very clean solution. He could simply kill them all. With the power Kettle possessed now, he could kill every being in the White Snowfield before 1,000 years passed. But he didn't want to. After all, he was an outsider. He could handle things that directly interfered with him, but he had no intention of slaughtering those who lived quietly inside. Though their nature was different, they, too, were miracles that didn't exist in his world. Most importantly, to achieve that, he would have to kill the barbarians as well, those who trusted him, those who called him king. That wasn't an option for him, so he decided to create a new seal. Kettle stood quietly with his hand on the boundary, deep in thought. How had he come to this world? He still didn't know, but he had an idea of what he had sacrificed. Everything. To come here, he had given up everything. I can't remember who I used to be. He retained the knowledge he had acquired through learning and experience, but he couldn't recall who he was in his previous world. Who his family was, what kind of personality he had, even his own name. All of it was gone. The only thing he remembered was one thing, that he had wished for fantasy. What he had given up to come here was everything except his desire for fantasy, and the power he received in exchange for that was one. To overwrite the world I came from. As if turning everything into a daydream, he could forcibly impose Earth's order onto this world. And there was one more thing. Quest number 791 completed. Choose the reward you desire. The quests that appeared to him, they weren't given by anyone else. They were his own. It wouldn't be wrong to call it his authority. And the purpose of the quests was very simple. To create the world I desire. When did the quests appear? In the White Snowfield, they had guided him to the fantasy he had so longed for. They showed him how to leave, how to escape that dreadful place. And after leaving, they led him to eliminate things that disrupted his fantasy. Quests never appeared when it came to anything unrelated to the Forbidden Lands. Even when the Demon King descended and the surface was on the brink of collapse, because that too was one of the endings Kettle desired. Then what were the rewards provided by the quests? Perhaps they were tools to create the world he desired. Although he wasn't sure of the details, perhaps the world gradually shifted in that direction. It was almost like altering the world itself, but it wasn't an issue. After all, he was a higher being. If he could overwrite the world, it wouldn't be strange for him to alter it as he pleased. And now, Kettle was given the chance to choose his reward, and the reward Kettle desired was already decided. I wish, Kettle prayed deeply from the bottom of his heart, for the beings of the Forbidden Lands to never again invade the outside, for the shattered barrier to be restored and forever seal them within. That was the reward Kettle wished for, Wu Yuum. With his prayer, the system activated. The monstrosity within him was startled. This is a colossal power, a force so close to a universal law that even the monstrosity couldn't comprehend, surged. It happened in an instant, restoring the seal. The monstrosity realized Kettle's intention. So you intend to separate them for eternity? Yes, but it's not quite enough. For the seal to remain intact without any issues, a gatekeeper was necessary. But Kettle had already defeated that gatekeeper. So Kettle turned to the monstrosity and asked, "Do you intend to stay bound to me forever?" "Hardly. I'm only bound because I have no choice. If I could leave, I would leave at any moment. Then I'll give you a choice. A choice, you say? It's simple. Will you continue to stay with me, or will you serve as the gatekeeper of the seal, forever confined to the White Snowfield?" The monstrosity hesitated at those words. Is that really possible? Probably. There shouldn't be a problem. Do whatever you prefer. The monstrosity fell silent for a moment before speaking again. You will travel the world outside, won't you? That's likely. That doesn't seem like an entertaining sight to me. I'd rather play with the snake inside the seal. Then it's decided. With those words, the monstrosity that had been dwelling within Kettle began to separate. Its form materialized as it moved into the interior of the White Snowfield. Before departing, the monstrosity spoke softly. Being trapped inside you was truly dreadful. No matter how much I screamed, you couldn't even respond. I'm sorry about that part. But even so, it wasn't all bad. Watching the footsteps of a being consumed by madness was amusing in its own way. Looking back, it was an experience I'll never have again. When I think of it like that, it had its value. The monstrosity left behind its final words. As someone who was inside you for so long, let me give you one last piece of advice. Advice: don't assign meaning to things. Don't seek value, don't doubt yourself, just enjoy it. You overthink too much, and that's your flaw. With those parting words, the monstrosity departed from Kettle. For a moment, Kettle stood in silence before letting out a chuckle. I'll try. With a hum, the seal solidified alongside the gatekeeper that was the monstrosity. The faint chill that had been leaking out could no longer be felt. Helia, who had been watching quietly from behind, approached. Is it over? It's over. The beings inside can no longer come out. Finally, Helia let out a soft sigh of amazement. Finally, everything was over, her eyes filled with excitement. You did it. Let's go back, Kettle. We'll tell everyone. The surface world will now have eternal peace. There's nothing to threaten us anymore. She spoke of holding a festival that would last for months. However, Kettle shook his head. Unfortunately, I'll have to stay inside for a while. What? Why? I need to ensure the seal I created is functioning properly. More importantly, the barbarians entrusted their lives to me. Kettle had to repay them. About a year. I'll stay for about a year and then return here. This time he would return to the perfect, flawless fantasy he envisioned. He turned to Helia and spoke again. So may I ask you for a favor? A favor? Yes. When I return in a year, will you welcome me back? What? Helia was taken aback by the peculiar request, but Kettle was serious. In the end, he was nothing more than a stranger in this world. Even if he longed for and begged for fantasy, he didn't know if fantasy would desire him in return. This world, would it reject him, push him away, and deny his existence? Like trying to force an ill-fitting puzzle piece into place, was that how he truly belonged here? He always carried that anxiety, so Kettle made his request. When I return, welcome me, accept me as someone who belongs in this world. Permit me to stay. If you can do that, I would be grateful. Helia's expression turned serious as she looked at Kettle's deeply sunken face. She gave a firm nod. I will without fail. That's all I need. Kettle smiled faintly. Then this is goodbye for now, Helia, and farewell, fantasy. With those words, Kettle stepped into the White Snowfield. Helia watched his back until he disappeared and muttered softly, May you return safely. In a year, Helia fell deep into thought. After contemplating for a long time, she seemed to make a decision and nodded. There's not much time. She moved quickly as if preparing for something. Time passed after that. The surface world faced no major issues. The returning gods helped restore the lands, and the aftermath of the fallen empire was dealt with. Since the empire had little involvement with the surface to begin with, its collapse barely left an impact. Still, as many events had unfolded, time flew by. A year passed. Helia went to the border of the White Snowfield to greet Kettle, but she wasn't alone. Kettle, he left without even telling me. That's mean, Arkamis, perhaps you should focus on achieving your own goals before complaining. Haven't you still not succeeded? How rude, it's harder than I thought, can't you help me? Hi Elf Arkamis and Elf Queen Karin. Are you all right, Tower Master? I'm managing, that damned corruption hasn't fully healed even after a year. The Tower Master and Helia, the saintess of the Sun God. So, you're the one who mentored Kettle, huh? Please stop talking about it, Swordmaster Maximus and Kane. Am I even supposed to be here? I don't know. Kalosia's priest Highs, thief Cassin Hawk, and paladin Alexandro Tyrannus. Among them were all the powerful figures. Kettle had formed connections within this fantasy world. Everyone was there. Staring into the snowfield, Serena murmured, He's coming. At her words, all eyes turned toward the snowfield. Through the bitter cold, the figure of a barbarian emerged. Arkamis broke into a bright smile. Kettle, Arkamis. Kettle emerged from the barrier and was momentarily stunned. There were so many people. Easily over 100, and all of them were familiar faces. Looking at Helia with confusion, Kettle asked, Helia, what is all this? Helia calmly explained. I reached out to those who share ties with you and asked if they would come to greet you when you returned. I didn't force anyone, but everyone agreed to come. You seemed worried that we might reject you. Honestly, it wasn't entirely an unfounded concern. You are, after all, different from us. But you moved with purpose in this world. And the result of that purpose was evident in this gathering. Everyone he had formed connections with had come to welcome him. The miracles he had longed for were now embracing him. Kettle was at a loss for words. The first time he had stepped out into this white snowfield, no one had welcomed him. In fact, the first beings he encountered, the elves, had rejected him outright. But this time, upon his return, everyone he had met and known was there to welcome him. Among them was the queen of the elf tribe who had rejected him at first. Marsilia approached him and spoke. It's been a while. Welcome back. Yeah, for the first time since coming to this world, Kettle felt like crying. He hadn't shed tears since arriving, but the overwhelming joy and emotion made him feel as though he might. Kettle, welcome back. It's good to see you, Arkamis smiled and extended her hand. Kettle didn't immediately respond. Only after regaining his composure did he finally speak. I'm back. Please take care of me from now on. Kettle took Arkamis' hand. Amidst the world's welcome, the stranger found his place among them.